I know that name all too well, because my sister's death made him uncontrollable, a swordmaster trapped in his own darkness, who eventually turned into a madman. People easily mistake him for a mental patient, but no, he is the useless, good-for-nothing prodigal son of Count Perium, Ghislain, a man despised by the entire world. But the tall young man who looked like he was cosplaying a polar bear was getting utterly destroyed by Ghislain. Looking at the man walking toward him, he felt a bitterness like he'd just bitten into a chili pepper, his heart boiling with hatred. But when the person opposite him spoke, he felt the blood in his veins boil even more. "You're pretty warm, aren't you?" Ghislain smirked, his voice as cold as ice. "I spent quite a bit of money setting up this trap." With that, he slowly advanced toward the man, each step seemingly crushing the very space around them. From above, Ghislain looked down, his eyes as sharp and cold as if he were observing a piece of low-life trash. His voice was filled with contempt. "Did you like it?" The other man bit his lip, unable to hide his fury as he roared, "You piece of trash! Is that Ghislain?" "You mean you already knew about my plan?" Ghislain chuckled softly, the sound as cold as the night wind. "You're an honest man, so I'll answer your question before you die." He looked straight into the man's eyes, his voice calm but containing a deadly threat. "Of course it's not just that. I know many other things, like how many men they have, who the spy is, and who helped you gather your forces. In my eyes, they're just a bunch of clowns putting on a meaningless little dance." Hearing these words, the man was stunned, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. "Impossible. I've always kept my trump card hidden." He screamed, his voice cracking with indignation. "How could you? How dare a useless bastard like you?" The moment the words left his mouth, Ghislain landed a powerful kick, distorting the man's face like a cake crushed underfoot. He snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. "Shut your mouth." Immediately after, he removed the mask, hiding his true features, revealing a cold face and eyes burning with determination. "Invade as many times as you like," Ghislain declared coldly. "I will win this battle, the next one, and all the battles to come. I will win them all!" A smile spread across his face, as crazed as a madman's, yet full of authority. He smirked, "And do you know why? Because I know every single one of your plans. To achieve this, I had to return to 1 year ago. In the kingdom of Lutania, near the Perium territory, inside a small tent, a young man had just woken up, panting as if he had just experienced a terrifying nightmare. Ghislain was still alive, even though just a minute ago, he was on a battlefield, covered in blood and despair. He bit his lip aggressively and muttered, "Damn it." In the final battle, he had been forced to kneel at his enemy's feet. A red-haired man stood before him. Izun smirked, relishing Ghislain's miserable defeat. "So this is how it all ends?" he said, his tone dripping with mockery. "Ghislain Perium, the Mercenary King, one of the strongest on the continent, has lost." The man with the arrogant face was one of the 7 strongest people on the continent. The prestigious knight raised an eyebrow. He asked mockingly, "Any last words?" Ghislain lifted his head. His eyes sharp and cold, he snorted. "It's a shame I couldn't complete my revenge. Die, you sick bastard." Izun clicked his tongue and sneered, so arrogant. He hadn't expected it. Ghislain was the eldest son of the fallen Perium family. "So you left your family after your sister's death?" Hearing this, Ghislain was shocked. "How do you know that? You're from another kingdom." Izun replied nonchalantly, "Of course I know. I put a lot of effort into researching you, because I am one of those who joined hands with the Duke Delphim. To bring down your family." Those words struck Ghislain's head like a hammer. There was someone else behind this, besides the ducal family of Delphim? Seeing the indignation in his eyes, Izun smiled. "You're about to die anyway, so further explanation is pointless. Just accept reality." Ghislain struggled, screaming in despair. "You bastard! I'll never forgive you!" But his shattered body could do nothing. Izun replied with contempt, "All right." Then he swung his sword. Fresh blood sprayed out, dyeing the entire area red. He returned to reality. Ghislain couldn't help but look in a mirror and touch his own neck. Back then, Izun had cut off his head, but now, his head was still on his neck. "So was it all just a hallucination?" he muttered, realizing he was younger. His body was full of vitality. "Or am I still drunk? Or maybe I've been captured as a lab rat in some mage's laboratory." He gritted his teeth arrogantly, vowing to make them regret it for letting him survive. Just then, from outside, a scream that sounded like a stuck pig rang out. Ghislain whipped his head around and saw Ricardo. A familiar face ran in. He said hesitantly, "You should come outside. I know you're awake." But as the words fell, the cold steel of a blade was pressed against his neck, making Ricardo tremble with fear. Ghislain spoke in a grim tone. "I'll let you live if you answer my questions. Otherwise." His eyes blazed with a murderous intent that seemed to want to swallow him whole. Ricardo broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Young master, don't you think this is a bit much?" "Absolutely not." Ghislain was so stunned he was flabbergasted. What kind of reaction was this? The guy was being threatened, wasn't he? He pressed his lips together and asked, "What are you talking about?" Ricardo pushed his hand away, looking disgruntled. "You got too worked up earlier and fell asleep." Ghislain was even more confused. "What? I did that? Ricardo snorted coldly. Did you take a nap and forget everything? You were angry about having to lead a group to subjugate some orcs. Orcs? Ghislain frowned. A feeling of unease rose up. I was angry? What nonsense are you talking about? Ricardo sighed, too lazy to argue. Just gather your things. Everyone is waiting. Ghislain was bewildered. What things? Where are we going? Ricardo pouted. Where? To the Pyong territory, of course. These words startled Ghislain. He grabbed Ricardo by the shoulders and roared, Say that again. Ricardo was confused. Why are you overreacting? Ghislain continued to question him. You mean the Pyong territory that fell? A moment later, he stepped outside, observing everything carefully. This wasn't good. It really was the Pyong territory. Why was it still intact? He had seen it turn to ash. A deathbed hallucination? Just then, Ricardo leaned close to his ear and whispered, Did you have a nightmare? Calling your own family fallen? If the Count hears that, you'll be kicked out of the family. Ghislain froze, then pinched his own cheek. It hurt. He almost whimpered. So it was real. A younger face. The territory still intact. Ghislain had returned to the past. As a child, he had detested his family. He let his childish emotions lead him, causing all sorts of trouble. Gradually, everyone distanced themselves from him. Ghislain left home and became a mercenary, surviving countless battles. He built a name for himself. By the time he returned to the estate to atone for his mistakes, the family was already in ruins. But now, everything was still here. The people he cherished were still alive. The more he thought about it, the more joyful Ghislain became. He covered his mouth and laughed like a madman, but he couldn't celebrate just yet. He glanced at Ricardo, remembering what he'd said about subjugating the orcs. On that day, most of the unit died because of his stubbornness. In his previous life, Ghislain thought there were only 3 orcs, an easy victory. But in reality, more than 20 of them appeared, and the unit was annihilated, all because he lacked experience. The commander was lost in thought. Something flew past his head, and Ghislain flinched. He saw a pile of splintered wood crash to the ground. Soldiers screamed, Orcs! The orcs are here! Then the monsters charged in, slaughtering without mercy. The camp's defensive line collapsed. Just then, a shout rang out, Get in formation! Don't panic! Get into a defensive formation! Skovan, the commander of the subjugation unit, rushed into battle. But the enemy's numbers were far greater than reported, and they hadn't had time to prepare. At this rate, the entire unit would be wiped out. As Skovan was dazed, a voice called out, Commander behind you! He turned to see an orc swinging its weapon at him. In that split second, with his life on the line, Ghislain lunged forward. He grabbed Skovan by the shoulder and threw him back. The action left Skovan stunned, but what happened next was even more astonishing. Ghislain charged in alone, plunged his sword into the orc's wrist, and twisted the blade, severing its hand. The massive orc roared in pain and collapsed to the ground. Skovan and the soldiers stood frozen, stunned by the scene. Ghislain sheathed his sword, sighing with regret. Looks like I can't use mana. I wish I'd come back sooner. He turned to Skovan and asked coldly, You're the commander, right? Skovan trembled, not understanding what was happening. Ghislain held out his hand, his voice firm. Hand it over. Skovan stammered, W. What is it? Ghislain's eyes narrowed. Command. Seeing that Skovan didn't respond, Ghislain repeated himself. Give me command. Only then did Skovan finally react. He cursed inwardly. He knew the boy was a fool, but to demand command while his soldiers' lives were on the line? This was just too much to say. After thinking it over, he flatly refused. I can't. The answer left Ghislain utterly stunned, frozen on the spot. Skovan got up from the ground and said calmly, Do you think this is a game, my lord? Even if you are the young master, I cannot hand over command to you so easily. Ghislain watched his retreating back, feeling a bit resentful. How annoying. Although, he would have done the same if some idiot had suddenly appeared and demanded command. As the two were talking, an orc charged at them. Skovan immediately pushed him back and said, I will handle things here. You are still far too inexperienced to lead an army. Ghislain sighed in resignation. Then there's no other choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his sword, which scared Skovan so badly he nearly jumped out of his skin, scrambling to one side. Once the sword had flown past, he turned, grabbed the boy's collar, and demanded, What the hell do you think you're doing? Ghislain spewed some nonsense at Skovan, making him twist with anger. But soon after, he realized something. Ghislain's sword had embedded itself right in the orc's head. The orc's eyes immediately went wide with pain, and it collapsed to the ground to meet its maker. Skovan stared at this scene, bewildered. How did he hit its weak spot? Just then, Ghislain spoke up again. It's Skovan, right? Do you know what's most important in a battle? If our army is afraid, then we definitely don't stand a chance of winning. So what we need right now is motivation. Skovan suddenly saw a change in Ghislain. Before he could even understand what was happening, Ghislain charged forward again. Without a single wasted movement, he leaped high into the air. He stabbed down with his sword into an orc's head, leaving the soldiers outside in a state of shock. Even Scovan was frozen on the spot. Ghislain didn't care about their reactions, his eyes filled with ferocity. He looked towards the orcs and roared, "Bring it on, you orcs! I'll kill every last one of you." The moment he finished speaking, he rushed towards the remaining orcs. Then, move by move, he took down the others. Scovan watched from the side, utterly dumbfounded. He wasn't sure if he was dreaming or not. Even a mana user like him couldn't do a thing. How could a frail young master like him possibly do this? At a glance, it was clear that Ghislain was already exhausted. However, he used the smallest movements possible to dodge their attacks and used his swordsmanship to strike their weak points, like a sword master without an aura, or perhaps even greater than that. At this thought, Scovan's face went from white to green, but while the people outside were stunned, Ghislain was busy provoking the remaining orcs. He snorted in contempt. "Is this all you've got? You are not worthy of the name warrior race." And with that, they all began to chase after him at once. A soldier named Decadoi saw this and couldn't help but cry out in panic. "They're all chasing the young master!" Is he planning to run away at a time like this? Scovan suddenly strode forward, alarming the soldiers behind him. Ignoring the calls to come back, Scovan was lost in his own thoughts. What on earth is Ghislain thinking? Rushing into a horde of orcs to get their attention is one thing, but now he's running away, and in that direction is a high cliff. Thinking of this, a spark suddenly flashed in his eyes. It seemed he had figured something out. A look of alarm immediately appeared on his face. Scovan quickly turned around and ordered, "Soldiers, form a shield wall." He ordered them to follow Ghislain. At the same time, Ghislain had reached the mountainside. He must have figured out my plan, if he's a skilled commander. Although, I'd prefer to just slaughter them all. But my damned stamina right now can't take it. Even so, this was all within Ghislain's calculations. With that thought, he threw himself off the cliff. The orcs behind him saw this and stopped short. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. What kind of game is this? At the same time, the men led by Scovan were waiting in the back. Ghislain flashed a triumphant smile. He let his body fall from the cliff. He let out a loud shout, "Let's go!" Scovan immediately gave the order, "All soldiers, push them off the cliff." The moment he spoke, the soldiers formed a wall with their shields. Then, without hesitation, they forced the orcs in front of them backward. Their eyes were now filled with determination. In the end, their efforts paid off. The orcs were pushed off. They fell freely from the high cliff, then became a pile of minced meat. Blood and flesh mixed together, a gruesome sight. Seeing this, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. They cheered joyfully. "We did it. We killed all those orcs." Scovan, however, stood at the edge of the cliff and yelled, "Young Master Ghislain!" Just before falling, he had plunged his sword into the cliff face to keep his body from falling, but his strength was depleted because of it. Scovan was happy to see he was okay. He grinned, a satisfied smile on his face. He quickly reached down to offer his hand, but Ghislain's arm was limp. He let go of the sword hilt, and just like that, he fell. Seeing this, the expressions of Scovan's men immediately turned grim. Screams of terror quickly echoed through the mountains. A few hours later, in his delirium, Ghislain heard someone calling his name. A young voice, but he recognized it as a voice etched into his memory. Elena, his younger sister. The fragmented memories quickly pieced themselves together. It immersed Ghislain, making it impossible for him to escape. He stared blankly at the memories swirling around him, letting out a sigh. "These are my memories of Elena." Just then, someone took his hand and pulled him away. When Ghislain turned to look, he saw Elena's panicked face. "Brother, let's go together. Escape from the dream." Ghislain slowly opened his eyes. He stared blankly at the ceiling above him. Then he looked at his own trembling hand. Ghislain let out a sigh of relief. He was alive. "It seems they saved me." Ghislain quickly sat up. He was still groggy, thinking it was a dream, but a sharp, needle-like pain quickly shot through him, waking him up completely. Ghislain pursed his lips and muttered, "This must be the consequence of forcing myself to my limits. It's good to be alive." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Young master, you're awake." Ghislain flinched and looked over to see a girl in a maid's uniform entering. He recognized this person as Belinda. At that moment, Belinda placed a basin of water on the table, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" "I told you so. You should have let the soldiers handle the orcs." But before she could finish, Ghislain suddenly rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Belinda was frightened by this action. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What are you doing? Did I do something wrong?" Ghislain smiled brightly and replied, "I'm just happy to see you again." Belinda had been his private tutor since he was a child. She had always been by his side, no matter how foolishly he acted. But after the Perium family was reduced to ashes and she disappeared, he never saw her again. Ghislain never expected to meet her again in this way. Belinda let him hug her for a moment before speaking up. "We see each other every day, so why are you so happy?" Ghislain didn't answer. He was thinking about telling her the truth. After a long hesitation, he said seriously, "Listen carefully. A great disaster is coming to Izun." Belinda was bewildered after hearing this. "What are you talking about?" Ghislain took a deep breath and said slowly, "The truth is, I came back from the dead." Hearing this, Belinda was speechless and sighed. Yes, Those orcs were about to kill you. Seeing her reaction, Ghislain hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant." But Belinda wouldn't listen and just kept scolding him. "Do you have any idea how much danger the Perium family has been in?" She spoke like a broken record. Ghislain couldn't even get a word in. He could only listen helplessly. It was clear she didn't trust him. Then, Belinda suddenly said grimly, "Seriously, what are we going to do if you get hurt before the festival?" Her words startled Ghislain. Seeing his reaction, Belinda raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you forgotten? Lady Elena has been so looking forward to going to the festival with you. This is a great chance for you two to get closer." If she hadn't mentioned it, Ghislain would have completely forgotten. There was always a festival around this time of year. In his past life, he never had time to enjoy it because of all the horrible things he went through. With that in mind, Ghislain asked in a low voice, "How long until the festival?" Belinda thought for a moment before speaking. "Let's see. The festival is next week, so you have about half a week." Hearing this, Ghislain fell silent. 1 week later, the day his life had changed. While he was lost in thought, an innocent voice suddenly called out, "Brother, are you in there?" Startled, Ghislain whipped his head towards the door. The memory that had haunted him for so many years had appeared. The day Elena vanished from this world. But right now, she was still alive, standing safely right in front of him. Ghislain's emotions instantly overwhelmed him. He ran and hugged Elena tightly, leaving the little girl completely stunned. Even Belinda, who was standing beside them, was shocked. Elena cried out in alarm. "What's wrong? What kind of surprise is this?" Ghislain whispered in a low voice, "I missed you." Elena was genuinely scared. She pushed him away forcefully with both hands, shouting in a panic, "Let go of me! You're scaring me!" So much for a touching reunion. Ghislain was pushed back by the girl and rubbed his chest. He couldn't help but marvel. What kind of strength is this? Has she always been this strong? Elena glared at him and said coldly, "Belinda told me to come here. What game are you playing? You think doing this will make everything okay?" Ghislain asked, confused. "Make what okay?" Elena was truly baffled and repeated the harsh words he had once said to her. Then she asked, "Have you forgotten everything?" After hearing that, Ghislain's face soured. He asked doubtfully, "Did I really say that?" He wasn't close to Elena in the past. What a total scumbag. With that, he apologized. But after hearing it, both of them were terrified. Elena cried out in disbelief, "I heard he was attacked by orcs. Did you get hit in the head? I've really dug my own grave." Giselle tried to explain, "I'm really fine. Why are you two saying I was attacked?" But as soon as he said it, a wave of pain hit him. Talk about instant karma. Seeing him like that, Elena couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, you're fine, all right?" And then you passed out again. As she said that, Giselle looked up at the two of them. A warm feeling welled up inside him. They were just like he remembered. Why did my past self waste so much time on such useless things? At the festival next week, Giselle had refused to go with Elena. Having to take the blame for the punishment squad had made him angry, and that was the last time he ever saw her. Elena's body was later found torn to pieces, along with her guards. Giselle felt a crushing regret. He should have gone with her. Just then, a knock suddenly came from the door. "May we come in?" Immediately after, Elena's guards, Zama and Philip, entered. Elena looked at them doubtfully and asked, "What is it? I told you all to wait outside." Zama explained awkwardly, "Apologies, my lady. The servants have asked you to review the festival preparations." Hearing this, Giselle asked with some doubt, "Why ask Elena?" Belinda thought his words were utterly despicable. She said resentfully, "Don't you know, young master? It's because you spend all day fooling around. I don't know how short-staffed Persian must be to make a noble lady do this kind of work." And just like that, Elena left with her two guards. Giselle frowned slightly. Are they really that short on manpower? He hadn't cared about anything back then, so of course he wouldn't know. With that thought, he spoke up and offered, "Let me help." Elena's footsteps immediately halted. She glanced at Giselle. Belinda also stared at him like he was an idiot. She mumbled in disbelief, "He wants to help?" Elena's voice also trembled as she asked, "Did he really get hit in the head?" A little later, at the festival preparation site, as soon as they heard Giselle's voice, the townspeople looked at him like he was the plague, trembling in fear. The siblings were arguing loudly outside. Giselle wanted to help, but Elena kept trying to send him away. The two of them caused a scene in the entire market square. As Giselle argued with his sister, he thought to himself, Elena's body was found near the slums, far from the festival grounds. Someone must have lured or forced her to go there. To prevent this, I need to know who is entering and leaving the city right now. A shout suddenly came from behind. "Young master!" snapped out of his thoughts. He startled and turned around. He saw an old man in armor standing there, his head covered in sweat. Giselle recognized the man as Fergus. Seeing him, Fergus immediately ran over. He gripped Giselle's shoulders, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" Your humble servant rushed over as soon as he heard the news about the orcs. Giselle was truly exasperated. Elena, on the other hand, was delighted because she was about to get rid of this nuisance. she said hurriedly. He's been acting strange ever since he woke up. Please take him back to his room. Fergus gladly accepted the order. As you wish. Hearing this, Giselle felt even more helpless. This old man is getting in my way again. There was no other way. He'd be able to find out more about what happens next week. With that in mind, Giselle stopped insisting. He glanced at Fergus. He asked, "Old man, there's an abandoned training ground in the city, right? Take me there." Fergus was a bit startled and asked doubtfully, "Why is that, sir?" "To train," Ghislain replied nonchalantly. And Fergus grew even more bewildered. He couldn't believe his ears. "What did you just say?" A while later, at a castle outside the market square, Fergus had brought Ghislain to this place. Looking at the spacious grounds before him, he couldn't help but be amazed. He exclaimed in admiration, "It's better than I thought. This place was perfect for Ghislain to train. He had never seen anything like this when he was a mercenary. Just as he'd expected, the weapons here were all fully stocked and brand new." Fergus explained as he walked beside him, "We have maintained it in case you ever needed to use it. I was certain you would come here one day." Hearing this, Ghislain remembered something. So, in my past life, did he do the same thing? The more he thought about it, the more of a scumbag he felt. With that thought, Ghislain walked over, patted Fergus's shoulder, and said with a sigh, "I need to live a long life, old man." Fergus was a bit bewildered. "You're acting as if you've already died once." Nodding casually, Ghislain winked and said, "You're a sharp one. I died and came back. Nice one." Unfortunately, Fergus didn't believe him. Ghislain sighed helplessly and said, "Anyway, you can go back now. Old man, I'm starting my training." Fergus immediately bowed and accepted the order. "I will wait outside." Ghislain watched his retreating back. He couldn't help but feel regret. He had always treated everyone like an enemy, but he was so shallow back then. They were all so good to Ghislain. So now that he was back, he absolutely would not let the past repeat itself. 1 week after Elena's death, a neighboring lord was held responsible. Because of that, Varan went to war and fell into decline. Elena's death was the key that started the family's downfall. That means Ghislain needed to solve it from the very beginning. First, he needed to get stronger. The unlucky part was, he didn't have much time. But at the very least, Ghislain had to get his mana under control. Mana is an extraordinary energy that can help people break their limits. Everyone says that sensing mana is the hardest part, but Ghislain had already managed to do it, even on the battlefield. He needed to connect with the mana particles in the air and rotate them into a single mass. For someone like him, who had gone through thousands, even tens of thousands of battles to create a mana core, this was a piece of cake. But if that was all, Ghislain couldn't have become one of the 7 strongest. Using a method from a magic book Ghislain obtained and the natural mana core of a human, he could create 2 or even 3. By creating a link between the cores, he could generate an explosive source of energy. However, upon creating the 3rd core, Ghislain's body had reached its limit. Blood trickled from his every orifice. He let out a resigned sigh. 3 is my limit now, even though I could manage 5 in the past. Giselle spat out the blood in his mouth. This technique allows one to generate a burst of explosive power for a short period, but it comes at the cost of a massive amount of mana. That's why I lost to Izun in my past life. He and his legion of knights attacked right when my mana was depleted. If it had been a fair fight, I would have won. It's an inherently unstable technique, but for now, this is enough. I'm still young. I have plenty of time. This time, I will definitely defeat that bastard Izun, and the bastard behind the Duke Delphim who destroyed the Burjun territory. I'll kill every last one of them. His eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth in fury. 1 week after the festival, having finished his training, Giselle strapped on his belt and fully armed himself, preparing for tonight's battle. He then headed to the fairgrounds alone. Seeing him there, Elena couldn't believe her eyes. She called out in disbelief, "You actually came? What's gotten into you? You never do stuff like this." Giselle shrugged nonchalantly. "As a citizen of Burjun, the least I can do is show up at the festival." Elena scowled at him. "You're acting really weird. I heard you've been training all week." Giselle scoffed lightly. "Is there something wrong with the heir of a knightly house actually training?" Elena chuckled teasingly. "You never cared before. You're the one who always said Dad was a pain and that you wished you were Lord already." But she was genuinely happy about the change. She skipped along, laughing. "Still, I like you better this way. It's like the old Giselle is back." He watched her go. He'd realized a few things over the past week. Because his actions had changed, people's impressions of him and the future itself had begun to shift. The major events seemed unchanged, but it was hard to gauge his impact on the minor ones. "My mission is to make the best use of this knowledge from the future. I need to handle every situation as efficiently as possible. All preparations are complete. I can't afford to make any mistakes," he told himself. After that, he strolled through the festival with Elena. While she excitedly lost herself in the bustling crowd, Giselle's mind was heavy with preoccupation. He couldn't enjoy himself. Elena wandered around a bit longer before finding a quiet corner by the castle walls to sit down. She stretched and muttered in boredom. "It's fun, I guess, but it's kind of boring being the same every year. Isn't there anything new this time?" Giselle was in no mood for her complaints. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. The festival was almost over, but nothing had happened yet. Is it because I'm with Elena? Just then, a voice cut through Giselle's thoughts. Would you like to see another place, milady? One of Elena's guards had approached them with a suggestion. Our friends told us a new event is being held. How about we go check it out? Hearing this, Elena immediately lit up. Really? That sounds like fun. And so, she followed them. Giselle watched the three of them from behind, muttering under his breath. So it's you guys, the traitors from Elena's escort knights, Zama and Philip. They were supposed to be the most trusted knights, having protected Elena since she was a child. In my past life, they were killed protecting her. But this was the truth. The ones who seemed so loyal were the traitors. These damn spies deserve to die. A moment later, they led the two siblings to an empty plot of land. Here we are, Zama called out excitedly. We've arrived. But there was nothing around. Not a soul in sight. Elena was immediately disappointed. Are you sure there's a show in a filthy place like this? Zama quickly explained. They probably haven't finished setting up yet. People will be here soon. But Elena wasn't buying it. She snorted. Don't be ridiculous. Who would want to perform in a place like this? Meanwhile, Giselle was scanning his surroundings. At a glance, it looked like a deserted street. But upon closer inspection, he could see obstacles blocking all the exits. They must have prepared this in advance. As Giselle was lost in thought, his hand was suddenly yanked. Elena was dragging him along like a doll. Seeing this, Zama rushed to stop them. Oh, milady, we've come all this way. Don't you want to see the show? Without looking back, Elena replied irritably, No, thanks. We're not watching a show in a place like this. Giselle, whose arm was starting to ache from being pulled, asked in annoyance, Have you been training or something? How are you so strong? Elena ignored him and kept trying to pull him away. But just then, someone blocked their path. It was Philip, his face twisted with malice. Milady, please just wait a little longer. Seeing the look on his face, Elena recoiled in fear. Trembling, she stammered, You're all acting so strange. What's gotten into you? Knowing the jig was up, Zama sighed. Oh dear, I didn't mean to frighten you, milady. As he spoke, his tone turned sinister. It's just, someone made a rather reasonable request. Elena trembled. What? Request, she stammered. Just then, more men approached from behind them. A man in a blue cloak, flanked by two others. The leader was Frank. He chuckled, pleased. As expected. Your work is clean, Zama replied smugly. Of course. We brought the young lady as promised. So let's finish our business here. But then, Frank noticed something. He frowned. Isn't that the eldest son of House Burjun? What? I don't recall asking for him to be brought here. Giselle narrowed his eyes at the man. For the moment, Giselle didn't move. Zama, not noticing a thing, replied casually, I'll throw him in for free. The fool followed us right to his own grave. Just then, Giselle finally spoke. Zama, so you sold us out? Do you really think you can get away with this? Zama chuckled and sneered. You should worry about yourself first. All we have to do is run far, far away, and we'll be fine. He said he was sick and tired of this impoverished land, where they'd just be tormented by barbarians anyway. He was sure plenty of others wanted to leave Burjun too. The moment the words left his mouth, Giselle lunged and cut him down. Just like that, Zama was dead. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. No one had expected him to move like that. Giselle withdrew his sword, scoffing coldly. But at least they would never sell us out, would they? He then glanced at the remaining traitor. Philip, sensing the danger, immediately grabbed Elena. He pursed his lips. That idiot Zama. A knight, losing to an amateur like that. The words had barely left Philip's mouth when a sword pierced his forehead. Before he died, all he could mutter was, No way. In the blink of an eye, Giselle had eliminated both traitors. Seeing this, Frank's two subordinates stared in shock. Is that really the eldest son of House Burjun? One of them said. Philip pursed his lips. That idiot Zama, a knight losing to an amateur like that. The words had barely left his mouth when a sword pierced his forehead. Before he died, all he could mutter was, No way. In the blink of an eye, Giselle had eliminated both traitors. Seeing this, Frank's two subordinates stared in shock. Is that really the eldest son of House Burjun? I thought he had zero combat experience, not even basic training. He looks exactly as harmless as they described. Frank's voice was low. They may have let their guard down, but he still killed two knights instantly with a mana-infused attack. His skills aren't half bad. Meanwhile, Elena clung to Giselle, her voice trembling. Brother, what's going on? But Giselle didn't answer. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked her unconscious. There was no other choice. She would only get in the way while he dealt with the others. It was better this way. Frank, however, assumed he was just shielding her from the bloodshed and laughed. Thanks for doing my dirty work for me, son of House Burjun. He and his subordinates advanced, his voice low. You're quite different from the rumors. We were planning on taking care of those two ourselves, you know. Have you been hiding your true skills all this time? He asked. Giselle calmly drew his sword. What's it to you? He said coldly, though inwardly, his mind was racing. He was calculating how to kill the remaining three. The two lackeys were no threat, but the man in the center, the mana he was emitting was on a completely different level. I have to end this quickly, Giselle thought. He then said coolly, "Let me ask you one thing. Who ordered this?" Frank chuckled nonchalantly. "Do you think a dead man needs to know that?" Giselle glared at him. "I knew you wouldn't talk," he said coldly. "It's fine, but you'll be begging to talk soon enough." As he finished speaking, the sword in the boy's hand flooded with mana. At that moment, one of Frederick's men spoke up again. "I knew you wouldn't crack that easily. That's fine. You'll be begging to spit it out soon enough." As he finished, mana flooded the boy's sword. The subordinate of Frederick spoke up again. "Should I take his head?" Frederick shook his head slightly. "No. Capture him alive and break all 4 of his limbs. Let him do nothing but go insane. He must writhe in agony to achieve that beautiful form. There we go. Yes, sir." The 2 men immediately took their orders and dashed off like the wind. Just then, Ghislain Perium pulled something from his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw it. Seeing this, the faces of the 2 men paled. "Why are you throwing a firecracker?" While he was hesitating, the firecracker hit him right in the head. Before he could even react, Ghislain Perium struck, sending him tumbling to the ground. The other man, seeing this, wasn't panicked. He gave a cold, contemptuous snort. Then he slashed forward. Too bad for him. Ghislain Perium's speed was even faster. The boy blocked with his sword, then glanced at the man, his eyes filled with killing intent. Immediately after, Ghislain Perium slid his hand along the man's sword. With extreme skill, he successfully wrenched the sword from the man's hand. Without a shred of hesitation, Ghislain Perium used the sword in his other hand to lop off the man's head. But at that exact moment, he suddenly detected a murderous aura rushing toward him. It was Frederick. He had taken the opportunity while the boy was dealing with his 2 men to launch a sneak attack. Luckily, Ghislain Perium reacted in time, quickly raising his sword to defend himself. This took Frederick by surprise. To think he actually blocked it. That was a perfect sneak attack. While he was still processing this, Ghislain Perium struck back. The sword in his hand swung down in a single slash. It left a long gash on Frederick's neck. The pipe in his mouth fell to the ground because of it. And yet, he still swung his sword in a counterattack, which alarmed Ghislain Perium and made him keep his guard up. The boy moved forward to block. Franco gave a faint chuckle and said, "Now that's a surprise. If it weren't for my mana, I would have lost my head just now." Ghislain Perium truly couldn't believe his eyes. How was he still alive after a blow to the neck like that? Did he really just focus mana around his neck to reduce the damage? At that moment, Franco spoke again, his voice cold. "I have no idea where a kid your age learned that bizarre sword style, but you're going to die right here." As he finished, a malicious grin spread across his face. Immediately after, Franco lunged toward Ghislain Perium. As they fought, he said scornfully, "You can't defeat me with that pathetic amount of mana." He was confident he could defeat Ghislain Perium. His face was filled with smug satisfaction. But on the contrary, the boy was smiling too. This alarmed Franco, and he couldn't help but put more force into his attack. While he was distracted, Ghislain Perium slashed down once, then kicked him square in the face. Franco was sent flying. He lifted his head to look at the boy and snorted coldly. "Didn't I already tell you? That amount of mana won't be enough." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Franco spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body crumpled to the ground. He couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. What in the world just happened? The power of that last attack was completely different. There's no way he could have pierced his enhancement with just that level of skill. Just then, Ghislain Perium slowly walked up to Franco. He opened his mouth, his voice cold. "I never imagined there was a real culprit behind Elena's death. So, it was you?" As he spoke, he began to concentrate the energy of his mana cores. In less than 3 seconds, he had unleashed his 3rd mana core. Seeing the powerful energy burst forth, Franco immediately cried out in alarm. "How can you amplify your mana that much?" Of course, Ghislain Perium paid him no mind. He shot forward with the force of a gale. His speed was so fast that Franco's face turned pale with panic. Not daring to let his guard down, he hurriedly raised his sword to block. The 2 blades quickly scraped against each other. But in that instant, Ghislain Perium charged forward aggressively. He brought his sword straight down. Even though he only raised his sword to defend, Franco's arm was already going numb, and his sword was beginning to show signs of cracking. He couldn't help but panic. "Impossible! No matter how much mana you draw, there's a limit!" He had never heard of a method to maximize mana like this. It was as if Ghislain Perium had become a completely different person. Letting your guard down in a fight is a fatal weakness. And so, Franco's sword was shattered by Ghislain Perium's blow. The force of his swing was powerful enough to slash across the man's body. Fresh blood began to pour from him like rain. But Ghislain Perium didn't stop there. He charged forward ferociously. His sword plunged straight into Franco's abdomen, and the pain hit instantly, making the man scream as if he were being slaughtered. Seizing the opportunity, Ghislain Perium pinned Franco by the neck with his hand. He slammed him against the wall, his eyes filled with a murderous light. He spoke in a cold tone. "We should finish our earlier conversation, don't you think? Who was it that ordered you to do this?" Franco bit his lip fiercely. He wouldn't die this easily. At the very least, he would drag the young lady of Perdion down with him. He immediately put the thought into action. A dagger appeared in Franco's hand, and he prepared to throw it at the unconscious Elena on the other side. But at that moment, his hand was bound by threads. This caught Franco by surprise. Before he could even understand what was happening, he heard Ghislain Perium's cold voice ring out. "Let's make a deal." He warned him not to try anything else futile. "Answer my question, and I'll pull the sword out." Franco glanced at the threads wrapped around his hand. He couldn't help but wonder, are these made of mana? When did you make these? This was a skill from Ghislain Perium's past life. Although it wasn't as powerful, it was more than enough for the current situation. Just then, Ghislain Perium tightened his grip on the sword embedded in Franco's abdomen. Franco said in a cold voice, "Surely a man of your caliber knows how to heal his own wounds. But what if he destroyed his mana core?" The moment these words were spoken, Franco's face immediately paled with terror. It was only then that he realized Ghislain Perium's sword, whether by accident or on purpose, was plunged directly into his mana core. Franco screamed in agony. He could feel his mana scattering. He cried out in fear, "Are you insane?" One mistake and the reverse flow of mana could cause an explosion that would blow this entire area away. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" With a faint chuckle, Ghislain Perium spoke coldly. "Only someone without skill would mess it up. I can handle it." Fear appeared on Franco's face. He realized the boy was telling the truth. He would really kill him if he didn't talk. Thinking of his own death, Franco fell into the most pathetic state imaginable. He hurriedly screamed, "It was Count Deadman!" He hurriedly screamed, "It's Count Deadman!" He said that old man was the one who ordered this. He said he needed an excuse to start a war with House Persian and House Delio. Hearing this, Ghislain Perium instinctively furrowed his brow. So it was Deadmon. In his past life, this kind of dirty work would have been given to the houses allied with the ducal house. Would Duke Delio dare arrange something so absurd without any backing? Thinking this, Ghislain Perium continued his questioning. "So, that's the reason you wanted to kill Elena?" Franco didn't dare to lie and quickly nodded. But as soon as he did, Ghislain Perium's sword plunged an inch deeper. Franco cried out in panic, "What are you doing? This is different from what you said before." With a soft chuckle, Ghislain Perium said indifferently, "So what? You've killed countless people, and now you're afraid of being killed?" But just then, Franco suddenly burst out laughing, which startled Ghislain Perium a little. He brought his head close to the boys and said with a triumphant grin, "Killing me won't change anything. My business with Delio is already done. You think anyone will believe the words of a nobody like you? Persian will be destroyed by the war?" But as soon as he finished, Ghislain Perium slammed Franco's face against the wall. He said in a cold voice, "Let me tell you something. I was reborn after I died, so this time things will be different." As he finished, his eyes filled with killing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Ghislain Perium shattered Franco's mana core, making him scream in agony. Immediately after, a surge of mana shot up into the night sky from the dark alley. Just 2 seconds later, it exploded, no different from a brilliant firework lighting up the sky. But in the empty, dark alley, without a moment's hesitation, Ghislain Perium had shattered Franco's mana core, making him scream in agony. Immediately after, a surge of mana shot up into the night sky from the dark alley. Just 2 seconds later, it exploded, no different from a brilliant firework lighting up the sky. And in the empty, dark alley below, in the dark alley, the bloody scene only served to embellish the fireworks display. A perfect night for a murder. A dark alley where blood flowed like a river. The traitors from my past life have paid for their crimes. Ghislain glanced behind him. A look of relief appeared on his face. He'd finally saved Elena. Just then, the sword fell from his hand. His exhausted body staggered, about to collapse. A sharp pain in his chest made Ghislain cough up a mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily, and wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. He pursed his lips and muttered, "Damn it. When I was the Mercenary King, blowing up 3 cores was no problem. I'm not going to collapse over something like this. But now's not the time to think about that. Ghislain, you still have work to do in the room ahead." He rushed inside. Just as he expected, he saw a complete mess. There were bloodstains, too. Looking at the person lying in the wreckage, Ghislain let out a sigh. In my past life, they found another body next to Elena's. Here, according to what Frank said earlier, Delio's son was killed along with his escort knight. So this is how they silenced them and framed them for Elena's murder. Once this gets out, a war will break out. And so, Ghislain decided he had to destroy the evidence. No sooner said than done. He quickly used an explosive to blow up the small house. Flames immediately erupted in the dark alley. Ghislain carried Elena back. The first step in preventing the tragedy of his past life was a success. He absolutely would not let things go their way. At the same time, in a large old tree nearby, someone was silently observing everything. After Ghislain and his sister left the alley, he quickly disappeared as well. Elsewhere, in a dark cellar, a group was gathered for a meeting. A man in a black cloak reported in a low voice, "It was a failure. We sent the best people we had." Hearing this, someone questioned him in a deep voice. You couldn't even handle one little girl? He trembled and hesitated for a long moment. Then the man gritted his teeth and said, It was all because of Ghislain from House Persian. Hearing this name, the surrounding group immediately broke into murmurs. Everyone knew about the useless eldest son of House Persian. Someone spoke up to challenge him. You know damn well Ghislain is a piece of useless trash. Are you using him as an excuse? The man quickly shook his head, trying to explain. He's completely different from the information and rumors we have. Then he recounted everything he had witnessed for the others to hear. The way he controlled his mana, the way he struck decisively, swiftly eliminating his enemies, and the way Ghislain killed Frank and destroyed the evidence. It was like he'd become a completely different person, but they've already finished their business with House Delio, so we don't have to worry about a territorial war breaking out. The man begged the group before him, Please, give me another chance. But they all took turns cursing him like a dog. One was even vicious enough to want to kill him right on the spot. Just then, as they were shouting and cursing, an authoritative voice cut them off. How noisy. The surrounding noise immediately fell silent. The person spoke again in a deep voice. What kind of chance do you want? He declared aggressively. I will eliminate Ghislain of House Persian. The person asked coolly. How? He slowly explained. I will arrange for a duel to happen naturally. I have someone in mind. Before the person in charge could reply, the crowd below interrupted. Who is it? He quickly said a name, Kelagistor. He's famous for his strength-based swordsmanship. Even though he's young, he's a symbol of power. I can confidently say that no one in the north can match Ken's strength. Furthermore, Ken is related to Ghislain. We won't need to force a meeting between them. This could be considered an advantage. The people present fell into deep thought after hearing this. The person in charge also thought for a moment. Then he opened his mouth to give a warning. If you fail again, there won't be a next time, he replied in fear. I will not disappoint you, my lord. A few days later, at the training grounds in Persian City, as usual, Fergus came looking for Ghislain to call him for lunch. But just as he entered, something sharp flew towards him. When he looked closely, he saw only a delicate thread wrapped around the sword outside the door. In the blink of an eye, the sword flew back inside. Ghislain successfully caught the sword. He performed a few sword moves before stopping. It was only then that Ghislain noticed someone standing at the door. He hurried over and bowed formally, saying, My apologies. You were so focused on your training that... He trailed off, then stopped and asked hesitantly, How did you do that just now, my lord? Ghislain frowned slightly in confusion, but he quickly realized what the man was talking about and gave him a demonstration. He slowly explained, It's a mana thread. Using mana like a string. In my past life, I used it all the time. But at my current skill level, I'd need to detonate a core to use it like before. Because of my lack of mana, but if I only create one thread to use less mana, I can still manage it even without much to begin with. After hearing the explanation, Fergus was still very puzzled. He muttered in amazement, I've been training with mana for a long time, but I've never seen anything like this. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even use mana, training all by himself. How could he possibly come up with an idea to use mana like this? Ghislain saw him just standing there, dumbfounded. He frowned and asked, Did you want something? Fergus then remembered why he had come and quickly said, Actually, I just came to talk about this. Ghislain asked, confused, Talk about what now? Fergus bowed to him and said sincerely, Thank you, my lord, for protecting the young lady. He pouted and said, You're thanking me? It's what I was supposed to do. Let's go eat. After that, the two of them quickly left the training grounds and returned to the castle. A few days passed, and the festival was put on hold. This was because an escort knight had conspired to sell the daughter of Count Persian. Meanwhile, in her room, a disgruntled Elena rested her chin on her hand and said, Everyone thinks I'm lying when I tell them you were the one who saved me. You should say something to them, you know? Ghislain demurred, shaking his head and saying, It's fine. They won't believe Belinda anyway. After finding out everything, she was also extremely angry, her face contorting. She cursed. It was Rama and Philip who were the traitors, right? Those bastards. I knew they were perverts. Ghislain, sitting opposite them, watched the two with a satisfied smile. With Elena alive, he had managed to prevent the war from breaking out. But they definitely wouldn't give up. He couldn't keep stopping them on his own forever. He needed to build an army. Just then, a servant wheeled in a food cart. Ghislain sighed softly. I'll have to learn more about politics to do that. With that thought, he picked up his fork, ready to eat lunch. But when the servant lifted the food cover, there was only a small piece of bread inside, not even enough for a mouthful. Ghislain instinctively frowned. Is this really for eating? He looked up at Belinda and asked, Why are we having dessert first? Belinda sighed softly. What dessert? You know our current situation, my lord. What did Ghislain know? He didn't know a thing. Before he could even understand how things had come to this, an ear-splitting noise erupted from below. The people below were shouting nonstop, Compensate us for the damages caused by canceling the festival. A large crowd had gathered in front of the castle, some even holding weapons, demanding compensation. The soldiers could only try to calm them down, but it was almost useless. Ghislain looked down from the window and asked, bewildered, "What the hell is going on?" Belinda seemed to have expected this. She sighed and said, "I knew they would be like this." Hearing this, Ghislain glanced over at her. She slowly explained, "As you know, my lord, our county has many merchants who make their living from the festival's profits, and last year was good enough for them. But because the festival was cancelled after just one day, it's only natural they'd be disappointed." After listening, Ghislain frowned and asked hesitantly, "Is our county situation that bad? This isn't good. They'll only get angrier if he doesn't do something for them." With that thought, he glanced at Fergus and asked, "What are the guards doing? Send them down to calm the crowd." But Fergus gave Ghislain even more surprising news. "We don't have any guards. Most of them have been dispatched to the monster forest to rebuild it after the orc raid." It was only after hearing that Ghislain Perium remembered. They were basically always in a state of war, because of the giant hordes in the north, and on the other side, a monster forest where monsters could pop out at any time. So Ghislain Perium's current situation was this: no money, no soldiers, just a complete mess. Thinking this, he pulled Belinda aside to talk. He asked in a low voice, "You're the one who manages my money, right? Use it to appease the merchants." But Belinda just bluntly shook her head and replied coolly, "There's no money left." Ghislain Perium stared at her, bewildered. "What do you mean there's none left?" She explained with a sigh. "Don't you remember? The Count cut off your allowance because you were spending money like water." Ghislain Perium was finally realizing just how serious his problem was. So now, he was completely broke. Unable to stand the situation, he held out his hand to beg. "Give me some money." Belinda pouted and said, "I don't have any money." And so, right after that, Ghislain Perium sat by the window, gazing at the scenery and contemplating his life. No money and no soldiers. Ghislain Perium sat by the window, gazing at the scenery and contemplating his life. No money and no soldiers. So what? Without money, he couldn't do a single thing. Even with knowledge from the future, it was useless. He needed money first. Was there a way? Wasn't there something at the estate? Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed from outside. Ricardo burst through the door, calling out in a panic, "Young master!" Startled, Ghislain Perium turned his head and asked suspiciously, "What's the rush?" Ricardo reported urgently, "There's trouble. Young Master Kane wants to see you." Hearing that name, Ghislain Perium froze instantly. At the same time, in a tavern, Sikavan was being beaten to a pulp, but his opponent didn't stop, continuously throwing punches. The other man's strength was overwhelming. He hit him so hard that his own hands were covered in Sikavan's blood, and Sikavan wasn't fighting back at all. He simply couldn't. He was beaten until he spat up fresh blood. So when Ghislain Perium arrived, this was the scene he walked in on. Sikavan was on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably from the pain. Seeing his condition, Ghislain Perium was a little confused. Just then, his gaze fell on someone else. A giant of a man, built like a black bear, was standing before him. Looking at Ghislain Perium, he flashed a malicious grin. "There you are." Ghislain Perium didn't react. His eyes were just focused on the man in front of him. In that moment, fragmented memories rushed back like a tidal wave. I remember this face, the heir of House Logister. My ally, Kane Logister. The smile never left Kane's lips, but to Ghislain Perium, it was a different story. It was now nothing less than a dangerous warning. The memory of the past became clearer. Back then, he was my only friend, and also my enemy. Between them lay the unconscious Sovan. Ken began to walk slowly toward him. Ghislain suddenly turned to Jikakudo. "What is this?" Jikakudo hesitated, replying, "It's as you see." Jikakudo kept his head down, trying to avoid his gaze. "We received a report about a disturbance at the tavern." He hesitated, his voice getting quieter but still clear enough. "And we found out Ken was there with his escort knights. When he recognized us, he asked if the rumors about young Master Ghislain were true." Jikakudo continued to recount the events. So Commander Sovan explained the rumors to him in detail. After hearing them, he grabbed Sovan by the throat. "You dare lie to the heir of Logister?" Jikakudo's face was grim. "And that's how this happened." Ken spoke up. "Hey, if you're going to tell the story, get it right. He said that you, someone who's never trained a day in his life, took down an orc with your bare hands and even handled some treacherous escort knights on your own." He glanced down at Sovan on the floor. "So I had to give the old man a little wake-up call to bring him back to his senses." He stood right in front of him. "This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't lied in the first place." Ghislain remained silent at Ken's words. Ghislain scoffed, thinking to himself, "Yeah, this is exactly the kind of guy he is, always treating me like his personal lackey. Every time he comes to Pejyun, he causes trouble. Even after causing such a commotion, no one dared to say a word. If you hadn't lied in the first place." Ghislain remained silent at Kane's words. Ghislain scoffed, thinking to himself, "Yep, this is exactly the kind of guy he is, always treating me like his personal lackey. Every time he comes to Pejyun, he causes trouble. Even after causing such a commotion, no one dared to say a word, because I was his subordinate. No one dared to disrespect Kane, unlike me, who was always filled with insecurities. His confidence and bold demeanor were praised as qualities befitting an heir. He let out a small laugh, remembering those years, which is why I was criticized even more. Seeing that Ghislain wasn't saying anything, the smile on Kane's face vanished. He began to observe him in silence. He frowned, his lips curling into a sneer. Look at this guy. Ha! He would usually attack me with this much provocation. Then, a short while ago at House Logister, Kane sat in a room, surprised by the request to kill Ghislain. Yes, the cloaked figure replied in a monotone voice. If you complete this mission, the higher-ups will support House Logister. Kane considered it seriously. Dealing with a kid like him isn't hard, but Ghislain is an heir too. Why would I take his life? The cloaked figure suggested, we can lure him into a duel. We'll make it look like an unfortunate accident. It'll seem like just another squabble among heirs. I'll come along disguised as an escort knight to manage the situation. So you have nothing to worry about, he stressed. This is a rare opportunity for you. After hearing that, Kane repeated the question. I have to kill my own cousin, Ghislain? With a look of delight on his face, the man said, let's get going. Kane turned to leave, a sense of caution in his heart. They want to get rid of him. Has something changed? He smirked, his half-smile hiding his true intentions. Back in the tavern, Ken asked impatiently, Ghislain, hey, what are you doing? He plopped down on a step. Why are you just standing there? Since you're here, you should bring me what you prepared. Ghislain didn't understand what he meant. He asked, prepared what? The other man's voice was tinged with mockery. I heard the festival was postponed, right? Let's stir things up and have a great time. We've always been the same. When it comes to this kind of thing. Or am I wrong? He lowered his voice to a growl. Am I wrong, buddy? Ghislain stood there calmly. His face was emotionless as he asked, are you talking about times that asterisk? He looked at him quietly. That's right. This guy always told me to prepare it. Alcohol and women, every time he came here. Ghislain tilted his head slightly, a flash of contempt in his eyes. I did what he asked so I wouldn't get beaten up, but not anymore. Because of him, I wasted so much precious money back then. He had spent so much that the servants could no longer keep quiet. They bowed their heads and reported, their voices full of caution. Have you forgotten that your father cut off your allowance because you wasted too much money? It was as if he suddenly remembered what he'd been missing. Ghislain's eyes lit up. It's been right here all along. He looked straight at Ken. My source of money. Seeing him still silent, Ken called out, Hey, Ghislain. He leaned forward impatiently. If you've remembered, then hurry up and bring it here. Can't you see I'm waiting? He never expected it. After a moment of silence, he answered, Yes, of course. I should bring them right away. But Ghislain's sharp gaze fell on Ken. Don't you have a debt to pay me? The cloaked man tensed up. Ken frowned and asked, Pay you for what? He smiled cheerfully, holding his hand out in front of him. You knew I had to handle everything, so you mooched off my own money, right? Pay up. 1,000 gold, principal and interest. Ken repeated. What? 1,000 gold? All that stuff wasn't even worth 100 gold, he said shamelessly. And you did it to thank me for being your friend. It was a friendship fee. Ghislain Perium replied, Friendship my ass. I was more like your doormat, he demanded in a cold voice. So pay up before I kick your ass out of here. I'm in desperate need of cash, you know. The atmosphere fell silent. Ricardo was shocked, worrying to himself. Young master, what are you saying? Ken stomped his foot and shot up. He yelled, Are you acting this bold because I've been too easy on you? Ken leaned down. You really think you're stronger just because you spread some bullshit rumor about beating a knight? You're nothing but a parasite leeching off this land. He sneered, clenching his fist. This is why everyone in the north calls you a bastard, an heir who does nothing but spout nonsense. Ken threw a punch straight at Ghislain, growling, Wake the hell up, but he just stood there, unfazed. Just as Ken's fist was about to land, he effortlessly dodged to the side. Both the cloaked man and Ricardo were stunned by how quickly it happened. Seeing his punch dodged, Ken swung again in a rage. You bastard! Ghislain dodged it easily. He landed a heavy blow right on his body. Before he could say another word, Ghislain slammed another fist right in Ken's face. But he wasn't a novice and quickly blocked the blow. He calmly stared at him. Suddenly, Ken collapsed to his knees, screaming in pain. The cloaked man rushed forward to support him. Young master, are you all right? Ghislain said softly. Get up. Stop whining. I know you blocked that hit. The man yelled. Back off. Ghislain, do you have any idea what you're doing? The crowd was just as shocked. People started whispering. What was that? Did Ghislain just hit Ken? Did anyone see it clearly? He glanced at the crowd. He realized Ken's plan. So this is how you want to play it? Ken turned, speaking smugly to the cloaked man. How was my acting? The man replied with a gleeful smile. Perfect. You set the scene perfectly to make everyone think Ghislain was at fault. This should be more than enough to call for a duel. Of course, Ken had his own calculations. This was a rare chance to gain powerful support. I have to make a lasting impression this time. He remembered the man's proposal. If you complete this task, my superiors will support House Lodesse. Ken took out a pair of gloves. This was the perfect time to cut away the weakening House Persian. He held up a glove and spoke. How dare you tarnish the dignity of the nobility with your lies? Attacking me just because I wanted to clarify the truth? Ghislain, I challenge you to a fight. The moment Ken finished speaking, another glove slapped him straight across the face. Ghislain said, I challenge you to a duel, Ken Lodes. The glove fell to the ground, leaving a dark expression on his face. Ghislain's voice was sharp. You slandered me, the heir, right in front of the people of Persian. You attacked my knight. You blasphemed the dignity of the nobility. At his side, Ricardo was speechless, watching as Ghislain continued. You're not going to refuse, are you? Right? Both Ken and the cloaked man never expected him to issue a challenge like that. Quickly, he wiped the corner of his mouth and smirked. I knew you were a fool, but I never thought you'd be stupid enough to dig your own grave. He raised his sword. Fine, I accept your challenge, Ken growled, pointing the tip of his blade straight at him. Don't regret this, even if you die. Ghislain called out softly, Ricardo. He quickly replied, Yes, sir. Ghislain continued, Bring all the merchants protesting in front of the castle here. A spark of amusement flashed in his eyes. Tell them I'm going to help them make a huge sum of money. Outside, the festival was suddenly postponed. The atmosphere, which had reached a fever pitch, suddenly cooled down, leaving behind tourists who couldn't return home, filled with regret because they couldn't spend money or kill time. In a situation like this, if an event was held to appease them, Ghislain, with a sharp expression on his face, was standing on the dueling platform, surrounded by a huge crowd of spectators. Below, they scrambled to discuss it. This is the match between young Master Ken and Ghislain. Bet your money on young Master Ken, that bastard. He's finally gonna get what he deserves. A man was taking the opportunity to shout out. Look here, he yelled. Come on, anyone placing bets, form a line. Coins rained down. I'm betting on young Master Ken. Me too. This is the safest bet on the dueling platform. Ken planted his sword into the ground. He complained, How dare you turn a sacred duel into a marketplace like this? Let me make one thing clear before we start. Even if you surrender, my sword won't stop. Ghislain just stood there, calmly observing Ken. He silently recalled the expressions on Ken and the cloaked man's faces. And that was definitely what he was thinking. Ghislain said in a steady voice, Well, it seems we have quite the audience now, don't we? Suddenly, the man in the black cloak shouted, interrupting him. Wait, the man said in a strange voice. You can't have a bet like this. His words made everyone curious. The fat man from before checked his list again. No one had bet on Ghislain, so he didn't really care. He glanced over as the surroundings fell silent. The audience started murmuring again. To be blunt, the result is already obvious. There's no way that guy can beat young Master Ken. Someone bring me a fool stupid enough to bet on the other side. Ken spoke up sarcastically. Oh my, even the bookie is ignoring you. The cloaked man proposed, How about we change the bet? Change it to how long he can last against young Master Ken. Someone stumbled forward and dropped a very large bag of money. It was old Scovan. He was still in pain, but his voice didn't waver. I'm betting on Ghislain. He gave a faint smile. An even bigger bag of money was placed on the table. Elena and Belinda appeared. She crossed her arms and said, I'm also betting on my brother. Ricardo and Scovan looked over in surprise. The most surprised person was probably Ghislain on the stage. Around them, people were still watching. They hadn't expected Lady Elena to do such a thing either. Seeing the fat man hadn't said anything, Elena asked impatiently, This is enough, isn't it? Belinda spoke softly. Just remember that I advised you not to do this. The fat man quickly gathered the money that had just been put down. Ah, yes, this is more than enough. The cloaked man said nothing more and turned away, furious. Ken pouted. You've kept me waiting. Begin. The announcement rang out. Prepare yourself. Ghislain, standing there calmly, spoke up. You know I'm older than you. It would be a bit strange for me to attack first, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Ken immediately shot back. What? Only then did Ghislain draw his sword. He swung his arm, bringing the sword down. A whooshing sound cut through the air. He faced Ken and said, Come on. The other man crouched down, silent. He laughed. Don't you think it's a little too late to act like the elder now? The call echoed out. Begin. The moment the word was spoken, Ken leaped forward like a predator that had just spotted its prey. He raised his sword, his movements powerful and decisive, swinging straight for Ghislain. He quickly raised his own sword to block. The clash of metal rang out, tearing through the air. Ken pressed down with all his force, his voice filled with sarcasm. You've really stooped low just to save face. Without waiting for a reaction, Ken raised his sword again, preparing for his next attack. He had already skillfully backed away, creating distance between them. Not missing the opportunity, Ken plunged his sword straight down, aiming for the spot where Ghislain had just been standing. The tip dug deep with a sharp, cold sound. He pulled the sword out. His movement was decisive. Immediately, he kicked out straight towards him with incredible speed. Ghislain, with his usual composure, simply leaned to one side, causing Ken's attack to hit nothing but air. The air around them seemed to grow hotter, the tension about to explode. As expected of young Master Ken, that other guy can't even take a single hit. Ken's face was lit with a bright smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. Ghislain continued to watch his every move, assessing him internally. Look at him. Down below, Belinda trembled, her hands gripping Elena's tightly. Her voice was lost in fear. What do we do, my lady? We have to stop them right now. The cloaked man also thought smugly. It's too late. No matter who the opponent is, the moment they point their sword at Ken, they've already fallen into his trap. The image of the fight just now replayed in his head. He analyzed it. The opponent, overwhelmed by that immense power, will think they can't possibly counterattack, and so they will exhaust all their strength on their own in this battle. Finally, when the opponent is exhausted from dodging, they will reveal an opening. This is how Ken always wins. On the platform, Ghislain continued to dodge Ken's fatal blows. Ken let out a faint laugh, his voice tinged with sarcasm. You're pretty agile. Looks like your skills have improved, huh? He spun his sword artfully. The steel flashed in the air. Ken smirked. A challenging smile. Not bad. Without giving Ghislain Perium time to answer, Ken launched a vicious surprise attack. He taunted as he attacked. You've always been good at running away. He swung his sword down again. This time, his blade found its mark. Ghislain Perium was knocked downward. Decado screamed, his voice echoing in panic. Young master! Everyone stood frozen, staring in disbelief at his falling figure. No one could utter a word. The man in the cloak smirked. It's over, Ghislain Perium. Just die. Meanwhile, Ghislain Perium was in freefall, the distance to the ground closing rapidly. As he fell, Ghislain Perium quickly twisted his body, regaining his balance in an instant. His voice, calm and unwavering, rang out clearly. I wanted to go easy on you. As he landed, he stared Ken down, his eyes ice cold. But you've crossed the line. In a flash, Ghislain Perium lunged forward. His body shot towards Ken like an arrow. Ken didn't even have time to process what was happening. His eyes could only widen at Ghislain Perium's terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right on top of him. A flash of a sword slashed across Ken's body. Ken's face froze, unable to hide his shock. The man in the cloak gritted his teeth. Did he regain his balance by focusing mana in his feet? Ghislain Perium let out a soft breath. He said nonchalantly, such an arrogant swordsman. You must think you're the strongest because your opponents get scared when you show off a little power, huh? Ghislain Perium turned, his sword pointing forward, ready for the next strike. Let me open your eyes for you. Ken was furious. His eyes burned with uncontrollable rage as he swung his sword and charged. His voice dripped with mockery as he snarled, Oh, is that right? And how are you going to help me? Ghislain Perium remained perfectly calm. He took a precise step back, as if he had already anticipated his opponent's attack. He immediately spun around and kicked the hand holding the sword. Without losing momentum, Ghislain Perium leaped high into the air, his body spinning before he landed. Ken roared in fury like a cornered beast. He swung his sword again, each attack filled with rage. Ghislain Perium gracefully dodged to the side, avoiding his blade. He immediately stomped down hard on Ken's sword, but they won't wait for me. To carry out my business plans, I have to prepare faster. Suddenly, Elena and Belinda appeared beside him. The decisive move made him falter. Ghislain Perium's gaze became as sharp as a blade. The sword in his hand swung up. The movement was clean and precise. A single slash struck Ken directly. Ghislain Perium's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were cold as blood gushed from Ken's body. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Ken was wounded again. The crowd below erupted. What was that just now? Duke Ghislain Perium has improved so much. Wait, is he actually going to win? Damn it, I bet on young Master Ken, Elena said proudly to Belinda. See? Miss Van sighed in relief. The man in the cloak was furious. Ken looked down at the sword wounds crisscrossing his body. These wounds are shallow. He could have cut deeper. He did this on purpose. His face darkened. How can a thug like him have such swordsmanship? Ghislain Perium glanced at Ken. His face was still expressionless as he watched him. Suddenly, Ghislain Perium threw his sword away. He said, This skill gap isn't any fun. Ghislain Perium declared, From now on, I'll fight you barehanded. His words successfully provoked Ken. He roared, What? Ghislain Perium turned to face him directly. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to teach you a lesson. Ghislain Perium rolled up his sleeves. His voice was serious. With my fists. Ken was on one knee, looking up at Ghislain Perium. In disbelief, he asked, Teach me a lesson? Calmly rolling up his sleeves, Ghislain Perium walked closer and replied, That's right. You don't seem to be doing so well against my swordsmanship. So I'll take the handicap. Let's fight barehanded. You'll do better that way. Hearing this, he was taken aback. Ghislain Perium raised an eyebrow and said, Instead, I'll add another 2,000 gold to the bet, doubling the original amount on my victory. The crowd outside immediately burst into heated discussion. Barehanded? Another person asked, startled. A 2,000 gold bet? Someone else chimed in. This is a duel between two people. The man in the black cloak was startled. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't hide his glee. Bowing his head with a wide grin, he thought to himself, He dares to challenge Ken in a hand-to-hand fight. To think I'd have to be grateful for his madness. For now, luck is on our side. A portly man, the referee, immediately grew excited. He yelled, "All right, the bet is added. This will be a bare-handed match. Young Master Ghislain Perium versus Young Master Ken." The audience outside the circle roared upon hearing the news. "All right, a bare-handed fight, huh? I'll place another bet on Ken. Challenging that guy with pure strength is just plain stupid. But this time, I'm betting on young Master Ghislain Perium." The wind blew through Ghislain Perium's golden hair. He stood tall alone, his gaze resolute. Ken, who had been listening to the chatter with his head down, suddenly laughed. "Bare-handed? You're making me laugh." The muscles on his arms bulged. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He continued, "Fine. Go ahead and fight without a weapon." After speaking, Ken flung his arm up, throwing his red cloak high into the air. Then he raised his sword to the sky and charged towards Ghislain Perium, shouting, "And I will use my sword." Belinda watched from the sidelines, worried. She yelled out, "This is insane, young master. You should draw your sword, too." On the other side, Ken's eyes sharpened as he thrust his sword down hard. Ghislain Perium stood still, watching the blade approach. He was completely unconcerned. He said, "Just as I thought. I really do need to beat some sense into you." Ken thrust his sword down, but at the same moment, Ghislain Perium had already sidestepped, moving away gracefully. Ken, in disbelief, leaped up and thrust down hard once more. Ghislain Perium's feet slid swiftly to the side, dodging the attack. No matter which way he stabbed, Ghislain Perium moved quickly, dodging to the side with fluid grace. Then, while Ken's sword was stuck in the ground, before he could pull it out, Ghislain Perium punched him hard in the leg. His eyes flashed sharply as he brought his fist up from below with all his might, landing a powerful blow on Ken's chin. Ken was punched so hard his head snapped back at a sharp angle. He staggered, planting a hand on the ground to keep his balance. Ken lowered his head in disbelief, thinking, "What? How could his punch move so strangely?" Seeing him kneeling on the ground, the audience below roared, "This is intense. Can young Master Ghislain Perium really win this match?" Ghislain Perium stood tall, looked at Ken and said, "Get up. I haven't even started yet." He furiously gritted his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Ken grabbed his sword and charged at Ghislain Perium, who stood casually before him. He swiftly dodged each of Ken's attacks. Then, Ghislain Perium punched him hard in the face and said, "Until now, you couldn't even look me in the eye. You've been avoiding me ever since I showed up." He grabbed the arm holding Ken's sword and twisted it sharply behind his back. Next, Ghislain Perium lifted his leg and kicked him hard in the torso. Ken's face contorted in pain as he screamed, "I have to kill you to protect the future of the Logres family." Then Ghislain Perium repeatedly punched him hard on both sides of his face, again and again. In the end, Ken's face was swollen like a pig's head. He muttered in a panic, "Why?" Ghislain Perium's hand reached out, gently grabbing Ken's hair and pulling it to force his head up. He looked at Ken's bruised face and said, "I feel sorry for your father." Hearing this, Ken looked at Ghislain Perium with suspicion, saying nothing. He looked at Ken and slowly explained, "Count Logres helped Perdion, even when it was on the verge of collapse, simply because he was my friend." Ghislain Perium's eyes stared intently as he continued. But in the end, his son had other ideas, contrary to his father's will. Startled, Ken's eyes flew open, and he stared at him. A few years ago at Castle Logis, a confused shout echoed, "Continue helping Perdion again?" Watching Count Logis' retreating back, Ken's voice called out, "Even if you are friends with Count Perdion, we're in trouble ourselves. Why do you keep helping such a toxic land? It's no different from pouring water into a cracked bucket." He yelled at his father's back, "You haven't even been back for a week, and now you're going to help Perdion again?" Ken furrowed his brow and stared at him, saying nothing more. The Count's body froze when he heard his son's plea. "Don't go, father." Ken gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone has tried to stop you. Why are you so obsessed with helping Perdion?" Count Logis finally stopped and turned back, looking at him in silence. Only now did Ken remember what that man said. "Because we're friends. That's all." Suddenly, Giselle's eyes flashed as he drew back a fist, wind whipping around it, and lunged at him. The eyes on his bruised face quickly shut tight. Giselle's voice cut in at that moment. "I'd say that's enough of a lesson for you, wouldn't you?" Startled, Ken's eyes shot open, looking towards him. Giselle offered his hand to him, speaking gently. "Get up." Ken looked at the hand before him and closed his eyes. Then, he bowed his head low. Finally, without looking up, Ken said, "I have truly lost." The crowd below was stunned. Everyone stared with wide, unbelieving eyes, utterly silent. The man in the black cloak was also frozen in place. Then, instantly, the crowd erupted into excited cheers. "Young Master Giselle won. I won my bet. I can't believe it. My money." Elena immediately jumped up and down, shouting with joy, "My brother won!" The man in the black cloak quickly leaped onto the stage, rushing towards Ken. He got close to his ear and yelled, "How could you admit defeat so quickly? Just because you were at a slight disadvantage? What the hell are you doing?" "I trusted you." Ken turned his head away, shoving the man off as he yelled, "Let go! It's all over!" The man in the black cloak asked in shock. "What?" He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! This big lug." From behind the man, Giselle said with a bright smile, "Now, I believe it's time I do what I need to do, right?" The man in the black cloak asked suspiciously. "What are you talking about?" Giselle immediately stood on the stage and shouted, "Attention, everyone! This man here has volunteered to pay for all the food and drinks for everyone gathered here." The man yelled in shock. "What?" A huge roar erupted from below. "Food and drinks! It's been so long since we had a party like this. You're the best, my young master." The man in the black cloak approached him, shouting, "I won't acknowledge that. Take back your declaration right now." Ghislain Perium slammed a hand onto the man's shoulder. He pressed down hard, saying, "This is the price for losing a match. You should at least have that much decency, right? And just to be clear, that money won't be deducted from the bet." Ghislain Perium pressed down harder on the man's shoulder, shouting, "And add 2,000 gold to our wager." It was originally 1,000 gold. His expression darkened, becoming incredibly intimidating. A threat. If you dare to run, you know what will happen. The man's eyes were filled with the terrifying image of Ghislain Perium. Ghislain Perium turned and walked away, leaving him kneeling on the ground. Stammering, he replied, Understood." Light illuminated the magnificent and solemn castle of the Persian family. The next day, looking into Ghislain Perium's room from outside, a wooden chest sat on the floor. A small sound escaped it. He opened the lid, revealing the sparkling gold coins inside. He saw it. Ghislain Perium let out a cry of surprise. "Oh my!" He looked at the gold coins in his hand, thinking to himself, "I could hire a small band of mercenaries with this money. This is no small sum." He closed the lid with his hand, closing his eyes in thought, but it would take a long time to earn more. Ghislain saw him and grinned. He frowned and turned to ask, "What?" She smiled gently and asked, "Brother, what are you planning to do with that money?" Ghislain's eyes narrowed as he stared at Elena. "Do you want some?" She touched her face and replied with a laugh, "I'm just asking." Belinda closed her eyes and added with a smile, "It's quite obvious what he's going to use it for." Hearing this, he looked at her with extreme suspicion. Belinda continued with a bright smile, "Lady Amelia's birthday is coming up, isn't it? You did all this because you want to buy her an expensive gift, don't you?" Seeing his silence, she praised him with a smile. "How very wise of you, my lord." Elena gritted her teeth in annoyance and yelled, "Oh, come on, doing all that just to look good in front of your fiancé." In the silence, Ghislain's face was filled with confusion. "I have a fiancé?" Ghislain couldn't believe his ears. "I have a fiancé?" Belinda glanced at him. "You must be embarrassed, so you're just pretending not to remember, right?" "Ha ha." Elena sighed in exasperation. "It's Amelia, from the house of Count Zaphon." He looked like he hated the entire world. His eyes became lifeless. For some reason, Ghislain imagined a bizarre spider. "I have a fiancé?" Giselher couldn't believe his ears. "I have a fiancé?" Belinda glanced at him. "You must be embarrassed, so you're just pretending not to remember, right?" "Haha," Belinda sighed in exasperation. "It's Amelia, from the house of Count Jaipon." He looked as if he bore a grudge against the whole world. His eyes became vacant. For some reason, Giselher imagined a grotesque spider. Ah, that woman, Amelia Jaipon. He remembered his past life. She should be compared to an apple that's beautiful on the outside and has been gnawed away from behind. A noble woman admired by all, for her kindness and her behavior that didn't discriminate based on status. But later, she would lead the rebel army and be known as the Witch of the North. His eyes were now filled with nothing but rage, and together with Duke Delphim, she would sing the hymn of Berlin's fall. A cheater. For some reason, Giselher's lips parted. He already had a plan. A traitor. "Belinda, when will father be back?" She hesitated, her answer uncertain. Probably in about a week." He put his hands in his pockets and left. "A week, huh? That should be enough." Not knowing what Giselher intended to do. "I'm going to stop by the Jaipon fiefdom." Belinda was utterly baffled. "Wait, but her birthday isn't even here yet. Why all of a sudden?" He turned back and said, "To get my money." The scene shifts to Amelia, who is dressed in a splendid outfit. She is taking off her shoes. Near her mouth is a spider. To curry favor in the eyes of the public, the air falls silent as she pushes the pair of shoes in front of a begging child. The child, barely awake, stammers, "Ah, Lady Amelia, could it be?" Amelia isn't like the rumors say. "If anyone must go barefoot in my city, it shall be I alone." "Ah, let me repeat that. It shall be I alone." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, my lady." Before everyone's eyes, the soldiers helped clean up. Amelia left with the love and trust of the people. "Thank you, my lady. Thank you." He is sitting on a chair while a bodyguard washes his feet. Amelia's garden. Zeppelin Bernard looks at Amelia with adoration. You've worked hard, my lady. Stroking a cat, Bernard was also helpless. While the cat enjoys it, always demanding absolute dependence from everyone. She sat in a shockingly improper pose. Your battle with that so-called swordmaster. How did it go? Her small foot was resting right on Bernard's face. Please forgive me. I was merely trying to limit any attention as much as possible. If I had won, your actions would have attracted a great deal of notice. He gently took her foot and explained, it is not yet time to bare our fangs. He then dared to kiss her foot. My sword belongs to you. Amelia was still not satisfied. Then what have I raised you to be? She immediately lifted his chin. Bernard didn't take his eyes off her. You certainly know how to draw attention. She leaned in close to his face. You must not appear weak on the outside. Outside the magnificent castle. Inside they spoke in riddles. And what about the Merchant Guild? If it's the Actium Guild, you have nothing to worry about, my lady. He also affirmed, you are busy purchasing materials to rebuild the outpost in the desolate beast forest, which was already half destroyed by Oscar's attacks. Near Perjone, yes. In other words, we are skimming all the support funds Bernard sends to Perjone every year. Who could possibly suspect the fiancé no one wants? Bernard was fully prepared. You have also recruited all the soldiers and knights who left Perjone. They are numerous, experienced soldiers, trained by the MG, so their quality is top-notch. I don't want anything to happen right now. It's not good. Continue to maintain the cover of an ordinary merchant guild. The butler entered and announced, pardon the intrusion. Bernard immediately switched to bodyguard mode. The lady is resting. How dare you disturb her? How dare you? The old man could only bow his head. There's a report from the gate. Sir Ghislain Perium has just arrived, not expecting his sudden visit. Why is that nuisance here? The butler was sweating buckets, not daring to finish his sentence. The expressions on both their faces were as if he had hit a nerve as he continued. It's highly suspicious. He said he has something to discuss about the Merchant Guild. Just like that, the scene changed to the reception room. She sat holding the cat, opposite Ghislain Perium. He sat with his legs crossed, offering a friendly and enthusiastic greeting. Hello, Amelia. In return, he was met with a less than welcoming attitude from both master and pet. The moment he opened his mouth, she shot him down in cold blood. It's quite rude of you to arrive unannounced. Have you thrown all etiquette out the window? An excuse that fell from the sky. Yet, Ghislain Perium managed to say, your birthday is coming up, isn't it? I intended to give you your gift early. He gently placed a cheap flower on the table. I found something from a guild on the front lines. It has a very nice scent. I think I'll buy flowers from there from now on. What was that guild's name again? I don't know. Ghislain Perium was planning something, getting straight to the point. Ah, that's right, the Activum Guild. She was stunned for a moment, speechless at his loaded words. With no other choice, she had to stand up and leave. I have no idea what you're talking about. Amelia clutched her cat, trying to avoid the issue. I'll accept the gift, so you can leave now. But that wasn't all. He had returned, more formidable than before, calling out her full name and giving an order. Amelia Rifen, sit down. She froze in an instant, not daring to take another step. Worry was clear in her thoughts. What is this pressure? She didn't dare turn completely around to see if this was the same person who used to be so flustered and stammer whenever he was in front of her. Ghislain Perium made a frank request. I'll be brief. I need money. Give me 10,000 gold. Amelia was shocked to her core. How could she have imagined this scene? Giving her such a huge gift right after they met, then suddenly showing up to borrow money from his fiancé? Is this Count Persian's idea? He immediately denied it. This has nothing to do with him. Just give it to me. Ghislain Perium directly poured the cup of coffee out beside him. It's not like you were planning on marrying me anyway, were you? Amelia felt as if she had just fallen from the sky, only daring to glance at him in silence. Ghislain Perium pretty much knew everything already. It's that night outside the door, isn't it? Once you're in power, you can do whatever you want. But before that, what if the fact that you're secretly building up forces for the Zephyr family's succession war gets exposed? A cat lunged at him in a fury. If you don't stop, this will end badly. That call made her freeze. Prince Ghislain Perium. Amelia's tone was nonchalant and challenging. Even if you're joking, you shouldn't say such things. But Ghislain Perium wasn't the type to be easily provoked. Don't worry, I'll keep that a secret, as long as I don't have to leave empty-handed. This fiancé of his was no less headstrong. She answered decisively, never. Then she called out. The door slowly opened. Bernat appeared as dangerous as ever, the type who was gentle only with her. Bernat stepped forward to inquire. It's been a while, hasn't it, Prince Ghislain Perium? He knew all about this guy. Bernat, someone who had always been on Amelia's side in the past. Ghislain Perium had to admit it, even back then. His skills were on par with a northern swordmaster. But now, how could someone of his caliber possibly make me falter? If I'd hear, a territorial war will break out. Can you bear that burden? She remained calm. Of course. Amelia's true nature was showing. She had already thought of an excuse to get away with it. A troublemaker suddenly broke in and was killed by a guard. That's what the world will be told. Did she think she was the one in charge or something? Daring to disregard someone's life like that. Damn it, he's charging straight in. He drew his sword on her command. Ghislain Perium was lost in thought for a long moment before speaking. If you're planning to go that far, then of course, you'll have to ask my sword. See if it agrees. I suppose I should get a little serious, shouldn't I? Just then, Ghislain Perium was sitting on the chair, holding his sword, ready for battle, and that Bernard guy was standing in front of Amelia. His eyes glowed, showing his anger. He gave Ghislain Perium a smug smile, and in return, he shot a sharp glare back at him, not faltering in the slightest. Ghislain Perium sat with his sword propped up on the chair. He remained silent, as if waiting for something to happen. He didn't have to wait long. Right after that, a masked man lunged with a sword, attacking him from behind. His expression grew heavy. The sneak attacker's blade stabbed into the back of the chair, aiming to pierce through it. Indeed, his blade had gone all the way through. But Ghislain Perium had quickly flipped down to the ground, causing the man to stab into empty air. He took advantage of that moment, planting a kick on the masked man's chest, causing him so much pain his eyes rolled back. Then the man was kicked hard by Ghislain Perium, so hard that he slammed into the wall in front of them. It began to crack and shatter. Both Bernard and Amelia were utterly astounded, their eyes wide with shock at seeing how strong he was. After dealing with one of them, Ghislain Perium turned to mock the assassin, pretending to be polite and then launching a sneak attack. Then he drew his sword again and rushed to attack Bernard. He spoke with contempt. This is a terrible way to treat a guest. Bernard quickly raised his sword to block. A burst of energy erupted from the clash of their blades. Ghislain Perium coldly asked him, "Does the Fion family have no knightly spirit at all?" He replied with a calm demeanor, "My apologies, but the one who was rude first was the Grand Duke. You barged in without a word of warning and upset the young lady. For someone like that, there's no need for courtesy from the start." With that, he began to put his strength into attacking Ghislain Perium. The tip of Bernard's sword thrust straight forward, but he quickly flipped his body to the side. The man swiftly slashed again. Seeing Ghislain Perium leap up, he quickly rolled down to the ground. Now close to the ground, he seized the opportunity to throw a kick backwards, startling him. Bernard quickly slid back to dodge. He thought to himself, "Grand Duke Ghislain Perium, I heard you were just a useless show-off, but it seems you're not a complete amateur, are you?" He assessed Ghislain Perium's strength as he observed him. Amelia, standing to the side with her arms crossed, asked, "What are you doing, Bernard? Are you just going to let that thug?" Bernard turned back in a panic, calling, "My lady." She frowned with an ugly expression and ordered, "Quickly, take that man's head from me, if you truly are my sword." Hearing the woman's words, he felt helpless and fell into silence. Then he spoke, "I will not disappoint you." With that, his hand tightened around his sword, pointing it forward. Bernard's eyes glowed dangerously. He said, "Come at me," Giselle scoffed. "A mere guard dares to give me orders?" He continued arrogantly, "I was holding back, but if you don't know your place, I will grant your wish." Saying so, Bernard raised his sword and lunged to attack. Giselle also raised his sword to meet him. Bernard's face was vicious as he thrust his sword tip forward, as if he could cut him down in an instant. Giselle's eyes flew open in focus. Then he leaned to one side to dodge the fatal blow. His expression was now a bit heavy. He thought, "This bastard is fast." Bernard's expression grew even more smug and furious when he saw him waver slightly. After that, he began to unleash countless powerful blows. Meanwhile, Giselle was still able to dodge and counterattack. The ugly Amelia stood there watching, thinking in disbelief. "Giselle, how can a thug like you fight on par with an expert like Bernard?" But then she seemed to think of some dangerous scheme and narrowed her eyes. Over here, Giselle was still holding off Bernard's attacks. His opponent's blade suddenly slid past the hilt of his sword. Giselle successfully pushed his attack away. The sharp tip of his own sword was now pointed at that Bernard's shoulder. Finally, his sword successfully pinned his arm to his side. Bernard, like a mad grasshopper, lunged with his sword once more. Giselle frowned contemptuously and asked, "That move again?" Then, he hooked his leg in a circle over the man's head. The sword was still stuck in his arm. Suddenly, his expression held a hint of alarm. Bernard used his brute strength to swing Giselle and slam him to the ground. He had regained his confidence now and snarled, "A second time won't work." Then he threw him, slamming him violently onto the ground. A tremor ran through the room. His hand lost its grip on the sword hilt, and Giselle gritted his teeth in pain. Bernard seized the moment and lunged again with his sword, aiming to take his life. But Giselle quickly raised his leg to block his sword, then slid to the side. He then used all his strength to leap into the air before landing safely on the ground. His sword was still pinning the man's arm. At that moment, he marveled inwardly. "So you're using mana to reinforce your body and block my techniques?" Bernard drew his sword then, stepping forward as he spoke. "Grand Duke Giselle, you're nothing like the rumors said. I guess you can't know an opponent's true strength until you cross swords." Then he frowned and tossed his sword behind him, continuing arrogantly, Your swordsmanship seems to have been forged in real combat, not through proper training. Did you fight too many of those orcs? So you learned their ways? That style might be useful on a chaotic battlefield, but against me, it's useless." With that, he began to swing his sword again. Bernard's expression was ugly and smug. He said, "Your arrogance ends here." Ghislain was also breathing heavily, thinking, "He's tougher than I thought." Then he began to analyze. The thrusts from that narrow blade, the attacks aimed right at my head, they make it hard to gauge the distance and timing. Up close, the difference in our physical strength makes it hard for me to overpower him with technique. I knew from the start he wouldn't be an easy opponent. After a moment of calculation, Ghislain raised his hand, releasing a thin wire. Then he said coldly, "I don't have much time either." Instantly, he shot the wire forward. It zipped past Bernard, who cried out in shock, "Mana!" He stood there, too stunned to react. But by the time he could, Ghislain had already used the wire to snatch his own sword hilt and slam it into the back of Bernard's head, causing him to stumble forward in alarm. But Ghislain was already there to meet him with a jumping knee. His knee crashed hard into Bernard's face, and blood spurted out. Bernard, his face red and covered in blood, thought in shock, What are you doing?" Seeing this, Amelia cried out in panic, "Bernard!" While he was clutching his nose in pain, Ghislain gripped his sword and swung down, pressing with all his might as Bernard blocked with his own blade, crying out as if to summon the strength to resist. Forced back, he used all his strength to evade and pull his sword away from Ghislain's attack. Meanwhile, Ghislain slid backward, struggling to keep his footing. Bernard quickly warned Amelia, "My lady, get out of here. I can no longer guarantee your safety. From now on, I'm going all out." After saying that, he narrowed his eyes again, pointing his sword forward, still looking very confident. Ghislain fell silent for a moment. Then he exclaimed, "All right, bring it on." His eyes were pensive and cold as he spoke. "It's been a while since I've met an opponent as interesting as you." Cut to Amelia. She was hugging her cat, lifting her dress as she ran outside with all her might. As she ran, she thought resentfully, "Ghislain, how dare you humiliate me like this? Who was it? What idiot dared to leak information about the merchant guild to that madman Ghislain? Otherwise, how could he know so much? The rumors about him killing orcs, protecting his sister from assassins, and even defeating the heir of the Lorgester family. Based on that scoundrel's past, I just thought he was lucky, or that the rumors were greatly exaggerated. But who could have known? I thought he was just lucky, or that the rumors were exaggerated. But who could have known?" Amelia clenched her teeth, unable to accept it. Her eyes burned with indignation as she frowned. Damn it. Running outside, she irritably asked her guards, "What the hell are you all doing?" But what she saw was a mysterious figure in a black cloak. Beneath that person lay the countless bodies of her guards. She froze on the spot. Hearing the noise, the person began to turn around. It was Belinda. She gave a faint smile and called out, "Oh, it's been a while, hasn't it, my lady?" Seeing her, Amelia exclaimed in shock, "Persian's maid? Why are you?" Belinda clicked her tongue, her face hidden by her hood. Then she swiftly appeared behind Amelia, restraining her with a small, sharp dagger. "This is just a reminder. Be quiet." This threw Amelia into a panic. She quickly reacted, glancing back with fearful eyes. Then Belinda reached around with her other hand, snatched the spider from the corner of her mouth, and said with contempt, "Good grief, you still keep this disgusting spider near your mouth." She narrowed her sharp eyes and made a guess. "It must have been at the engagement ceremony. I remember overhearing a conversation between the Count and his lordship. Your brothers teased you because of those hideous spiders, so you started raising them yourself for revenge. I don't know if you did it to overcome your trauma or to prove a point." As Belinda spoke, she pressed the dagger closer to Amelia's neck, causing her to drop the cat in fear. Then Belinda threw the ugly spider to the ground and continued, "Forgive me for saying this, but it doesn't suit you, my lady." Then she stomped on it with all her might. Instantly, the spider was crushed to pieces. Belinda then asked, "Will you cooperate quietly now?" Cut to inside the room. Meanwhile, Ghislain was still facing off against Bernard. Ghislain looked at his opponent, thinking silently. The atmosphere is so heavy, so heavy. The pressure he's emitting is immense. Bernard stood there, sword pointed, eyes blazing. Suddenly, he spoke. "An opponent worthy of my entertainment, you say?" Then his anger flared. "That's something a humble mercenary would say. And yet, you dare call yourself a noble, like my lady?" Ghislain replied calmly. "Of course, I am a noble. How could a simple bodyguard like you possibly understand?" After that, they both fell silent again, facing each other without a word. Suddenly, he shouted, "Young Master Ghislain!" Then he lunged, attacking Ghislain with his sword. Ghislain quickly parried. Bernard's expression grew more vicious as he hissed, "Don't tarnish the dignity of the nobility." Then, what looked like countless sword points thrust forward at Ghislain. His eyes became intensely focused. As Bernard thrust his sword relentlessly, Ghislain, managed to block every single one of those fatal blows. Suddenly, a sword point came at his neck. He exclaimed in alarm, "This guy!" He leaned to his right again to dodge, but the attacks kept coming. He couldn't help but marvel. Is he really this good? The two continued to exchange spectacular blows. While parrying, Ghislain said, "Your attacks are fierce." Then he continued to meet Bernard's moves. Bernard didn't reply. Ghislain then raised his sword, aiming to thrust down. Bernard's own thrust went wide. Before he could pull his sword back, another blade came circling up from under his, but he quickly flicked his wrist, maneuvering his sword to evade. Then it clashed with Ghislain's sword once more. His wrist was incredibly flexible, continuously twirling his sword in the air. At that moment, they both slashed out, their two attacks colliding. Bernard spoke again, "Young Master Ghislain." Meanwhile, Ghislain was still trying to fight back. He thrust his sword forward once more and said confidently, "This is the finale." Bernard's blade pierced Ghislain. A spray of fresh blood erupted into the air. Bernard frowned, a look of surprise on his face. His blade had successfully cut into Ghislain's shoulder. He thought to himself, he was willing to get injured and take the hit with his shoulder, but Ghislain quickly recovered, sweeping past him and striking back. While fending off Bernard, he said, "Seems I can't let my guard down for even a second." Instantly, he knocked Ghislain's attack aside. Then, Bernard took the opportunity to kick him, sending him flying backward. He now looked on with confident contempt. This is the difference between me and someone who only swings a sword for entertainment. After being kicked, Ghislain was thrown backward. He was breathing a little heavily now. Then he mused to himself, "What a wonderfully entertaining fight this is." Then, his expression unwavering, he looked straight ahead. He began analyzing again, his speed, his reach, and his overwhelmingly powerful consecutive attacks. He's controlling the flow of the battle. Even if I try to get in close for a counterattack with grappling, he neutralizes it. But during our clashes, he makes it seem like our swords are tangled, tricking me into thinking they can't be separated. With my current mana levels, I can't withstand a few more attacks like that. Bernard lunged with his sword once again, as if wanting to end the match. He thought again, but that was only with the amount of mana I used to have. What a shame. He then began to lift his sword. "I have to end this fight right now. There's one thing you've overlooked." Giselle touched the hilt of his sword, his expression cold. He began to unleash his surging mana, then he thought again. "This is my unique method for circulating mana." His eyes turned dangerous. A stream of light appeared in front of his chest. He began to unleash the third psychic force. His speed was so fast that the human eye couldn't keep up. He moved. Only a faint blur could be seen. When he came into view, Giselle was already lunging at Bernard. He gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. Then, he thrust forward with all his might, attacking his opponent's sword. His mana-infused blade pressed down on his opponent's, then swiped it aside. Then, their clash created an explosion in midair. Giselle successfully knocked Bernard's sword away. It flew to one side, embedding itself deep into the floor. Stunned and alarmed, he thought, "Young Master Giselle, how can you release such an explosive amount of mana?" Before he could think any further, Giselle decisively thrust his sword at him. A moment later, the sharp tip of his sword was pointed right at Bernard's forehead. He leaned back to dodge, but failed. Just then, Belinda walked in, holding a restrained Amelia. Stunned and alarmed, he thought, "Young Master Giselle, how can you release such an explosive amount of mana?" Angry and panicked, she gritted her teeth and said, "Stop, take the 10,000 gold and get lost." Giselle replied, "Humph, you buzzkill. Why didn't you do this when I asked nicely?" He then pulled the sword away from Bernard's forehead. Belinda teased, "My goodness, what kind of lover's quarrel leaves such a mess?" "My lord," Giselle replied, "just a small disagreement." After slinging his sword over his shoulder, he said casually, "I have some bad news for you, Amelia." Giselle's eyes were sharp and cold as he declared, "The fee just went up to 20,000 gold." The defeated soldiers were sprawled across the floor, the chaotic aftermath of a battle. A flower vase was smashed to pieces, causing a white cat to hide silently under a chair in fear. This was the wrath of Amelia Zeppelin. Bernard bowed his head and admitted his fault. "My apologies, my lady. He's much stronger than the rumors suggested. It's my fault for not assessing the situation beforehand." In a flash, he drew out enough mana to overwhelm a high-ranking knight. With bloodshot eyes, Amelia spoke in a tone that was both cold and furious. "You've changed a lot, haven't you, Giselle Persian?" Bernard quickly suggested, "Should we report this to Duke Delphim?" Amelia's powerful hand immediately struck Bernard across the face after that question. As if adding fuel to the fire, she grabbed Bernard by the collar and warned, "Watch your mouth. Do you have any idea how terrifying Duke Delphim is? If what happened today gets out, we'll be executed on the spot." Hearing this, Bernard lowered his head, not daring to speak further. Amelia added her reason, "I'm secretly working with Duke Delphim behind my father's back because I promised to support his rebellion in exchange for his help in overthrowing Eojiun. If this gets out, my own brothers will kill me." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. her face contorting. If the council knows all our secrets, they probably know about this deal too. No matter what it takes, we must kill Giselle. After hearing this, Bernard confirmed, understood. Amelia asked about the situation. What's Giselle's physical condition? Bernard replied, he has some injuries on his body and a large wound on his shoulder. Recalling the chaotic battle, Bernard described it. After summoning that burst of mana, his condition will be unstable for a while. Bernard's expression suddenly tensed, and he hesitated. But, he explained, if we don't want to leave a trail, we can't use the knights of our domain. Amelia replied nonchalantly, I know. That's why I've been raising those kids. Hearing this, Bernard wondered, don't tell me. An image of the Claw Guild's captain appeared in Bernard's mind. Ego, that piece of scum. He moved a flag on the strategy map. Amelia, pleased with her choice, said, a veteran of the battlefield, with no humanity and no identity. A specialist among the unidentified. Clearly, an assassin's guild, Amelia ordered. Send those guys here. Pick about 18 of them who are proficient with mana. Hearing this, Bernard understood the situation, just as I thought. He began to outline the plan. That small road is the only path from the Rayphone domain to Perseon, although the terrain makes it easy to hide. To take care of him quietly and cleanly, that place is the most suitable. Having determined the course of action, he declared firmly, I will make thorough preparations. Amelia's face was now full of ambition, her eyes filled with indignant fury. Since Giselle made me suffer this humiliation, he will pay a fitting price. Scene changed to a busy street. A carriage sped hastily along. Giselle was inside, bandaging the large wound on his shoulder. He grimaced. Was it Amelia? Fergus sat opposite him, looking at the young master with concern. Are you all right? Giselle replied, don't you worry, old man. It's nothing serious. Giselle put on his shirt and touched his wound. Reassuring Fergus, he said, the wound isn't too deep. Not too bad, considering I overdid it. After speaking, he fell into a silent contemplation. The 20,000 gold from Amelia is a large enough sum to rebuild our domain. This will save us several years. He felt a pang of regret. It would have been better if I could have killed them both, but it would be hard to avoid a war over the domain. I can't let my emotional outbursts put the domain in danger. Giselle put on his coat, his thoughts still wandering. Verizon is at a stalemate. They can barely stop the barbarians' incursions. So this is the best opportunity to push them back. Giselle adjusted his clothes cautiously. The fact that I know the demon cult's secret will make you wary and force you to act carefully. Having grasped Amelia's weakness, Giselle was confident. This time, I will make full use of you. Seeing him lost in thought, Belinda stared intently at him. She couldn't help but speak up. Everything went just as you said it would, young master, didn't it? Giselle confirmed. Belinda recalled, they said that if they heard fighting inside, they would subdue the guards. Then Lady Amelia would come out, so we should take her hostage. Giselle put on an evasive expression and asked, feigning ignorance, oh, is that so? But I assigned that task to Lord Fergus. As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. His body reacted, and he covered his mouth with his hand. Seeing this, Fergus cried out in alarm, young Master Giselle! Giselle looked at his hand, covered in blood from his mouth. He said calmly, this is the third time, and my energy core is still being destroyed? Observing the blood, he analyzed his condition. It's better than last time. But at this rate, it's a real problem every time I use my power. I need to find a way to increase my mana quickly. Suddenly, Belinda grabbed Giselle's bloody hand, startling him. Giselle was puzzled by her action and unconsciously called her name, Belinda. Belinda used her magic and said, your mana flow. It's completely chaotic. With that, she channeled magic around Giselle's bloody hand. His eyes widened in surprise. Giselle felt something rising in his throat again and thought he was about to cough up more blood. But it wasn't that. He exhaled a plume of white vapor and turned to look. The blood on his hand had also gradually disappeared. Giselle was bewildered. Without a deep understanding of mana, this kind of healing would be impossible. He glanced at Belinda, thinking to himself, Belinda. I heard Mother brought her home, so I figured she wasn't just some ordinary person. He now saw Belinda in a different light. What is this special constitution? I don't get why someone with this much power would be in a remote countryside like this. Giselle was secretly pleased. The more strong people in the domain, the better. The guys I've met so far are just the beginning. The carriage continued to speed down the road. Inside, Belinda spoke up, calling for the young master. Belinda said sincerely, because I trust you, young master, no matter what you do, I will always help you unconditionally. So please, tell me, why did you take such a large sum of money? From Lady Amelia? Giselle remained silent for a few seconds before answering. I have something I need the money for, and besides Amelia, there's no one else around here who's rich enough. After hearing his answer, the two people sitting across from him were completely stunned. Belinda couldn't help but exclaim, huh? Ghislain explained, it's fine. Amelia would never tell her father. Belinda replied, no. What I mean is, we risked so much just to borrow money, and that's the only reason? If Count Zethan hears about this, it's going to be a huge problem. Ghislain asked her back. Do you trust me? With a forced smile, Belinda replied, Oh, yes, I suppose so. But at least tell the person who helped you escape from danger what you're going to use the money for, okay? Ghislain remained silent, not saying a word. Just when she thought he wouldn't say anything more, he suddenly spoke. The forest of mana beasts. His words took Belinda completely by surprise. Ghislain shared his plan. I'm going to develop the forest of mana beasts. Hearing this, Fergus couldn't hide his worry and tried to stop him. You can't do that, young Master Dogan. There have been many major development attempts since your great-grandfather's time. But he cut Fergus off. Ghislain said, Lord Fergus, what about that favor I asked of you before we entered the city? Fergus's face went pale, and his forehead was beaded with sweat. He called out, Young Master Dogan. The old man seemed to hesitate, then spoke haltingly. Yes, the person you were looking for is indeed exactly where you said he would be. But are you sure it's him? His condition, Ghislain said decisively. As long as he's alive, that's all that matters. I'm heading there right now. Belinda tried to stop him. Shouldn't you be returning to your territory? How can you just wander around in your current condition? Ghislain protested. Belinda, after how we treated Amelia, do you really think they'll just let us leave in peace? As if understanding, Belinda went, Ah, right. Ghislain knew that woman's personality all too well. She'll definitely want me dead to tie up loose ends. Belinda stood up, flexing her muscles confidently. Young master, I'm a very good fighter. Lord Fergus is also a knight, so if necessary, I'll take care of them quickly. Ghislain said, trying to reassure her. That's comforting to hear, but that's not your role. We have different areas of expertise, Ghislain stated firmly. I need a vanguard to lead the charge. I'm going to meet him. The carriage came to a stop. Everyone got out and stood in front of a house. Ghislain knocked on the door, knock knock, while observing the house. Belinda said, This family, aren't they on the verge of total collapse? Fergus scratched his head. The address is definitely correct. A hand pushed the door open. A tall, burly man with a shaggy beard and unkempt hair covering his entire face emerged, as if he hadn't shaved in a long time. Stepping out, the man asked, Who are you? Everyone was shocked by the man's appearance. They just stood there, frozen to the spot. Belinda turned and whispered to Ghislain, Young master, the man you told me to find. Is this really what he looks like? A vanguard? He looks more like a patient on his deathbed. Ghislain affirmed, You've found the right person. The man stood there looking at them, seeing that no one was answering. The man couldn't wait for an explanation any longer and reached to close the door, saying, This young noble must have too much time on his hands. Don't waste my time. Get out. Ghislain stopped him. Wait, and then introduced himself. I am Ghislain, captain of the Rata's Mercenary Corps. Hearing this, the man suddenly froze, his eyes lighting up. The man slowly turned his head, glanced at Ghislain, and calmly extended a hand in request. I've been very much looking forward to meeting you. Ricardo could no longer contain himself. Could it be Frog? He vaguely recognized the name Rata's Mercenaries, the Rata's Mercenary Corps, a group that only those proficient with nearly every type of weapon could join. Although they've now disbanded, their courage was renowned throughout the nations. Every knight has heard of their name. And the leader of that mercenary corps, Ghislain, was an old man with silver hair and a pair of piercing eyes. Ghislain extended his hand towards him. I came looking for you. A hatchet came flying swiftly toward him. It grazed past him, tearing a piece from his collar. The three followers were utterly stunned, as it happened too fast. Ghislain extended a hand toward him. So, you know who I am? All three followers were on high alert, their hands on their weapons, pointing them at the old man with narrowed eyes. Ghislain asked in a low voice, What do you want? Belinda cautiously stepped in front of Ghislain to protect him. Get back, young master. Something's not right with him. But he wasn't afraid at all, his voice as cold as ice. Eternal punishment. The words seemed to startle Ghislain. He continued speaking calmly, as if he could see through everything, leaving everyone bewildered. I know how to cure your daughter's incurable disease, Ghislain spoke arrogantly. Do you want to talk now? Your daughter has endured so much suffering, high fevers, coughing up blood. Red spots that bloomed like flower petals have spread all over her body. An incurable disease that causes the patient to writhe in agony, as if they were suffering a sinner's punishment. That is the eternal punishment. The disease that has tormented Ricio, making her scream in pain for so long. They all approached her blood-stained sickbed. Her agonizing moans still echoed in the air. Ghislain screamed in anguish as he witnessed the torment the disease was inflicting upon his daughter. Ghislain observed her condition. He realized it wasn't too late yet. He thought to himself, in my past life, I also tried to recruit Green Lion, but by then, he was no longer in this world. He had killed himself after his daughter's death, giving up on everything. He continued to assess the dilapidated house. Looking at the state of this house, he must have spent all his fortune trying to cure the girl. Are his weapons all he has left? Ricio screamed again, writhing in pain. Father, father, it hurts so much. I want to die. Ghislain was too heartbroken to speak. Ghislain decisively took off his outer coat. No more hesitation. She needs to be treated immediately. But just then, Belinda placed a hand on his shoulder. She stopped him. "Let's go home, young master," Belinda explained calmly. "I don't know what you're planning to do, but this isn't a problem that can be solved with brute force. Even the priests couldn't cure it. They call it a divine punishment. They call it a divine punishment. What are you planning to do?" Without a hint of hesitation, Ghislain yanked his arm away from her hand. "It can be cured?" Belinda shouted, losing her composure. The young master turned to question her. He smiled faintly, full of confidence. "You said you trusted me." Even Belinda was frozen for a moment by her young master's charm. He handed her a piece of paper and told her to take it. Ghislain gave detailed and meticulous instructions. "Buy all the medicinal herbs written here. Don't miss a single one." Reading what was written, Belinda was completely shocked. Unsurprised by her reaction, he gave a slight smile. "For mercenaries who wander from place to place, knowledge is the key to survival. Eternal punishment. Right now, it's an incurable disease, but in the future, there will be a cure." After giving his orders, Ghislain immediately returned to the table and opened the package he had prepared earlier. He laid out bottles, medicinal leaves, and other things used to prepare the cure for Ricio. Ghislain thought to himself, "It caused quite a stir back then, because the method to make it was quite simple. So much, yet I still remember it clearly. The problem is that it requires extremely expensive herbs." He reached into his pouch to take out the final ingredients. In his hand was an incredibly precious herb, a fairy's blessing. With swift hands, he crushed the fairy's blessing and the other herbs. Next, he put them in a flask and poured in strong liquor. He shook the mixture well, waited a moment, then added the remaining ingredients and stirred. Everyone watched his every move intently. Finally, it was done. He held the vial of medicine in his hand and presented it to Ghislain. He said, "Make her drink it." Ghislain took the medicine and gave it to his daughter. He held her preciously, cradling her gently in his arms. After she drank the medicine, Ghislain placed Ricio back on the bed. Dried tears still stained the corners of her eyes. The red spots began to fade. A moment later, the spots that bloomed like flower petals grew fainter and slowly disappeared. It happened so quickly. To everyone's amazement, someone's eyes widened as they cried out, "The red spots are fading!" Ghislain couldn't remain calm either. Watching everything from behind, he said calmly, "As expected, it's highly effective." Unable to believe his eyes, the old man looked at him in astonishment. "How is this possible? Even divine power couldn't cure it." He calmly explained again. "The divine power of priests isn't omnipotent. It only enhances vitality and regenerative abilities so the body can fight off the disease on its own. This is different from a fundamental cure." Ghrillion's hands started to tremble. So, what does that mean?" He knelt beside him as if before a savior. "Can my daughter really be cured?" Without faltering, he answered, "In a month or two, she'll definitely be fine." Nothing could describe Ghrillion's emotions at that moment. He prostrated himself, truly grateful. Ghrillon spoke again. "What do you want from me, sir? You must have come here for a reason." Pausing for a moment, he continued, but through gritted teeth. His eyes widened, his voice grew louder as if pouring out his entire heart. "But all I have left is this worn-out husk. If you want me to be your dog, I'll be your dog. If you want me to be your slave, I'll do that too." But in response, he gently reached out a hand, wanting to help him up. He didn't need a slave. "I need Ghislain, the leader of the Ratas mercenaries." The old man's eyes shot open, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked up into the young man's eyes. Those eyes. The eyes of someone nursing a dream. Then Ghislain grabbed a thick lock of his own hair. He took the axe from before and chopped it off. The lock of hair fell to the floor with a surprisingly loud thud. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding the meaning of his action. They were all amazed to see the Ghislain before them now. No way. He was completely different from before. From a disheveled old man, Ghislain was now trim and powerful. He truly looked like the leader of a once notorious mercenary band. Ghislain turned and stood up. He walked towards his weapons. Then Ghislain turned back and asked seriously, "Besides these people here, is anyone else with you or coming here?" "No, it's just us." Holding a sharp iron spear, he asked again, "Does anyone bear a grudge against the young master?" Looking quite proud, the young man broke into a smile. "Yes, and there will be many more." A muscular arm gripped the weapon's shaft. "Then I have no regrets." He took a stance and hurled the weapon fast and hard towards the wall. The spear pierced through the wall, creating a huge explosion on impact and tearing a large hole in it. It flew through the trees and then impaled something. Ghislain reached out and pulled his weapon back to him, dragging along a corpse that had been run through. He grabbed the man by the throat. The assassin groaned in pain. Ghislain asked in a cold voice, "Who sent you?" The assassin, in agony, "How? How did you know?" Ghislain turned to Ghislain. "What do you intend to do, sir?" He calmly replied, "After seeing all this, I think I know who's behind it." With that, he nonchalantly drew his weapon. "I don't want to get my hands dirty on a day like this." but Ghislain held out a hand to stop him. He said, "I'll handle this myself." With that, he squeezed the man's throat so hard, the man could only let out a final groan. A sickening sound echoed. Ghislain bowed respectfully to Ghislain after finishing the job. Belinda stood by, watching, not knowing what to say. She was terrified by what had just happened. There was no hesitation at all. Why would the young master recruit someone so dangerous? Ghislain knelt before Grand Duke Ghislain. He said respectfully, "From this day forward, this life of mine is yours." Just as I planned, Ghislain thought. With this, I've gained a crucial piece for my plan to rebuild the domain. He gave a victor's smile. "I look forward to working with you, Green Lion." It was late at night. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the dilapidated wooden house. A voice rang out. "A scout team has been killed." Inside that wretched house, a group of people were checking the surroundings. As the rain began to fall, the four of them were talking amongst themselves. "What? These idiots?" Suddenly, a man with a scar on his mouth spoke up. "Quiet, it's the Vigo Claw Guild." He sat in the middle of the room and said softly, "Keep your voices down." His subordinates bowed their heads in obedience. "Sorry, Captain Viego." Viego remained seated in the small room, questioning his underling. According to Bernard's intel, with Grand Duke Gisalin's current forces, forget killing him, it's impossible to even pinpoint his exact whereabouts. Hearing the entire question, a subordinate stammered. Then he spoke the truth that stunned Viego. "It seems Ghislain has joined his group." Furious, Viego threw a hard punch into the subordinate's face, leaving him no chance to resist. Next, he looked at the man with eyes full of rage, grabbed him tightly by the throat, and snarled his question. "Is that true?" The subordinate, unable to break free from the chokehold, answered tremblingly. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing the answer, Viego, filled with hatred, muttered, "Ghislain, you finally made your move." Then he continued to whisper, "My former captain." Outside, the sky was still dark. Ghislain drove the horse-drawn carriage flying forward. Inside the carriage, Belinda was uncomfortable. She whined, "It's so cramped." Not stopping there, she continued to grumble. "That old guy isn't a merchant. He should only need a sword or two, or an axe. Why does he need to lug all this stuff around? Because of him, we had to buy another carriage." Ghislain, driving up front, remained silent. He didn't answer. Ghislain heard this and leaned back against the carriage wall to speak. "In any case, we need the carriage to take Jayla back comfortably." Meanwhile, at the palace, another fleet of carriages was preparing to depart. It was Fergus's reinforcement team. Ghislain looked into the distance and said, "Everything has its use, so just be a little patient." The carriage with the three of them inside sped through the night. The moonlight shone down on the desolate forest. His voice rang out, "The most important thing right now is to get out of this ravine." Belinda stared at the young man sitting across from her. She asked the young master about the man we caught earlier, the one who was following us. "He was probably sent by Lady Amelia Zephone, right?" Ghislain glanced away and answered non-committally, "Almost certainly." She narrowed her eyes and thought, this could get a little messy. Remembering the sight of the subordinate being choked until he trembled, Belinda analyzed. The mask he was wearing is the symbol of the Claw Guild, a pretty influential guild in Zephone. Ghislain listened intently, then suddenly asked, "The Claw Guild?" Belinda said, "They're a filthy bunch that specializes in smuggling, assassination, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. They do all sorts of dirty work. Among them are many skilled former mercenaries." Her face was filled with contempt and disgust, a shadow guild with real military power. The carriage continued to speed through the forest. The two people inside talked continuously. Ghislain wondered, "Belinda, you've only ever been in the castle, so how do you know all this so clearly?" Hearing the question, she tried to deflect. "Well, before I came to the castle, I was kind of..." Then she quickly turned aside, changing the subject back. Anyway, they're a tenacious bunch, like leeches, so be careful." Hearing the whole story, Ghislain said nothing. The corner of his mouth twitched. Ghislain spoke to reassure the young woman. "It'll be fine." Then he looked up and smiled gently. Because there was a hidden green light, the carriage continued to speed through the silent night in the desolate forest. Suddenly, a sound came from both sides. A strange stream of power suddenly surrounded the carriage. Ghislain noticed the strangeness. He glanced around. Suddenly, an assassin burst up from the ground. In his hand was a sword. He lunged at Ghislain, preparing to assassinate him. Ghislain let go of the reins and reached behind his back. He drew his weapons. He muttered, an attack from below, a knife in one hand, an axe in the other. He used them to successfully block the surprise attack from both sides. Quick as a flash, Ghislain used the knife to parry his opponent's sword. It was the same on the other side. He used the axe to break the attack. Then Ghislain swung both his arms to strike. His attack was lethally swift. He chopped off the hands of the two ambushers. He continued to swing the axe in his hand. He ruthlessly brought it down on the assassins. The two of them fell onto the dirt road. The carriage continued to race forward. But it didn't end there. A group of cloaked figures chased them from behind. Ghislain had spotted all of them. He still held his weapons, ready to fight. He looked up at the sky and asked, "A trap?" Belinda poked her head out to watch as well. We're going to be buried! Ghislain yanked hard on the reins. The two horses immediately came to a halt. A massive tree crashed down onto the road. Model. It blocked their carriage. Ghislain sat still, watching. He'd expected this, just as he thought. An ambush. A group of masked men were blocking their carriage. Knives in hand, ready to assassinate. A cold voice rang out. Former captain of the mercenaries, Ghislain. Hearing his name called, Ghislain curiously looked around. Viego led the group. Former captain of the mercenaries, Ghislain. Hearing his name, he slowly approached with a knife in his hand. His voice was ice cold. You coward. Disbanding the entire mercenary group just for your daughter. Ghislain jumped down from the carriage and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. The thugs slowly closed in on him. Vigo said, My life was ruined because of you. You've gotten old. So old you don't even remember your own former members? Ghislain remained silent, his expression calm. Vigo let out a wicked smile. Pretending you don't know? I'll help you remember. Then he ordered his cronies. Kill him. His men obeyed. They immediately rushed forward. Ghislain Perium, sitting in the carriage, spoke up. Need my help? Ghislain waved his hand and replied, No need. It seems he has business with me. So you should just rest, young master. The villains charged straight at him, but he showed no sign of fear. Ghislain swung his axe hard. I alone am enough. As fast as lightning, he cut them down one by one. Fresh blood began to pour from their bodies. As one group fell, another charged in. They were like moths to a flame. They shouted, You old bastard, how dare you? Ghislain was not afraid. He was ready to face the villains. He fought them one by one as they rushed him. One by one, they fell. But he remained unharmed, continuing the fight. He blocked a thug's blow with his bare hand. Then, enraged, Ghislain delivered a long slash to the man's body. Vigo watched his men fall one by one. He thought grimly, just as I expected. His strength from his mercenary days is still there. But Ghislain was fighting off this whole group alone. He yelled, Squads! Spread out and surround him! Following the order, they split into two sides, surrounding Ghislain. He jumped onto his horse, yanking the reins furiously. Seeing this, the men shouted, Aim for the horse! Ghislain pulled a long blade from the horse's saddle. He twirled the blade above his head and charged straight into the group in front of him. Then he swung the blade, preparing to strike back at them. He unleashed a single move. A group of men was immediately hit. They were thrown backward, falling one by one. They began to say worriedly, We can't get close. You idiots, aim for the horse. Ghislain was still in a battle frenzy. He fought them back one by one. He continued to slaughter the villains. The long blade swung in a circle, giving them no time to react. They fell to the ground, blood flowing in streams. Belinda and Ghislain Perium sat in the carriage. They exclaimed in awe, Wow. Suddenly, a man leaped down from the sky, a dagger in his hand, intending to sneak attack Ghislain. He noticed it. He quickly brought out his shield and blocked the surprise attack from the assassin. With his attack blocked, Viego spoke. You ruined a man's life. The least you could do is not stand in his way, right? His eyes blazed with fury. Vicious words poured out. I will kill you. He slashed the horse's neck. Blood slowly streamed from its neck. Ghislain, sitting on its back, began to lose his balance. He quickly jumped off the horse's back. The horse slowly collapsed to the ground. A knife immediately came at him, aiming to kill, but Ghislain dodged the blow. He blocked with his axe, shouting as he fought. I am not the captain of some pathetic mercenary group. Then, Ghislain used his wooden shield. He struck Viego with a powerful blow. He was sent flying, grinding his teeth in anger. He quickly used his body to absorb the damage. From his blow, Viego slowly stood up, muttering about his former captain. Why is he so angry? His angry eyes shouted, Stop talking nonsense. If not you, then who? Ghislain gripped the axe in his hand tightly. I have abandoned the past. He looked at his opponent with a dark expression and said, Now, I am merely a subordinate of Archduke Ghislain Perium. So you've come to this? Viego became even more furious, his eyes turning bloodshot. You! He yelled. He quickly closed the distance to Ghislain. I will kill you. The battle had been going on for a while, but it was still intense. A clear victor could not be determined. Viego continued his relentless assault on Ghislain. Every blow was sharp and deadly. Ghislain used his shield to block each vicious attack. Although Viego hadn't been able to touch Ghislain, he attacked with incredible persistence, not giving up easily. As he attacked, he hurled bitter words at Ghislain. When you left, the mercenary corps collapsed. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with hatred, resentment, and blame for Ghislain. Because of you, I lost my purpose in life and have lived a miserable existence. Just to survive. Just to survive. He blamed Ghislain for everything, believing he was the source of all the suffering he had to endure. Ghislain remained silent, not responding to the accusations Viego hurled at him. Seeing this, Viego pressed his advantage, attacking relentlessly. Ghislain dodged and quickly swung his sharp axe at Viego. He quickly ducked, avoiding the deadly axe blade. The man appeared and disappeared in flashes, parrying Ghislain's attacks. Ghislain didn't give up, mustering his strength to swing the axe once more. Vigo used his shield to block the powerful attack. When Ghislain saw Vigo's shield, he seemed to vaguely recognize it. Viego didn't give Ghislain time to think, instead issuing a direct challenge. Ghislain, I was ready to dedicate my entire life to the Gyada's mercenary corps with everything I had, he questioned Ghislain, and yet you threw it all away. To become the servant of some corrupt noble? This was what had been festering in Viego's heart all this time. He gritted his teeth. His eyes widened with rage. He was ready to attack with sharp arrows. His voice clearly revealed his anger. He drew his bow, and sharp arrows whizzed through the air, but it was no use. Ghislain completely deflected all of the arrows. He knocked them away. They plunged into the ground. Viego took advantage of the moment Ghislain was distracted to try and attack him. Fortunately, Ghislain was agile, and narrowly escaped Viego's deadly spear. But Ghislain was no ordinary opponent. He quickly retaliated against Viego with sharp attacks of his own. After all, back in the day, he was the leader of the Gyada's mercenary corps. He had founded Gyada's with his own 2 hands. He knew Viego's tactics like the back of his hand. The man was knocked face down on the ground. Viego refused to accept defeat, determined to fight back no matter what. No matter how strong you are, that was years ago, when you were still the mercenary captain. He was extremely confident in his own abilities. While you were busy worrying about curing your daughter's illness, I was getting stronger through countless battles. Viego swung through the air, driving his spear into the ground, confidently declaring, "You are no match for me." Viego spun his hand, revealing coins behind it. Viego threw the coin with all his might towards Ghislain. Ghislain easily caught it. Viego intended to launch a combo attack, but his intention was discovered. He leaped up, gripping his weapon tightly, determined to fight Ghislain to the death. He confidently declared, "This is the end." The sound of a stabbing blade rang out, but Vigo's attack was easily blocked by Ghislain. He questioned Viego, "And for that, you want to take revenge on me?" Seeing Ghislain block his attack so easily, Viego was completely stunned. Did he wrap his arm in mana? He's not even using his full strength right now. Vigo was pushed back by Ghislain's force. Ghislain's strength was too great, making it impossible for him to resist any longer. The man collapsed, kneeling pitifully. Ghislain walked over to Vigo, wondering, "I don't understand." He was curious. If you intended to get revenge, you had plenty of opportunities. He picked up the spear Vigo had used. He asked in a serious tone, "Why didn't you come to kill me sooner?" Seeing Ghislain's curiosity, Viego was delighted. He let out a crazy, shrieking laugh. His tone was challenging. "You don't know the whole story," he recounted. "I went to your house as the captain of the Rata's mercenary corps. He wasn't there," he recalled. "Only an old man, not even worth killing." He asked in return, "Where did the Ghislain I once idolized disappear to?" Ghislain let him talk, remaining silent. He answered Vigo's question by throwing out a sword. "Listen." He slowly drew the sword from his back. "I, too, am just a man being controlled by others." But in that moment, Ghislain drew his sword with great majesty. "I will grant my old comrade a great honor." In a flash, his eyes lit up. As the Legion commander of the Rata's mercenaries, he implicitly affirmed it. "That's right," Ghislain roared. "This is a true battle!" Ghislain charged forward, unleashing vicious attacks, no longer concealing his power. Vigo couldn't hide his excitement. "This is the moment I've been waiting for." The two clashed in a fierce battle, neither giving an inch. Vigo launched an attack. Ghislain countered with a strike of his own. The two went back and forth just like that. Now came the moment for them to clash up close. Vigo gritted his teeth. He rushed at Ghislain like a moth to a flame. Ghislain reared back, raising the axe in his hand high. He offered one last message. "I will remember you, captain of the Rata's mercenary legion." Ghislain repeated his name. "Vigo." Vigo trembled, baring his teeth. The fatal axe blow came down. Vigo had fallen. Blood splattered across the cold ground. Ghislain walked over and picked up his weapon. He stared intently at the man he had just sent to his end. "Vigo." Words of praise came from behind him. "Well done." It was Ghislain and Belinda. Looking at the scene, Belinda couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, if we sold all the equipment here, we'd make a fortune, wouldn't we?" Ghislain bowed his head and apologized to Ghislain. "I caused an unnecessary delay. I'm sorry." Ghislain waved it off. "It's fine." Ghislain looked at Ghislain, silently sizing him up. "He's even more incredible than I expected," Ghislain recalled. "When I returned to being a mercenary after leaving home, the stories I heard about Ghislain from my superiors helped me build my foundation as the Mercenary King. I'm lucky I acted quickly to gain such a reliable ally." Ghislain put his hands in his pockets and asked Ghislain, "Do you remember who that guy was?" Ghislain drew his sword to confirm. "Yes." Ghislain looked up at the sky and admitted, "He was an old comrade of mine." Hearing this, Ghislain was surprised. An old comrade? Ghislain's words also made Ghislain think of those who had once fought by his side. He didn't know what his old comrades were doing before they met him. They must be living their own lives. He was lost in thought for a long time, but no matter what, Ghislain always hoped. One day we'll all come back, right? But he quickly pushed the thought aside. He said to Belinda, "All right, shall we loot the valuables just as Belinda said?" Belinda nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. Now then, Mr. Green Lion, Lead the way so we can hurry up and grab the loot. Heh. Hearing this, Mister, Green Lion said helplessly, I am not your subordinate. 2 days later, in the territory, the group was riding in a carriage toward their destination. Sitting in the carriage, Belinda was exhausted and let out a long sigh. Phew, we're almost there. Ghislain curiously asked Ghislain, is that Persian? Ghislain nodded. Yes, it is. Ghislain also felt a sense of fortune. It's a blessing to have a place to return to. A place I can always come back to. Ghislain was silent for a long time. Ghislain asked Green Lion, what are your thoughts on our territory? Startled by the sudden question, he stammered, yes, it's very good. Seeing Green Lion's unease, Ghislain guessed, is it a dump? The word seemed to hit its mark. Ghislain explained, the houses are so old they're beyond repair. See those fields? They're abandoned. Everyone who could work was sent to the army and forced to leave the land fallow. Ghislain wondered. I heard that Persian is constantly at war with the orcs in the north, but seeing it with my own eyes, the situation is worse than I imagined. Belinda was exasperated. Isn't this a territory someone should know very well? Ghislain said bluntly. My purpose is to solve all these problems, which is why I need your help, Ghislain affirmed. This will be a long battle, Ghislain thought. I'll erase everything related to Duke Delphim and fight to protect what's rightfully mine. I will restore this land, no matter the cost. The carriage continued to roll on. Belinda looked out and cried out in surprise. Ah, young master, over there! Ghislain was also surprised. He was shocked by the person waiting for him up ahead. The figure standing before the castle was none other than Father, Ghislain breathed. At Catalina Persian Castle, an ancient, magnificent, and majestic castle. The sounds of a heated debate echoed from within. We need to reduce our military forces, Ghislain's father proposed. The attendant, shocked and sensing trouble, replied, What, my lord? If we reduce them any further, we'll have trouble holding the front line. Homerun rested his chin on his hand, skeptical. We'd be better off requesting aid from Delphim. Delphim was the one who cut off our aid. Investigations show they seem to be gathering soldiers and stockpiling food there. Vanzon was shocked. What? They were still arguing fiercely, each convinced their own opinion was right. There's no other way. We need to rebuild the garrison in the Demon Beast Forest, which was half destroyed in last October's battle. Even the Legion's forces will have to be reduced to relieve some of the pressure. Homerun objected. But don't you think reducing our forces carries great risks? Ghislain remained silent, not saying a word throughout the conversation. Ghislain thought, everyone is the same as ever. There were 3 people here. One was the commander of the Persian cavalry, Vanzon. The second was the leader of Persian's nobility, Albert. And that fat count is Homerun, the steward of Persian. Ghislain recalled, how long has it been? For the Grand Duke of Persian, it's only been a few months, but for the Mercenary King, it's been 15 years. Only now did Ghislain finally speak. You've worked hard on this expedition, Ghislain said. His father, Walter, was curious. What is it? Ghislain reminisced. As a child, I hated my father for being so rigid and strict. Only now did he understand his father's heart. Now I finally realize. Ghislain understood the immense burden his father carried on his shoulders, the untold fatigue and exhaustion he shouldered, along with the responsibilities of a lord. Walter spoke up, asking his precious son, I heard you left the city for about a week. Where did you go? Silently raising a cup of hot tea to his lips, Ghislain answered honestly. I've just returned from the Rayphone territory. Like any father, Walter asked further. You didn't cause any more trouble, did you? Ghislain held his forehead in exasperation and took a sip of tea. I didn't cause any trouble. The steward, holding a ledger, spoke up. Your Grace, the Grand Duke. It's hard to believe, but I heard you won a match against that Bernard fellow and earned a large sum of money. Albert was suspicious. You didn't go there to gamble, did you? Ghislain scoffed in his mind. Gamble? I'd call it an investment. Still holding his teacup, he replied, No. I just had some brief business to discuss with Amelia Ziphone. Hearing this, Homerun also chimed in, Your Grace, I've always reminded you that before you act, you must remember that you are the heir to Persian. Ghislain waved his hand to reassure Homerun. I know. Don't worry. Homerun was furious. This damned brat, he thought. My words are nothing but garbage to him. How can I not worry? Ghislain's father intervened. That's enough. He then asked, I hear that while I was away, you got into quite a few things, didn't you? Ghislain sat silently without saying a word. His father continued, I heard you personally dealt with Emilia and Philip, the ones who tried to sell out Elena. Is that true? Ghislain recalled. Ah, those two. Vanzon also interjected. There's no way he handled them himself. They must have just fought amongst themselves. The Grand Duke merely delivered the final blow, but the story got exaggerated. He couldn't believe Ghislain possessed such superior skills. Ghislain thought to himself, Knight Commander Vanzon. Even if that man was a traitor, the fact that one of his knights was killed by me must be unpleasant for him. Perhaps I should flatter him a little to smooth things over. With that thought, Ghislain answered, Yes, that's more or less it. Jean-John was very pleased with the answer. That's right. Walter remained silent. After a moment, he spoke. Well done. The praise from his father startled Ghislain. He continued, whatever the process, what's important is that Elena is still alive. Isn't that right? Ghislain was silent. It was the first time he had ever been praised by his father. He spoke up. Father, may I ask a favor of you? Walter agreed. Speak. Homerun immediately cut in. Your Grace, the Grand Duke, if you are planning to request maintenance fees for this matter, then I must inform you in advance that it is not possible. Jean John chimed in. Of course not. After all the things the Grand Duke has done. He grew furious. He used military funds for gambling. Then, because he was in a bad mood, he burned down the castle gate. He even killed war horses to barbecue and eat them, and he said it was to forge a legendary sword, so he melted down the knight's iron armor. Ghislain was helpless. Geez, that's quite a list. Ghislain replied nonchalantly, I wasn't asking for permission. I was just being polite. In any case, this is something that has to be done. Belinda was curious. Go with you? Why are you so obsessed with it? Ghislain replied, that, I'll tell you later. Ghislain calculated that if he revealed it now and rumors started to spread, it would be a huge pain. As long as I succeed in my plans, I'll be able to make a fortune. Elsewhere, not too far away, at the entrance to the monster forest. There, a giant load of wolfworm stone was buried. Wolfworm ore contained magical power. It was an extremely rare material that mages went crazy for. This stone was used in various magic tools. Barrier daggers, magic circles, magic scrolls, alchemy, magic research, and many other fields. There wasn't a single place where mana wasn't used. In my previous life, the Delphim ducal family discovered it. Now, I'm the only one who knows this information. Belinda was speechless. She felt helpless. Very well. I'm sure the young master has his reasons. Ghislain also agreed. I will follow your orders. Ghislain praised them both. Good. He gave an order. Belinda, go to the merchant guild in the nearby territory and hire me a group of mercenaries. About 200 men, Belinda exclaimed. That's money we risked our lives to earn. And yet you have no intention of saving any of it, do you? Ghislain spoke up. Are you sure about this, Your Grace? Mercenaries are rude and undisciplined. If you gather that many, controlling them will be difficult. They might even turn on us and harm their own employer. That's something you can expect. Ghislain agreed. Exactly. That's why you and I will go find them ourselves. There are useful ones if you know where to look, Ghislain suggested to Ghislain. Among the smaller mercenary groups in the north, there's one with excellent skills. Ghislain said, No way. You mean those mad dogs? Ghislain reassured him. They have good skills, but if you make one mistake, they become rabid dogs that will bite anyone, including their master, the Cerberus mercenaries. They set off. Now, let's go chain up those mad dogs. The Cerberus mercenaries were outside the Gamba territory. They were observing through a spyglass and saw people approaching. It was Ghislain and Ghislain. The men sneered. Hey, look who's here. How pathetic. Do they even know where they are? The men speculated. Look at him. Seems like some young noble brat. If we play this right, we could catch ourselves a nice prize. A hand shot out. The Cerberus mercenaries were startled. It was Ghislain. He grabbed one of them by the collar and lifted him up like a cat. The captured mercenary struggled and screamed, What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Ghislain squeezed his face hard. Then he threw him far into the distance. The Cerberus mercenaries' eyes went wide in shock. They immediately formed a circle around Ghislain. Who the hell is that guy? Get ready to fight, one of them asked angrily. Are you out of your mind? A powerful voice rang out. He looks like a high-ranking noble. Even if you're a noble, you can't just act so recklessly around here. He stepped forward. Don't even think about getting out of here alive. Suddenly, he froze. The man on the horse was Ghislain. Ghislain spoke. Silence. Now, who's your leader here? Ghislain asked again. Who's in command here? The man who had spoken remained silent, then burst out laughing. He asked, Looks like we've got a crazy noble on our hands, eh? He brandished his chain, preparing to fight. If you want to start something, you better be ready for the consequences, right? With that, he threw the flail towards Ghislain. The spiked ball flew right at Ghislain, stopping just inches away. But suddenly, something blocked it, deflecting its course. It was none other than Ghislain who had stopped it. All the Cerberus mercenaries were stunned by the sight. The attacker was shocked. He had managed to thrust his sword between the chain links. The flail head thudded to the ground, sinking into the soft earth. Just as Ghislain had predicted. Asterisk, I knew they wouldn't listen to me. Asterisk. He ordered Ghislain, go ahead and enjoy yourself. Just don't kill them. Ghislain looked like he'd been itching for a fight, ready to go. Understood, he replied. Ghislain easily dodged the man's attack. The man found the chain, grabbed out of his hands. He was furious but helpless, and could only curse. Son of a bitch! Ghislain used the momentum to swing him into the air. He wrapped one end of the flail around the man's neck, then pulled hard, causing the flail head to slam into the man's stomach, making him howl in pain. When their leader fell, the grunts, refusing to submit, charged forward aggressively. You think we'll just stand here and take this because you're a noble? Then, their chains shot out, but Ghislain deflected them with his sword. He elbowed one man, and a group behind him lost their balance and toppled like dominoes. All of them were sent flying. Ghislain's gaze was ice cold as he stared down the Cerberus mercenaries. The mercenaries, terrified, avoided his terrifying gaze. Ghislain dismounted, looking annoyed. Took you long enough. How long were you going to make me wait? Move it. Get your leader out here. The leader emerged, his voice tired. I was having a nice nap, and you had to ruin it. The troop suddenly stood at attention, forming two straight lines. He introduced himself. I'm Cao, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. He questioned them. What do you want with me? Ghislain replied very calmly. What else would someone want from a mercenary company? Obviously, I'm here to make a request. Hearing that, he became indignant. A request? What kind of person makes a request by beating my men into this state? He smirked. A noble should have better manners than this, Ghislain replied naturally. Consider it my way of saying hello. I figured the best way was to make you submit. Cao was taken aback. Submit? Are you saying if you say hello twice, that's a declaration of war? Is that it? But then he brushed it aside. Whatever. Let's hear your request. What's this big job you have for us? The two of them were now seated at a desk. Ghislain spoke first. The monster forest. Cao was surprised. Ghislain repeated, I want to hire you to conquer the monster forest. The Cerberus mercenaries erupted in murmurs. The monster forest? The one that's crawling with monsters? They were skeptical. Don't tell me it's the forest on the border of the Jun family's territory? Cao was also shocked by the request. He exclaimed with amusement, Who the hell are you to dare touch that dangerous forest? Ghislain answered calmly, I am Ghislain Perium, Duke of the Perium domain. The Cerberus mercenaries were stunned. Even Cao was no exception. His men immediately spoke up to stop him. Hey, young man, don't be so reckless. That monster forest is no joke. Anyone who goes in there dies. Cao also chimed in with a warning. Kid, you sound like some pampered rich boy who's lived in a bubble with no idea how the world works. He made a decision on his own. All right, no need to say any more. He pointed towards the exit, signaling them to leave. The negotiation's over. Ghislain sat there silently without responding. Cao asked curiously, scared now? Ghislain looked up and asked in return, I heard your mercenary crew was skilled. Was that just an exaggerated rumor? Cao slammed his feet onto the table. He put his hands in his pockets and said, Don't get cocky, kid. Like you said, we're mercenaries. If the price isn't right, we simply don't take the job. That's all. Ghislain provoked him. The weak always make excuses. Hearing the provocation, Cao's lips tightened. Cao leaned his head back and said, You've ruined my mood. I was planning on having some fun with you, but now you're using that amateurish provocation crap. A greenhorn like you, who doesn't know how the world works, isn't even worth my time. He feigned mercy. I'll let you go. Pay for the damages and get lost. Ghislain closed his eyes, denying it. No, that's not it. Ghislain challenged Cao, the commander of the Cerberus mercenary crew. Again, I challenge you to a duel for Moriana's acknowledgement. Everyone who heard this was startled. Both the strategist from Berserk's side and the Green Lion side as well. Cao asked, Do you have any idea what that means? Ghislain replied, Of course I do. It's a traditional mercenary duel. Moriana's acknowledgement. Once the duel is accepted, the two participants will fight with daggers, without using mana, while one of their hands is tied to the other's. Leaving the small circle that surrounds them is also considered a loss. It's a brutal fight for survival, within a limited space and with restricted movement. There have been cases where both the winner and the loser died together. The loser must accept their defeat and obey the winner's commands absolutely. In other words, the loser becomes the winner's dog. Ghislain answered immediately. He asked Cao curiously, What do you say? Ghislain was stunned with surprise. A high and mighty noble using the dirty rules of mercenaries, in the mercenary world, refusing a challenge, is the same as admitting you're a loser. Therefore, he had no way of refusing this offer. Cao smirked, then burst out laughing. He said, Brothers, our esteemed noble lord here, our esteems, seems to want to be acknowledged, mercenary style. In that case, we should be happy to oblige, shouldn't we? The two men quickly stepped out to fight. Their hands were tied tightly together inside a small circle. The mercenaries around them were yelling, That arrogant noble is going to get what's coming to him. Commander, kill him. Ghislain said nothing, just watching in silence. Before the fight, Cao asked, You seem to have a few tricks up your sleeve, and think you can face me without fear. But you can't back out now, even if you wanted to. He pulled Ghislain toward him and whispered in his ear, I've been in 5 of these duels, and I've never lost. After speaking, he let go. Ghislain pulled Cao towards him and spoke softly. 5 times? He said flatly. I've done it hundreds of times. Did you know that? Without hesitation, both men immediately launched lethal blows, surprising their opponent. One hand grabbed the other's, while the other hand thrust a weapon toward their opponent's throat. They seemed to dodge simultaneously, avoiding the other's deadly attack. Their sharp gazes met once again. Ghislain and Cao continuously swung their daggers at each other. They closed in, then separated. One hand grabbed the other hand thrust a weapon toward their opponent's throat. They seemed to dodge simultaneously, avoiding the other's deadly attack. Their sharp gazes met once again. Ghislain and Cao continuously swung their daggers at each other. They closed in, then separated. They closed in, then separated. One attacked, one defended. They took turns, evenly matched. Cao dodged a knife, grabbing Ghislain's hand and pulling him forward. He twisted Ghislain's arm behind his back. But he was no pushover either, swinging his knife backward and hitting Cao in the side. Cao stabbed his dagger toward him, simultaneously twisting away to dodge the blade coming at him. The two separated again, preparing to unleash new moves. Cao raised his leg, preparing to kick Ghislain, but he had already seen it coming. As soon as the kick flew, Ghislain quickly stepped back. He successfully dodged the dangerous kick, but it also caused him to fall. Cao laughed contemptuously. "Oh, you're a tough one, aren't you? You said you've done this hundreds of times, something a person might only do once in their entire life?" He angrily swung his knife with incredible speed. "If you're going to be pathetic, at least try to make sense." Ghislain immediately dodged it. Cao's subordinates stood in a circle around the two. They were constantly shouting, "Look at the noble! The captain's overpowering him with brute force now. Finish him! This is the price you pay for daring to insult us." Hearing that, Ghislain immediately shot a sharp glare in their direction, making them shrink back in fear. He silently observed and assessed the fight between the two. This is a disadvantageous battle. The fighting ring is so narrow, it's barely big enough for one person to lie down. Just standing face to face, they're already about to step out of the circle. Under the rules, only pure physical strength can be used, with no magic. Add to that the clear difference in physique. And their tied hands restrict their movements. The Duke can only barely manage to dodge or defend. The two continued to fight relentlessly. The old man continued his assessment. With his larger build, the leader can easily control and manipulate the situation. Ghislain watched with intense focus. If the Duke fell into a dangerous situation, his hand was already gripping the sharp weapon on his back. Just then, Cao grabbed Ghislain's arm, preparing to throw him over his shoulder. But he used the momentum to spring up, escaping Cao's horizontal slash. He landed lightly behind him. However, it seemed his arm was beginning to throb with pain. Ghislain worried about the arm that had just blocked the blow. "It hurts so much. It's true. Without the protection of mana. Even if I block his spear-like thrusts, the shock just keeps building up." Seeing this, Cao let out an amused laugh. "Look at you. Your face has gone pale. Looks like you're about to collapse, huh?" He took the opportunity to slash again. "Ghislain, it's pathetic watching you struggle against my strength. Well, compared to the other nobles I've met, you're a pretty tough one. But that's as far as you go." Cao smirked sinisterly. "I can see right through your intentions." Ghislain tried to use his speed to attack, but Cao countered every blow. "Go ahead and swing your dagger. I'll just parry or dodge it with ease. If he kicks, he'll raise his own leg to block," just as Cao predicted. "My lighter stabs. You must have chosen to endure them with your own body. Am I right? But this battle, by the rules of Moriana, completely eliminates any support from mana. Even if you can block the force, the aftershock continues to build up in your body." Ghislain's legs were already in great pain, and by now, you must be clearly feeling the pressure weighing down on your legs, right? Ghislain hated this feeling of being seen through. "Your expression gives it all away. Go on, struggle some more." Cao flashed a wide smile at his opponent's pain. His eyes were filled with malice. "Now this is what I call interesting." Ghislain still didn't give up. He swung his dagger at Cao again. He easily sidestepped and escaped. Then Cao returned with another slash. Ghislain just as easily ducked to avoid it. He swung his arm down in a powerful stab. He raised his own arm to block and used the momentum. Ghislain quickly attacked from behind. Cao raised his knee, preparing to kick him in the face. By the time Ghislain noticed, it was too late. He had to bring his own leg up to block it, and then Cao's knee slammed hard into his shin. The pain shot through Ghislain's leg, all the way to the bone. Cao knew it, his sharp eyes fixed on him. Now, this is the end. He raised his dagger, then plunged it down toward Ghislain's neck. At the same time, he said cruelly, "Die." The crowd outside immediately roared with excitement. "Kill, kill!" Ghislain, who had been hiding and observing, could no longer stand still. He drew his weapon. "Duke, watch out!" Ghislain just smiled. Just when it seemed like certain death, he shifted his body slightly, avoiding Cao's dagger. It was a beautiful escape. Cao couldn't believe what was happening. How could he have dodged my dagger thrust from that position? Ghislain used the momentum, planting his right foot as a pivot. He swept around, stabbing Cao from behind. He successfully inflicted a large wound on Cao's side, causing blood to spray out. He was utterly shocked that he was the one who got hurt. His men outside and the Green Lion members couldn't understand what had just happened before their eyes. He was furious and swung his dagger at Ghislain again. Cao attacked relentlessly from multiple angles, but in doing so, he revealed numerous openings. Ghislain Perium slashed him across the chest again. The subordinates outside started to get restless. "The captain's been hit again," they cried out in anger. That damn noble. Just a moment ago, he was clearly getting overwhelmed by the captain's strength. "Captain, show him what real power looks like." Green Lion, standing at the front, continued to watch the match in silence. Cao swung his knife, but Ghislain Perium ducked to evade it. He countered with a shoulder bash. He successfully struck Cao in the face. Then he raised his knife. His eyes hardened, but instead of stabbing, he landed a flurry of punches to Cao's face and chest. Ghislain Perium made a move, twirling the hilt of his knife. He stabbed straight into Cao's arm that was tied to his own, making him groan in pain. Overwhelmed by the pain, Cao charged at him as if driven mad, screaming, "You bastard!" His face was twisted, having lost all composure. "You were struggling to withstand my strength just a moment ago. What kind of trick are you trying to pull now?" Ghislain Perium just shot him a sharp glare. Ghislain, standing hidden outside, now understood everything. So, that's how it is. Every movement replayed in his mind in slow motion, unleashing his power so fiercely, and his Dara leader's muscles tense up. His body became less agile, trying to dominate and seize the initiative by putting in all his strength. He ended up losing the necessary flexibility. He didn't confront his powerful, imposing aura head-on. Instead, he chose to relax and skillfully turned the flow to his own advantage. "I never would have thought that your grace could overcome the physical disadvantage in this way." With that, the old man put his weapon back on his back. Cao was beaten until his body was covered in wounds, his face swollen, which made the subordinates outside lose their composure. They screamed chaotically, "Hey, Captain, what are you waiting for? At this rate, this is going to be no fun at all." Ghislain Perium looked at him. What a tenacious will. But in the past, there's been no shortage of people who, when cornered, broke the rules and used their mana. Hearing this, he became even more sarcastic. "You talk as if you've actually been through this 100 times. Before that other captain, you only got by because of Moriana's recognition. If you dare break the rules, there'll be no place left for you here." He glanced down. "Truly admirable," Cao retorted. "I admit that, in a head-on fight, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. But," then he roared, a strained smile on his face, "there's more than one way to decide a winner." Cao spun around, using all his strength to throw Ghislain Perium. This caught him slightly by surprise. Another rule in Moriana's recognition is this: step outside the ring, even just one step, and you're considered defeated. He threw Ghislain Perium into the air, his twisted face watching him go. He thought, no matter how skilled you are, once I've thrown your whole body like this, sooner or later you'll have to land outside the ring. Watching him fly, a triumphant smile spread across his swollen face. "Victory is mine!" But things weren't that simple. Ghislain Perium swung his knife and grabbed Cao's hand, much to his astonishment. Ghislain Perium used the momentum, spinning once before his feet touched the ground. His foot kicked Cao's planted leg, making him step back and pulling Ghislain Perium back inside with him. Their hands, tied tightly together, were pulled taut with a terrifying force. He yanked him back towards himself. Then Ghislain Perium spun once more behind Cao, pushing him forward. Finally, he grabbed Cao's hair and slammed his head into the ground. The final result was revealed. To everyone's astonishment, Cao had been forced out of the ring by Ghislain Perium. The subordinates were completely stunned. "He's out! Outside the ring!" Unable to accept it, Cao gritted his teeth and glared. "Is it really over?" Ghislain Perium looked down at him, his face as cold as ice. "Victory is mine." Cao turned back and asked helplessly, "What the hell kind of person are you to possess such extraordinary strength?" A dangerous look appeared in Ghislain Perium's eyes. "Your attitude is completely improper, in front of the man who is about to become your master. You dare act like that?" Ghislain Perium pulled Cao back into the ring, leaving him utterly confused. He let out an exhausted breath, his eyes fixed on him. "What is this? The match is already over." But Ghislain Perium said, "No, I still haven't stepped out of the ring." Cao exhaled wearily, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" He threw another punch at Cao. "From now on, it's time to teach you a lesson, as my subordinate." Ghislain Perium raised his fist, leaning to one side. He squinted, staring intently at Cao, and said, "From now on, it's time to teach you a lesson, as a subordinate of mine." After speaking, Ghislain Perium landed a punch straight to Cao's face, a punch that left Cao stunned. All his subordinates standing around the circle watched in shock as their leader slowly collapsed to the ground. Cao quickly raised a hand to cover his swollen, blood-soaked face from Ghislain Perium's punch. He yelled, Hey, wait a minute. According to the rules, stepping out of the ring is a foul." Before he could finish his sentence, another fist smashed straight into his face. Ghislain Perium was on top of Cao, continuously swinging his fists. "You're trying to bring rules to a battlefield? To a fight?" Cao lay weakly on the ground, opening his mouth to retort. "And you dare call yourself a noble? Don't you dare protest your master's judgment?" Cao said. Ghislain Perium looked at Cao with ice-cold eyes as he threw his punches. Cao had just finished speaking when the madman punched him again, straight in the mouth, making him spit blood. After that came a series of about 10 punches, landing continuously on his face. With each punch, Cao's consciousness faded bit by bit. The soldiers outside, watching their leader get beaten so brutally, started clamoring amongst themselves. Hey, is it really okay for us to just let this happen? The bet is already over. By now, Ghislain Perium's fists were stained with Cao's blood, but he still hadn't stopped. After a while, Cao could no longer bear the pain. He raised both hands and screamed, "Ah, stop it, now!" His face was a mess of blood. Ghislain Perium pulled Cao up, his expression still cold. He said, "I still haven't stepped out of the ring." Hearing this, Cao's face went pale. Now in his eyes, Ghislain Perium was no different from a demon. He turned and screamed at his subordinates, "You guys, are you just gonna stand there and watch? Kill this bastard for me!" Hearing Cao's order, those subordinates all drew their swords and charged forward. But before they could do anything, they were all blocked by the old man's swinging axe. From now on, anyone who dares to interfere with the Duke will die. As he spoke, an aura became visible around his body. Seeing this, those soldiers were frozen in place with fear on their faces. Cao saw this, a look of helplessness on his face. He slowly turned his head back towards Ghislain Perium. As soon as he turned back, it was still that cold face of Ghislain Perium's. He spoke up, "Shall we finish our business?" At this point, Cao could only look at Ghislain Perium's fist and laugh bitterly. "Haha, you nobles are nothing but a bunch of cowards in the end." As he took the punches, he thought about the rottenness of the nobility. In his mind, various images of nobles appeared. Arrogant pigs, corrupt sycophants, narcissists. Just a little threat and they immediately cower and beg. Robbing such people blind is truly a pleasure like no other. Cao was a man who had built a reputation with the famous nickname Mad Dog. But still, why do I have to suffer this humiliation at the hands of a noble brat as green as this? Those subordinates, seeing Cao's battered state, yelled, "Cao, Captain, isn't he going to die? But what do we do now?" Ghislain Perium pulled up Cao's blood-soaked body. He judged, "This should be enough, right?" Ghislain Perium ordered the group, "Bring treatment for this man, Cao. What are you waiting for? Bring water, bandages, and cloths here, now. Are you planning to let your captain die like this?" As he spoke, Ghislain Perium held up Cao's body in front of the soldiers. Only now did the whole group of soldiers start to hurry. "Yes, sir. We understand." The silver-haired old man looked at Ghislain Perium. As he watched, he thought, these unruly mercenaries are actually obeying the Duke so meekly? In the world of mercenaries, where fists are the law, the Duke has carved it into their minds. Using the most effective method, he showed them who's at the top. After a moment of tending to their wounds, Cao and Ghislain Perium sat facing each other at a table. Ghislain Perium slid a piece of paper over, telling Cao to sign it. With a pissed-off look, Cao snatched the pen and scribbled his signature. Finished, he shoved the paper back and grunted, "Here." Hearing that, Ghislain Perium's eyes narrowed, his displeasure obvious. Cao seemed to realize his mistake and immediately adjusted his tone. I hope you'll look after me." Satisfied, Ghislain Perium took Cao's hand. "Good. From now on, we're family. Let's work well together." A few days later, on the outskirts of the Cerberus territory, a group of exhausted soldiers stood around complaining. "Oh, for fuck's sake. Why are we mustering so damn early? I can't function until I've had lunch," a bald man grumbled. "You guys hear the rumor? They're saying the one who hired us is the Duke of House Perion." One of the men was shocked. "What?" Another one just scoffed. "Ha ha ha. What a naive little brat. Does he really think he can handle a bunch of mercenaries like us? Ha ha ha. Guess we can just do a half-assed job and make some easy money, huh?" As they were chatting, someone clapped his hands loudly. "All right, listen up." A huge, muscular man appeared before them. He held out his hand and said, "If you want to handle a wet-behind-the-ears boss, you need a big, strong representative." The others all turned to look at the brawny guy. "You?" Hearing that, the muscle-bound man, Gordon, just smiled and pounded his chest. "That's right, I'm Gordon. And today, I'm impressed by your eager spirit to find ways to make a quick buck. However, if we don't stick together, it'll be hard to get the results we want." Hearing that, the other merc started talking. "He's got a point. Remember last time? That one idiot got too greedy and ruined the whole deal for everyone." The bald guy from earlier walked up to Gordon. "So, what's the plan this time?" "With things like this, you just gotta know where to draw the line. Pushing it too far will only screw things up," Gordon roared. "I'll be our representative and broker. The boss can raise our pay. Then you all can just split it fairly amongst yourselves. How does that sound?" As he spoke, Gordon shook a pouch of coins. The entire group roared in agreement. "If Gordon is our broker, things will definitely go smoothly. That beefy physique of his is actually useful for once. Makes you feel safe. He spends all day working out, but damn, he can smell money a mile away." Suddenly, someone yelled, "Hey, we've got company." The whole group turned to look. In the distance, a lone rider on a horse was slowly approaching. As they got closer, the figure became clearer. The mercenaries squinted to get a better look. What the hell? Is he alone? Judging by those clothes, he must be the big boss. Ha ha ha, I bet he's gonna piss his pants when he sees Gordon's muscles. Gordon himself stepped forward, waving for the others to follow him and look more intimidating. As he walked, he rubbed his hands together. Time to teach this naive little noble brat a lesson. But when he glanced back, the sight in front of him made his eyes go wide. He couldn't believe it. Behind that lone rider were dozens more. One of the mercs immediately recognized their helmets, shaped like dogs' heads. Don't tell me. Is that the Cerberus mercenary squad? Gordon jumped when he heard that. What? The whole group started murmuring. How could that be? What happened to make those notoriously stubborn and difficult guys listen to the boss? Ghislain Perium glanced at Gordon and spoke. Are you the one in charge here? Hearing this, Gordon replied. Yes, that's right. Ghislain Perium asked again. What's your name? I'm Gordon. Hearing the name, Ghislain Perium lightly punched Gordon's bicep. Ghislain Perium lightly punched Gordon's bicep and praised him. Impressive. Ghislain Perium then introduced himself. I am the Grand Duke of Persian, Ghislain Perium. Now, every single one of Gordon's men was sweating bullets, not daring to say a word. Ghislain Perium spoke again. Gather all of your mercenaries, Gordon. From now on, we will be clearing the Demon Beast Forest. A few days later, outside the Demon Beast Forest, Ghislain Perium's party had set up camp here. All preparations to clear the forest were complete. Ghislain Perium had established a temporary base camp for the expedition. Supplies had also been fully stocked, and the troops were ready. Now was the time to set out. With that thought, Ghislain Perium glanced at Belinda. A suggestion. Let's check the numbers one more time. Belinda immediately accepted the order and got to work. The number of mercenaries hired through the office totals 148. The Cerberus mercenary group that Ghislain Perium brought with him consists of 41 men. With a total of 41 men, the total manpower is 192. Hearing this, Ghislain Perium spoke seriously again. All right, have you given Scoven clear instructions? Belinda nodded slightly in response. He proactively helped us conceal our entry into the Demon Beast Forest. After all, his main job is to command the encampment near the Demon Beast Forest, so there's probably nothing to worry about. The two nodded, and Ghislain Perium smiled and said, Good. Then he looked down at the crowd below and shouted an order. All of you, fall in 5 ranks! He told them that right in front of them was the Demon Beast Forest, the place they were going to develop. They must have already heard the rumors. Unexplored dangers, all sorts of monsters, unknown threats, or even things that surpassed the imagination. He said that even if they had to face those dangers, they must develop this place at all costs. Hearing his words, the mercenaries below, who had never heard of this plan, turned pale as ghosts, whispering amongst themselves non-stop. Belinda, hearing this, angrily scolded them. How bold of you, daring to interrupt while the young master is speaking. Ghislain Perium couldn't be bothered to care and said in a cold voice, Anyone who wants to back out is free to do so. But remember that if everything ends well, I promise to pay you 3 times your wages. For these slaves to money, the bonus was indeed a tempting bait. As soon as he finished speaking, their eyes lit up. In contrast, Belinda, standing above, was so startled she nearly jumped. Young master, what did you just say? The money we brought back last time was nearly all used up preparing for this. Ghislain Perium pouted and said, This is what it takes to raise morale. Besides, if we succeed in getting the ore, it won't just cover the costs. We'll have plenty left over. With that thought, he glanced at Belinda again and asked, Do you trust me? Belinda sighed in resignation. I have no choice but to trust you. She regretted it a little, for once saying she would trust him unconditionally. Over on the side, Cowsman couldn't help but whisper, 3 times the pay. That's a promise no one would dare make unless they were insane. The master is always so reckless, Jillian replied nonchalantly. He always has a plan in mind. A moment later, the Demon Beast Forest expedition team was ready to depart. Ghislain Perium was naturally the one leading, with the others following closely behind. Their group advanced into the forest just like that. It's just that they were chopping down trees as they went. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were illegal loggers. A group of people just like that, fiercely chopping with axes, and Ghislain Perium was no exception. He had just felled the tree in the center, allowing a glimmer of light to finally shine into the dark forest. Seeing the light, Ghislain Perium smiled with satisfaction. Good, the light is finally starting to get in. Immediately after, he gave another order. Continue clearing a path in this direction. Cut the felled trees into logs and load them onto the carts. Those with free hands, dig around the tree stumps to make them easier to pull out. According to Duke Delphim's Demon Beast Forest Development Journal from his past life, the Demon Beast Forest was truly vast. One day, they would wipe out the monsters and exploit the forest's resources. But what Ghislain Perium needed right now was money. Let's ignore everything else and open the fastest path to the Junson ore vein. The fortune Ghislain Perium would gain from this expedition would be a crucial weapon to stop the conspiracies surrounding Persian. Over here, Cao was very surprised to see Ghislain Perium working. Even the mercenaries started to whisper among themselves, Belinda. Of course, she wouldn't let this situation continue. She immediately shouted a warning. Hey, less gossip and get to work. They immediately shut their mouths and ran off. She watched their retreating backs and snorted coldly. Unbelievable. Then she walked over to Ghislain Perium and said with annoyance, The young master went to the trouble of spending money to hire people. Why are you doing the work yourself? They dare to look down on you like this because they see you working alongside them. Ghislain Perium, who was chopping a tree, didn't pay her words any mind and said casually, Come on, one more person working means the job gets done faster. This is no place to linger for long. Belinda pouted upon hearing that. The way you talk, it's as if you knew everything before you even came here. Those words made Ghislain Perium freeze on the spot. What else could he say? He really did know beforehand. Over here, Cao was chatting while he worked. The young master has a girl who cares and worries about him. It's truly enviable. Meanwhile, some of us not only have to work for others, but also walk into hell ourselves. Hearing that, Ghislain shoved a log into his back, making him furious. He cursed nonstop, Are you trying to start something? But the other person just pretended to be deaf, ignoring him until his voice went hoarse from shouting. Ghislain Perium glanced at them, feeling a little more at ease. Everything had been smooth so far. Duke Delphim had once launched a large-scale campaign to develop the Demon Beast Forest. A large-scale operation, and he had acquired a development journal, which recorded the locations of important resources and the ecology of the monsters. Thanks to that, Ghislain Perium was somewhat prepared before coming here, but nothing had happened, and that made him even more worried. Ghislain Perium, you've only read what was written in the journal. You've never witnessed it with your own eyes. What happened from here on? So he couldn't help but remind them. None of you are to let your guard down for a second, because they were heading deeper into the forest. Despite that, they continued to chop down trees to clear a path. By now, the sky had grown dark. They had traveled a long way, but still hadn't encountered a single monster. While they were discussing this, one of them went to Gordon to demand his pay. But Gordon seemed to have discovered something. His face ashen. He cried out in panic, Hey, you guys! The others immediately turned their heads, looking at him in unison. Gordon said, trembling, We definitely cut down a lot of trees on our way here, right? The others nodded in confusion. Yeah, we did. Gordon hesitated for a long time before glancing at them and speaking. But why isn't there any path? His words made the others come to a startling realization. He's right. Just then, Ghislain Perium suddenly shouted, Everyone, on alert! As he shouted, his 3 key people blocked the path in front of him. The Cerberus mercenaries also got into a combat stance. Only the amateurs on the outside were confused, not knowing what was happening. But while they were bewildered, Ghislain Perium spoke up to warn Gordon, Stay perfectly still, or you'll die. He ordered him to walk slowly this way, 1 step at a time. Although a bit confused, Gordon still nodded and accepted the order. Yes, I understand, but as he turned his head, the wooden log on his shoulder slammed hard against an ancient tree, and that wasn't all that was in front of him. He even face-planted right on the ground. Seeing this, the faces of the men behind him immediately grew grim. One of them couldn't hold back and angrily cursed the idiot. At the same time, Gordon was equally terrified because the large tree in front of him had suddenly started to move. In just an instant, the giant trunk had formed a huge, terrifying mouth full of jagged teeth. Seeing it, the men immediately turned and fled. The looks on their faces were grim, and they had good reason to be scared. The treant monster had appeared out of nowhere, its vines stretching out for 10 meters. They wrapped around the men, hoisting them into the air before tossing them into its mouth. After catching its prey, it would close its mouth, as if taking time to chew on the fresh victims. Eventually, Gordon was caught too, but thanks to his brute strength, he managed to grab onto a nearby tree. He cried out for help, Save me! The nearby mercenaries rushed over, using their axes to hack at the monster's vines. But no matter how hard they chopped, the vines wouldn't break. The axe in the mercenary's hand even started to chip, causing him to cry out in shock. How are these vines so tough? Gordon was just as panicked. They can't be cut. Does this mean I'm going to be eaten? This is just my luck. As if on cue, the vine began to pull him towards the monster's mouth again. At that moment, a figure suddenly charged forward. It was Ghislain. He rushed in, sword in hand, and with a single slash, severed the vine binding Gordon. After saving the man, he didn't stop. He channeled mana into his sword and, without a moment's hesitation, stabbed it into the eye on the monster's trunk. A shower of bright red slime began to pour out. It was a disgusting sight. Seeing this, the mercenaries outside cheered. The boss cut it. Is the eye the weak point of these treants? While they were still dazed, Ghislain, having landed after his strike, let out a breath. He then turned to his men and yelled a reminder, Snap out of it. If we spread out, we'll be easy targets. To avoid getting caught by the treants, everyone raise your shields and get into formation. Until I give the order, focus on defense. At Gillian's words, the mercenaries quickly formed up, using their shields to block the incoming vines. After giving his orders, Gillian ran to find Gaio. Where are the oil lamps? Gaio pointed to the cart beside him and answered, They're all here. Gillian quickly gave his command. Good. Light them all up and throw them. Let's burn them to the ground. Hearing this, Gaio exclaimed in surprise. So this is why you had us bring these, huh? Just then, Gaio shouted again. They're looking this way, Gillian quickly commanded. Now, burn them! At his command, Gaio led the charge, and everyone began hurling oil lamps at the monster. In an instant, a barrage of lamps flew towards it. The moment they hit the monster, they exploded. Flames erupted in the air. Seeing this, Gaio muttered with some concern. Will they really burn up completely? Gaio nodded slightly. In this situation, it's possible. But while their guard was down, the monster's vines shot towards them. Luckily, an axe suddenly appeared, cleaving through them without hesitation. Gillian had severed all the vines. Even Belinda on the other side took action. She threw 3 daggers at the monster's eye. Gillian glanced at the two and ordered, You two provide cover for the mercenaries, and get ready to throw the oil lamps. The two of them quickly followed his orders. As for Gillian, after giving the commands, he charged forward with his sword. His goal was to draw the monster's attention. Hearing this, Belinda cried out in alarm, Sir, be careful! But Gillian paid her no mind. He rushed forward with his sword, right in front of the monster. He channeled mana into his blade and then began slashing wildly. The monster, enraged by Gillian, started shooting its vines toward him. Perhaps Gillian was a snake in a past life. He weaved with incredible skill, successfully dodging every attack. He made it right in front of it. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were defending behind their shields. Seeing this, they couldn't help but panic. Those treants, they have legs too? The boss is going to be crushed. But contrary to their thoughts, Gillian was completely fine. His technique was flawless. Every slash of his sword cut through a vine. Seizing the opportunity when there were no obstacles, Gillian thrust his sword straight into the eye on its trunk. He single-handedly dealt with the monsters with such skill that the mercenaries watching were stunned. This is no joke. They're all focused on the boss. At that moment, Belinda shouted a reminder again. Throw all the oil lamps at them. This time it'll definitely work. Following her shout, another wave of oil lamps flew through the air. The flames instantly roared to life again. The monsters were engulfed in a sea of fire. Seeing this, a sword was pointed straight at the sky. He immediately cheered, All right! But Gillian reminded them, Don't stop. Keep throwing until they're all burned to ash. At his words, the mercenaries continued to hurl the oil lamps. A section of the forest was engulfed in crimson flames. The heat grew more and more intense. In an instant, all the monsters were incinerated. The mercenaries watching couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing! So this is how you deal with these monsters. They also realized something else. At this rate, the fire is going to spread, but that's even better. They'll be wiped out faster. Even Gordon cheered happily. They're not so tough after all, are they? Against fire, these treants are a complete joke. While they were celebrating, Gillian spoke up again. Don't lower your guard. It's not over yet. Now is when they'll show us their true form. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene before them was enveloped in white. The mercenaries grew even more confused, not knowing what was happening. Gillian and Belinda also rushed over to him in alarm. Belinda cried out in fear, What's happening over there? Gillian calmly explained, The fire weakens them, but it doesn't destroy them completely. The fire burning against the water inside their bark creates steam. Before long, the mist began to clear, revealing a colossal monster with a form even more terrifying than before. The large mouth was still there, but now it had sprouted 4 massive petals. Seeing it, the crowd immediately backed away in fear, shouting in panic, What is that thing? Isn't it dead? Amidst the crowd's confusion, Gillian roared with vigor. All units, listen up. Raise your weapons. It's time for an all-out melee assault. As he finished speaking, Gillian charged forward like the wind, sword in hand. Seeing him charge in alone, the mercenaries were bewildered. He wants us to fight those giants in close combat? Isn't that a suicide mission? We'll be trampled to death the second they move. It was impossible not to be terrified. But while they hesitated, Gaio led the sober mercenary squad. He charged forward. Belinda, running alongside, reminded him, My lord, please be careful. Gillian approached Gordon's men. He asked in a cold voice, What are you hesitating for? This is an order from the Grand Duke Gillian. This naturally infuriated him. While their master was fighting for his life against the monsters, they were just standing there like statues. Gillian commanded with displeasure, Just trust me and follow my lead. Hearing this, Gordon's men were startled, but they quickly grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Let's just do as he says. In an instant, the mercenaries' morale surged. Gillian yelled along with them, Their bark has been burned away. You can cut through them even without mana. Don't be afraid. Shatter them with a single blow. Hearing this, Gaio charged forward ferociously. Even Gillian and Belinda joined in. In a flash, a bloody battle ensued. At this point, hesitation meant death. Gillian's role was to eliminate the hesitation of those who followed him. Don't be afraid. Shatter them with a single blow. Hearing this, Geo charged forward ferociously. Even Jillian and Belinda joined in. In a flash, a bloody battle ensued. At this point, hesitation meant death. Jillian's role was to eliminate the hesitation of those who followed him, helping them fight with confidence to win. With his incredible power, he instilled his will in them, making the impossible possible. Ghislain Perium showed them that it was nothing more than killing monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his sword into the monster's mouth. He swung down with a magic-infused strike, slicing it in two right then and there. Under Ghislain Perium's ferocious assault, the monsters began to fall like dominoes. The others teamed up and managed to kill a good number themselves. The mercenaries were panting from exhaustion. Gordon let out a sigh of relief, saying, "We got 'em all. We've wiped out every last one of those monsters." The others also breathed sighs of relief. They were alive. But just then, Ghislain Perium's voice cut through the air. "Everyone, settle down." His voice instantly silenced the crowd. Ghislain Perium was quite pleased with their obedience. He continued, "This is the Demon Beast Forest. We've only just stepped inside, and we're already seeing all kinds of monsters, like treants." In an instant, everyone's faces filled with fear. Ghislain Perium seemed unconcerned, speaking slowly. "But don't worry, I will always be at the very front. All you need to do is trust me and follow." The crowd immediately fell silent at his words. But a moment later, spirited cheers echoed throughout the gloomy forest. Right after that, they continued deeper into the woods. Every time they encountered a monster, Ghislain Perium commanded a complete annihilation. Wherever they went, ancient trees and monsters fell in their path. The more he killed, the more fired up he got. He had initially tagged along reluctantly, but now, he was truly starting to feel the thrill of battle. They ran into countless monsters along the way. Belinda was worried sick, checking on Ghislain Perium at every turn. He didn't like it at first, but eventually, he felt helpless and just let her do as she pleased. However, the one thing that remained constant throughout all this was perhaps the state of Gordon's mercenaries. Every time they encountered a monster, they kept retreating. Gordon looked at the massive beast before him and yelled in frustration, "Damn it, what the hell is this? The monsters just keep coming." But as they were panicking, Ghislain and Cao shielded them. Without hesitation, Cao took a swing at its leg. But at the same moment, another one appeared on their flank. Ghislain lunged forward just in time, blocking the monster with her shield. Seizing the opening, a sword shot forward as Giselle ruthlessly stabbed it in the head. After killing the monster, Giselle glanced at everyone and asked with concern, "Is anyone hurt?" The group immediately nodded. "We're still alive. Just some light wounds." Right after that, they got into formation and started shouting, "If you want to live, stay close to our employer. Yeah, bring it on, you monster bastards." Watching this scene, Ghislain couldn't help but remark, "They're finally looking like real fighters." Cao nodded in agreement. Nothing beats actual combat experience. Giselle felt a lot more relieved. He reminded everyone, "We've still got a long way to go. Keep clearing the path." Meanwhile, one man was slinking back. Looking at those guys up there, rushing headfirst to their deaths, he felt like they were all crazy, a crazy forest filled with a bunch of lunatics. A short time later, they had ventured deep into the woods and finally came across a lake. The men immediately rushed forward as if dying of thirst, using buckets to catch water to drink. Belinda saw this and couldn't help but sigh. Who knows what might jump out of that water? He stood to the side, not quite sure what to say. So far, they were still on the right path. This lake is the most important junction on the way to the quarry, Giselle thought. He immediately gave an order, "Make camp with your backs to the lake. Everyone will rest here." A while later, in one of the tents, a group of mercenaries was busy discussing the events in the forest. But at the same time, in another tent, a fire was crackling warmly. Gordon looked at the man before him suspiciously and asked, "Why'd you secretly gather us here? What the hell are you trying to say?" The man Manuzer chuckled and spoke up, "We don't have to keep risking our necks out here. Our lives are more important than money, aren't they?" Gordon scoffed at his words. "We've already cleared a lot of the way, anyway." The employer also said the destination isn't too far from the entrance. We must be getting close. Hearing this, Manuzer grew more urgent. "You actually believe that guy? There's a reason our employer is known as the Madman of Tojiyun. Isn't it obvious? He's trying to make a name for himself by recklessly expanding into this forest," a guy next to him said nonchalantly. "We've already taken the deposit. We took the money, so we do what we were hired to do. Aren't we mercenaries? And it's not the first time we've survived thanks to an employer. I admit the employer is good at fighting, but it's been nothing but luck so far. One slip-up could mean total annihilation," Manuzer argued. He claimed the nobles would just use them as meat shields when danger comes. All nobles are the same. Hearing this, the faces of Gordon's men turned ugly, unsure how to respond. Seeing their expressions, Manuzer became smug. "Go on, keep hesitating, trying to fight all those monsters alone and make it back? That's just insane. If something went wrong, they might become bait for him at this very moment." Gordon suddenly spoke up. "Look, what I'm saying is, if it weren't for our employer, we'd all be dead by now. Just look over there. Saying that, he pointed towards Giselle, who was on the opposite side. He was applying healing medicine to everyone, not forgetting to give instructions. Be careful not to get water in the wound. It'll get infected. Belinda, standing nearby, didn't look happy about it. Annoyed, she said, "Those are valuable medical herbs, you know. Shouldn't we be saving those for a real emergency?" Giselle replied casually. Times like these times are times the emergency. Being too stingy will only come back to bite us. Manuser watched as he healed one person after another, unsure of how to react. Gordon spoke up again. "The medicines and potions the employer is using cost more than our lives are worth. If you were him, would you treat the mercenaries you plan on using as meat shields this way?" As soon as he said it, Gordon's group nodded along. "Yeah, this client is totally different from the others. At the very least, he doesn't seem like he'd abandon us." With each sentence, they tore Manuser's plan apart, making him curse under his breath. "That damn old man is getting in my way. I need to lure at least a few of them. But it's too hard now." After that thought, he quickly left. The moment he was gone, Giselle came over with a reminder. "All right, enough of the idle chatter. Get some rest while you can." He then glanced towards Ghislain and Cao. He said, "I need to have a word." The two of them quickly followed, but Cao hesitated, asking, "Is this all right? If it were up to me, I'd have ripped his tongue out." Giselle answered nonchalantly, "Let him be for now. We can't do much with all these monsters around. More importantly, there are a few things we need to confirm." His words put everyone on alert. They quickly scanned their surroundings and immediately noticed the problem. Oil lamps had been placed all over for some reason. Belinda frowned and asked, "Why did you suddenly ask me to count the oil lamps? There are about 24 of them." Hearing that, Giselle fell into deep thought. "So the number has decreased, just as I suspected." Thinking this, he began to speak slowly. "Since we entered this forest, monsters have been attacking us day and night. But for the last 2 days, there have been no attacks during the night." Hearing this, the group grew pensive. Cao hesitated and mumbled, "What does that mean?" Before Giselle could answer, Ghislain cut in. "It means we've entered the territory of monsters that are active at night, a domain where their influence is extremely powerful." Just then, Giselle let out a sudden sigh. His eyes turned vicious. He stared into the distant darkness. Slowly, he spoke, "All right, the real danger starts now." Night began to fall over the forest. Everyone had gone to sleep, and Gordon was no exception. He was tucked warmly into his bedroll. But suddenly, a bright light flashed before his eyes, rousing Gordon from his sleep. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw an oil lamp floating in midair. It scared him so badly he pissed his pants. He kicked it away and screamed in terror. What the hell? A flying lantern? But before he could figure out what was happening, something bit into Gordon's shoulder. It made him scream in pain. His scream startled everyone awake. When they came to, they saw Gordon frantically swinging a torch at the air like a madman. The invisible monsters saw the fire and quickly backed away. But in the eyes of the mercenaries, Gordon just looked like he was going crazy. They rushed over and asked, "What's wrong?" Gordon trembled and stammered, "Monsters." There were monsters right next to me, but they couldn't see a damn thing. They grumbled resentfully, "What are you talking about? There's nothing here." Hearing this, Gordon was completely stunned. He looked around and cried out in disbelief. "Nothing?" Someone said irritably, "Were you having a nightmare or something? Talking in your sleep?" After saying that, he walked away. But just then, a voice suddenly spoke up. He wasn't sleep-talking. It was Gajil, who had walked over. Gajil said slowly, "A strange feeling woke me up, too. I saw the lantern disappear right before my eyes." After hearing that, the others also started talking about the strange things they had encountered. After listening, Gajil said firmly, "We need to find out what that was." In an instant, the tent was filled with noisy chatter. But while they were confused, Ghislain Perium appeared and asked, "So you saw them clearly?" They immediately turned to look. They saw him approaching with Ghislain and Tong. Ghislain Perium narrowed his eyes and gave an order. "Everyone, assemble." The mercenaries quickly gathered in one spot inside the tent. Ghislain Perium called the key members inside to discuss the situation. After hearing the report, Gordon exclaimed in horror, "Monsters are surrounding us?" Gajil chimed in, "And you can't even see them with the naked eye." Ghislain Perium nodded slightly. "That's to be expected. That's their ability. Are you sure they're near the lake? They're one of the most powerful monsters, rulers of the night in this forest, the panhunters. They have the ability to blend in with the darkness. Humans can't see them, and physical attacks have no effect. They stalk hundreds of prey. Their method of hunting is to drag their victims into the shadows." Hearing this, Gajil and Gordon cried out at the same time. "Hundreds of them?" Belinda glanced at him. "So that's why the oil lamps have been going out," Tong shouted furiously. "Those damn monsters! Let's go kill them all! We can't let these monsters lead us by the nose. We have to strike first." But Ghislain Perium shook his head, stopping Tong. "We'll wait for them to attack. That's the best way to counter." Belinda spoke hesitantly. "We've already lost more than half our lanterns. Are we really just going to sit here and wait?" Ghislain Perium replied calmly. "Charging in will only trigger their vicious tendencies. They'll change their hunting methods and torment us even more patiently. We're missing our chance to annihilate all of them. Hearing this, Ghislain muttered in confusion. We will wait for them to attack. That's the best way to counter. Belinda spoke hesitantly. We've already lost more than half our lanterns. Are we really just going to sit here and wait? Ghislain Perium replied calmly. Charging in will only trigger their vicious tendencies. Wipe them all out? He glanced at Ghislain Perium and asked, Is there a way to catch hundreds of monsters that are invisible to the naked eye and immune to physical attacks? Ghislain Perium gave a slight nod. There is. Belinda, where are the magic scrolls I told you to prepare? Belinda answered calmly. I've already distributed one to each mercenary, sir. Hearing this, Ghislain Perium looked at everyone with satisfaction and gave his orders. From now on, I will show you how to fight. He then used his sword to draw something on the ground, then spoke slowly. The invisible monsters are surrounding our camp from 3 directions. They are slowly tightening their encirclement by stealing our lanterns. With our small numbers, we can't possibly cover this entire area, especially when the enemy isn't human. A head-on confrontation would surely lead to us being crushed from both sides. Hearing this, Tadon frowned and mumbled. By setting up camp with our backs to the lake, we've avoided being surrounded from all 4 sides. Ghislain Perium nodded slightly and replied calmly, You could call that lucky. Though the situation isn't favorable, it's not entirely hopeless, because in this battle, we hold the initiative. Everyone stared at him, stunned, not understanding what he meant. Ghislain Perium slowly explained. First, we divide our forces into 3 teams, a shield team to take the hits, a crossbow team to suppress them, and an elite strike team that includes me. The shield and crossbow teams will form a tight formation in the center to block the enemy's assault. Meanwhile, the strike team will focus all its firepower to quickly cut down the enemy's numbers from the left flank. Ghislain Perium finally finished explaining his plan. Klein listened, then asked hesitantly, Is that really possible? Cao stared at the diagram below for a long time before speaking. If the central team holds firm, it's definitely doable. At that moment, Belinda suddenly raised her hand, interrupting. She said, seriously, those pan things, they can blend into the darkness, so our attacks have no effect. Isn't that right? How are we supposed to deal with them? Her words left Ghislain Perium's group bewildered. Cao glanced at Ghislain Perium, then turned to Belinda and asked innocently, Can't we just use mana? But Ghislain Perium just smiled and said, Don't worry, Belinda. A short while later, night had completely fallen, perfect weather for a monster hunt. Ghislain Perium had assembled the mercenary company, ready to fight the monsters according to plan. They had lost their last lantern. One wrong move and the entire force would be wiped out. In the Delphim ducal family's exploration journal, it was written, The Pan are terrified of light. This was a later discovery. When exposed to a strong light, they will reveal their true form. Therefore, Ghislain Perium ordered everyone to tear their magic scrolls immediately. They all followed his command, ripping the items in their hands. With each person contributing a scroll, the small lights combined into one massive one. In an instant, a beam of light shot up into the sky. The Pan creatures shrieked in fear at the brilliant light, and before they could flee, they were enveloped by it. Their forms began to appear clearly before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Gordon shouted, The darkness is gone! Their true forms have been revealed! Those eel-like monsters are surrounding us. As expected, it wasn't long before they charged towards them. The crossbow team didn't hesitate, immediately raising their weapons and attacking the monsters. But there were too many of them, and the crossbow team was having trouble holding them back. At that moment, in the center, everyone was ready. Ghislain Perium immediately raised his sword and yelled, Their true forms have been revealed. Vanguard, charge. Immediately after, he led Ghislain's group forward with incredible ferocity. The vanguard relentlessly slaughtered the monsters. Ghislain Perium was even more ferocious. With every swing of his sword, monster corpses piled up everywhere. He narrowed his eyes at the monsters, thinking to himself, The Pan can blend into the darkness, but their durability is very low. With this formation, we can definitely break through them in an instant. With that thought, Ghislain Perium looked towards his people and ordered, Cut down as many of them as possible. Ghislain and the other 2 quickly received the order, splitting off in 3 directions. Ghislain took the brunt of the attacks, drawing their attention. Meanwhile, Cao would disrupt the monsters' ranks. With his combat prowess, he was incredibly fast. Every move was a killing blow, but with so many of them, openings were bound to appear. That's when Belinda was needed. Whenever a comrade was in danger, she would immediately provide support. After attacking them with her throwing knives, Belinda yelled, Young master! Instantly, Ghislain Perium rushed forward like the wind, directly eliminating the monsters. This was the most elite force of Persian that he had built. With his combat prowess, his speed was incredibly fast. Every move was a killing blow, but with so many of them, openings were bound to appear. That's when Belinda was needed. Whenever a comrade was in danger, she would immediately provide support. After attacking them with her throwing knives, Belinda yelled, Young master! Instantly, Ghislain Perium rushed forward like the wind, directly eliminating the monsters. This was the most elite force of Persian that he had built. directly eliminating the monsters. This was the most elite force of Persian that he had built, and so it went. Under the sky of the beast-infested forest, flashes of blue and white kept appearing. Down below, the mercenaries were attacking non-stop. Monsters fell before the powerful assault of the group. A good number of them had died. It's just that there were too many. The mercenaries, drenched in sweat, cried out in panic. How are there so many? When is the raid team going to get here? While their guards were down, the horde of monsters bared their fangs and claws at them, striking them with absolute terror. Right then, a sharp sword suddenly struck. It was Gazelle's squad. They had finished up on their side and rushed over here to help. After wiping out the monsters that had just attacked, Giselle glanced at everyone and spoke. Thanks for holding on. Seeing him, Gordon's men immediately lit up with joy. The boss is here. We're saved! Gordon immediately regained his fighting spirit, ordering them to widen the formation and surround them from all directions. Now's our time to counterattack. The monsters seemed to sense that the situation had turned against them. They stopped their attack and turned to flee. Seeing this, Giselle immediately frowned. They're retreating before we've even surrounded them. So perceptive. With that thought, he glanced at Belinda and ordered her to find the leader. It has horns on its head. It's sending the signal to retreat. Cao hesitated from behind and asked, Wouldn't it be better if they just retreated like this? Giselle replied nonchalantly. They are obsessed with their prey. Even if they retreat now, they'll still stalk us for days and nights, until it's over. We don't have time to deal with them a second time. We have to avoid any more losses. If they lose their commander and completely scatter, then we have to catch it. We have to get it right here. Hearing this, Belinda was a little surprised. She realized he had changed a lot. With that thought, Belinda said firmly, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw her hook onto a nearby branch. Instantly, Belinda shot off like the wind again. She charged into the monster's encirclement all by herself. Very quickly, she spotted a monster with horns. Without a shred of hesitation, she swung her hook and successfully snagged the commander. Belinda glanced behind her. She yelled, Young master, I've got it. Hearing this, Ghislain immediately charged forward. He let out a cold snort. So it was you, huh? He took a long leap to break into the encirclement. Without a moment's hesitation, Ghislain slashed at the monster commander. Fresh blood instantly rained down. But it wasn't dead yet. Ghislain didn't lose his patience. He swung again. This time, he didn't hold back. He sliced the head off the leader. This sight threw the surrounding monsters into confusion. They stopped attacking. Ghislain immediately yelled, The leader is dead! Kill them all! Don't let any escape! Following his command, the mercenaries' morale soared even higher. They charged in without hesitation. They were no longer afraid of those monsters. Another group yelled out, competing with the other squad. Don't you dare lose to that old man. Ghislain heard this and let out a helpless sigh. They're certainly in high spirits. And just like that, Ghislain's army began to slaughter the monsters. The battle lasted until dawn, only officially ending when Ghislain finished off the last one. Monster corpses lay scattered everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. Ghislain glanced at everyone and gave a sincere smile. You all worked hard. We won! As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in spirited cheers. How could they not be happy? They finally won. They were alive. Over here, Belinda asked her young master worriedly. Are you injured anywhere? Ghislain gently shook his head and said with a smile, I'm fine. You all worked hard. With that, he gave another order. Belinda, get a head count immediately. Cao, bring the Cerberus team here. Gillian and I will take Pan's corpse and toss it around the campsite. Hearing this, Cao frowned and asked, Toss the corpse? Ghislain answered calmly. It's useful. The smell of the rotting corpse will drive away other monsters. The Pan is one of the strongest monsters at the edge of the forest. The demon beast, Ghislain, standing nearby, added, The campsite will be safer, kid. This remark made Cao so angry he started cursing. What did you say, old man? You looking to end it all here today? Seeing this, Ghislain was a bit exasperated. He was all too used to this conflict. It's fine. It had been about 10 days since everyone entered the demon beast forest. By eliminating the Pan, they had dealt with all the immediate dangers. The path was now established. All that was left was to mine the Runzi quarry. The sun would begin to rise after the darkness. Everything will finally be over. Ghislain was certain of it. A moment later, Belinda approached from a distance and spoke. I've confirmed it. The Cerberus mercenary group has 41 members, and there are 126 contract mercenaries remaining. Ghislain heard this and frowned. No casualties from Cerberus? Cao boasted smugly. Of course not. Who do you think their captain is? Ghislain shot him a disdainful look, but Cao paid it no mind. He continued to ask, 3 of the contract mercenaries died, right? Belinda nodded slightly in response. The problem is, we can't find the bodies, so we can't confirm their identities. Just then, Gordon suddenly asked with suspicion, Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Manuser either. Todd heard this and sighed. Knowing his personality, it's highly likely he snuck off. Just as they predicted, Manusar had taken 2 others and fled earlier. They felt incredibly lucky at that moment for having escaped before the battle started. Manusar, running at the front, warned them. Less talking. While the monsters are distracted over there, we have to get out of here fast. But just then, the 2 men behind him suddenly stopped running. This annoyed Manusar, and he yelled, "Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and run!" One of the men, trembling, pointed behind them, his face a mask of terror. Manusar also turned his head to look, only to see a pair of blood-red eyes advancing on them. Manusar stammered in fear. What the hell is that? Right in front of them was a giant python. In a flash, it killed all 3 of them, including Manusar. Its blood-red eyes were terrifying. Elsewhere, Ghislain's group, unaware of what happened, continued to chop down trees to clear a path. They worked tirelessly, cutting trees and loading them onto carts, looking like they wanted to clear the entire forest. Cao watched them as he worked, unable to help but feel impressed. Now they just get to work without needing to be told. I've never seen that lazy bunch of mercenaries work so efficiently before. You're right. It's not just the low-rank mercenaries. Even the outsourced group is working proactively now. Garen glanced at Cao and pouted. Not like someone I know. Cao was taken aback. He felt the old man had a point, so he didn't argue back like usual and changed the subject instead. You said those guys will all disband after this expedition is over. Seems like a waste to only use them once, don't you think? Garen heard this and spoke up. Don't worry. I'm planning to hire all of them as my private army. People say mercenaries are poorly organized, so they can't beat a regular army in a large-scale battle. But thanks to the experience they've gained here, they've already surpassed the limits of mercenaries. They'll be a solid foundation for expanding my power. Just then, Gagel approached from a distance to report. Captain, I've scattered the corpses around the mining area as ordered. Cao nodded slightly. Good work. Then he glanced at Ghislain and said with a smile, It's just as effective as you said it would be. We didn't see a single monster on the way here from the camp. Normally, there'd be at least one stray. You and your jinxing mouth. Unbeknownst to them, there really was one deep in the forest. Ghislain felt a sense of foreboding, hoping it was just him being overly worried. At that moment, Belinda returned from afar. Ghislain glanced at her and asked, Well, anything up ahead? Belinda nodded slightly, her expression hard to read. Seeing her reaction, Ghislain's heart sank. Then he turned and yelled to those behind him, From now on. They cleared the path at full speed. The destination was right before them. Soon after, they ventured deep into the forest, stopping only when they saw a light. Once the thing before them was revealed, everyone's face filled with horror. Only Ghislain wore a satisfied smile. Gordon and the others cried out in disbelief. No way! Could this be? Just then, Ghislain raised an eyebrow and spoke with a grin. This is the very reason we began this expedition. A vein of the highest grade Junsan ore. Cao, still in shock, stammered with a trembling voice. Is there really something this valuable in the forest? Ghislain, hidden off to the side, spoke up casually. I told you, he has incredible foresight. Belinda was overjoyed, thinking of her family's fortune. She hugged Ghislain tightly and said cheerfully, Young master, how in the world did you know about this? They drew closer and closer to the Junsan ore mine. This was something they might never get to touch in their entire lifetimes. But now, it was laid out right in front of them like this. If they mined it all and brought it back, they would become fabulously wealthy. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. None of you are going anywhere. Ghislain's eyes, full of caution, darted toward the source of the sound. A figure that wasn't quite human, and not quite a ghost, slowly approached, muttering like a machine. It's all over. The mercenaries recognized the man. It was Magnus. But as soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Dust billowed everywhere. Seeing this, Gordon and Torden rushed forward, but were blocked by Ghislain's sword. He ordered in a cold voice, Stay back. Immediately after, he rushed forward with his sword. Ghislain unleashed a strike full of mana. The dust cloud before him was cut away, but what was revealed behind it was even more terrifying. White skeletons were piled up everywhere. Some of the bloodstains were still fresh. Seeing this, the mercenaries instantly panicked. What's with all these piled up corpses? What the hell happened here? It wasn't just monster corpses. There seemed to be human bodies mixed in too. The 3 following behind, with Grizz being slightly calmer, all readied their weapons. Grizz slowly explained. Looks like we won't be able to mine the runestones in peace. This is most likely the nest of a high-level monster. Plus, some of the corpses aren't heavily decomposed, which means they haven't been here for long. The toxic fumes from the corpses were mixed with the fog, so they didn't notice it at first. The records never mentioned any particular dangers in the area with the ore vein. Grizz was caught a bit off guard. There was no other choice. They had to handle this themselves. With that thought, he turned to everyone and yelled, Everyone attention! Get into your battle positions. As if on cue, the moment he finished speaking, a giant serpent appeared. It opened its massive slimy maw and attacked them. Without a moment's hesitation, Grizz charged forward with his sword. Everyone, spread out! The men quickly obeyed, splitting off in 3 directions. He engaged the monster in close combat by himself. He channeled mana into his sword and brought it down with a massive slash, but it didn't sustain any major injuries. Undeterred, Grizz attacked again with his sword, aiming for its bloodshot red eyes. But as fast as he was, it was faster. It dodged his attack. Even so, his blade still grazed it. Grizz frowned slightly. He had deliberately used mana, and it only left a few scratches. He was equally startled by the toughness of its scales. What are these things made of? In the midst of the battle, the giant serpent was using its massive tail to attack Giselle. He dodged out of the way, frantically slashing at the serpent's head until a green, viscous fluid began to ooze out endlessly. Giselle's brow furrowed. This is poison. I can't let it touch me. He hurriedly dodged away, but the giant serpent wouldn't let up. Giselle did a full spin and then swung his sword in a single slash. The blade connected with its tail, but just like before, it didn't inflict any damage at all. What's more, its huge tail came crashing down toward Giselle, pinning him to the ground. Seeing this, Belinda immediately cried out in terror. Young master! Just then, the monster's colossal body began to attack the rest of the group. Everyone instantly scrambled backward in a panic. Jillian shouted a warning. Be careful! Don't get swept up by it. But no matter how they dodged, the serpent steadily closed in on them, making them cry out in panic. What kind of damn snake is this? It's enormous! It's going to crush us! Just before they were about to be flattened, Ghislain ran in, slung 2 men over his shoulders like potato sacks, and dashed away. On this side, Belinda wasn't idle either, using her grappling hook to pull a group of soldiers to safety. Tao stood nearby, commanding the mercenaries. Run for it! But they still couldn't save everyone. Some people were crushed. The desperate screams for help rang out endlessly. Giselle, pinned under the serpent's tail, heard it all. Witnessing it firsthand, he felt completely helpless. So this monster is the true owner of the runestone vein. This damn blood python. It was one of the monsters classified as unhuntable in the plan for the Demon Beast Forest expedition. It was supposed to live deep inside the forest. I never expected to run into it right here. The chance of winning is minuscule. Retreating to figure out a new plan is one option, but he didn't have time to hesitate. If he gave up now, everything Giselle had worked for until this moment would become meaningless. At that thought, his eyes grew resolute. He tightened his lips and muttered, "Don't you get in my way, you damn monster! I'm already carrying far too many burdens for this mission." As he finished speaking, Giselle unleashed his mana core. The sword in his hand began to be enveloped by an immense amount of mana. Without a shred of hesitation, Giselle charged forward again, slashing wildly at the giant serpent. He cut a large gash across its head. This time, empowered by the magic from Giselle's mana core, the wound was much deeper. Fresh blood began to pour out, but it still wasn't a critical blow. It whipped its tail, attacking Giselle. Slightly panicked, he hastily raised his sword to parry, but the creature's body was too heavy, causing him to sink deeper into the ground. His right leg sank continuously, but the giant serpent showed no mercy. It once again opened its enormous jaws towards Giselle. He couldn't afford to be careless and quickly struck back. No matter how slim the chances of victory, there are some fights you can't run from. And now is that time for Giselle to fulfill his responsibility. The group watching from the side saw him charge forward like a madman and grew alarmed, but Giselle paid them no mind, swinging his blade at the serpent's head. Fresh blood began to spurt out again. Ghislain leaped down from above, letting out a breath. He narrowed his eyes at it, his gaze filled with malice, but this blood serpent still showed no signs of collapsing. Keeping the third core open for this long is too dangerous. Ghislain would collapse from exhaustion before he could kill it. While he was feeling lost, Belinda and her group ran up to him worriedly. Belinda quickly asked, "Young master, are you okay?" Ghislain shook his head slightly, confirming that he was fine. Belinda then suggested, "Please fall back, young master. We'll hold it off." But Ghislain gave an order instead. "All of you, retreat." His words left the group bewildered. Gordon glanced at him and asked with confusion, "What do you mean?" The young master explained in a low voice, "Even I can't guarantee that I can protect all of you from this massive monster. I can't afford to lose any of them here." Hearing this, Belinda asked with concern, "But what about you, young master?" Ghislain answered nonchalantly, "I have to take it down here." Belinda's eyes widened in shock. What they'd managed to do so far was already a miracle. She couldn't understand why he was pushing himself this hard. Just then, the blood serpent spat venom towards them. Ghislain immediately roared, "Move! Now!" But instead of retreating, they formed a line and used their shields to block the venom. Ghislain narrowed his eyes at them, not understanding why they would do that. As if reading his mind, Gordon yelled, "Let us fight with you." Todd also chimed in, "I've never had a leader like you before. You've saved our lives countless times." Even Sal raised his sword and charged. He yelled with excitement, "We just have to kill this damn snake, and all that treasure will be ours." Belinda, of course, wasn't leaving either. She refused to go. She spoke with determination. "I can't leave you alone, sir." Gillian felt the same way. He stood in front of Giselle and said seriously, "I'll create a diversion to give you an opening." At this point, they were all of one mind. They hoped Giselle would trust them, just as they had trusted him. His words made Giselle hesitate for a moment. Just when Ghislain and the others thought he wouldn't answer, they heard him speak in a low voice about the blood serpent. A colossal size, deadly venom, and blood-red scales as hard as steel. Even a mana-coated blade would be deflected. A single hit, and they would surely die. Hearing this, Belinda's face immediately filled with fear. Giselle paid her no mind and continued speaking, but its right eye is injured, and that open wound is its weak spot. As he said this, the sword in his hand pointed straight into the air. Giselle roared, "Demon Beast, Forest Expedition Team, we're all going home together!" As soon as he said that, the mercenaries behind him roared in unison, and at the same time, the blood serpent bared its fangs and claws at them. Giselle's vanguard, made up of his key members, charged forward together. Following his earlier instructions, their coordination was flawless. He stabbed at the blood serpent's eye, causing it to shriek in pain. Fresh blood began to gush out again. At the same time, Ghislain also charged forward, drawing its attention. His main goal was to create an opportunity for Giselle to attack. He thrust his sword into the blood serpent's other eye. Even knowing the future, not everything went according to Giselle's plan. But if he didn't act, many people would die here. The mercenaries had willingly placed their trust in Giselle. In this moment of crisis, he would absolutely not let them put their faith in the wrong person. Giselle gripped his sword and charged towards the blood serpent's head. He stabbed downwards without a shred of hesitation. He had to bring everyone back, because only he knew the future of this domain. Instantly, the blood serpent's massive head was pinned to the ground. Seeing this, the people watching from the side were utterly stunned. Ignoring their reactions, the sword in Giselle's hand continued to strike down. He used all his strength to slice a long gash across its head. It stretched downwards toward the front. The serpent's head had been split in two by Giselle. This sight brought joy to Belinda and the other two watching. Smiling, they thought, "This is our master, and this is also the future of Persian." They had defeated the blood serpent. The Junsei quarry now belonged to them. Meanwhile, at the Persian castle, the members of the Count's court had learned of Giselle's actions. It had made them furious. Albert was tearing his hair out, cursing in frustration. "This is a grave crime!" To dare defy the Lord and charge into the demon beast forest. Han Jun, who was beside him, tried to console him. "Calm down, Albert." But how could Albert possibly stay calm? He continued to shout. You know how stubborn the young master is. Being away on a long expedition, he started thinking he was the Lord himself. Hun Jun sighed in resignation. It's too late to say anything now. The young master has been in the demon beast forest for half a month already. If Eskovan hadn't falsified his report, we could have stopped him long ago. He couldn't understand why Eskovan would support Giselle. He could be stripped of his knighthood for this. The two of them argued like this right in front of Gunter, making him feel helpless as well. He also didn't know what to do about Giselle. But while they were talking, Jian John burst through the door. He hastily reported to the Lord. "It's an emergency, my lord. You must come and see," Gunter asked with suspicion. "What is it?" Ian John said urgently. "The young master, Ghislain, has returned." His words startled the three men in the room. Outside the Persian castle, Ghislain had indeed returned. He was slowly walking towards it, one step at a time. A short while later, inside the castle, Ghislain was sitting opposite the members of the Count's court. 6 resentful eyes were fixed on him. Walter looked a bit helpless. He didn't know what to do. Ghislain ignored their stares. He spoke calmly. "I have returned, father." Walter hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a stern voice. "I made it perfectly clear that exploring the demon beast forest was forbidden. Is that not so?" Ghislain lowered his eyes and replied, "I apologize. It was something that had to be done." Hearing this, Hunjun frowned slightly in confusion. Had to be done? Ian John also scolded him resentfully. "Are you saying this was worth defying? The ban? Trespassing in the demon beast forest is a serious crime, not to mention the risk to your own life. The monsters from the forest could have flooded into our domain." Ghislain sighed wearily. "As you can see, I'm still alive, and the monsters haven't flooded the domain." His words left the men stunned. Ian John grew even angrier. "What right do you have to talk back?" But before he could finish, Albert cut him off. "Do you find this funny, young master?" he said. "The incident in the demon beast forest ultimately caused no repercussions. So let's just say we can overlook it." At this, Albert suddenly paused. Then he said in a low voice, "But regarding this matter, I'm sure you have no way to justify yourself, do you?" As he finished, he placed a piece of paper on the table. Ghislain took it and looked. He frowned and mumbled. "Count Zaphon?" Albert nodded slightly in response. "From the moment you said you had gone to Zaphon without any prior notice, I had a bad feeling. You threatened Lady Amelia to steal 20,000 gold from the domain's support fund that was supposed to be sent to Persian periodically. Thanks to Ghislain's actions, Count Zaphon was furious and has decided to cut off all aid to the Persian domain, even going so far as to act like no agreement ever existed. This is a matter that could shake the entire domain. Ghislain didn't answer. He was examining the handwriting on the paper. This was a document written by Count Zaphon himself, who already had a poor relationship with Amelia. It seems it isn't a forgery. If I exploit the Count's greed, I might be able to silence him, he thought. This won't simply stop at sending assassins. Now that things have come to this, the leverage I held over him is useless. Whether it's ruin or survival, everything will just be seen as an excuse to cover up the truth. If I had been just a little slower, I would have been trapped in the domain. As expected, time is not on my side. Seeing him remain silent, Albert spoke again. Young master, do you have anything to say? John also made a suggestion. First, we must immediately return the 20,000 gold. John held his head and sighed. That's enough money to maintain the nightly order for a long time. But before he could finish, Ghislain said coldly, I've already used it all. The entire sum was used to explore the demon beast forest. His words plunged the room into a deathly silence. In the end, it was Albert who reacted first, breaking the atmosphere. You threw all that money into a forest full of monsters? Ghislain didn't deny it. He said helplessly, I apologize for what happened with Zaphon. I have nothing more to say. The moment he finished, a hand shot out and grabbed his collar. Jian snarled furiously, You damn bastard. An heir who single-handedly destroys the future of the domain? Hanjun also spoke up to condemn Ghislain Perium. From now on, you are no longer the young master, but a criminal. Bind his hands and feet and throw him in the dungeon. Ghislain ignored them, speaking coolly. From now on, I will be the one providing the support fund, including the 20,000 gold. The one who had been silent until now finally spoke. Walter asked in a low voice, What did you just say? Ghislain wasn't in a hurry. He glanced towards the door and called, Belinda. Belinda quickly entered and placed the small box in her hand on the table. Ghislain said nonchalantly, If I was just planning to go in and come right back out, I would have never started the expedition in the first place. As he was speaking, Belinda opened the box, revealing a brilliant light from within. Ghislain announced, These are the highest grade runestones. Hearing this, the men in the room immediately shot to their feet. Hanjun reached out to touch one, exclaiming in disbelief, Where did you get such a precious treasure? Didn't you trade it for 20,000 gold? Ghislain replied nonchalantly, I mined them from the demon beast forest. Albert observed for a long time before speaking. If these are truly runestones, they're worth a great deal, but this amount alone is still not enough to sustain the domain. It will still be short, won't it? Ghislain gave a knowing smile and said casually, This isn't even all of it. Of course, this is just a small sample for them to see. What Ghislain brought back was a massive amount of glowworm stone from the beast forest. When Walter's group went down below the castle, they saw the mercenaries continuously transporting them. They stared in a daze. Jun broke out in a cold sweat and mumbled, To harvest this much in just half a month? Jian asked him, his voice trembling. Are my eyes deceiving me? Walter was still in disbelief. He glanced at Belinda and asked, Is all of this from this one expedition? Belinda replied calmly, Yes, my lord. It was all collected under the young master's direct command. There is also Retzer tree sap, the blood serpent's remains, and many other things. This amount of glowworm stone is also just a very small fraction mined from the vein. At that moment, Ghislain looked at everyone and spoke up. From the very beginning, I started this excavation for the benefit of the entire domain. Naturally, they must be used for the domain, right? Anbert, after a moment of calculation, reported to the Lord with a trembling voice. Based on a preliminary estimate, with this amount, we probably won't have to worry about the support funds anymore. Hearing this, Hamjun and Jian immediately changed their tune. They went over to massage Ghislain's shoulders, smiling fawningly. You are truly brilliant, young master. You must have been exhausted from the excavation. If you have any requests at all, please just tell us. It's true that money can solve anything. Since they've made the offer, Ghislain naturally seized the opportunity, speaking up quickly. There are some conditions attached to this support. June frowned and asked, What conditions? Ghislain nodded slightly and replied casually, First, release Sekovan and Daikato. They were simply following my orders. The second condition is that the beast forest will remain off-limits to commoners, just as before. The spread of useless rumors could lead to losses for the domain. As soon as he finished speaking, both men fell into deep thought. A moment later, June finally spoke. Those conditions aren't entirely unacceptable. Ghislain smiled with satisfaction and continued. Finally, I will directly manage the entire restoration force, including the mercenaries. Every time military forces are mobilized in the domain, having interference is just a waste of time. June cried out in shock. Are you saying you want to maintain a private army? That's unacceptable. Who knows what you're planning to do? Anbert also coughed and spoke up. Please explain yourself clearly. You are in a position where you should be begging for forgiveness. What you're saying only makes it sound like you want to act on your own without any restraints. Ghislain stared at him and said coolly, "You've misunderstood, Financial Manager Anbert. I am merely stating the necessary conditions to be able to replace Zaphon and provide the support funds. If work is delayed because of such trivial matters, then June's finances will also be severely affected." After hearing this, Albert was a bit unsure how to react. He glanced at Walter for help. "Say something, will you? Isn't he trading away the domain's future?" But Walter remained silent. Just then, a voice from behind suddenly startled them. Ghislain appeared, leading a group of mercenaries. Ghislain nodded in acknowledgement. "You've all worked hard." Ghislain also reported, "The loading of the runestones onto the carts is nearly complete. We can move out at any time on your command." Gordon also nodded in agreement. "As you instructed. The blood serpent's resin has been preserved without any anti-decomposition treatment. What do you intend to do with the blood serpent's corpse?" Ghislain said slowly. "It will be dissected immediately. Separate the venom, blood, flesh, and skin. Make sure none of it is damaged." Following his command, everyone acknowledged the order and left. Walter, seeing this, couldn't help but look toward Gordon. He said, trembling, "My lord, the aura of every single mercenary is extraordinary. They truly couldn't understand how Ghislain managed to gather such powerful individuals." Walter fell silent upon hearing this. They are no different from an elite army. Only after giving out his orders did Ghislain look back at the people behind him. At that moment, Walter spoke slowly. "You must have gone through a great deal of effort." Ghislain bowed his head and replied, "Not at all, father. Without their help, this expedition would have been incredibly difficult." He stared intently at his son for a long time before saying with resignation, "All right, let's go back." With that, he led his people into the castle. After hearing this, Anbert was a bit unsure how to react. He glanced at Water for help. "Say something, will you? Isn't he trading away the domain's future?" But Water remained silent. Just then, a voice from behind suddenly startled them, only to see Ghislain arriving with a group of mercenaries. Ghislain nodded in reply. "You've all worked hard." Ghislain also reported the loading of the runestones onto the carts is nearly complete on your command. We can move out at any time. Kao also nodded in agreement as you instructed. The Retzer resin has been preserved without any anti-decomposition treatment. "What are you going to do with the blood serpent's corpse?" Ghislain said. "Slowly, it will be dissected immediately. Separate the venom, blood, flesh, and skin, and ensure they are not damaged." Hearing his command, everyone immediately acknowledged the order and left Water. Seeing this scene, couldn't help but look towards Gordon, no matter how much they objected. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave Ghislain with one last sentence. "I'll let it slide this time, but if you dare to disobey my orders again, I'm warning you. Be prepared." Ghislain narrowed his eyes at him and said with gratitude, "Thank you." Walter smiled faintly. Without turning his head, he said casually, "As the heir who will take over this domain in the future, you have the air of a wolf of the north." Ghislain watched his retreating back, murmuring the 3 words he had just said. Wolf of the North. That is the title bestowed upon Count Berzion, the protector of the Lutania kingdom's border. He was a lonely, exhausted man with weak finances, depleted and impoverished. Yet, on the cold northern border, Walter never stopped fighting. He spent his entire life protecting the domain, where his wife, his daughter, and even his son were no longer. And the price for that was a tragic death, remembered by no one. But while Ghislain was lost in thought, Kao let out a sigh of relief. "We can finally relax." Belinda didn't care about that. She asked hesitantly, "Young master, will you be returning to the city right away?" Ghislain shook his head slightly and replied, "No, not yet." "Be ready to leave at a moment's notice." Belinda was stunned, asking in disbelief, "You're not going to rest?" Ghislain also tried to persuade him. "You've overexerted yourself. Your body surely hasn't fully recovered yet," Belinda said in a low voice. "The fact that you survived after crawling inside the blood serpent's body is already a miracle. Do you know how hard I had to work to detoxify you when your entire body was covered in its venom?" But before she could finish, Ghislain placed a hand on her shoulder. He murmured sincerely, "I'm counting on you." Belinda was stunned by his words. Ghislain then turned and walked away. The news that they possess Ghislain's stone will spread quickly. And of course, it will reach the ears of those forces who have their eyes on this domain. I must expand my forces quickly so that no one will dare to dream of this place. At this thought, Ghislain's body finally gave out. He staggered and fell to the ground, causing the people behind him no small amount of panic. In another place, in a castle far from the Persian domain, a man sat on a high chair, hidden in the shadows. Just then, a pigeon carrying a letter on its leg landed on the person's hand. He immediately opened the letter to read it. On it were a few very clear lines of text. Confirmation of clearing a portion of the beast forest. Begin the war for territory and eliminate Persian. After reading these sentences, the man couldn't help but smirk. The destruction of Persian. Immediately after, he announced the plan to his subordinates. They instantly began to whisper amongst themselves. A moment later, the man spoke in a low voice. "How many of our people are left in Persian?" A subordinate immediately answered, 2 sentinels and 1 knight. The man nodded slightly and replied, send the 2 sentinels to the Digandi domain. The missing heir of Digan dying in Persian is a legitimate excuse to start a war, and with that, he put a man named Victor in command of this matter. Hearing this name, someone cried out in disbelief. I can't believe we're playing Deadmon's strongest card this early. If Victor had just done his job, Persian would have collapsed on its own. But while they were discussing this, another person spoke up. My lord, Victor will certainly do well. However, isn't it too soon to reveal our trump card? This move seems a bit rushed, the other person said calmly. Because of the Beast Forest, all decisions must be based on Duke Delphin's will. He said not to question it, prepare for war. The one who gave the order was Count Deadmon, Hero Deadmon. He frowned at the people below him and asked in a low voice, does anyone else know about this situation? Meanwhile, at Zaphos Castle, Amelia was crying in frustration in Bernard's arms. Bernard stood still, simply letting her lean on him. Amelia grabbed Bernard's collar and said through gritted teeth, Ghislain Perium, that bastard developed the whirlworm quarry with the 20,000 gold he took from me. Even after sending the entire Talon Guild, they couldn't kill Ghislain Perium. I even bowed my head to my damn father to beg him to punish that boy. This whole thing makes me look like a fool. Bernard hesitated for a moment before speaking. This isn't like you, my lady. Hearing this, Amelia took a deep breath. She suppressed her anger, pursed her lips, and said, you're right. I let my emotions get the better of me. What's done is done. As she said this, Amelia's eyes turned vicious. Bernard knew exactly what she was planning. He said in a low voice, give me my orders, my lady. Amelia walked over to a map, pointed to a spot, and spoke. Now that they've found the Johnson quarry, Berlin will soon escape its financial difficulties. Bernard nodded slightly. They must be celebrating over there, he snorted coldly. Amelia said, displeased. It may seem that way, but the important thing is that they haven't sold those stones yet. According to my latest information, Giselle has only just found the stones. The rune stones, less than 2 days ago. That's not enough time to establish a supply chain. Are we going to exploit that weakness? I already know where Giselle plans to sell them. Hearing this, Bernard was startled and asked doubtfully, so, my lady, you want to act before they sell the rune stones? Amelia replied calmly, there's only one place in the north where they can sell them. The Red Magic Tower, ruled by the Seven Circle Archmage, Demodus. Those stones are crucial for magic research. The magic. Towers are always serious about securing a supply of runestones. Order the Talon Guild to ambush the main road to the tower. Their target isn't Giselle, but the ones transporting the runestones. Attack and seize the stones to disrupt their transport, and in the chaos, we'll steal the entire shipment. Hearing this, Bernard frowned and asked hesitantly, but the Crimson Flame Magic Tower is also in Berevan territory. Are you sure they'll focus on the Red Magic Tower? Amelia spoke with conviction. In the past, that might have been the case, but things are different now. The Crimson Flame Magic Tower lost its standing long ago. Greedy Giselle would never go there, because the Red Magic Tower pays more. This time, I will take everything from Giselle. Meanwhile, at Persian Castle, ever since his return, Ghislain had been lying in bed. Earlier, when he had entered the blood serpent's mouth, a predator was beginning to digest its prey. Before the prey could pass the epiglottis and reach the esophagus, venom secreted inside would dissolve it for easier digestion. Mana released from his core burned the venom on contact, preventing it from entering his body. However, the toxic gas produced in the process created a lethal environment for breathing. Most prey would lose consciousness or die. At that moment, Ghislain gritted his teeth and endured. If he lost consciousness during this process, it would all be over. That battle was crucial for him. His entire future rested on it. If Ghislain couldn't avoid the venom, he would become prey for other beasts. The venom had entered his body, but he absorbed it into his mana core, using the intense mana power within to neutralize the poison. It was a delicate control of mana that only those who had reached a master level could achieve. He had used it as a substitute magic shield to counter a mana explosion. Just then, Ghislain startled awake from the nightmare. He let out a sigh of relief. I feel much better now. Ghislain pushed himself into a sitting position, rubbing his throbbing forehead. He couldn't remember what happened after that, only remembering up to the point his father forgave him. Before he could even finish the thought, Ghislain saw Elena sitting by his bed. Seeing him awake, the little girl hugged him tightly. The girl cried sorrowfully. You've been out for 2 days! You left without a word and then collapsed as soon as you returned. Elena is so glad you're awake. Ghislain was stunned by her hug. But before he could even feel touched, Elena forcefully pushed him away. Giselle looked at the girl, bewildered. He then saw her quickly run outside, shouting nonstop, Belinda, he's awake! Giselle frowned slightly. He finally registered what the girl had said, so he had been asleep for 2 days. After getting out of the blood serpent's body, he had only received first aid from Belinda before continuing to work and fight. Giselle had tried to endure until the runestones were transported and sold, but his body couldn't take it anymore. Yet, Considering his previous carelessness, his body was now in surprisingly good condition. Sleeping for just 2 days wasn't enough to recover from such an injury. He felt that something was very strange, so he removed his bandages to take a look. Just as he thought, Giselle's recovery ability had improved. The quality of his mana had somehow increased. Even the very nature of the mana in his body had changed. Giselle frowned slightly. Could the Blood Serpent's power have fused with me while neutralizing the poison in my mana core? In his past life, he never knew he could become stronger this way. Giselle hadn't planned for this when he set out to conquer the Beast Forest, but the risk he had taken had definitely paid off. Giselle needed to run some tests, but if this method worked, he could become 10 times stronger. In just a moment, Giselle went to the wardrobe, found a set of clothes, and put them on, thinking all the while. Right now, quickly selling the runestones is the top priority, he thought as he worked. Right now, quickly selling the runestones is the top priority. 2 days have passed. Everyone who needs to know about it already knows. He needed to gather the mercenaries immediately. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door, interrupting Ghislain's thoughts. He frowned slightly. Belinda, you don't need to knock. As soon as Ghislain finished speaking, the door opened. It was indeed Belinda, but there was also someone he hadn't expected. It was Count Water. Water glanced at him and spoke. You're awake? Ghislain was stunned to see him. He didn't think he would come. Water continued. I heard from Belinda that you jumped into the body of the Blood Serpent, fought it, and were poisoned. Are you all right? Ghislain nodded slightly and replied, Yes, as you can see, Father, I'm fine. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. He spoke with great relief. Belinda rushed over to him in a panic, saying worriedly, You suddenly collapsed. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Are you really okay? Ghislain sighed, a little exasperated. I'm fine right now. Water suddenly called out, Ghislain. He looked up at him, a bit of confusion in his eyes. He then heard him say seriously, Can we speak privately? He said he had a request for him. Ghislain frowned slightly and muttered, A request? A moment later, the two of them were at the training grounds. Ghislain thought as he walked. This was the first time he'd had time alone with his father. In his past life, he was always focused on avoiding him, never knowing how he'd be punished. Just then, Water spoke apologetically. Calling you out here right after you've woken up. I apologize. Ghislain shook his head slightly. It's all right. Thanks to sleeping for 2 whole days, my mind is much clearer. So, what is it that you wanted to talk about, Father? Water didn't answer. He just narrowed his eyes and looked at him. A hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. Seeing his father's reaction, Ghislain was a bit bewildered. He remembered what his mother had told him when he was a child. So this is what she meant? She'd said that his father was a man who didn't know how to express his feelings. As a child, Ghislain didn't really understand what that meant. Back then, she had patiently explained it to him. He has to be a steadfast pillar. He cannot waver for the people of his domain. He always puts others before himself. That's why he's never once revealed his true heart, except for the time he confessed to her. So even if he seems a bit stiff, she hoped Ghislain could be understanding and overlook it. He wasn't good at expressing his emotions. Snapping back to reality, Walter had already raised his sword and spoke coolly. Pick up your sword. Ghislain nodded slightly and replied, Yes, Father. He immediately picked up his sword to face him. Without another word, Walter charged forward. The clash of swords echoed continuously in the training yard. The two quickly exchanged a few blows. Ghislain was focused solely on defense, unable to attack. A moment later, they separated. Ghislain frowned slightly. Walter's sword was truly heavy. This sword carried the strength to suppress the demonic beasts of the north, but it also held a gentleness meant to protect everyone. While he was lost in thought, Walter attacked again. This time, his swordsmanship was even more ferocious. Ghislain didn't dare to be careless, hastily using his sword to block. However, this time, he didn't just defend. He found an opening in his father's form and began to counterattack. This move from Ghislain surprised him a little, but that was all it was. He still parried his son's sword. The two, father and son, were now like enemies on a battlefield. Beginning his counterattack, this move from Ghislain surprised him a little, but that was all. He still managed to block his son's sword. The father and son were now like enemies on the battlefield. Their sword strikes were all ferocious. After a few more exchanges, the two finally stopped. This time, Ghislain had successfully pointed the tip of his sword at his father. Seeing the blade stopped before his neck, Walter's face grew thoughtful. After hesitating for a long moment, he sheathed his sword, then spoke with praise. Your skills have improved a great deal. Ghislain also sheathed his sword, smiling humbly as he said, Thank you, Father. But then he heard his father's low voice again. Walter advised him seriously. During a fight, try to loosen the pressure on your sword a bit. You possess the strength and reaction speed to take down giant monsters, but if you're not careful, your opponent will see right through your intentions. Hearing this, Ghislain instinctively frowned. Is that so? In fights, he could usually sense how his opponent would strike, but thinking back, this was probably the first time anyone had ever taught him. Ghislain's swordsmanship was honed through real combat and experience. In other words, It was an instinctual sword style. Perhaps because he'd never gone through formal training, he had missed these things. Walter had pinpointed exactly what Ghislain was lacking and helped him realize it. For so long, he had thought he could only rely on himself, struggling and practicing alone. But as it turns out, receiving guidance wasn't so bad after all. With that thought, Ghislain said gratefully, "Thank you for your instruction, Father." Walter squinted at him, a flicker of hesitation on his face. A moment later, he said in a low voice, "Actually, I was planning to reprimand you, even though you achieved a great victory. But the fact that you broke the rules is undeniable. If everyone starts thinking they can disregard discipline as long as they get results, all that awaits us is greater chaos." Ghislain listened in silence, saying nothing. Not getting a response, Walter sighed again and said, "However, you've changed. You're different from the man who used to recklessly chase achievements and cause trouble." He could sense that Ghislain was striving for a higher ideal. He told him to continue as he was now, to always think of Persian and the people around him, and to bear the responsibility of an heir. Hearing these words, Ghislain couldn't help but be stunned. The word responsibility that he had just mentioned truly carried a heavy weight. As he thought about this, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly called out to his father, "Now that you mention it, you once said you had a favor to ask of me, didn't you? You still haven't told me what it is." Hearing this, Walter's steps suddenly halted. He glanced at his son, and after hesitating for a long while, he spoke awkwardly. "The thing is, do you have a little money?" A few days later, at a camp in the demonic beast forest where Ghislain's mercenary group was stationed, Ghislain arrived. As soon as they saw him, everyone quickly straightened their backs and greeted him with the utmost respect. A satisfied smile played on Ghislain's lips. He asked cheerfully, "Is everyone doing all right?" Everyone replied in unison, "We're fine, master." Just then, Cal walked up to him and teased, "You're looking even better than before, sir." Ghislain also asked with concern, "Are you in good health, my lord?" Ghislain shook his head slightly, saying casually, "Sorry to have kept you all waiting. How is Jayla?" At the mention of his daughter, a gentle expression appeared on Ghislain's face. He then bowed respectfully to Ghislain. He said gratefully, "I never thought I would see that child walk again. It's all thanks to you, young master." Ghislain shook his head slightly, declining the praise. He glanced at the three of them and said, "I have something I need to talk to you about." Ghislain told them that the Persian territory was currently in danger. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Belinda and the others immediately filled with alarm. Ghislain led the three of them into a tent and began to recount the entire situation. About the time Elena was attacked, and how he thwarted her plot to use it as a pretext to start a territorial war, the discovery of Lord Degan's body, and the existence of a force targeting Persian. After he finished, Ghislain's tone became serious. "Someone is watching us. They've probably been operating inside the territory for a very long time. Right now, we don't have enough time or resources to prepare for an attack." Belinda sighed in resignation. "Now I understand why you were in such a hurry, my lord. We just acquired the Johnson quarry. I thought we'd have some time to rest." Ghislain also spoke in a low voice. "From what you've said, young master, Persian is indeed an easy target right now. A well-known territory, but with a weak and poor military. And now we've discovered the valuable Johnson quarry." Ghislain nodded slightly. "Exactly. They won't leave our land alone." Hearing this, Belinda cried out in alarm. "If something this big is happening, you should have reported it sooner, my lord. We must go and inform the household and the lord." "No, now is not the time." Ghislain shook his head, refusing. Even Elena's own guards betrayed her. Right now, there's no way to tell who is friend and who is foe, so it's best that only we know about this. Belinda was still a bit hesitant, but Ghislain continued. "The fact that Elena is still alive has disrupted their plans, buying us a little more time, but the Johnson quarry has been discovered. The enemy certainly has no more reason to hesitate." He told them that this battle would be incredibly difficult. In an instant, the air fell silent. Finally, Cao was the first to speak, breaking the tension. "All right, just give us the order." "To be honest, being by your side, Gideon, is actually really exciting," Ghislain chimed in. "This life of mine is already yours. I will follow you to the very end," Belinda also said with determination. "That's right. If I don't protect the young master, who will?" Hearing their words, Ghislain gave a satisfied smile. Persian's greatest enemies are Duke Delphim and those who act under his command, Count Dedmon and Amelia. Ghislain would not let them do as they please. With that thought, he spoke in a low voice. "Right now, we are heading to the Crimson Flame Magic Tower." Hearing this, Cao immediately grinned with excitement. "Finally, we can sell this pile of stones." Belinda, on the other hand, asked cautiously, "Why not choose the Red Magic Tower? It's closer. The prices are better there too," Ghislain explained calmly. "Because choosing the Crimson Flame Magic Tower will help us avoid unnecessary trouble." Hearing this, Ghislain immediately understood what he was talking about. He nodded in understanding. "I see. When transporting high-value items, you're bound to attract some uninvited guests. Not to mention, these are rune stones. We need to be one step ahead of the enemy. one step ahead of the enemy. It was a reasonable decision. Besides, there was another reason. Ever since the master of the Red Magic Tower became the world-famous, seven-ringed, hatted archmage, the Crimson Flame Magic Tower has been in steady decline. Reclaiming its former glory wouldn't be easy. Even so, Ghislain still chose the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, because there was someone there he needed to meet. Meanwhile, at the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, a girl was sitting in the Grand Library. She was buried in a huge pile of books, but the girl didn't look very happy. She kept muttering, "Master Ronaldo, the light you told me about, when is it finally going to appear?" After a few days on the road, Ghislain's group finally arrived at the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. Looking up at the tower before them, Gordon couldn't help but gasp in awe. "It's so tall!" Hearing that, Toden chimed in. "I've heard of its reputation for a long time, but I never thought I'd set foot here one day." With that, Todan began to observe the bustling life here. He smiled dazedly and said, "Just the way they live is completely different from Pejun." Then, shifting his gaze to the magic scrolls, Toden continued, "So this is where they make magic scrolls." Then they saw a group of mages doing something on the side of the road. They all stared curiously to see what they were doing, like a bunch of country bumpkins visiting the city. Noticing their stares, the group of mages immediately stopped what they were doing. Right after, they all cast a spell in unison, invisibility. They vanished on the spot. The mercenaries, seeing this for the first time, were astounded. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Ghislain explained, "It's an invisibility spell. It seems they don't want us watching them." Coyote grumbled in annoyance. "These idiots, acting like we're just some hicks from the countryside." Looking at the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, Belinda said with some apprehension, "Even if it's no longer the top tower, the Crimson Flame Magic Tower is still a magic tower." Hearing that, Ghislain replied, "After all, Berzavon is one of the wealthiest territories in the kingdom." Ghislain gazed at the tower and thought grimly. On the surface, that's true. Who would think a tower at its peak is on the verge of ruin? Halting his horse, Ghislain said, "All right, we're here." With a gruff attitude, Coyote replied, "Looking at it this close is going to break my neck." As if to agree, Belinda quickly added, "It's so huge. Just getting to the main gate would take 1,000,000,000 years. But where are the gatekeepers? And why is this pile of armor just lying scattered around?" While they were confused, from a high floor of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, someone shouted an order. "Halt!" Following the shout, the suits of armor below the gate began to move. In the blink of an eye, they assembled into complete knights. Immediately after, 2 of these humanoid suits of armor blocked their path with their weapons. The person on the gate shouted again, "Not just anyone is allowed into the Crimson Flame Magic Tower." One of the 2 mages ordered condescendingly, "State your identities and your purpose." Now, surprised by the puppet magic, Belinda asked curiously, "What's this? Is that pile of armor some kind of puppet?" Coyote, however, was not so amused. He snorted coldly and muttered, "They won't even bother to come down, just what you'd expect from a magic tower's gatekeepers." Ghislain, ever the professional, slowly made the introductions. "This is Ghislain Persian, the eldest son of the Persian family." Continuing straight to their main purpose, Ghislain spoke again. "Bring out the person in charge of trade. We have something of value." However, before Ghislain could finish his sentence, the other mage showed a cold attitude. He said loudly, "We're not buying." "Not at all." Not expecting that answer, Belinda quickly shouted, "Wait a minute, you're not even going to look at our goods before refusing?" "Without a care," the mage said contemptuously. "Isn't Persian that northern territory full of beggars? You've probably only got shoddy items and cheap magic potions there. Doing business with people like you is a waste of time. Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 suits of armor below pointed their weapons at them. Belinda yelled furiously, "Hey, who the hell are you to call us beggars? Get down here right now!" Ghislain asked in a low voice. "What should we do?" The young Lord Ghislain didn't answer right away, just looked at Ghislain silently. After a long moment, he spoke in a low voice. "You really don't need it?" His words startled the 2 mages on the gate. Ignoring their reaction, Ghislain took out a runestone and held it high. He said coldly, "If you're mages, you should know what this is, right?" With no patience whatsoever, the mage just glanced carelessly at Ghislain's group and asked vaguely, "What is it?" But as soon as he got a clear look at what Ghislain was holding, the 2 mages' attitudes did a complete 180. Their eyes lit up, secretly overjoyed, as they quickly shifted their gaze to the long line of cargo carts below. The 2 mages quietly speculated, could it be that all the goods they brought are runestones? Seeing their reaction, Ghislain smiled smugly and asked, "So, do you want to buy or not?" A little later, inside the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, after showing off what he had, Ghislain was led inside and was even greeted personally. The man bowed respectfully and said, "We were blind not to recognize such distinguished guests. I am Stephen, the trade manager of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. If there is anything you need, please just let me know." Not bothering with the man's fake attitude, Ghislain said indifferently, "You've seen it. We have a large quantity of goods. I need someone who can handle the entire transaction. Therefore, I want to meet the Tower Master directly." Upon hearing Ghislain wanted to meet the Tower Master, Stephen's face turned pale with fright. Not wanting to make any more mistakes, Stephen replied, "Yes, I'll inform the Tower Master at once. Please wait a moment." He turned to the mage and said, "Quickly, take them to the reception room." Immediately complying, the mage replied clearly. Belinda held a grudge. Seeing the mage's change in attitude, she said sarcastically, "This is how it should have been from the start. How dare they insult our territory?" Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from within the Crimson Flame magic tower. Ghislain asked suspiciously, "What's that?" The other mage shook his head and replied, "Don't worry, my lord. It's just a sound from some magic research." When he heard that, his first reaction was to frown. Perhaps what he was looking for was over there. At the same time, in a research room, the air was thick with smoke and dust. A group of people walked in from outside. The leader looked contemptuously at the girl on the floor, snorting coldly as he scolded her. I've told you before, don't even think about setting foot in the research room." Seeing the girl trembling on the floor trying to respond, he laughed arrogantly and said, "You don't even know how to use magic, yet you're hogging the research room. Are you trying to defy me Anon, the heir to the Crimson Flame magic tower and a third-rank master?" The two lackeys beside him also chimed in. "I can't believe the professor took you as a student. You should be grateful that the master of the Crimson Flame tower even let you in here." The girl bit her lip and let out a breath. Then, she said hesitantly, I have the right to use the research room too, because I'm a mage." And On's eyes darkened, and in a scornful tone he sneered, "Oh, really? Fine, I'll consider you a mage." Hearing this, the girl was a little surprised. However, with a personality worse than a beast's, how could Anon let it go? He said coldly, "In that case, you should be able to use a defensive spell to block this basic attack. So block it!" As soon as he finished speaking, small fireballs appeared in his hand. The girl's eyes widened instinctively. She recognized it as a first circle spell, Fireball. Seeing it rushing towards her, the girl panicked. She quickly raised her hand to cast a defensive spell, but unfortunately, she couldn't. She could only cover her head, waiting for the fireball to hit her. Just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking the way. It was Lagis. He skillfully deflected the flame with his sword. This scene startled Anton's group. The girl was just as shocked, but she didn't know this person. Ghislain ignored their reactions. He spoke coolly. "Magic research, huh? So this is what you all learn at the Red Flame Magic Tower." Meanwhile, in the Tower Master's conference room, Hubert sat on a high chair. He raged, "We're out of runestones again? How did it come to this?" At that moment, the others spoke up worriedly. "At this rate, the gap between us and the Red Magic Tower will just keep growing." He not only refuses to listen to others, Hubert aggressively pointed at them and yelled, "I told you to save the runestones beforehand. What the hell have you elders been doing all this time?" Hearing this, the others could only sigh helplessly. "Every time we tried to stock up, you'd say you had a better use for them, so it got postponed. Instead, you spent your time hobnobbing with nobles, buying unbearable amounts of jewelry and rare items." Just then, a brave elder finally spoke up. "Actually, the runestones are one thing, but the master of the Red Magic Tower is a 7th Circle Archmage, Demure, while our Tower Master has only reached the 6th level." Hearing this, Hubert exploded in anger. "Don't mention that bastard's name again!" "If I had runestones, I'd reach the 7th level in no time." Not very satisfied, the elder asked again, "We don't have any more runestones. We can't even train properly. So what are you going to do?" Growing more irritated, Hubert scowled and cursed, "Damn it, Demure. How did that snot-nosed little brat surpass me and reach the 7th level? Could he be the one who bought up all the runestones? Those stones. What's so special about them anyway?" Before he could finish his sentence, Siwan suddenly rushed in from the door. "Tower Master, it's urgent." Annoyed at being interrupted, Hubert grumbled, "How dare you barge in? Can't you see we're in a meeting? Who gave you the nerve?" Siwan said hurriedly, "My apologies, sir, but you need to come down immediately. A huge shipment of dried wormstones has arrived." As if hearing the most shocking news, unable to believe their ears, old Hubert and the other elders were completely speechless. However, at that very moment, back in the laboratory, the fight between Ghislain and Anton was still raging on, growing more intense by the second. Ghislain watched the flames rushing towards him, his eyes filled with contempt. Then, he casually swung his sword, swatting the flames away like they were mosquitoes, completely nullifying them. Anton, of course, wouldn't accept this. He threw an even bigger fireball at Ghislain, but Ghislain remained unfazed, calmly gripping the sword in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought his sword down, splitting the fireball in two. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They had never seen anything like it. Even Anton couldn't believe his eyes. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "How did he just slice through my magic? What kind of monster is he?" While Anton was confused, a cord suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was tied up like a dried fish. Belinda approached from behind and spoke in a cold voice. "You dare attack the young master?" It wasn't until the ropes dug into his distorted flesh that Anton realized with a shock that he had picked a fight with the wrong person. He hurriedly said, "Just who are you people?" Before Anton could finish his question, a shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" It was Hubert's voice. He surveyed the scene and asked irritably, "What is all this chaos?" Not just him. The elders followed behind. The girl sitting on the floor saw him and called out with a trembling voice, "Tower Master Geese." Ghislain heard her form of address and glanced at Belinda. He ordered her to release the man. At his command, Belinda obeyed and released the scoundrel. As soon as he was free, Anton rushed to make his accusation. He threw himself into Hubert's arms, weeping. Seeing his favorite student being bullied, Hubert asked with concern, "Oh, Anton, what happened?" He immediately started his sly act, looking wronged. There were intruders. I was trying to stop Vanessa from entering the lab when she suddenly attacked. Continuing his performance, Anton acted even more fervently, crying his eyes out. He then started trembling all over and said sullenly, "I just didn't want the weak Vanessa to get hurt, so I stopped her." Look at him, as delicate as a wilting flower. "A total sissy," Belinda said with contempt, crying like a girl, so haggard it's embarrassing. "I'm a man, you know." Just then, Vanessa explained in a small voice, I just wanted to use the laboratory." Ghislain still said nothing, calmly observing her. As expected, his judgment wasn't wrong. This person was the budding nightmare, Vanessa. He just never expected that the nightmare once lived a life no better than a dog's. Hubert, perhaps senile in his old age, started scolding without distinguishing right from wrong. "Not only did you break into the Red Flame magic tower, but now you dare to harm my disciple. I'll burn you to ashes, leaving no trace." Belinda saw the situation was turning bad. She asked tentatively, "Young master, what do you want to do?" They seem very intimidating, but in response to Belinda's question, there was only Ghislain's silence. Without a word, Ghislain calmly walked towards old Hubert. After taking a few steps, he spoke. "Forgive me for the late introduction." He placed a hand over his chest, bowing in the noble fashion. He continued, "I am the Grand Duke of the Persian territory, Ghislain Persian." He said he had come to trade runestones. These words immediately cooled Hubert's anger. Anton also cried out in shock. "Runestones? You?" Ghislain couldn't be bothered to respond to him, and kept his gaze fixed on Hubert. "My men are waiting outside the castle. Would you like to meet them?" Of course, Hubert didn't hesitate for a second and ran down to the castle grounds. And there it was. He saw carts piled high with runestones. There were so many they couldn't believe their eyes. The elders stammered, "Impossible! Where did he get so many runestones?" Hubert stood there silently, but inwardly, he was gloating. With this, he could crush the red magic tower. Thinking this, but wanting to save face, Hubert cleared his throat and started to criticize. "The quantity is less than I expected, and the quality isn't very good either." Cao heard this and was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "How dare that guy look down on something we worked so hard to get?" At that moment, the naive Vanessa didn't understand the old fox Hubert's intentions. She slowly opened her mouth. "But isn't this a huge amount? Just one of these carts would be enough to last for several weeks." His bluff called out, Hubert immediately flew into a rage out of embarrassment. He shoved Vanessa hard and berated her nonstop. "Shut up! What do you know? Get out of my sight!" Glancing at Vanessa, Hubert spoke with a venomous tone. "That damned Ronaldo left behind such a mess. If you're going to be useless, at least know your place." Ghislain watched this scene, his expression unreadable, and no one knew what he was thinking. Just then, Hubert winked at his elder, raising an eyebrow. "Don't you all agree?" The elders, living up to their reputation as old foxes, began to chime in with criticism. With an attitude like this, they deserved to be trampled on by the Red Magic Tower for the rest of their lives. If he didn't have a goal, Ghislain would have definitely stepped in to let them perish. Belinda couldn't hold back any longer, retorting indignantly. "What did you say? Our young master went through great trouble to get those runestones, and you dare call them fakes?" Still trying to stubbornly haggle, an elder replied. "How much trouble you went through to get them is not our concern. There are too many swindlers these days, aren't there? It would be absurd to just take the seller's word for it." "Too lazy to argue with these old geezers," Ghislain asked with a bored tone. "I see. So, does this mean you're not buying?" The elders were a bit surprised to hear this. Before they could even react, Ghislain was already leading his people to leave. He said, "If you don't need the runestones, we'll just go elsewhere." Afraid that Ghislain would actually leave, Hubert immediately panicked and said, "Wait!" He quickly glanced at someone beside him, giving a subtle signal. The person quickly understood Hubert's intention. The elder gave a slight nod. Then he spoke up again. "To show some respect for your efforts in bringing them all the way here, perhaps we should buy them, You've come a long way, after all. It wouldn't be right to send you back empty-handed. Help the Tower Master save some face." Hubert gave a dignified nod. "If the elders say so, then I can't just ignore it." With my great generosity, we will buy all the sunworm stones you've brought. But the price will be a bit lower than the market rate. But before the old man could finish, Ghislain Perium coldly cut him off. There seems to be a slight misunderstanding. He then glanced at Cao, ordering him to leave one cart and pull the rest back. Cao was a bit surprised and didn't react in time. Then Ghislain Perium gave a sly smile and said, "We only agreed to sell one cart, right?" Hearing this, Hubert's face darkened. Cao was very sharp, able to understand 10 things from one word, and he glanced over with a smile, saying, "Oh, that's right, isn't it? I had forgotten." He then ordered the mercenaries. "Everyone move the carts!" Anxious as if sitting on hot coals, Hubert rushed over to Ghislain Perium and asked in a panic, "What the hell is this?" Ghislain Perium let out a soft chuckle and replied nonchalantly, "My apologies. It seems there was a misunderstanding about the quantity, an error on my subordinate's part. Our destination is the Crimson Magic Tower. We just need a little money for travel expenses." Hearing the name of his mortal rival, Hubert's face looked like he'd stepped in shit. Immediately, his tone became fawning. "Why? I was just joking a little. It's the first time we've met, after all. Don't be like that. Come on up and let's chat for a bit." Ghislain Perium scoffed coldly at him. "You want to play games with me? You'll need another 8 lifetimes." A little later, in the Tower Master's meeting room, Hubert smiled politely and said, "Now, allow me to introduce them. These are the elders of the Red Flame Magic Tower. All of them are 5th-level mages." Ghislain Perium forced a perfunctory complimentary smile. Then he said, "They're all 5-circle mages? That's really impressive." But his next sentence was a slap in their faces. He smirked and said, "As expected of the 2nd strongest tower in the north, the power here is truly astounding." As if he didn't notice, Hubert coughed dryly and said, "You must have heard some strange rumors, but they're all wrong. The Red Flame Magic Tower still holds the top spot in the north." Hearing that, Ghislain Perium replied, "If you say so, it doesn't matter anyway." Standing from a distance, Belinda muttered worriedly, "The young master is provoking them for no reason. Will this be okay?" With absolute faith in Ghislain Perium, Ghislain replied, "He knows what he's doing. Just let him handle it." Not wanting to be mocked by Ghislain Perium any longer, Hubert quickly waved his hand and said, "Enough with the small talk. How much are you selling for? I guarantee that if you go anywhere else, you won't even get its proper value." Without rushing to answer him, Ghislain Perium casually held up 2 fingers. Then he slowly said, "Double." In a steely tone, Ghislain Perium continued firmly, "We require double the market value." Hearing this, the elders quickly chimed in. "Double? Do you really not know how the world works?" Hubert also nodded in agreement. "That's not how business is done. I don't know who taught you about trade, but they were dead wrong. You have to negotiate, not just set your own conditions like that." Ghislain Perium remained completely composed from start to finish. He replied with a gentle smile, "I think the Red Flame Magic Tower deserves to pay double." The elders were enraged by this arrogance. "I don't know who taught you about trade, but they were dead wrong. You have to negotiate, not just set your own conditions like that." Ghislain Perium remained completely composed from start to finish. The elders glared at him and yelled, "Do you know where you are? Pulling a stunt like this? Is the Red Flame Magic Tower a joke to you?" Hubert also said in a cold voice, "Hey, young man, watch yourself. A naive brat spouting nonsense without knowing a thing. It's getting on my nerves." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick killing intent emanated from his body. Ghislain Perium wasn't flustered either. He still sat there calmly. Hubert, thinking he was scared, continued to speak condescendingly. "You're still young, so it's normal to make mistakes. I'll let it slide this time. If we pay a little more than the market price, and you sell everything to us, then..." But before the old man could finish his sentence, Ghislain Perium stood up from his chair. The old man asked anxiously, "Why are you standing up?" Ghislain Perium lazily opened his mouth. "Well, Hubert, it seems you're not very interested. I offered you a deal at double the price, but you're not interested. So, we'll be on our way to the Crimson Magic Tower." After speaking, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Hubert couldn't have been more pathetic. He hurriedly humbled himself, saying, "Why be like that, young man? I never said I wouldn't do business, did I? I was just a little hasty. So please, sit down." Ghislain Perium raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Is that so? This attitude of yours?" The 3 Janelians behind him were also stunned. What kind of game is he playing? At this point, Hubert spoke meekly again. "All right, you've got some nerve. Since you came to us first, we'll buy at double the price. As you said before. How about that? That's enough, right? Right?" But Ghislain Perium just curled his lip into a smirk and said, "Fine, we'll sell at double the market price, for 1 cart." After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Hubert. His expression was extremely provocative. Hubert and his men broke out in a cold sweat. The old man said hastily, "What are you talking about? You should sell all the goods you brought today." Shrugging indifferently, Ghislain Perium replied leisurely, "If news gets out that we're selling to the Red Flame Magic Tower for double the price, the Crimson Magic Tower might pay triple. Why should I sell everything for just double? Feeling like he was being spun in circles, Hubert angrily cursed. Triple? This brat just keeps messing with us. I'm running out of patience with you. However, Hubert's intimidation didn't last long, as his pride was soon shattered by Ghislain Perium's decisive turn and farewell. With no other choice, as he was the one begging, he hurriedly stopped him. I'll buy it all for triple the price. Having gotten the words he had been waiting for, Ghislain Perium secretly let out a deeply satisfied smile. Happily returning to his seat, Ghislain Perium changed his tune again. Now we understand each other. The Red Flame Magic Tower truly is the strongest in the north. Having learned his lesson from the previous price hike and afraid Ghislain Perium would change his mind again, Hubert hastily said, Stay right there. I'll get the money right now. The old man had a massive headache. He was a 6th-level master mage, yet he was being played by a kid. I really can't figure it out. This time, Hubert decided to swallow his anger, but if the boy pulled another trick, he would burn him to a crisp. But at that moment, Ghislain Perium spoke up again. Please wait a moment. I haven't finished stating all my terms. Hearing this, Hubert immediately erupted in anger, yelling, Now what is it? Ignoring Hubert, who was jumping around like a mad dog. Ghislain Perium still spoke slowly and clearly. Vanessa, hand her over to me. Everyone in the room fell into a baffling silence. After hearing this, Hubert's face also went pale. His eyes widened in disbelief. Ghislain Perium ignored their reactions and said seriously, That's right, I want her to be my personal mage. He suddenly remembered a time from his past life. After a battle, everyone was resting by a fire. Ghislain Perium, sipping water, reminded the person next to him, Hey, the meat's burning. The person next to him heard and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Then why don't you do it yourself? What the hell are you asking a one-armed guy to do? Ghislain Perium heard him muttering something and asked curtly, What? The other person quickly shook his head and replied, It's nothing. Then he suddenly remembered something and changed the subject with a laugh. But hey, Captain Ghislain Perium, did you know? About Blood Serpent Vanessa. Ghislain Perium obviously didn't know. He asked curiously, What's a blood serpent? The other person satisfied his curiosity. I just gathered some pretty interesting information recently. You know, the mage who burned down northern Lutania, that woman reached the level of a 7-circle archmage. A 7-circle, Ghislain Perium said coolly. 7 circles and blood serpent. Sounds pretty grand, doesn't it? But what's so special about her? Knowing Ghislain Perium would react this way, the other person replied with a laugh. Rumor has it she's completely lost her mind. She's a mage, but she learned to cultivate mana. Hearing that, Ghislain Perium asked with interest, Why would a mage cultivate mana? He laughed nonchalantly and replied, Probably because she's crazy. Anyway, she just goes around burning and killing everything, bankrupting the lords. That recent extermination request was to get rid of her. Hearing this, Ghislain suddenly fell unusually silent, his thoughts unreadable. It was a while before he finally spoke. A mage who reached the 7th circle by cultivating mana instead of traditional magic. He found himself getting more and more intrigued by Vanessa's unique story. Ghislain was secretly delighted. He smirked and said, Claudia, let's take her with us. But she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Claudia blurted out, Huh? But Ghislain's plan from his past life was never realized. Vanessa couldn't control her own magic. When they found her, she was on the brink of death. But even without control, she had the talent to reach the 7th circle. With just a little guidance, she could definitely shine. And this time, Ghislain would for sure get his hands on her. Unable to guess Ghislain's intentions, the other three speculated on why he wanted to recruit Vanessa. At the same time, Hubert's group was endlessly debating whether or not to give Vanessa to Ghislain. After some discussion, Hubert smiled and said, Very well. Vanessa will be at the service of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. Before the old man could even finish, Ghislain continued, Also, we need combat mages of the 3rd circle or higher sent to Tozion. The word struck Hubert like a lightning bolt, and he flew into a rage, glaring fiercely at Ghislain. Ignoring the old man's reaction, Ghislain stood by his intention. He stated calmly, We need mages for battles. We need mages for the territorial wars. Just the 2 words territorial wars were enough to make the elders panic, clamoring with questions. Territorial wars? Ghislain nodded slightly and continued, Triple the market price. Send mages of the 3rd circle or higher to Pejyun for 1 year and give us Vanessa as a personal mage. These are the 3 conditions for buying the live sandworm stones. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Lion family understood what he was planning. In contrast, Hubert's group was utterly bewildered. Hubert himself remained silent, but it wasn't long before his aura shifted. The atmosphere was immediately affected. The glass windows of the castle shattered. Sparks of magic shot through the air. Ghislain glanced at Hubert without a word, but the old man was different. He said coldly, Do you really take me for a fool? Mages of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower are forbidden from interfering in territorial wars. Not only are you ignorant of the kingdom's basic laws, but you also want to send our core mages of the 3rd circle and higher to the battlefield. Clearly, This was an insult to the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. Hubert was about to turn everything to ash. Sensing the danger, the three members of the lion family immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. Ghislain, on the other hand, remained calmly seated. He squinted at the old man for a long moment before speaking. "You will regret this." Those words startled Hubert. Ghislain slowly explained, "We've discovered a mine. Giant wolf worms are on our territory. The amount is several tens of times greater than the stones that we brought with us today." His shocking revelation caused all the elders to simultaneously widen their eyes. Ghislain said with a challenging smile, "And this information has already spread throughout the north. So what does that mean?" Hubert frowned, looking at him as he continued. "It means there will be a lot more people hunting for these sandworm stones." Ghislain smirked. "You catch on quick." He said he didn't want to start a war. Ghislain just needed the help of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower until he became stronger. If the old man helped him through this crisis, he promised to supply sandworm stones exclusively to the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. Hearing this, Hubert was swayed by Ghislain. An exclusive supply of sandworm stones was too tempting, Ghislain continued. "If that happens, it's only a matter of time before the Crimson Flame Magic Tower surpasses the Red Magic Tower, and once again stands at the very top." Looking at the young man's hands, which held a future full of conviction, Hubert's eyes narrowed even further, unsure of what to choose. He gritted his teeth. Finally, Hubert firmly grasped Ghislain's hand, and just like that, a partnership was formed. After finishing negotiations with Ghislain, Hubert went to find An to talk about going to Pejun to help. After listening, An protested defiantly, "Master, there are so many other mages, so why does it have to be me?" Hubert smiled and replied, "I am sending you, because you are the greatest talent in the history of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, for our future." Lured by Hubert's flowery words, his cheeks flushed from the praise. Hubert continued to brainwash him. "This experience will be a great help to you when you become the master of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. Keep a close watch. Make sure that bunch doesn't secretly smuggle out any magic stones. If a territorial battle breaks out, retreat immediately." Fearing An couldn't handle it, he patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Just endure it for 1 year. In just 1 more year, our Crimson Flame Magic Tower will surpass the Red Magic Tower and reclaim the #1 spot." Silently listening to Hubert's words, An soon replied, "Yes, master." And so, he left with great reluctance, to meet up with Ghislain's group. A few days later, Ghislain was waiting for An in front of the castle. Seeing him, he raised an eyebrow. He smiled and said, "Welcome to Pejun." As soon as they arrived, the group from the Crimson Flame Magic Tower began observing their surroundings, chattering non-stop. An sneered inwardly. "It's just some remote rat hole. He only came here because his master told him to. He was the heir to the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, unable to hide. Yet he was sent to this filthy mansion, unable to hide his reluctance." An said with displeasure, "I am the heir of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. I have been tasked with leading the mages." Ghislain casually reminded him, "There's a lot of work to be done in the territory. Don't slack off. Work hard." Infuriated by Ghislain's nonchalant attitude, An seethed internally. "This ignorant country bumpkin. Does he think I'm his servant? Just you wait. As soon as I become the tower master, you'll be the first one I deal with." While An was busy cursing in his head, Ghislain suddenly called his name, startling him. He frowned and asked, "Where's Vanessa?" An then casually turned, looked into the distance and said, "She's probably in the back, carrying our luggage." Just then, Vanessa came stumbling from afar. Her body was trembling nonstop, from having to carry 4 large suitcases all by herself to get here. She couldn't help but gasp for breath, completely winded. Vanessa bowed her head in greeting. "I am Vanessa." "Greetings, my lord." She hadn't even had a moment to rest before An spoke up. "Hurry up. I thought you weren't even going to make it." Seeing Anon's boorish behavior, Ghislain frowned slightly. He then walked up to Vanessa and ordered, "Drop everything and come here." Not understanding what was happening, she said dazedly, "But I haven't moved everyone's luggage yet," not even aware of what she had done wrong. Anon said self-righteously, "Whatever. She used to do this kind of work at the Crimson Flame Magic Tower anyway. She can't even use magic, so just let her do the menial tasks." The moment he finished his sentence, a heavy suitcase slammed into his face. Anon was immediately knocked to the ground. To the astonishment of the people from the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, Anon pushed the suitcase off. He flew into a rage and yelled, "What the hell was that?" But Ghislain just said calmly, "Vanessa no longer belongs to the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. From now on, she's mine. Don't you dare mistreat her. I'll let it slide this time. But if this happens again, he will pay with his life." After hearing those words, A flicker of gratitude rose in Vanessa. In contrast, An was furious. His face turned shades of green and white. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "This fucking lunatic! How dare you treat me like this?" The moment he finished speaking, the mages behind him raised their weapons. Prepare to attack. Ghislain Perium didn't seem to care, calmly snapping his fingers. Instantly, soldiers ran out and surrounded the people from the Red Flame Magic Tower. Realizing he was surrounded, An said in disbelief, "What is this, you savages? What kind of territory points weapons at a mage's face? We are mages. Treat us with the respect we deserve." Seeing An causing a commotion, Ghislain Perium was losing patience and ordered, "Shut your mouth. No matter how you are treated, a contract is a contract, and I have gained the right to command you for 1 year through a legal transaction with your tower master, and he has guaranteed an exclusive supply of Wyrmstone. If the contract is broken because of your actions, whose side do you think the tower master will take?" Hearing this, An stammered, "Well, that's..." While he was flustered, Ghislain Perium emphasized it once more. "Your role here in Geojun is nothing more than being a backup mana supply. If you want better treatment, then fulfill that role properly." Feeling insulted, An snapped, "How dare you call me a backup supply?" Too lazy to argue with him, Ghislain Perium turned to leave and casually ordered, "Green Lion, Gao Shi, teach them their place." As soon as they heard the order, the gazes of Gao Shi and Green Lion sharpened immediately. Life for our dear scholar from the Red Flame Magic Tower must have been quite comfortable, huh? Let's make sure they adapt well to our environment. Although he was trembling in fear before the tall, muscular soldiers, An still cursed loudly, "You rude bastards." Vanessa stood there obediently the whole time, not saying a word. Ghislain Perium walked over to talk to her. He slowly told her one thing, "You are my personal mage." Vanessa's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Her eyes were filled with doubt. After a long moment, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Ghislain Perium thought she wasn't going to answer. She hesitated and said, "But I can't even use magic. A personal mage." Before she could finish, Ghislain Perium smiled gently and suggested, "Follow me." He held out his hand to her, giving a hopeful smile as he said, "I will help you wield magic." A while later, at the training ground inside the castle, Ghislain Perium had brought Vanessa to this place. Although she followed him, Vanessa had no idea what he was planning to do. While she was confused, Ghislain Perium finally spoke. Vanessa, startled, she replied timidly, "Yes, my lord." He frowned and asked her, "How far have you studied in magic?" Vanessa answered in a low voice, "I have studied up to the 5th circle. In theory, that is." Seemingly quite satisfied with Vanessa's answer, Ghislain Perium smirked and said, "The 5th circle? That's good." Not understanding what Ghislain Perium was pleased about, Vanessa stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes. But overcome by her feelings of inferiority, she bowed her head in shame and continued, "But it's completely useless, because I can't use magic." Ghislain Perium wasn't in a hurry and asked skeptically, "Is there a reason?" Vanessa slowly replied, "I haven't been able to feel mana since I was a child." Even so, she still believed that one day she would be able to use magic, so she tried relentlessly. But the more she studied, the more she realized that I would probably never be able to use it. At this point, Vanessa suddenly clutched the magic staff in her hand, as if it were a precious treasure. She confessed, "Now, the teacher who once taught me has also passed away." Saying this, she let out another sad sigh. "So, is that why I was kicked out?" Ghislain Perium narrowed his eyes at her, beginning to calculate in his mind. In terms of pure power, Vanessa's 5th circle knowledge is on par with the magic elders. Magic isn't something you can use just by memorizing it by heart. It requires comprehension, an understanding of the activation principles, and most importantly, the ability to imbue it with one's own will and interpretation. Right now, Vanessa understands everything in her head, but her body can't respond to overcome that barrier. She must have gone through countless experiments, failures, and even trained to the point of depleting her own life force. Thinking about this, Ghislain Perium felt even more sympathy for Vanessa. He praised her silently in his heart, but that effort was not meaningless. "Vanessa, it's just that the path you walk is a little different. The mage, who will burn the entire north of Lutania to the ground in the future, is you." In his previous life, Claudette had told him that Vanessa was a 7th circle archmage who, despite being a mage, also practiced an absorption technique like a martial artist. No wonder he thought she was insane. Thinking this, Ghislain Perium smiled again, a smile full of calculation. He narrowed his eyes at her and spoke slowly. "From now on, I will teach you a mana cultivation technique." Seemingly not quite understanding what Ghislain Perium meant, Vanessa stared at him blankly. She asked doubtfully, "I'm a mage. Why would I need to learn a mana cultivation technique?" Ghislain Perium chuckled softly in reply, "Because both the magic circle system and mana cultivation techniques are based on the foundation of mana. You've just never tried it before." Hearing this, Vanessa couldn't help but feel bewildered. But very quickly, she shook her head repeatedly in refusal. "No, it's impossible. That's insane. Using a cultivation technique to cast magic? The slightest mistake, and I could be crippled for life. Ghislain Perium looked at her with determination, gently holding out his hand and saying, Vanessa, just try it. His eyes were incredibly resolute, filled with ambition. Seeing his bright gaze, a hint of hesitation appeared on Vanessa's face. She looked at the palm of her hand, her heart in utter turmoil. She thought, can I really use magic? Thinking this, Vanessa clenched her fists fiercely. If she could just use magic, everything would become easier. So she decided to listen to Ghislain Perium and let him treat her. The moment she sat down, she began to loosen her clothes. Even the buttons on her back were unfastened, revealing her smooth, pale back. Ghislain Perium narrowed his eyes as he looked at her back. In his previous life, she had the exact same look in her eyes as he did. Regret, resentment, and rage, all fueling a relentless thirst for magic. And so, she fell into a bottomless abyss. By learning an unknown mana technique, she became a calamity. She could only act on instinct, and in the end, she burned everything. Looking at Vanessa's lonely back, Ghislain Perium thought again. But now he was here. He would not let her fall into that abyss again. Ghislain Perium would reach out and take her hand. With that thought, Ghislain Perium decisively pushed his immense mana into Vanessa's body. The moment the mana entered, it shot through her cells, nerves, and blood vessels, causing Vanessa to be unable to control the pain. She gritted her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut to feel the flow of mana. The burning sensation made her let out a soft groan, but she was immediately startled by Ghislain Perium's warning, snapping her eyes open and shutting her mouth. The mana flow will become chaotic. Ghislain Perium quickly warned her. What is flowing into your body right now is my mana. Do not lose that feeling. You must feel the flow of mana. Obediently following Ghislain Perium's words, Vanessa shut her eyes tightly. She then focused on feeling the mana spreading throughout her body, running through every corner, and then gathering in the center. In a flash, a large surge of mana enveloped Vanessa's entire body. At this moment, she couldn't help but remember the past. That day, she had eavesdropped on her master's conversation with Hubert. Her master had tried his best to convince him and protect Vanessa, but Hubert retorted, well, I'll admit that's true. But you know, the girl is a bit, you can tell just by looking at her, Ronaldo. Vanessa heard every word of Hubert's contempt. That lonely figure from that day was still deeply engraved in her mind. That was why she became so insecure. And now, Vanessa saw herself once again. She also saw the times Ronaldo had sincerely taught her. Back then, Vanessa had always felt sorry for him. If I had been a little more talented, maybe you wouldn't have had to leave the Red Flame Magic Tower. Ronaldo gently stroked her head and said kindly, I'm not leaving because of that. I'm setting out to find a way to help you use magic. With doting affection, Ronald said, lift your head and look at the sky. He told her that no place in this world is forever shrouded in darkness. He also promised her that one day the light would find its way to her. And just as he said, the light finally came. It was Ghislain Perium. He was reaching out his hand to pull her from the pit of darkness. In a daze, Vanessa saw this hand offering her hope. Without hesitation, she reached out and took it. From now on, Vanessa would live in the light, not in that gloomy hell. After absorbing the mana, she fell into a coma. Meanwhile, in a house near the sea, a burly man was relentlessly fighting with a group of soldiers. He laughed contemptuously. Come on, you weaklings! You think those scraps of iron can stop me? Unable to accept the man's arrogant attitude, an angry soldier grabbed his sword and charged straight at the man, yelling, how ridiculous. But due to the clear difference in speed, the man quickly blocked the blade with ease. But soon enough, he gained the upper hand and decisively struck the soldier down. Still defiant, another soldier, seething with killing intent, lunged forward. But as if he had eyes in the back of his head, the man sensed it and broke into an amused smile. Before the soldier could even bring his sword down, he was struck by something. The two of them were sent flying out of the wooden house. The man dusted off his hands, scoffing coldly. I haven't even finished warming up, and you're all already flying out? The surrounding soldiers saw this, and couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, as expected of the greatest general of our time. These insects dared to disrupt our banquet. At the same time, someone overheard the entire conversation. The glass in his hand slammed onto the table. A while later, night had fallen outside the wooden house. A man was lying there leisurely. Just then, someone came to disturb him. Was your training session satisfactory, my lord? The man asked in a low voice. What do you want? The visitor said gravely. It's a sortie order from Count Dedmon, Victor of the Azure Sea. So, that man was Victor, Count Dedmon's strongest trump card. Hearing this, Victor fell silent, hesitating for a long time. He then sat up and picked up his helmet. His armor lay beside him. He then put it on, hiding his face. Victor spoke slowly. Let's go. I was getting bored to death anyway, since there's nothing to do. A few days later at the Count's castle, Walter was reading some document, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Inside, a few words were written. My son, Zegon, was murdered by Giselle Perziun. I will have my revenge. He took a deep breath. then ordered his soldiers to assemble for a declaration of war. And so, the war banner of the Persian family had to be raised once more. He then summoned everyone. Upon hearing the news, Zayden became furious, cursing, "Those bastards must have lost their minds." Giselle killed Zegan, those present couldn't stop discussing the matter. Walter just sat there silently, not knowing what to say. Just then, a sentence that startled him rang out. "It's because of the runestone." The one who spoke was Giselle, he slowly explained. "When I was at the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, weren't two of our vassals sent as envoys to dig? How can we be sure they didn't leak internal information about our domain?" Hearing this, the meritorious retainers present were instantly shocked and incredulous, crying out, "The vassals betrayed us? What proof do you have to make such a dangerous accusation?" Walter looked at him intently as the crowd whispered. Acting for the sake of the domain while putting oneself in danger was a common occurrence, but he realized something. It seemed as though Ghislain Perium already knew things would turn out this way. While he was thinking, Geron shouted in outrage, "What's there to think so hard about? Our military strength is far superior to DIG's anyway. Let's make them pay dearly for daring to provoke us." Just then, the sound of urgent footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Fergus ran in frantically to report, "Something terrible has happened. My lord, they're here!" The look on his face was grim, as if he had seen something terrifying. Sure enough, in the distance of the Persian domain, a group of soldiers was slowly advancing. Their leader was a knight in full iron armor that concealed his face, as composed as a field marshal. This caused Count Walter and the others on the city wall to freeze in shock. Geron grew even more furious at the sight. It hasn't been long since the declaration of war was issued, and they're already here? Since when were they prepared for this? According to our confirmation, their main force arrived first. In addition, a reinforcement force of 1,000 troops departed later. We've also spotted numerous siege weapons. They clearly started building them beforehand. Anbert glanced over, speaking slyly. "What is going on here? With this situation, the difference in forces is too great." Go was originally as poor as Persian. How did they manage to acquire such a large army? Their continuous bickering made Walter lose his patience. He shouted a reminder, "Calm down!" They immediately fell silent. He then scolded them fiercely. "Arguing amongst ourselves will only slow our reaction. Assemble all soldiers on the wall." He ordered the people of the domain into the city and to close all the gates. The soldiers were to hold their positions. The war had truly begun. Meanwhile, below the gates of the Persian domain, those soldiers had drawn near. Their leader smirked and said, "My son Zegon may have been a useless fool, but thanks to him, I now have an excuse to attack Persian." What a beautiful city! The one who spoke was Thomas D. Go, the Count of D. Go. He then glanced at the person beside him and said, "Follow me, Victor. I have something to say to you, my dear Persian." Just then, a loud shout came from the city wall. "You killed my younger brother. What is the meaning of this cruel act?" Thomas now replied with a cold laugh. "Why do you call it cruel? My beloved son, Zagon, died on this very land." He questioned aggressively, "Your son, the heir of Persian, Giselle Peugeot, was the one who did it. What parent would not be enraged when their child is killed?" Hearing these words, Walter's expression turned grim. Thomas continued, "If you surrender now, I will end this without any bloodshed." Hearing this, Giselle couldn't help but frown. Zegon gritted his teeth in anger. "That bastard dares to lie so brazenly to the very end." Anbert also chimed in, "My lord, further talk is useless." Ghislain Perium sighed softly. "Even if I had saved Elena, Zegon's death would have led to this situation sooner or later. The fact that they even prepared siege weapons proves their determination to destroy Persian. Everything is just as you predicted." While Ghislain Perium was thinking, Walter spoke in a somber tone. "My son did not kill Zegon. That is my only answer." At this point, he spoke in an extremely firm, low voice. "If you value your lives, then turn back." These words made Thomas flush red with rage. Victor glanced at him, thinking to himself with admiration. Walter Persian truly has the air of a great general who has defended the North for so many years. Thomas took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and spoke cautiously. "Truly the wolf of the North. With your foolish choice, I wonder how much blood will have to be spilled. Don't you regret it?" As Walter Persian finished speaking, he turned and returned to his ranks. Walter looked down from the city gate, unsure of how to react. Seeing him hesitate, Zayden immediately urged him, "My lord, give me command of all our forces. They're just a massive mob. Anyway, I'll wipe them all out in return." Homan hastily tried to reason with him. "Are you insane? No matter how strong you are, the difference in military strength is still too great. A single defeat is all it would take for Persian to fall." They continued to argue. Walter, however, said nothing. Everything had descended into chaos. He couldn't sort out his thoughts. They had declared war so suddenly, yet they were already so well prepared. Moreover, that number of troops was beyond DIG's capabilities. Who in the world is backing them? What are we supposed to do to save this place? Walter's mind was completely blank. But just then, Ghislain suddenly spoke up. Please prepare the city's defenses. Walter glanced at him, startled, unsure of what he was planning. Ghislain explained in a low voice. Compared to the Diger army of nearly 7,000 soldiers, the Persian army even scraped together, numbers just over 2,000. They outnumber us 3-1. They are fully prepared, and their morale is high. In about half a month, as soon as their siege weapons are complete, they will launch an all-out assault. Right now, the best plan is to request reinforcements and hold the city. These words were a wake-up call for Walter. He said slowly, "No, that's what we would normally do. But I don't see any way out of this." Ghislain suddenly let out a faint smirk. Then he leaned in close to his ear and whispered something. After hearing what he said, Walter froze on the spot. A final half-month was granted before the battle. Ghislain would give everything he had to turn the tables. In the soldiers' barracks, Ghislain summoned his key people. They all knew what was happening. Kilian couldn't help but sigh. Cao didn't know what to do either. "I'm just a mercenary. What do I know about battle strategy?" Belinda then said in a low voice. "The war has truly begun." Ghislain frowned in thought for a long moment before finally speaking slowly. "That's right. From now on, I will tell you what needs to be done. This is the plan. To turn the tide of this battle," Ghislain said slowly. "A surprise attack. Before they attack us, we will launch a proactive strike on their supply unit. Once their supplies are cut off, they will have a major problem prolonging the war." Hearing this, Belinda frowned doubtfully. "But is that even possible? The DIG army has already surrounded the front of the city. They're definitely watching our every move. The moment we do anything, they'll spot us immediately." Ghislain, of course, knew this. He then called out to Cao and Kilian. The two of them looked at him. Cao was the first to speak. "As per your instructions, we've positioned our forces around the edge of the beast forest. We can hide in the forest if needed, so we won't have to worry about being discovered," Kilian added. "The cloaks made from the inner skin of the earth, as ordered by the Grand Duke, have also been distributed to the soldiers. Their dark material makes them perfect for nighttime raids." Hearing this, Ghislain nodded in satisfaction. He continued, "If the main army moves, they'll obviously be spotted right away. However, if it's a small, elite, and well-camouflaged group, it will be very difficult for them to detect our raid." There was only one problem. He didn't know the exact location of the supply unit. For that, Ghislain needed Belinda to locate it for him. Belinda seemed a little dazed by the request, but for the sake of their cause, she nodded firmly. "I'll get it done right away." Ghislain watched her intently, a plan forming in his mind. A dangerous mission, to risk one's life infiltrating the enemy's rear. But for someone like Belinda, it would be a piece of cake. Finally, he needed his strongest card to deliver the finishing blow in this war. He still had an ace up his sleeve, the mage, Vanessa, whom he had just recruited. A few days later, in the camp of the Diger supply unit, Bablu, a former retainer of Persian and now the supply commander, was drinking in celebration. The war has finally started, just a little longer, and even a retainer like me will be granted his own territory. He felt his decision to follow Count Dedmon was a wise one. It was only because he provided so much military support that he landed such a cushy job in the rear. Taking a small sip of wine, Bablu laughed coldly. "So long, Persian. A piece of that land is mine now." But what they didn't know was that someone was silently infiltrating the camp from the outside. It was Ghislain's group. He had found them thanks to Belinda. His entire elite force was here. William then spoke in a low voice. "Damn, this weather is gloomy and heavy." Cao nodded in agreement. "It's pitch black. I can't see a thing." Ghislain also sighed. "Perfect weather for a raid, isn't it?" Immediately after, he gave the order, "Take no prisoners. Kill them all." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ghislain charged forward on his horse, sword in hand. The camp's guards had yet to sense the lurking danger. By the time they realized what was happening, our forces had already stormed their gates. At that point, they were just lambs to the slaughter. The soldiers who rushed out from inside were met with a scene of utter carnage. They were terrified, but they barely had time to react before they were cut down. Ghislain, clad in the iron armor of a knight, raised his sword high, commanding his mercenaries. "From now on, we act according to the plan. Don't let a single one survive." In the blink of an eye, the camp turned into a slaughterhouse for Ghislain's army. By midnight, Bablu realized he'd been ambushed and rushed outside. But he still shouted confidently, "We have 1,000 soldiers! Don't panic! Stop them now!" His subordinate heard him and hesitated, his forehead covered in cold sweat. After a moment, he reported, "The thing is, more than 70% of our forces have already been wiped out. Under Ghislain's ferocious command, wherever they went, bodies piled up like goods at a market stall." Hearing this, Bablu's face turned grim. After a moment of hesitation, he gave the order, "Run. If we stay here, I'm a dead man. Forget the land." But before the two of them could even run, 3 throwing knives flew out of the darkness, sinking straight into the subordinate's neck. Bablu was so scared he nearly pissed himself, falling to the ground. Belinda rode up majestically on her horse and spoke with a cold sneer. Well, fancy meeting you all here. Gijun's vassal, Bablu. As soon as he saw her, his expression grew even more foul. At the same time, the camp erupted in flames. Corpses lay everywhere. In no time at all, Ghislain's nighttime operation was a complete success. Just then, Ghislain rode his horse up to Bablu. Belinda had already tied him up. Seeing Ghislain, she reported, "This is Bablu, one of the vassals sent as an envoy to DIG. Not only did he sell information, he was also their logistics commander. Knowing he was defeated, Bablu immediately kowtowed and begged, "Please, spare my life, Sir Ghislain. I surrender." Ghislain ignored his pleas and asked coldly, "Who bribed you?" Bablu didn't dare lie. He confessed everything. "It was Count Deadman. They threatened my life. I had no other choice." Hearing the name, Ghislain couldn't help but frown, so he was the one who supplied troops to dig. When Ghislain didn't respond, Bablu's heart pounded in his chest, and he blurted out, "Even if I've come to this, haven't I served for a long time? I'm sure the Count will pay a handsome ransom for me." Hearing this, Ghislain finally ordered him to raise his head. Thinking his worthless life had been spared, Bablu grinned eagerly. "Sir Ghislain, thank you for giving me this chance. With the life you have granted me, I will serve Persian with everything I have." But he had barely finished the sentence when his head was separated from his neck. Bablu never imagined, as he went to meet his maker, that this is how he would die. Ghislain looked at the head rolling on the ground like a ball and snorted coldly, "I don't make deals with filth like you. Traitors to Persian have only one path, death." After dealing with the last of them, Ghislain led his people away from the camp, now engulfed in a sea of fire. Belinda walked beside him, seemingly lost in thought. Cao hesitated before asking, "Captain Ghislain, what's our next move?" Ghislain replied calmly, "We're heading straight for the castle, because I'm sure the enemy has already started their attack. All of their attention will be focused on the castle. Meanwhile, we'll attack their base and wreak havoc." As he spurred his horse onward, Ghislain shouted his orders, "Cao and Belinda, support the left wall! Cao and Belinda, support the left wall! Cao and Belinda, support the left wall. As soon as we arrive, I'll handle the right flank." Saying this, he glanced at Ghislain. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Ghislain, I'm entrusting our base to you. This is a surprise attack, but you'll have to fight thousands of enemies with a small force. Can you do it?" Ghislain frowned slightly, lost in thought. After a long moment, he said firmly, "No problem, if that is your order, young master." Hearing this, Ghislain broke into a satisfied smile. "It's good to have such great comrades." Cao, who was up front, pouted unhappily when he heard Ghislain's assignment. "That old man always gets the interesting missions." Belinda didn't care about that. She asked hesitantly, "Young master, who will be in charge of the gate? Are we just going to leave it be?" Ghislain replied casually. The three of them were immediately stunned. Who fights a battle by leaving the gate open for the enemy to waltz in? Are we inviting them in for tea? But Ghislain didn't explain. He just gave a confident smile. This battle will mark the beginning of a new chapter in Persian history. Meanwhile, at the Persian castle, Walter was commanding the men to attack. The castle walls were constantly being bombarded. Loud explosions echoed continuously. Over here, Jianzhan was also commanding his knights. "Fire! Don't let them get close." But Digger's soldiers were too numerous. Persian's crossbow and arrow units weren't enough. Before long, they were able to climb the walls. Walter didn't panic and charged into close combat. "We absolutely cannot let them take the wall." At the same time, down below, Thomas Digger watched the smoke and fire on the wall and burst into crazed laughter. He said gloatingly, "How exciting! We absolutely cannot let them take the wall." At the same time, down below, Thomas Digger watched the smoke and fire on the wall and burst into crazed laughter. He said gloatingly, "How exciting!" He said gloatingly, "How exciting! Even though I can't see it, it's clearly over." Immediately after, he ordered the catapults. "Prepare the second volley. Crush them as quickly as possible." Victor, standing beside him, looked up at the wall. He thought to himself, "This is the end of the Wolf of the North." He had a glimmer of hope, but that was all. At that moment, Walter was fighting Digger's soldiers. Although his swordsmanship was excellent, he had killed many soldiers. However, the difference in numbers was too great. He couldn't hold out for long either. Both he and Redden were surrounded by soldiers. Jianzhan glanced at Walter and said worriedly, "Sir, the wall is one thing, but at this rate, the main gate will soon fall. Please, give the order." Walter took a deep breath. After a long silence, he spoke, "Abandon the gate. Just hold the wall." Hearing this, Jianzhan's expression showed his reluctance, but there was no other way. Walter then looked towards Scovan. He asked, "What about reinforcements?" Scovan answered hastily, "All the territories we sent messengers to have refused to help. Even the messenger sent to Count Logis has been lost." Hearing this, Jianzhan couldn't hold back his anger. Damn it, why haven't any of them sent aid? That bunch of ungrateful bastards. Meanwhile, at the Digger army's camp, Thomas Digger was gloating, preparing to celebrate his victory, when a subordinate ran up in a panic to report, Bad news, my Lord Count. The supply unit has been attacked. These words shocked both Thomas Digger and Victor. The soldier continued. The soldier we sent to request supplies hasn't returned. Something must have happened. Something must have happened. Something must have happened. A problem with the supply unit? Thomas Digger shook his head in disbelief and said, Don't jump to conclusions. It's impossible. How could those Persian rats trapped in the castle possibly know the location of our supply unit and attack it? But Victor thought otherwise, because he had seen the smoke and flames rising in the distance. It was definitely smoke from the supply unit. So, there's still someone in Persian bold enough to come up with a strategy. Thinking this, Victor smirked and said, How interesting. Thomas Digger cried out in a bit of a panic, Sir Victor, what should we do? The battle has just begun, and we're already out of supplies. Upon hearing this, Victor simply waved his hand. He said nonchalantly, We don't need supplies, because we will take the castle by the end of the day. Thomas Digger couldn't believe it, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. A while later, on an open field before the Persian castle, Victor led his troops to attack this place. The attacks on the left and right walls had begun long ago, but they still hadn't broken through those lines. Tojion's elite forces were surely holding those defensive lines firmly. But since they've expended so much effort defending the walls, the main gate must be their weakest point. With that thought, Victor nodded in understanding. He pointed his sword straight at the castle and roared fiercely. All troops, advance. Today, we will crush and break through their gate. As soon as he finished speaking, Victor charged forward, leading the way. But just then, he suddenly remembered something. He glanced back and called out, Adan! Instantly, a warhorse appeared beside him. On its back was a knight in iron armor. In his hand, he held a long spear. He was Victor's right-hand man, Adan. Victor glanced at him and spoke, I will shatter this gate myself. So, he ordered Adan to stay and hold this position. Over at the wall, Digger's soldiers were climbing up relentlessly. No matter how hard Walter's group fought back, some still slipped through. Just then, Scoven suddenly cried out in panic, Sir! Walter heard him and glanced over, then spotted the siege tower. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Damn it, how did they know the height of our walls? Jianjian chimed in. We're already overwhelmed by their numbers. If that siege tower reaches us, we're done for. At that moment, Walter immediately yelled, Is the catapult ready yet? The soldiers over here had just finished setting it up. He ordered them to fire to stop the siege tower from getting closer. In the blink of an eye, a giant stone was launched. It flew straight towards the siege tower. But just as it was about to hit, a hand suddenly shot up. Then, without hesitation, he thrust his sword straight at the stone projectile. With a loud bang, the stone projectile exploded directly. Seeing this, the expressions on Walter's group turned grim. Jianjian cursed through gritted teeth. What kind of monster just did that? The one who acted was, of course, Victor. After dealing with the stone projectile, he advanced slowly towards the gate. Seeing him, Walter's expression immediately soured. He seemed to recognize him, having also heard of his reputation. Victor had now drawn his sword. He snorted coldly and spoke. It's useless, you Toziun filth. No matter how much you struggle, defeat is inevitable. He ordered the soldiers to bring the battering ram forward and charge the gate. As soon as he gave the word, the soldiers moved the battering ram into position. Walter wanted to stop the battering ram, but he was blocked by Digger's soldiers. At the same time, the ram began to smash the gate. Walter felt the situation growing more dire, but right now, all he could do was count on Ghislain. Just as he had said, the battle to break the castle and to defend it raged on fiercely. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, a group of mages were tied up in a circle, and Phi struggled relentlessly, shouting, Let me go, you damn commoners. We're mages. We have no business getting involved in this rotten territorial war. Fote looked at him coldly and said calmly, These are the young master's orders. Please remain calm. And Phi grew even more disgruntled and snapped angrily, Are you blind? Do I look calm to you? Look over there. They've let that battering ram get this close. This battle is already lost. This castle is finished. Vanessa narrowed her eyes at him and said in a low voice, And Phi, don't worry. Hearing her voice, and Phi immediately looked up, only to see Vanessa leaning in close to his face, saying firmly, The young master will definitely handle everything, as if he'd heard a joke, and Phi scoffed contemptuously. Don't mention that Grand Duke in front of me. It's because of that bastard that I've been dragged into this hell. And now I'm about to die. Handle everything? My ass. Vanessa had absolute faith in Ghislain. She still said with conviction, No matter what, the young master will definitely. But she hadn't even finished speaking, and Phi coldly cut her off. Shut your mouth. Are you really going to follow that lunatic's orders? Vanessa glared at him, shaking her head in denial. He is not a lunatic. As she spoke, she suddenly paused. A few days ago, after a long time, Vanessa had finally managed to channel the mana within her body. It was just that she couldn't maintain it for very long. She looked up at Ghislain, sighed, and said, I'm sorry. I finally learned how to use magic, but this is all I can do for now. Ghislain shook his head slightly, saying dismissively, just being able to use magic is enough. The mana deficit will build up over time. Follow me, I have something to show you. After that, the two of them went to a clearing. They saw a group of mages hard at work on something. Vanessa instinctively frowned. Are they burying runestones? But what for? While she was confused, Anfi suddenly ran up to them, his face full of aggrieved accusation. Why are you making our mages do this kind of digging? Don't you have soldiers for this? If you're planning to hide the runestones, why not move them outside the castle? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was grabbed by the neck by a wall of muscle. Gordon warned, no talking while you work. When everyone saw this, a timid person like Vanessa was a little frightened. She looked at Ghislain in confusion and asked, Sir, what is this? Ghislain slowly explained, this is a preparation for war. The simplest and most effective tactic is to overwhelm the few with the many. Use numbers to crush the enemy. No matter how hard they fight, they won't be able to withstand an endless assault. The castle gate is bound to fall. But that doesn't mean there's no way for us to win. Hearing this, Vanessa was startled. She asked hesitantly, Don't tell me you mean returning to reality? At that moment, Vanessa was casting a spell to control the magic circle. She didn't know if she could actually do it, but it was an order from Ghislain Perium. She was determined to maintain it until the very end, and Phi was tied up below. Looking at the mana surrounding his body, he cried out in disbelief. This powerful magic circle can't possibly be channeling mana. So how was Vanessa still clutching her staff at this moment? Her eyes were now filled with confidence. That's right, she could do this. She had to do this. At the same time, outside the castle gate, the Dig army was still attacking relentlessly. The soldiers in charge of breaking down the gate were also trying their best. The gate was on the verge of collapsing, but just then, Jian seemed to see something. He pointed into the distance and shouted, Sir, look over there! Walter followed the direction he was pointing. He saw an army approaching as if riding the wind. Those men were getting closer and closer. When he looked closer, he was immediately horrified. It's Ghislain Perium's army. That's right, Ghislain Perium had finally arrived. At the same time, Victor also seemed to sense that something was amiss. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a subordinate came to report, Lord Victor, unidentified cavalry units are attacking from the rear. On both of our flanks. The army he was talking about was Ghislain Perium's. They were slaughtering everyone relentlessly. Ghislain Perium's soldiers were incredibly fierce on horseback. With a single sweep of a sword, they sent a whole crowd to meet their maker. Seeing his ferocious momentum, the soldiers behind him cried out in panic. An ambush! The DIG army is still attacking relentlessly. I thought they said Persian had no reinforcements. By the time they regained their composure, they saw Ghislain charging toward them. On their side, they hurriedly raised their crossbows to fire back, but his speed was just too fast. The arrows could only hit empty air, while Ghislain charged forward on his horse as if he were flying. His eyes were incredibly fierce. Ghislain began to slaughter the soldiers in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the place became a river of blood. Bodies lay strewn everywhere. Seeing this, the soldiers backed away in fear. Are you a monster? To take down this many people in an instant. Just then, Ghislain raised his sword high. He roared aggressively. From now on, it's our turn to counterattack. Following Ghislain's shout, the army behind him also charged forward. But Daiger's soldiers, intimidated by the fierce momentum of this army, fell back in fear. The battle formation now had two wings, led by Ghislain and Kao, striking the enemy forces along both sides of the wall. Daiger's army was caught between Persian's forces, both inside and out. Meanwhile, at Daiger's main camp, Vilain was leading another elite unit to breach the walls. He glanced at Gordon and Tudan and ordered, I will draw their attention. Spread out and neutralize their key defensive positions. Understood? The two immediately nodded in acknowledgement, then split up to attack from two directions, throwing Daiger's troops into chaos. Thomas! Daiger shouted in alarm upon seeing this. What is happening? Why are we the ones being ambushed? Before the old man could even understand what was going on, Ghislain charged at him with a large axe. He spoke in a cold voice. Enemy commander, Count Thomas Digger. I will take you prisoner. Hearing these words, Thomas Digger was so scared he nearly pissed his pants. The old man had no real strength to speak of. He was just a paper tiger. Ghislain thought he was about to capture him alive, but he was blocked. Noticing a weapon hurtling towards him, Ghislain quickly swung his axe to knock it away. When he got a better look, he saw a man on horseback in front of him, holding a long spear and a shield. Ghislain frowned, observing the man. He realized one thing. He was quite strong. That man was a Don, he said coldly. A surprise attack on the main camp with such a small force. Very bold. He arrogantly introduced himself and told the man to state his name before he died. Ghislain narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, I have no name. He said he was merely a weapon under the Grand Duke's command. At the same time, on the left wall, thanks to the support of Ghislain's troops, Persian soldiers had regained the upper hand at the city gate. Below, Belinda used a grappling hook to snatch people up. Then, Cao would rush in from a distance to finish them off. The two of them coordinated flawlessly. Tens, Hundreds of soldiers died in the exact same way. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Looking at her blood-covered body, Belinda said with dissatisfaction, "Did you have to splash blood all over me?" Shrugging indifferently, Cao pouted and replied, "Dodge it yourself, princess. I don't have time for that." Hearing that title, Belinda instantly flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth and said, "What, princess?" On the other side, at the right wall, Grizz was still charging in from the outside, breaking through the Digger army's encirclement. His aura was so terrifying, he might as well have had, "I'll take you all on myself," written across his face. The soldiers felt they were no match for him, so they turned and fled. Seizing this opportunity, Grizz commanded his troops again. "Everyone, charge! The enemy is in disarray. This is our chance to wipe them out." He said he would take down their siege tower. As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenary army behind him, as if they'd been shot full of adrenaline, raised their weapons and roared, "Follow Captain Grizz! Let's crush these bastards!" The leader of the Digger forces watched his own troops continuously flee. He cursed angrily, "You disorganized morons. What kind of idiot turns their back in a battle like this?" Immediately after, he ordered the spearmen to block the front and prevent Grizz from charging through. Grizz ignored the spear, tips pointed at him. He charged forward aggressively. In the blink of an eye, all the spears lunged right at his face. But when they looked closer, all they had caught was the horse. The rider had vanished into thin air. The soldiers looked around in a daze, searching for him. If they had looked up, they would have seen Grizz right above them. He landed on a soldier's head, then began swinging his sword. Grizz cut down the soldiers in front of him like he was chopping vegetables. These small fry were no match for him at all. In just a few seconds, the entire unit was wiped out. After Grizz finished them off, he looked ahead to where a group of soldiers was using a siege tower to attack the wall. At this rate, the walls will fall before your troops arrive. The enemy's numbers are too great. If we hesitate, we'll be surrounded. Ghislain's cavalry is advancing, but it's difficult to reach the enemy's main force. This will be a tough battle. He needs to decide quickly, so he decides to charge in alone. The leader on the other side immediately shouts an order. "Stop that guy. The siege tower is in position. The walls will fall soon. Keep him busy so the siege engine can move." Ghislain narrowed his eyes at them. He was out of time. Before they could pull it off, he would strike their weak point. With that thought, Ghislain immediately gripped his sword and charged, and started killing. The soldiers followed their orders and tried to stop him, but like hell they could. If Ghislain met a god, he'd kill the god. If he met a Buddha, he'd kill the Buddha. Anyone who got in his way was sent to their grave. Countless soldiers had already died by his sword. This one falls. A second later, another one rushes to his death. Ghislain steps on the corpses of the enemy as he gets closer to the siege tower. Anyone who stood in his way, their only reward was death. By now, fresh blood had stained his entire sword red. The last man in the vanguard trying to stop him was killed by Ghislain. Seeing this, the soldiers above were also terrified. They hastily fired arrows at him, but Ghislain was incredibly fast. He flew like a bird, weaving and dodging. Immediately after, he charged straight for the leader. They didn't hold back. Ghislain cut him down with a single slash. Just when it seemed to be over, he drove his sword straight through the man's body. Then, he used all his strength to throw him at the siege tower. His body slammed hard into the soldiers there. This caused the crossbow unit's formation to break. At the same time, Ghislain activated a magic wire, successfully retrieving his sword. Then he charged at the siege tower again. Ghislain gripped the sword tightly, channeling mana into the blade, and began his slaughter once more. Seeing him charge, the soldiers froze on the spot, too scared to even move. And so, their fate was to die by Ghislain's sword. He savagely raised his sword and swung down. The poor bastard under his blade was instantly slain. But that wasn't all. Ghislain used his strength and the mana within his sword. He split the siege tower in two. The soldiers outside were so scared they nearly pissed their pants. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine the siege tower would be destroyed like that. Meanwhile, Victor was quietly observing the entire scene. He frowned and thought, "The siege tower has been destroyed. He seems quite strong. The battle is just beginning." After destroying that thing, Ghislain slowly walked out. Victor glanced at his men and asked doubtfully, "Have you breached the gate yet?" The man immediately shook his head and replied, "Not yet. The gate is more fortified than we thought. We suspect some kind of defensive magic from inside is slowing us down, but we should be able to break the gate in about 10 minutes. Hearing this, Victor fell into deep thought. A moment later, Victor slowly opened his mouth. "Do it in 5 minutes. I'll handle their commander. You make sure that gate is destroyed quickly. If you can't, then you better hope you die before I get to you." Hearing this, the man immediately trembled in fear and mumbled, "Yes, my lord." But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, big guy!" Victor flinched and turned his head. He saw someone on horseback approaching. A low voice emerged from the smoke. "You're not going anywhere." Victor narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. He asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" The other man smirked and replied, "Cao, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. Come and play with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his blade at him, his face full of provocation. Immediately after, Cao charged forward. Victor was a little surprised, but of course, he wasn't going to let him land a hit that easily. He quickly swerved his horse to the side. At the same time, Victor's warhorse kicked out towards Cao's horse. Cao was startled. He hastily jumped off his horse. He was lucky to dodge in time. Otherwise, Victor's sword would have split his head open, not his horse's. But Cao didn't back down. Without a horse, he used his own body to leap high into the air. He slashed wildly, forcing Victor onto the defensive. By this point, Cao's eyes were filled with determination. He had to win. But would Victor really give him that chance? Every single strike he delivered was parried. Biting his lip fiercely, Cao couldn't help but think in awe. This bastard. He can block all of my attacks? Just then, Victor spoke with contempt. I've met enough trash like you to fill a wagon. With that, he swung his arm and knocked the sword aside, pushing Cao back. Victor narrowed his eyes at him. His tone was dripping with disdain. Pathetic mercenaries who think they're so strong. Right after, he unleashed another slash. It carried a powerful energy, not to be taken lightly. Cao quickly raised his blade to defend, but his strength was too overwhelming, nearly forcing him to his knees. In the end, he lost his balance and fell backward. Victor's blade left a long gash on his arm. Fresh blood began to pour out. Victor snorted contemptuously. Nothing's easier to deal with than an animal flailing on instinct. Cao quickly pushed himself off the ground, clutching his wound. He cursed inwardly. This son of a bitch. He's really strong. Just like Gazelle said. Let's rewind to before. Before setting out, Gazelle had called Cao aside to give him instructions. His name is Victor, Deadman's secret weapon, one of the powers targeting Persian. At the time, Cao had asked doubtfully, "Is he even stronger than the captain?" Giselle replied calmly, "Of all the enemies you've ever faced, he's the strongest. Besides me, 10 points for confidence. But there's no denying it. That guy is using overwhelming numbers to force us all to defend the walls. Then he'll break through the gate at its weakest point and launch an all-out assault." Everything happened exactly as Gazelle predicted, including what Vanessa was doing. However, if Victor leaves the gate, the entire plan will collapse. These were the words Gazelle had told him earlier. Cao narrowed his eyes at the man on the horse, recalling the words Gazelle had drilled into him. When that happens, tie him down. That's why he had to pin down this arrogant bastard, Cao thought. He reached out and pulled his blade from the ground, then said with a cold laugh, "Oh, really? You could at least give a guy a fighting chance." Meanwhile, at the Digger army's main base, a fierce battle was raging. Ghislain and Aden had charged in and were fighting like madmen. One of Thomas Digger's men hastily pushed the old man back, urging, "Get back. You'll get caught in the crossfire." At the same time, the mercenaries behind them weren't standing idle. They had begun to cut down the enemy's soldiers. Ghislain fought as he calculated. This guy's a real pain in the ass. I don't have time to waste here. Adan's giant shield blocked every attack from every direction, making him nearly invincible. How long had it been since he'd faced someone this stubborn? However, he had no intention of losing here. With that thought, he immediately swung his axe down and roared, "I can't waste any more time on you." Adan blocked it with his shield, snorting coldly, "That's useless. A powerful blow, I'll admit, but you will never break through this shield of mine." Ghislain was startled, then realized Adan had slipped out from behind his shield and was thrusting a spear right at him. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly blocked it. But Adan's assault didn't stop there. His spear continued its relentless thrusts, and his poor horse was struck down. Ghislain panicked slightly. He was forced off his mount. At the same time, Adan raised his massive shield again. He snorted coldly and said, "You should just stay down." As soon as he spoke, he brought the shield crashing down on Ghislain. In the split second Adan swung down, Ghislain raised his axe to block. Meanwhile, Cao was also having a hard time fighting Victor. His body was now covered in wounds. The battering ram continued to relentlessly pound the gate. The castle gate was finally destroyed. Seeing this, the faces of Water and his men immediately turned grim. Victor smiled in satisfaction. Finally, success. Gilly grew even more frantic. He had no idea what was happening inside the city gates. And at that same moment, inside, Vanessa was still trying to cast her magic circle. And Phi wouldn't stop screaming, trying to stop her. "Hey, the gate's been breached. You're drawing in too much mana. Do something." Vanessa fiercely bit her lip, shook her head, and said, "Not yet. Just one more minute." Outside, Victor roared his command. "The gate is open. All units, full-scale attack, take the castle." The moment he finished speaking, Digger's surviving soldiers immediately swarmed in like ants. With that, Victor glanced at the subordinate beside him and ordered, "Bring the count here. I'm going to deal with their commander right now." Cao pushed himself up again. He trembled and mumbled, "You're not going anywhere." Victor was a little surprised. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. "Cao, was it? With your level of skill, you should know which fights are worth dying for and which aren't." So why do you keep charging forward? Elsewhere, Adon stood before Gilly, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. Look, the gate has been breached. Your side has already lost. Gilly knelt on one knee, not saying a word. The man lectured him condescendingly. Your daring raid was indeed unexpected, but the outcome remains unchanged. Stuffing your elite army with useless mercenaries was the mistake that sealed your family's fate. No matter how skilled they are, a mercenary can never defeat a knight who's been properly trained. A mercenary must know when to retreat when the situation changes. These were the words of those two arrogant bastards. They believe there's nothing worth dying for. In this battle, however, their words didn't affect Cao at all. The same went for Gillian. He just sat there in silence, listening. But after he'd heard enough of their nonsense, Cao's expression turned grim. Perhaps it was because they were of the same mind, but both Cao and Gillian, on opposite ends of the battlefield, gave the same answer without any prompting. So what? Mercenary or knight, on the battlefield, there's only victory or defeat. Immediately after, both of them charged toward their opponents without a hint of hesitation. Adon scoffed coldly and cursed. The excuses of a loser aren't worth listening to. Right after, he swung his spear to block Gillian's attack. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously. But in that moment, Gillian used his strength to force Adon's axe to the ground. This sent a jolt of panic through Adon. What the hell is this? He thought, scrambling to counterattack, but it was too late. Gillian swept his axe sideways, killing his warhorse on the spot. Adon's body fell to the ground with it. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You animal! A common mercenary dares to defy me?" Gillian ignored his ranting and swung his axe down again. Clang! The sound of weapons colliding rang out once more. Gillian pinned Adon to the ground with his strength and spoke in a cold voice. No matter how solid a defense is, there's always an opening. I have dedicated my very life as a weapon for the Archduke. As he spoke, he reached behind his back, his hand touching a sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew it. Gillian's eyes were now filled with killing intent. He spoke in that same cold voice. Therefore, I exist only to bring him victory. Adon's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe he would lose like this. Whether he believed it or not, his eye was pierced by the hidden green light. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Elsewhere, Kaor was still trying to pin Victor down. He knew that man was stronger than him and that he would probably die. But Ghislain Perium had told him he had to keep Victor occupied. So I just need this one hit. I just have to land it. Ghislain Perium asked inquisitively. You want to know how I did it? Did what? Kaor was gesturing wildly in a funny way. You know, that thing. Back when we made that bet, remember? You dashed past, then dodged, then landed a single strike. He looked very embarrassed. Please teach me. He smiled, watching as Ghislain Perium instructed him. Those movements aren't the main point. The first time someone fights you, this is what they'll think. That guy in the white helmet has sized him up like an animal. One that only knows how to charge forward. Ghislain Perium's words still echoed in his head. That's when they'll underestimate you. Cao launched a series of wild attacks. His expression was crazed. So crazed that he even threw his weapon at his opponent. The white-helmeted man dodged quickly and easily deflected Cao's weapon. He looked down on him with utter contempt. Fools always resort to reckless actions because they have nothing to lose, but they don't realize that's the last chance they have to hold on to their lives. He raised his sword and thrust it straight toward Cao. He remained calm, remembering Ghislain Perium's teachings. But if you can hide your true intentions while you act, the moment the sword came down, Cao dodged it easily and grabbed his arm. He used his opponent's momentum to launch himself up. Cao retrieved his weapon. Seeing this, the white-helmeted man suddenly realized, that's when you'll definitely get a chance to land a hit. Cao plunged his sword straight down. The blade was just inches away from hitting him. The horse shrieked in pain. The white-helmeted man immediately leaped off his horse, while Cao fell to the ground. He had figured out Cao's intention. That strange movement, catching the sword after throwing it away. Even at a disadvantage, you intended to use that to turn the tables? Only someone prepared to die could pull that off. He praised him sincerely. It seems you're not just some ignorant beast. Well done. At the same time, he mocked him. Sometimes there are those who cross the line between life and death just to break through their limits. Unlucky for you, that blow didn't connect. He raised his sword once more, intending to finish him. Any last words? Cao was struggling badly. The white-helmeted man was on high alert. Cao grinned smugly. I already landed a hit. His words took the white-helmeted man by surprise. What? At that moment, 3 swords appeared above his head, but he managed to dodge them. Belinda appeared right at that instant. She shot out a grappling hook. The hook caught onto Cao. Then she launched herself into the air, leaped onto a horse, and fled. Meanwhile, the white-helmeted man was still wondering. You landed a hit? He thought to himself. Was that last attack even aimed at him? If it weren't for her, that guy would be dead by my hand. Over here, Cao was complaining. Hey, I almost died, Belinda threatened him back. You want me to throw you off? The white-helmeted man was still thinking. That guy isn't stupid enough to bet his life just to land a single hit, is he? Then everything he did must have had some other purpose. Something worth betting his life on. Suddenly, he turned his head to look. He realized that behind him were the city gate and his army. Don't tell me. A purple light suddenly glowed from the gate. The light originated from where Vanessa was. She was casting her spell. He realized the truth too late. Was it all just to keep me pinned down here? Vanessa was giving it her all. When the city gate is breached, the enemy will pour through. Vanessa remembered Ghislain's instructions. With your magic, you can quickly create a wide area of effect attack. At the time, she didn't really believe in herself. Can I really do it? And Ghislain had encouraged her, telling her she could. A surge of power, with Vanessa at its center, began to spread. Vanessa created a fire strike. Wherever there were soldiers, the red of flames appeared, creating a massive explosion. It was so large that it spread beyond the city gate. Everything nearby was turned into a sea of fire. Now even Walter, who was fighting, had to look up. Belinda and Kao also stopped to watch. Jillian was no exception. Ghislain smiled with satisfaction. The soldiers screamed continuously. It's so hot! Spare me! Retreat! Retreat from the castle! Now! Ghislain continued to cut down enemies on horseback. He gave the order to surround the city gate and let no one escape. Victor's subordinate approached him. Lord Victor, it's bad. Most of the soldiers have been burned alive. Please give the order to retreat. He was stunned. How truly annoying. This war was meticulously planned for years, silently cutting off all of Padun's lifelines. And yet, they had their warhorse cavalry, that mad dog, and even a high-level mage who could incinerate thousands of soldiers with a single strike. He finally understood the reason for this failure. All these factors, which he'd thought were random, came together perfectly to block our path to victory. Victor was filled with regret. Did I walk right into this trap myself? He quickly accepted the reality. Call the soldiers back. We're retreating. There's no forest here. As soon as they get out of the fire, have them regroup at the base. The conquest will take longer than planned, but it can't be helped. Bring Adon to me. But all he saw was Adon's lifeless head. It was Jillian who had taken Adon's head. He looked at him, puzzled. Are you the dragon's commander? Victor was stunned. He wasn't certain of his guess about Adon, but Jillian dealt him another crushing blow. Your army and your base are gone. Surrender. Ghislain Perium's forces have the upper hand, and the flames have consumed everything. Victor let out a crazed laugh. He felt as if he'd just heard a joke. Don't make me laugh. You think my war ends like this? I'll take every single one of your heads with my own hands. Victor took a fighting stance, his power exploding outwards. My war has only just begun. The battle still raged. The battle still raged. The battle still raged. Now, Walter of Walter pressed the attack with everything he had. They're like fish in a barrel now. Arrows rained down. He continued to direct the fight. Don't let them escape the flames! Ghislain Perium's men continued their charge. This is our chance to turn the tide. Leave no one alive. The entire battlefield was a scene of devastation. Belinda rushed over to the young master. Are you hurt, my lord? He asked about her and the others in turn. Are you all okay? She hesitated, glancing behind her. Anfon is badly wounded, but he's trying to pretend he's okay. Seeing this, he smiled, but Belinda looked deeply worried. If we had been even a moment later, things would have been much worse. The first time I heard your plan, we all thought it was completely insane. Ghislain Perium shot back. But it worked, didn't it? Belinda replied haughtily. I'm not doing it. A plan like that ever again. All the Johnstones we buried were used up in one attack. Make sure you praise Vanessa when this is over. He then asked abruptly, by the way, where's Jillian? Belinda suddenly remembered. Ghislain Perium immediately galloped off to find him. She was confused. Young master. He pushed his horse to its limits. Ghislain Perium, over here. Victor is attacking relentlessly. Jillian managed to defend himself, but the man wouldn't let up. He was constantly being forced back. Jillian had to admit, his opponent's strength was immense. And more than that, it was his overwhelming presence. He tried to counterattack, but Victor dodged every attempt. He struck back, and his blow wounded Jillian. He was shocked that he'd been hit, and shocked by Victor's power, his strength, his speed. It's all unbelievable. There isn't a single opening. At this rate, Victor was furious. You damn mercenaries! I was just toying with you, and now you pull a stunt like this. How dare you show such arrogance before me? Jillian blocked his strike. He tried to lock the sword with his axe, but he sensed immense danger coming from it. The man used his sword as a lever, flinging the axe away. And just like that, Jillian's axe was sent flying. Victor was determined to reclaim his honor. You bastards, you've gone too far. Jillian's face was completely expressionless. He then lunged and stabbed him, causing Jillian to panic. His gaze was sharp. Victor had read his thoughts completely. He twisted the blade, avoiding a fatal blow. Ah, so that's how you managed to defeat Adon. He was the only one who could ever withstand my attacks. You've already exhausted yourself dealing with Adon, and now you dare to face me? How foolish. But he had to admit, still, I don't regret that Adon died at your hands. Victor struck with vicious intent, die, but unexpectedly, a sword came flying from behind. He instantly went on guard, twisting his body to dodge. The blade embedded itself in the ground between him and Ghislain, forcing them apart. He immediately roared, "Who goes there?" Suddenly, a foot landed. The Black Knight, Ghislain Perium, had arrived in the nick of time. He didn't recognize him. "Who are you?" Ghislain was so wounded he could barely breathe. Ghislain Perium picked up his axe. He lifted it high. He slung it over his shoulder and strode forward. Victor immediately recognized the Black Knight. Ghislain Perium's released core energy exploded outwards. He stomped his foot, launching himself forward. He raised the axe and swung down at Victor. He quickly brought his sword up to block. The impact was so powerful he had to use all his strength just to parry. He then countered, sending his opponent flying back. Victor pressed his attack, and Ghislain Perium unleashed another technique. The two clashed. They were evenly matched. Ghislain Perium's moves were fast, but Victor still dodged them with ease. He seized the opportunity to attack from above. Ghislain Perium instantly drew his own sword to block the strike. Ghislain Perium's eyes began to glow with a purple light. Using the axe as a pivot, he launched himself into the air and kicked Victor away. Ghislain Perium grabbed Victor's head in midair and slammed him down from above, making him cry out in pain. Victor quickly scrambled to his feet and leaped back. He had to admit, the man's movements were completely unpredictable. "If I lose focus for even a second, I'll lose my life here in Padion." To think there was another one this strong, this person, Ghislain Perium suddenly spoke. "I know who you are, from your army and your tactics, to the forces backing you. I know everything about you." Victor instantly realized it was a trap. He gripped his sword tightly and charged forward again. "Stop spouting nonsense." He reassured himself that there was no way Podion could have known about this secret campaign. He wielded the axe with mastery, relentlessly attacking Victor, who was slightly confused. "I've hidden my trump card at Count Desmond's estate." The two continued to trade blows. "You think I'd fall for such a cheap trap?" He leaped high into the air to dodge an attack, surprising Victor, then landed and immediately resumed his assault. Victor countered instantly. The two clashed again. He kicked him away, enraging Victor. Pressing his advantage, Ghislain Perium unleashed a flurry of attacks. Victor struggled to block the blows, but he couldn't stop them all. The final strike was so powerful, it kicked up a cloud of dust. His helmet was sent flying, revealing Victor's true face. He was in a sorry state now. Ghislain Perium dragged the axe as he walked toward Victor. He even complimented it. "This is a fine axe, but this suits my hand better." He demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Ghislain Perium replied, "Me? I am the Grand Duke of Padion, Ghislain Perium." He reached up and removed his iron mask. Amidst the fiery battlefield, his grim face stared down his enemy. "I am Ghislain Perium, Grand Duke of Padion." Beneath his golden hair, his deep blue eyes seemed to radiate killing intent. Victor was stunned. "Ghislain Perium?" He suddenly let out a cold snort, which then erupted into a fit of crazed laughter. His build was tall and imposing. Around his neck, his cloak was trimmed with pure white fur, a great black knight of the north. Defeated by a thug like this? Ghislain Perium's voice was low, one eyebrow raised as he replied, "That's right. Today, you will learn who the strongest black knight in the north truly is." Victor gritted his teeth in rage. He forced himself to stand tall and roared, "Insolence!" Victor staggered, struggling to keep his footing. He clutched his sword and spoke coldly. "I won't ask how you managed to orchestrate all of this. In war, the rule is to win by any means necessary. That is the immutable law." Victor raised his sword, surrounded by raging, red-hot flames. "How it happens doesn't matter. The one left standing in the end is the winner." Then, his eyes began to glow. All around him, the red-hot flames burned. The process doesn't matter. Victor gripped the sword with both hands, turning as he unleashed a fierce torrent of mana. His blood-soaked face was filled with killing intent. "Ready?" Ghislain Perium immediately got into a fighting stance and replied, "Ready." His cloak fluttered in the fiery wind. Ghislain Perium prepared himself for battle, then said coldly, "Let's fight." Nearby, the others were fighting with all their might. And so, the two sides clashed violently. Ghislain Perium's sword, filled with fury, decisively met Victor's. Amidst the flickering flames of the brutal battlefield, the two fought a ferocious duel. In their eyes, it seemed only the lust for battle remained. Because of the intense fight, the sharp clang of their weapons echoed ceaselessly. Victor seized an opportunity, suddenly pushing forward with great force and making Ghislain Perium retreat several steps. He could only defend himself, parrying each of his opponent's blows. Suddenly, Victor gathered his strength and thrust his sword downwards, unleashing a decisive, fatal blow. Fortunately, Ghislain Perium was incredibly agile and was able to block and counterattack. His opponent nimbly parried the sword, sending him flying. The scene was truly grim. The battlefield screamed with roars and the howling of a strong wind. The two continued to fight intensely, neither giving an inch. Ghislain Perium suddenly gathered his strength, jumped onto Victor's sword, and then kicked him hard in the face, nearly disfiguring it. The blow left Victor stunned, and he staggered back a few steps. Ghislain Perium saw his chance and lunged forward like the wind, attacking relentlessly, forcing the other man to struggle just to block with his sword. Unwilling to lose, Victor turned and launched a fierce counterattack. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed like thunder. He used his strength to immediately send him flying far away. Ghislain Perium was lucky. He managed to land, sliding a long way across the ground. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, thoughtfully observing Victor from a distance. He returned the gaze, a faint smirk on his lips. The two stood in silence as if in a truce, quietly observing each other in the crimson sea of fire. Suddenly, Victor charged forward ferociously. He swung his sword powerfully towards Ghislain Perium, but he was still able to block it. Ghislain Perium immediately returned the favor with a powerful blow of his own, no less intense. Victor did a spinning move. It surprised him slightly, but Ghislain Perium's sharp senses helped him dodge the move with ease. Ghislain Perium flipped a few times in midair, but still managed to parry Victor's sword strikes. When he landed, he didn't slow down, not even for a second, as he immediately lunged forward and slashed down hard at him. The two swords slashed at each other, their ringing clang echoing amidst the crimson sea of fire. Whenever Ghislain Perium slashed down, Victor was sure to block it instantly. The two were close to each other, face to face, neither willing to yield. But compared to him, his opponent was gradually losing ground. His strength was showing signs of fading. Victor had no choice but to knock the sword away. It stabbed into the ground. Then, following the line of Ghislain Perium's sword, he swung his own blade towards him. Ghislain Perium quickly ducked to dodge the attack. At the same time, he grabbed his opponent's collar tightly. Ghislain Perium did a spin, skillfully throwing him far away. He crouched low, then launched himself towards Victor. With his gleaming, sharp sword, he managed to roll a few times on the ground. Then Victor gripped the sword in his hand, intending to launch another attack. He used the ground to his advantage. He kicked up all the dirt and sand towards Ghislain Perium. He couldn't help but be surprised by this sudden trick and had to cover his eyes with his hand. His entire line of sight was almost completely obscured. By the time the dust settled, what appeared before his eyes was Victor's gleaming sword charging towards him. Ghislain Perium looked at his opponent. He couldn't help but admit, "You really are strong, Victor. There isn't much of a difference between us. I've already released my third core." Ghislain Perium recalled memories from his past life. "When I started the war and attacked the Duke's house, you were the one who stood in my way." He recalled his previous fight with him and thought to himself, "I was only able to defeat you when I found a fatal flaw in you. But because I was fighting you, the war dragged on much longer than expected. With someone like you given an army and command to attack Podium, the fortress would have surely fallen." That day, Ghislain Perium's thoughts and memories faded, returning him to the fiery duel in the present. Victor rushed forward impatiently, wanting to end this fight immediately. Ghislain Perium frowned, staring intently at him. "Any who target us, when both swords point at the enemy at the same time, death will follow them." His sword had now pierced through Victor's body. Red liquid splattered everywhere as a result. He froze, his eyes wide in disbelief at what had just happened. Victor stammered, unable to speak. "Desmond, asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk," before being coldly flung far away by Ghislain Perium. He stood amidst the sea of fire, looking at him gasping for breath on the ground. Victor's face was covered in blood, his eyes half closed. He seemed unwilling to accept it, but had to admit defeat. Ghislain Perium looked coldly at Victor. His blonde hair fluttered in the flames of the battlefield. He turned his back and walked away with his head held high. His opponent's voice made Ghislain Perium stop. It was only Victor, lying on the ground, dying. He struggled to say each word. "I just want to ask one thing." On his battered and bruised face, he asked, "Who in the world are you?" He tilted his head slightly to look back, but remained silent. Victor's breaths were very weak now. He said with difficulty, "The Ghislain Perium I know is the disgrace of House Podium, a northern piece of trash." Victor breathed his last, uttering one last word before closing his eyes for good. He would never wake up again. Well, whatever. What good would it do to know? The sun rose from the east. By now, he was lying still on the ground. That was a great fight. Ghislain Perium sheathed his weapon behind his back. Ghislain Perium walked with a heroic stride, exuding a powerful aura. As the sun rose, the brutal scene became clear. Ghislain Perium, covered in blood, struggled to help Ghislain walk forward. Both of them were seriously injured. His breathing was a little difficult. He squinted as he looked ahead. Ghislain Perium looked at the nearby soldiers. Covered in blood, they struggled to stand there. Then he glanced to the side. Standing nearby was Belinda's group. They were watching him tensely. Only after confirming that everyone was safe did Ghislain Perium smile with relief. He looked at them happily. "Is everyone still alive?" After those words, it was as if all emotions could no longer be held back. They ran to him, constantly calling out, "Young master, captain." Many soldiers also gathered around and asked excitedly, "Since becoming a mercenary, I've never seen a battle like this." They rushed over to him, constantly calling out, "Young master, captain." Many soldiers also gathered around and asked excitedly, "Since becoming a mercenary, I've never seen a fight like this. What was that magic just now? I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. Ghislain Perium chuckled softly. Thank you all for fighting with me. You all did well. He clutched his shoulder, glancing at Ghislain Perium and teasing. Come on. Is that the old man groaning because that guy stabbed him once? He calmly replied. It's not that serious. When Belinda saw the wound, she shouted worriedly, What do you mean it's not serious? Go get treated. Stop being so stubborn. Just go get treated for me, Ghislain Perium asked. Where are Belinda and Vanessa? Belinda calmed down and replied, if you're asking about her, she's completely exhausted. Old man Fergus took her into the castle, along with the other mages. So she should be safe. A loud shout from behind caught Ghislain Perium's attention. My lord! Randon laughed loudly, rushing to embrace him. He praised him endlessly. Well done! As expected of the heir of House Padiun. Ghislain Perium felt a bit helpless being hugged like that, unable to resist. You also fought well, Captain of the Black Knights. And before he could finish his sentence, Walter's figure appeared before his eyes. Father! His face was a bit pale, his eyebrows furrowed, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Ghislain Perium walked up to him. Walter said nothing, but suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. He praised him. You did well. This situation surprised Ghislain Perium a little. He was stunned for a few seconds. Walter whispered, When I first heard your plan, I thought it was truly absurd. He gave a satisfied smile and patted his shoulder. But you did it. Ghislain Perium was silent for a long moment before replying. It's because you held the walls so well, father. Walter sighed and shook his head gently. It was all thanks to you. Then he suddenly grabbed his hand, raising it and shouting, This victory is ours. The soldiers roared in unison. Victory for Podiun! Everyone was lost in the joy of victory. Radiant smiles bloomed on every face. Seeing this, Ghislain froze for a moment. The corner of his mouth quirked up on its own. Asterisk. Yes, this is it. Asterisk. He watched them with a gentle expression. Asterisk. This is the reason I came back. Asterisk. Suddenly, Ghislain's hand clenched so tightly it trembled. Asterisk. But the war isn't over yet. Asterisk. His sharp gaze was filled with murderous intent. He approached Randolph and asked him, What's our next move? I'll go check on the soldier's condition, Randolph said. Walter cut in. You should call your men back to rest as well. We still have much to do. We should use this opportunity to get some rest. Ghislain flatly refused. He looked at his father with a serious expression. We don't have time to rest. We need to force Count Jagan to surrender as soon as possible. Walter hesitated slightly. That can wait until tomorrow. Ghislain's resolve hardened. By then, it'll be too late. I will march to Count Jagan's territory with my men. Therefore, please grant me authority as the Lord's proxy. Randolph stammered. The Lord's proxy? Yes. Walter hurriedly tried to reason with him. The battle has just ended. You and your men must be exhausted. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Ghislain stepped closer to him, his voice firm. Father, the war isn't over. Walter was stunned for a moment. He continued, Count Jagan started this war, breaking our alliance to attack us. We can't give him time to regroup. Otherwise, he'll just look for another chance to invade. Ghislain clenched his fist, his expression determined. That's why we have to strike first. Force him to pay reparations. Make it so he never dares to defy us again. Walter stared at him, surprised. A thought sparked in his mind. Asterisk. I thought he would be content to savor this victory. I never imagined he'd already planned his next move. Asterisk. After a moment of consideration, he granted his son's request. Go on then, be decisive, and get what you want. Ghislain bowed his head. Yes, father, Walter added, worried. However, Count Jagan. He was once our ally, and he is a noble who has sworn fealty to the crown. Therefore, treat him with as much courtesy as you can manage. Ghislain gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, father. He turned to those behind him. Cao, Belinda, are you two still able to move? Cao nodded in reply. Yes, these are just a few scratches. With that said, he decisively swung onto his horse. All right, let's ride. The others quickly mounted up. They departed, following Ghislain, heading straight for the Jagan territory. At Castle Jagan, a white flag flew from the roof, fluttering in the wind. A sudden curse echoed through the room. Damn it! Thomas Diego overturned a table, clutching his head in fury. How could this have happened? The man roared like a madman. I secretly went along with their plan only because that bastard Desmond was supposed to be so strong, and he lost to those loudmouths from the Purdue family? Is he fucking kidding me? The old man fearfully tried to placate him. Please, my lord, calm yourself. But he was only met with the lord's rage. Shut up! Thomas Diego pointed a finger in the old man's face and snarled. What are you just standing there for? Start preparing for the surrender negotiations. Tell the administrative staff. Prepare the terms of reparation, now. The old man stammered. The terms of reparation? His hands were clenched so tightly they were trembling. Count Padian is a fool who's obsessed with tradition and honor. He'll definitely agree to negotiate. Besides, their territory is in dire financial straits, So all we have to do is offer some reparations, and that'll be enough to get us out of this mess. Then we can just pin all the blame on Count Desmond. The old man's face went pale. But, we've already poured all of our finances into this war. Where will we find the money to pay reparations? Thomas Diego suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the old man by the throat. He roared like he'd gone mad. You imbecile! What the hell have you been doing all this time? Then just bleed the commoners dry and take it from them. He shoved his face close to the old man's. What? Does that hurt your feelings? Is it because you're a commoner too? Tell me, are those pigs more important, or am I? The man choked out. You are, Sir Thomas Diego. With a grunt, he threw the man to the floor. You'd better remember who your master is. Now go. The old man clutched his throat, coughing violently, his mind racing. Asterisk, I've had to run the Jagan administration by force, but I can no longer stand this tyranny. In fact, this could be the perfect opportunity for an uprising. Asterisk, a guard burst in from outside in a panic. I have terrible news, my lord, he shouted frantically. The Padayun army has arrived. The summoned soldiers stood in the study, lining the sides of Thomas Diego's desk. He clasped his hands, head bowed. Asterisk, tch. Those damn pests got here way too fast. What is this pressure I'm feeling? Asterisk, his brow furrowed deeply, and sweat poured down his face. Asterisk, but things won't go your way. Come then, Walter of Purdue. Asterisk. The sound of footsteps drew his attention upward. Ghislain, flanked by Cao and Belinda, walked in confidently. Ghislain was the first to speak. Are you preparing for the surrender negotiations, Count Jagan? The man stared at him in surprise. You, who are you? Walter didn't come himself? He sent his son? Ghislain replied calmly. My father is busy focusing on restoring our lands. As his proxy, I am here to negotiate with you. His eyes burned with killing intent. Now, hand that man over. A few hours earlier, Ghislain and his troops rode as fast as the wind. It took a long while for them to cross through the forest. At that moment, Cao, riding behind him, had a deep frown on his face. Sweat poured down his face like rain. He didn't bother wiping it away. He just spoke angrily. Tch, that Diego guy. He's a fast runner. How can a noble just abandon his men and flee back to his territory so quickly? A heavy-set man behind them spoke up, his expression more timid than the redhead's. I apologize for letting him get away. At this, Cao's lips twisted into a chilling smile. To be precise, it was the old man who let him escape, not you. All of you did your part, that's all I'm saying. The wind whipped through pale blonde strands of hair, catching the light. His handsome features made his eyes look deep and intense. Ghislain's gaze sharpened, and his lips pressed into a thin, emotionless line as he thought to himself, asterisk, will this drag even Ghislain? Into the next gamble? Asterisk. Asterisk. Into the next gamble? Asterisk. The thundering of hooves echoed as clouds of dust billowed into the air. Two figures rode side by side, galloping onward. At that moment, Cao pulled on his reins, his tone dissatisfied. But Captain, surrender negotiations. That means we're going to let that count live, doesn't it? Why? Ghislain tilted his head slightly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. His voice was even seemingly unaffected by emotion. Everyone knows that Diego is a scumbag who tried to steal another man's lover. But from an outside perspective, this just looks like the heir's personal revenge. If we demand too much in reparations, it'll put us in a difficult spot. They'll just haggle over the price, settle the damages, and be done with it. Cao rolled his eyes, muttering in frustration. All this haggling and negotiating will just drag things on forever. Why don't we just storm their lands and wipe them out? Belinda rode up next to Cao, her expression sharp, and her face unable to hide her contempt. You think it's that simple? This is a matter between nobles, not a brawl between street thugs. Use your head. Seeing her reaction, he mumbled, Fine, but mercenaries and nobles are all human. Do nobles think they're gods? They're the ones who attacked us first. Why should we have to worry about appearances? From up ahead, Ghislain's voice drifted back. Don't worry, Cao. That's how my father would do things. Hearing this, Belinda hesitated. A bead of sweat ran down her beautiful face. And you, young master, what will you do? For a fleeting moment, the corner of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. I'm different. The sound of hooves thundered on. Before long, a great fortress loomed before them. Asterisk, I will take Jagan and make it my own territory. Asterisk. Thomas Diego's face was a mask of shock, his eyes wide as he stared at the three figures striding in with imposing confidence. Back in the present, his voice stammered, You. Who are you? Ghislain didn't answer his question, only advancing toward the man. His cold face and sharp gaze spoke for him. Are you here to negotiate your surrender? Count Dragon looked at the young man standing before him and slammed both hands on the table in anger, shouting, Why isn't Lord Walter present? Why did he send his son? Ghislain simply replied, as if nothing were wrong, My father is busy reclaiming our lands. As the acting lord, I will handle the negotiations. His purple eyes became sharper than ever. His voice grew sterner. Force him to his knees, immediately. Cao and another subordinate moved to restrain the man, forcing him down. The man's face was now dotted with sweat, Resistance was futile. He yelled, "What are you doing? Let me go! How dare you filthy commoners touch me!" In the end, he was forced to kneel before him. Looking down from above, the man was nothing but a lowly creature. Seeing this, Belinda approached and whispered in his ear, "Young master, are you really going to do this?" Ghislain replied decisively, "Yes. Even if the Lord scolds you for this later, don't you dare say it was my idea." Thomas Diego glared, shouting as if he wanted to lunge at him. He had sworn loyalty to the kingdom. "Do you think you can do this to a subject of the king and get away with it? Show some respect, immediately." A sharp sword was pointed directly at the man, causing Thomas Diego's eyes to widen as he stared at it, so very close. His voice was cold, each word sharp and solemn as it rang out. "Thomas Diego, you are the traitor who broke the alliance and plotted to seize Walter, all because you were seduced by the enemy's sweet words." Ghislain looked down from his high position, like an executioner. For those who target Walter, only death awaits. The man's face was a mask of disbelief. He furrowed his brow, grinding his teeth in fury as he stared at him. "No, it can't be. Are you really going to kill me?" He raised his voice, looking at the man with ice-cold eyes that radiated killing intent. "If you're willing to sacrifice thousands for a war, then you must also be willing to put your own life on the line, or pay a worthy price." By now, Thomas Diego was uncontrollably afraid. Tears welled up in his eyes. This madman was clad in iron armor. He raised his sword, his expression unchanging, which only terrified the man further. "He's serious." Just as the sword swung down, the man screamed, "Wait!" Thomas Diego's words came out soft and hesitant. I just have to pay a suitable price, right?" His face had gone pale, and he spoke, trembling with each word. All right, I'll give up the territory." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Ghislain, however, just let out a faint, smug smile. His eyes lit up as if he had gotten what he wanted. "Ha! I knew you'd say that, but he wasn't finished." Ghislain continued to threaten Thomas Diego, but to inherit a territory, one must be a family member or a rightful heir. Furthermore, as a count, this violates the laws of succession. Surely you know that? Hearing him say this, the man's face immediately contorted. "I'll handle it. You don't need to worry." Thomas Diego hurriedly said, "Yes, that's right. I'll claim you're a distant relative. I'll have my people forge the succession papers. You just have to accept them." After speaking, he immediately yelled to the subordinate behind him, "Lowell, bring paper and a pen here." His eyes were focused and serious, his pupils glowing blue. "I'm still not convinced." The man knelt prostrate on the ground, grinding his teeth as he forced out each sentence. "I'll compensate you with money, too. I don't have cash on me now, but I'll collect taxes from the people and bring it. Please give me more time." Looking at Thomas Diego, forced to kneel, and able only to beg weakly, So please, I'm begging you, spare my life." Ghislain raised an eyebrow, his expression one of utter disgust. "Is your life really that precious?" Hearing this, the man's eyes shot open. Unspeakable joy was evident on his face. "All right, I'll give you one chance." But before he could react, a strong force dragged him away. By the time he realized it, he had been thrown and sent tumbling outside the castle. Before Thomas Diego now were the many people of the town. The townspeople still didn't understand what was happening. They whispered amongst themselves continuously. Every face showed surprise mixed with a hint of terror. What is it? My lord, what's happening here?" He turned back to look, his face a mixture of anger and confusion. Listen here, boy. What do you think you're doing?" In front of these peasants, every word from him revealed contempt and a threat. "Watch your mouth. You are, after all, standing before the very people who now have the power to decide your fate." Then came Ghislain's powerful voice, ringing with authority and resolve. "People of Jagan, I am Ghislain Perium, heir to Walter." His voice echoed with power. "Count Jagan declared war on Walter out of a desire for revenge, and has been defeated. As a result, he intended to make you all pay for the costs of the war." Ghislain Perium looked directly at the people and said, "Is there anyone who wants to voluntarily pay?" The faces of the people standing there could not hide their astonishment. What? They couldn't help but feel wronged, shouting out in anger. "They already took everything from us last time, and now this again? Where are we supposed to find the money to pay? This is something you nobles should sort out yourselves." Ghislain Perium calmed them. His tone was softer than before. "As the acting lord of Walter, I will show mercy, by giving you all a choice." Then he looked down at Thomas Diego, who was kneeling on the ground. He looked utterly pathetic. "You can all pay a large sum to save your count's life, or you can kill him and join Walter." His words were firm, carrying a serious implication. "As a result, you, the people, will not have to bear the costs of this war." The man trembled. He looked back, realizing he was being humiliated by him. That bastard Ghislain Perium. How dare you humiliate me like this?" Suddenly, a rock flew straight into Thomas Diego's head, drawing blood. It was followed by many more stones, thrown at him relentlessly. The farmers. They held many stones and weapons in their hands. They looked at the man with murderous intent in their eyes. You bastard. You took everything. My mother's keepsake and the bread for my children. All the anger, all the hatred of the people was now directed at Thomas Diego. Thomas Diego. Do you have any idea how many people have suffered because of you? The man had no way to deny it. He could only stammer incoherently. And with that, all the people rushed forward, beating, punching, and tearing at Thomas Diego. Die! He was beaten so relentlessly that his face was bruised and battered. Ignoring the crowd, Ghislain turned and walked away. Belinda and Kaor were silent as they watched this unfold. No one said a word. His face remained unchanged as he gave a cold command. Let's head back. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add one more thing. The war is over. Ghislain also looked towards Belinda and said, as for my father. She quickly understood his meaning. She wanted to say, yes, as always. I trust you have your reasons. She stammered in reply. I'm not worried. At that moment in Perdune Castle, everyone in the room, including Homeron, Anbach, and Walter, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, what? He showed no fear or hesitation. His handsome face was indifferent as he said, it's just as you heard. Count Zegon is dead. Upon hearing this, Walter became furious and yelled, did you forget what I told you? Yes, try to show as much respect as possible. Before he could finish, he immediately cut him off. I haven't forgotten. It's just that after witnessing the situation firsthand, I realized this was the best way. Each word was filled with a resolve that was difficult to shake. If we had given him a chance to surrender, he would have just targeted Perdun again. Hearing this, Randon couldn't help but exclaim, again? He would attack again? But Randon looked at Ghislain with an expression of disbelief. Impossible. He spoke very calmly. Zegon attacked Perdun with 7 corps. Everyone has to realize, that's far more than what could be mobilized on its own. Every single word was decisive, unshakable. If we give him a chance to surrender, he'll just target Padiun again. His brow furrowed deeply. Every feature on his face seemed to tighten. Ghislain Perium spoke with utmost seriousness. Desmond provided the troops and the artillery support from the rear. Everyone was stunned. The entire room erupted in a commotion. Desmond and Jagan? Do you mean those 2 great territories are targeting us? But House Desmond is supposed to be neutral. And why Jagan? Is it because of what happened back then? He sat silently in his chair. His eyes were lost in thought. The reason reinforcements didn't arrive from our allied domains is undoubtedly because Amelia killed the messengers to block all information. That's always been her favorite tactic to isolate her prey. But if we control Jagan, things will be different. Because our territories border each other. They can't attack Padiun immediately if they make a move. We can react instantly. Walter brought a hand to his forehead. His face showed a mix of exhaustion and tension. So that's why you killed Count Jagan. Besides, his worries weren't entirely gone. But even if the Lord is dead, that land doesn't automatically become ours. Everyone knows you need a blood relation, or to be the legal heir. Isn't that right? Ghislain gently placed a sealed scroll on the table. Holding the paper, Walter couldn't hide his confusion. This document clearly states that he is a distant relative, and the primary heir of Jagan. Ghislain sat with calm confidence, explaining that he received it directly from Count Jagan. With this, most of the problems regarding territory and succession are resolved. The entire room fell into a dead silence. The person standing beside him called out softly, my lord. Walter's voice was stern, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Ghislain, ruling a nation isn't easy. Do you have enough people to manage that entire region? Ghislain gave a confident smile and said, don't worry. I've already chosen the perfect person for the job. Immediately after, the scene shifts to another place. The Forest Kingdom, Tyne territory. Inside that large and famous casino, the atmosphere was bustling and lively. On the other side, a large crowd was gathered around a table. A very tense bet was underway. Whoa, he's really going all in. I bet he'll be crying when he has to say goodbye to his right arm. The dice were lined up on the table. A cup slid over, scooping them all up. A highly skilled hand shook the cup continuously and quickly. In front of them was a notorious casino owner. He held a cigarette in his mouth and blew out smoke, his tone threatening. You know what happens if you're caught cheating, don't you? All right. The man showed no fear before the bald guy and continued to joke around casually. Come on, smile. It's fun. The atmosphere became more tense than ever. The dice were standing upright on the table. He spoke smugly. Now, place your bets and prepare to meet your maker. In the main hall of the Grand Palace, before many witnesses, a clear voice rang out. For your great deeds, in the name of His Majesty, the King. Walter held the scepter, his eyes fixed on Ghislain. I bestow upon you the title, Baron of Ghislain Perium. He reached out and respectfully accepted the scepter. Those present jumped for joy. They shouted in unison, Long live Ghislain Perium! Ghislain's eyes were filled with determination. After the war ended, I became a lord not long ago. Ghislain sat at the tea table, silently looking at the map spread out before him. He pointed to a spot on the map. As you all can see, the Jagan territory is divided into 5 baronies, excluding the royal lands. I intend to establish my base in the center, the barony of Ghislain Perium. He looked up at the elders. That's all. Any questions? Randon and Homeros looked at Ghislain and thought to themselves, questions? This is really just an announcement, isn't it? Gillian whispered in Walter's ear. My lord. After listening, he looked at him and waved his hand in approval. Just do as you see fit. Someone has to take on that role anyway. Ghislain nodded slightly. Thank you, everyone. Walter suddenly let out a few dry coughs. By the way, it seems our territory suffered severe financial damage during the war. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Damage? Yes. Walter asked further. Are you planning to sell magic stones for money? Ghislain suddenly remembered something. Ah, right. We don't have any left now. Those words stunned Walter. Why not? He leaned back, as if it were obvious. We blew them all up at the castle gate. Don't worry, I'll have people dig for more soon. Back to the present, Belinda called out with a bright smile. Young master. Behind her were Gillian and Cao. They looked at him shyly. Please come and eat, young master. Congratulations, sir. No, my lord. Our captain has finally made a name for himself. A really big name, Belinda said shyly. We were so worried before. We didn't know how you would grow. Maybe it's because I did such a good job raising you, huh? Cao couldn't resist teasing him. Is that why you're so twisted now? Belinda kicked him hard in the stomach, then turned back to Ghislain with a smile. Our little young master is now a real lord. Isn't that amazing? A soft voice rang out, catching his attention. When he turned his head, he saw Elena pulling Rachel over. Elena. She playfully poked Ghislain with her elbow. Are you really the Appa I used to know? Or should I call you my lord? He put his hands in his pockets, looking a little helpless. Just call me something that sounds normal. Ghislain glanced to the side and saw Rachel standing shyly, and called out, Rachel. She looked up at him. Hello, Appa, Ghislain warned her. If Elena bullies you, just tell me. She's the type to punch first and ask questions later if she dislikes something. Rachel nodded helplessly. Elena cried out in shock. What? Ghislain ignored her as she punched him. He turned back to look at Gillian. Looks like you've fully recovered. He bowed his head and replied, It is all thanks to you, my lord. He clapped his hands loudly. Ghislain looked at everyone in the room and spoke slowly. All right, listen up, everyone. You were all magnificent fighting by my side throughout the war. But his gaze became firm. From now on, I am the Lord of Fenris. I will be based in Fenris, not Perdun. Therefore, I want to recruit you as my personal guard. Not just mercenaries? The others were surprised. Personal guard? Does that mean we're an official army now? Exactly. He smirked slightly. I also plan to train each and every one of you to become Black Knights. To everyone's astonishment, Ghislain added, the courage you showed in the last war has earned you the right to be Black Knights. You are all worthy. Belinda looked at him, flustered. But isn't that incredibly expensive? Ghislain nodded. That's precisely why we need to make a lot of money. He turned to the person beside him. Gillian, how is your body? He answered cautiously. Yes, there are no problems. Ghislain was silent for a long moment before speaking. Gillian, take everyone to Fenris ahead of me. Gillian was stunned for a few seconds. He looked at him, puzzled. Aren't you coming with us, my lord? Lord Ghislain answered calmly. I have to stop by a place first. His tone became serious. Security everywhere must be in chaos after the war. Go on ahead and stabilize things over there. Gillian remained silent. But Ghislain's next words surprised him even more. You are the one I trust the most. He walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. That's why I'm entrusting this to you. It took Gillian a long moment to reply. Yes, my lord. As Ghislain turned to leave, he bowed respectfully. Take care, my lord. He walked over to Belinda and Cao. Belinda, Cao, you're coming with me. Get ready, she asked curiously. Where are we going? To the Engiak territory in the Sen Kingdom. Belinda was surprised. Abroad? Upon hearing the name, Cao immediately recognized it. Wait, isn't Engiak famous for being a gambling city? Both of them became excited to go. I want to go. I love going abroad. The war is over. I want to go. I love going abroad. The war is over model. We're going to celebrate, right? Gazelle immediately threw cold water on their hopes. We're not going there to have fun. In a certain room, Vanessa clutched her staff and said with determination, Please, just let me absorb it once. Ethan stumbled back in shock. Are you crazy? Absorb what? Vanessa stepped closer. If I absorb the Lord's mana, just like last time, I think I could actually cast spells I've only ever imagined. He screamed in his head. Asterisk. Why does it have to be my mana? Asterisk. She looked at Ethan, confused. But the young master said your role was just to be a mana battery. He was in complete shock. What? Just then, Giselle pushed the door open. Everyone certainly has a lot of energy. The two of them immediately looked in her direction. Ethan immediately tattled. Hey, little lord, do something. She keeps demanding to absorb my mana. Giselle paid him no mind and walked straight to Vanessa. Are you all right? Yes, she replied softly. Giselle stepped forward and patted her head. This was your first real battle. You must have been very nervous, right? But you did very well. Vanessa blushed. Thank you, my lord, Ethan grumbled from the side. For heaven's sake, am I invisible or something that you won't even look at me? Only then did Giselle seem to remember him. Oh, right. You did well, too. I'm glad to see you fulfilling your role. He gritted his teeth. Asterisk, you bastard. Just you wait. I'll show you when I get back to the Red Magic Tower. Asterisk. Giselle suddenly cut in. Ah, that reminds me. He smiled at Ethan. You're coming along too. Ethan arrived at the kingdom of Enjok. Inside a casino, he said excitedly. Ah, this atmosphere, this smell. It's been a while since I've felt this again. It's been too long, Ivan asked in surprise. Hey, my lord, weren't we supposed to be heading to the Red Magic Tower? Ghislain tossed Ivan a bag of money. Ivan, go take a walk. I'll call if I need you guys. He caught it. Oh, okay. Ivan looked at the money pouch. How are we supposed to take a walk with just a few spare coins like this? Ghislain gave him a sly grin. He walked over and slung an arm around Ivan's shoulder. My dear mage knows how to cast magic, but you know nothing about the so-called world, do you? Ivan was confused. The world? Ghislain smiled with intent. Watch closely. This is a game, where I bet my money to win other people's money. Belinda, following behind Ghislain, asked, You really just wanted to come here to have fun, didn't you? Be honest, with your status. No one would blame you for a little gambling. He answered calmly, I told you. That's not it. He said, Seriously, I came here to find someone to appoint as the steward of the domain. He's only living in a casino because of his circumstances. I have to go get him before he loses a hand. Belinda was aghast. Here? You want to make a gambling addict our steward? Ghislain was exasperated. I told you, it's his circumstances, he reassured her. Don't worry, he's actually very capable. His name is... A piercing scream drew their attention. All right, that bastard has finally stirred up trouble. A man was pinned to a table. Two others were shouting as they drew their swords. So all those lucky wins before were just a scam. He's always bragging about how smart he is. Look at him now, caught red-handed cheating. What's left to say? Lau looked at them and said, Boss, chop the bastard's hand off. I warned you, didn't I? I warned you not to pull any cheap tricks. He fiddled with the dice in his hand. Swapping the dice with weighted ones? Huh? You think you can fool us with fakes? He gritted his teeth and crushed the die. You've been planning this for a while, haven't you? The man immediately tried to clear his name. I don't know what you're talking about. I never prepared or swapped any dice. You said no cheating, and now you're accusing me. The boss crossed his arms, unconvinced. How would you know about that? Don't get so worked up, he sneered. We weren't born to understand each other. The other man gritted his teeth and seethed. The boss gave a signal. The man beside him raised his sword. The man on the table closed his eyes, bracing for the blow. After a long moment of feeling nothing, he opened his eyes. Looks like you're having fun. Mind if I join in? The man's sword had been blocked by Ghislain. The boss stammered. Who the hell are you? He looked at them coolly and replied, From the kingdom of Lutania, Ghislain Perium. Hearing that name, Crank froze for a moment. Asterisk, a foreign noble. Asterisk. The two henchmen at his side showed no respect. They raised their swords to attack. This bastard. Just as they were about to charge, Crank shouted, Stop! He smirked, extending a hand toward Ghislain. Welcome. A nobleman from our neighboring country has come to the Kakan Casino. However, sir, I hope that your man, and you yourself, will refrain from causing a commotion here. He glanced at his two subordinates and yelled, You two as well. Put away your weapons, now! Ghislain also sheathed his sword. Belinda stood beside him, radiating bloodlust. Crank crossed his arms and asked, But for what reason does a nobleman such as yourself come to a rundown place like this? As rundown as my casino is, he replied coolly. I'm looking for someone. It just so happens he's here right now. He quietly called out to the man lying face down on the table. Get up. He narrowed his eyes at him. I came here to get you. Dice tumbled from the cup. As soon as they rolled onto the table, all three dice showed the same face. 1 dot. Countless gold coins were pushed in front of Evan. Sir Evan is the winner. The people at the table immediately roared. Damn it! How could we lose to a total newbie like that? How does all the luck end up with that one bastard? Cao jumped up excitedly and threw an arm around Evan's shoulder. If you keep playing like this, how much money do you think you'll win? Our little bookworm really has talent. His expression shifted slightly. It was as if the whole world was just him and the gold coins in front of him. Asterisk. I just made several times more than I'd make selling. Asterisk. Asterisk. Magic scrolls all day long. And in such a short amount of time, too. Asterisk. Evan suddenly clutched his chest. His face was flushed and dripping with sweat. Asterisk. How long has it been since my heart pounded? Asterisk. Asterisk. Like this? Asterisk. A shout from upstairs caught Cao's attention. What? Belinda exclaimed in surprise. The gambling addict the young master was looking for. Is that kid? Ghislain confirmed. Yes. Crank took a long drag from his pipe, contemplating. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. That man didn't participate in this sacred game. In an honorable way, he used tricks, so he will have to pay the price for his actions. Ghislain raised an eyebrow. Tricks? Glau suddenly broke into a sinister smile. He dropped to his knees on the ground, begging loudly, "I'm sorry, Ghislain Perium." He cried and wailed, "The precious money that you gave me. My lord, they cheated me and I lost it all." Lau continued his accusations. "All the dice used here are managed by them. They even check the belongings that guests bring in to completely eliminate any cheating tools. But for a problematic die to appear right when I decided to make a really big bet, isn't that just too ridiculous?" A panicked Belinda quickly approached Ghislain. "What is that man talking about all of a sudden? When did our young master ever meet you for you to be telling such blatant lies?" He suddenly raised a hand to stop her. Ghislain asked Frank, as if to confirm, "Is what he says true?" Frank didn't answer right away, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, that Lau guy. I was wondering where he got such a large sum of money." Asterisk. He lit his pipe and said coolly, "I don't know how you came to know Cloud, but what that guy says is completely untrustworthy. Cheaters always cry about how they were wronged." Frank exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Furthermore, this casino is owned by Baron Austin. Even if you are a foreign noble, if you continue to cause a scene like this, it could lead to a diplomatic incident." A vein pulsed on his forehead. "Let's just pretend what just happened never happened. And could you and your people please leave quietly?" Ghislain frowned. "I'm afraid that's going to be difficult, because that's no different from you having stolen all my money." Crank's expression changed. He sighed. Ghislain pulled Cloud down to sit in front of him. Now, stop scowling. You and I both want this man, don't we? So then, let's try to talk this over and see if we can reach a compromise," he asked curiously. "A compromise?" Ghislain said seriously. "Play a game with me. If I win, I'll take back all the money you won from Cloud. On the other hand, if I lose, I will bet my current status and all of my assets." Cloud, Frank, and Belinda cried out in astonishment. "What?" Cloud tried to dissuade him in a low voice. "I'm grateful that you're standing up for me. But who are you, really, to go this far for my sake?" Ghislain immediately put an arm around his shoulder, pulling him close. He said firmly, "I'm someone who is in desperate need of your help." Crank let out an amused laugh. "It's been a long time since I've seen a noble with as much guts as you." "All right then," he shouted. "We're in a casino, so it's only natural we play a game." Everyone in the casino cheered excitedly. "This is going to be a huge match." Some wet behind the ears noble who just showed up dares to challenge Boss Crank. Today definitely isn't going to be boring. Crank poured a die onto the table. "Now, the rules are simple enough. The person who rolls the lowest number wins. If it's a tie, we'll keep going until there's a winner." He provoked him with a look of contempt. "For esteemed nobles such as yourself, anything too complicated, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to understand." Ghislain rested his chin on his hand and replied coolly, "I get it. Hurry up and start." And Frank sneered, "You're more hot-headed than I thought. Fine by me." The referee tossed a coin in his hand. Both Ghislain and Frank called it. When the coin landed, the crowd murmured, "It's tails. Boss Crank goes first." Crank picked up the die and put it in the cup. "Allow me to roll first." With a serious face, he covered the mouth of the cup with his hand. He then shook the cup with practiced skill. Belinda watched him with utter contempt, making such a big fuss over a single die. In a flash, Crank opened the bottom of the cup and swapped in another die. He slammed the cup down onto the table. When the cup was lifted, the die showed a 1. Everyone in the room shouted, "Boss Crank got a 1." They watched the spectacle with excitement. "The boss got a 1. That noble hasn't even done anything yet, and the game's already over." "Man, I just don't get it. What was he thinking, challenging Sir Crank to something like this?" Belinda was also getting a little worried now. "Young master?" Cloud looked at Ghislain with a puzzled expression. Crank said smugly, "Oh, what a shame. To think we went to all the trouble of setting up such a big bet. For it to end so quickly is just too bad." "Well, I guess from the start this was." Ghislain, completely unworried, said, "Shut up." He reached out and took the die. "Your mouth and your body, they're completely out of sync." He pouted. "Uh-huh, sure." Crank looked at Ghislain with contempt. "Go on, put on that brave face. You're just acting calm to hide how nervous you are, aren't you? I can see right through you." He smirked to himself. "However, all your efforts are useless." Crank recalled how he had cheated. "It's a special cup. Depending on how you hold it, the bottom can be opened. I just have to hide the loaded die, the one that will always roll a 1, between my fingers. Then, use the shaking motion of the cup to conceal the swap. And that's it." He grew even more confident in his victory. "Besides, I've never once been caught using this trick." The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. "No matter how many times you roll that die, you can't escape defeat, you arrogant noble." Ghislain concentrated magical energy in his hand. He then slammed that hand down over the mouth of the cup. The entire room fell silent. Everyone watched Ghislain in silence. He placed the cup down on the table. "The person with the lowest score is the winner. That's what you said, right?" Ghislain lifted the cup, revealing a pile of fine powder. "0 points!" Frank yelled in astonishment. "What?" The others in the room were just as surprised. The die turned to dust. "So it's 0 points? How are you supposed to score that? Is a move like that even allowed? Does that mean Boss Crank lost? Neither Belinda nor Cloud had expected this. Crank shot to his feet. He angrily pointed a finger in his face and yelled, "This is impossible. That result is cheating. Even if you are a noble, you can't be so unreasonable." Ghislain grabbed his hand. He forcefully bent his hand back, revealing the die. "Then what's this?" Asterisk clack. Asterisk A. Die fell and rolled across the table. Huh? No way. The people in the room were once again stunned. Why did the boss have another die in his hand? What? So this whole time that guy has been cheating. Ghislain stared at him with a cold gaze. This is a sacred game. You're supposed to play it with honor. Isn't that what you said? Crank's face was covered in beads of sweat. How? Could it be that he knew everything from the start? He quickly drew a sword from his belt. Then, without hesitation, he thrust it straight at Ghislain. He leaned to his right, successfully dodging the surprise attack. Both Belinda and Cloud were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Ghislain sneered, "You should have just shown your true colors from the beginning, shouldn't you? A common thug. Someone like you pretending to be polite is just awkward." The underlings drew their swords. "Hey, what the hell have you been talking about this whole time? But whatever, now that it's come to this, we can't let you leave here in one piece." He pointed his sword at Ghislain and ordered the attack. Ghislain narrowed his eyes, staring them down. Beneath their blades, Ghislain effortlessly dodged every strike. He pushed off his toes and leaped from the ground. Using them as a foothold, he jumped off the henchman and lunged toward Crank. He anxiously drew his sword, his forehead beaded with sweat. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Just as Crank thrust his sword upwards, Ghislain flipped over him, landing behind him. He landed steadily on the ground, pressing his sword to Crank's neck. Beneath the sharp blade, he swallowed hard. Two henchmen cried out in alarm, "Boss Crank!" As they spoke, two other swords were placed against their necks, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Those two swords belonged to Cloud and Belinda. Cloud glanced at them and sneered, "You small fry. You should learn to pick your fights." Belinda frowned and asked quietly, "Young master, what should we do with them now?" Meanwhile, Ghislain spoke up. "As I said before, I'm taking Cloud, and all the money you won from him," Crank stammered. "You can't." The two continued to negotiate. "Crank, as the manager of the Kakan Casino and Baron Austin's main source of income, you have been caught red-handed attempting to commit fraud in a gamble against a foreign noble. What happens to a casino that has lost the trust of its gamblers? I'm sure you understand." The sharp sword pressed closer to Crank's neck. A drop of fresh blood trickled down. "If, in the future, you ever dare to repeat what happened here today." A cut from the sword was now visible on his neck. Ghislain's eyes glinted sharply. Terrified, sweat poured down Crank's face like rain. After a moment of hesitation, he made his decision. "Ah, I understand, sir." Having achieved his goal, the corner of Ghislain's mouth curved up unconsciously. He frowned and ordered, "Let's go." "All right." But when he turned around, that person was nowhere to be seen. A shrill voice cried out, "That guy slipped away?" Belinda grumbled in annoyance. "Not only did that gambler run off, but he took all the money the young master won, too. If it weren't for us, he would have had his hand chopped off. What an ungrateful bastard." She clicked her tongue. For a gambler like him to run away. His destination can only be another casino. And yet, Belinda clenched her fist. "That makes sense. We'll send people to search and sweep this entire area." Ghislain stopped her. "No need. There's no need for that, because I know where he's going." Outside the casino, Cloud rode a horse, carrying the bag of money, speeding through the night. As he rode, he glanced back behind him. "Phew, I finally made it out alive. In the end, who was that noble who stuck his neck out for me?" He clutched the bag tightly in his hand. "Still, thanks to him, I got what I needed. I guess you could say I accomplished my goal." Lau gave a helpless, bitter laugh, thinking of that foreign noble. "My deepest apologies, my lord, but I really, really need this money." 1 year ago, in a dilapidated house deep in the forest, coins clattered onto the floor one after another. "Anna, look at this." Lau sat down and explained excitedly, "Isn't this amazing? Gambling isn't a game of probability. There's a formula to always win. If we keep making money this way, we won't have to live on the run anymore." He spoke nonstop. "We can quickly return to a normal life." Anna suddenly cut him off. "Stop it," she said coldly. "You can stop now." Her reaction surprised Cloud a little. "Anna," she took Cloud's hand with her own trembling one. "I know that Father's death, who was also your master, wasn't your fault." Looking at Cloud's bruised and battered face, her whole body trembled involuntarily. "So please," he gave a slight smile. "It is my fault," Lau said in a low voice. "It was because of my own foolishness and stupidity that I turned our master into a traitor." A voice filled with contempt rang out. "The Royal Academy scholar, Zidong, is a traitor, and you are the traitor's daughter, Anna." Anna was tied up, guarded by Crank and his men. Their leader ordered, "Take her away." Lau lay on the ground, struggling to reach out. Anna! A pair of feet silently approached him. You said your name is Lau, correct? The man said in a low voice, leaning on his cane. I'll give you 1 year. Bring me 2 gold pieces. He rubbed his chin with delight. That little brat's fate was to die. But if you bring the ransom, I'll let her go. Snapping out of the memory, Lau clutched the bag of money, whispering Anna's name. His eyes were full of hope. I'm coming to save you. At Castle Austin, in the study, voices could be heard. Is the prison barracks full already? Feeding that bunch of low-life criminals is just a waste of food and space. The fat man sat writing something with a quill. If we can't even get a ransom for them, there's no reason to keep them alive. Baron Austin waved his hand at his subordinate. Within the next week, execute anyone who can't pay their ransom. Yes, I understand. The subordinate stepped closer. There is one matter, my lord Baron. It's been almost a year. Austin raised an eyebrow, annoyed. But then a lecherous smile spread across his face as he rubbed his chin. Ah, you're talking about that traitor's daughter, aren't you? The two continued their conversation. Still no word from that punk Lau? No, sir. I heard that not only has he failed to make any money, but he's been wasting his days at the casino. If that's the case, it seems Crank is still doing a good job. Austin clicked his tongue. Normally, I'd consider making that girl a maid, but since she's a traitor's daughter, it makes me uneasy. Just put her in the group for execution, and be careful. Don't let word of this reach Lau. The subordinate inquired, what if he does bring the ransom money? The Baron replied calmly, just take the money and then get rid of him. A gambler like him dies, and nobody will care. As he spoke, a greedy look came over his face. Of course, that's only if he actually manages to get the ransom, I demanded. The study door slowly opened. Another subordinate ran in to report. My apologies for the disturbance, Lord Baron, Austin asked irritably. What is it at this hour? The subordinate exclaimed. There's someone named Clow causing a scene, demanding to pay a ransom. A heavy purse of money was slammed down on the table. Clow stood before Austin. He said, I have the full 2 gold pieces for the ransom right here. He pleaded desperately. Please, release Anna. Austin opened the bag, squinting as he examined each gold coin. He frowned, thinking to himself, it's not counterfeit. Austin looked up and demanded, where did you get this money? Clow replied, I gambled and won it. He tossed the gold coin back into the bag. Is that so? Austin ordered loudly. Seize this man! Clow stared at him, bewildered. 2 guards rushed forward and restrained Clow. He thrashed and yelled in a panic. What is this? Ugh, didn't I bring the exact amount you demanded? Austin said thoughtfully. Well now, I find the origin of this money quite suspicious, so I'll have to confirm it with Crank. He pointed at Claw and shouted, and you, if you don't want to be executed on the spot, you'll go quietly to the dungeon. Claw lowered his head and scoffed. How ridiculous! Austin taunted him. A gambler like you, could you really get the ransom I demanded? He eyed the pile of money greedily. Who do you think would believe a story like that? Clow roared with fury like a wild beast. The 2 guards struggled to restrain him. Something struck the 2 guards hard on the neck, making their eyes roll back into their heads. Then, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Austin stared at the doorway, stunned. Clow, panting heavily, turned to look. A hand was gently placed on his shoulder. Ghislain patted his shoulder and reassured him in a low voice. You've been through a lot. Ghislain walked up to Austin. A pleasure to meet you, Baron Austin. The Baron stammered in alarm. Who are you? He snapped his fingers and introduced himself. From the kingdom of Lutania, I am Baron Ghislain. After the snap, Belinda threw a bound Crank onto the floor. Austin stared in disbelief. Cao placed a chair in front of Austin. Ghislain sat down, propping his feet up on the desk. He looked at the Baron arrogantly. Shouldn't you be bringing out some tea for your guests? The Baron's face twisted in rage. What did you say? The subordinate next to him pointed his sword at Ghislain. How insolent. Show respect to the Baron at once. Another sword was suddenly pointed at him, startling him and making him step back. Cao warned in a cold voice. Back off. This is not a matter for you to interfere in. The man trembled and asked, What did you say? Baron Austin pointed and yelled. How dare you act so recklessly before me? What are you all standing around for? Drag this man out of here. Ghislain looked at him calmly. When have I ever acted recklessly? He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze sharp and cold. I came here to demand compensation from you. The entire room fell silent. Austin asked, flustered, Calm compensation? Ghislain held out his hand and called, Belinda. As he finished speaking, she kicked Crank to the ground. He grabbed the man's face. At the casino you own, this manager, Crank, was caught red-handed by me. While he was cheating, it was because of his cheating. That Claw and I nearly lost everything. The entire fortune we had wagered. But Austin was astonished to hear this. The entire room fell silent. He turned to look at the pile of gold. Crank quickly denied it. My lord Baron, that's not true. I've been framed. The ones who were cheating were them. Belinda furiously stomped on his head. This bastard just keeps lying, doesn't he? Austin gritted his teeth and said, That fool. Crank should know who he's dealing with. So, What do you want me to do now? He replied calmly. In a casino, reputation is everything. Cheating is absolutely unforgivable. Therefore, Baron Austin, you must offer me fair compensation. And Lau as well. The Baron turned his head, avoiding his gaze. Hold on. That man is also claiming he was framed. I don't know which side to believe. Why don't you all just go see a judge and sort it out amongst yourselves? What does this have to do with me? Ghislain was silent for a moment before speaking. It has everything to do with you. Austin frowned. What do you mean? Ghislain leaned back, pushing his chair back slightly. The Kakan Casino, which you own, is a place frequently visited by nobles from many different countries. I've heard that more than half of this territory's total income comes from that casino. If a rumor were to spread that the casino's manager was caught cheating, you would be seen as someone who aided and abetted fraud, specifically targeting the nobility. He relaxed. The chair slammed back down onto the floor. Ghislain looked at Austin, his eyes filled with provocation. Then, the future that awaits you. That would certainly be a sight to see. The Baron's face darkened. Austin hissed through gritted teeth. You bastard. Are you saying I have to pay you hush money? Ghislain nodded in confirmation. That's right. I want compensation. Double the amount you just received. Moreover, Austin anxiously eyed the bag of money on the table. Ghislain Perium added another condition. You must release Anna immediately. Cloud looked at him in silence. Ghislain Perium softened his tone, trying to de-escalate. If you agree to this, I'll pretend today never happened. Austin spoke up. So that's how it is. Now I see what's really going on. He roared in fury. Cloud, you ungrateful bastard. Hearing him shout, he stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Soldiers burst in through the door from outside. I gave you a chance to save some wench who should have been executed. And yet you dare to sneak around and conspire with some foreign noble to trick me? Cao pushed Cloud aside. Hey, old man, you're in the way. Get out, Belinda pouted. The way he talks, you'd think we'd been scheming together from the start. Ghislain Perium ordered. Belinda, get me a short sword, would you? But Austin furiously yelled at his soldiers. It doesn't matter. As long as I kill every last one of you here, it'll be like this never happened. Kill them! A guard received the order and immediately charged at Ghislain Perium with his sword. He kicked the money bag on the table hard. Momentum sent the bag flying, slamming it right into the guard's face. Ghislain Perium grabbed a short sword and leaped forward. To Austin's astonishment, he plunged the short sword down into the man's hand. Austin roared in agony. Behind him, Cao and Belinda were blocking the swords of two soldiers. Ghislain Perium warned in a cold voice. Belinda, no killing. Cao charged forward and replied irritably, Shh, fine. Cao easily blocked every one of the soldier's sword strikes. He threw a punch into the soldier's face, knocking him unconscious. Meanwhile, Belinda used her magic to control the soldier's sword. Then she flipped and kicked him hard in the neck. Ghislain Perium fought two other soldiers with his sword. One after another, they were easily taken down by Ghislain Perium. Austin's right-hand man slashed at him, but he dodged it. Ghislain Perium spun around behind him and slammed the hilt of his sword into the back of his neck. The man cried out once and lost consciousness. Cloud stood to the side, frozen, watching them fight. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his expression one of disbelief. Who are you? Belinda and Ghislain Perium, fighting non-stop amidst Austin's screams. Why in the world would you go this far for me? Cloud recalled his words at the casino. I am someone who is in great need of your assistance. He bit his lip as tears streamed down his cheeks. All this time, I've learned one thing down to my very bones, that there's no such thing as unconditional kindness in this world. An unknown amount of time passed. All of Austin's soldiers had been defeated. They lay scattered on the ground. Ghislain Perium pulled the short sword out of Austin's hand. He trembled as he threatened. You bastard! How dare you humiliate and do this to a nobleman like me? He looked at Austin with contempt. Like I said before, I'm taking the money in Anna. If you have a problem with that, a hand landed on Ghislain Perium's shoulder. Cloud stepped closer to him. If you've gone this far for my sake, how could I possibly refuse? He looked at Austin and said, If you have a problem, come find me in the Fenris domain of the Kingdom of Lutania. Baron Austin forced a smile. I will receive you as a guest. Doing this is still better than living with eternal regret. Evening came, the sunset glimmering behind the castles. They passed towering mountains, crossed through a long stretch of forest, traveled across vast fields, still the same house as before. On the road back to the city of Walter, the carriage wheels turned slowly. Cloud stared intently ahead. Ghislain Perium suddenly asked, You really don't plan on living with Anna? Are you really okay with that? Cloud looked down and replied, Yes. Compared to being with me, the one who caused her father's death, Anna will surely feel much more at peace living in her hometown. He looked up at the sky. Besides, it's not like I was able to save her entirely on my own. Ghislain Perium watched Cloud silently. He turned his face away, thinking to himself, Consider my debt to you paid. All right. He recalled his own past. Ah, the one who was once madly consumed by revenge. I've paid back the debt I owed you. Now I finally feel relieved. The corners of his lips unknowingly turned up as they traveled. The two continued to talk. Now that we're here, what do you think? The air is fresh, isn't it? If you get the chance, you should just take the Lord's head one of these days. The state of this domain is so terrible. Occupying it would probably be easy. Wait a minute, are you telling me to cut off my own head? Cloud looked at him suspiciously. This dirt-poor, beggar-like village. Asterisk this times is your domain? I only followed you because you looked so rich. Ghislain Perium reached out, slung an arm over his shoulder, and pulled him close. From now on, you are the general manager of my domain. He pointed forward. Everything you see here, you're going to have to work your ass off for it. Cloud froze for a long moment. The two then continued their conversation. After thinking it over, I think I'd rather go back to my hometown and live with Anna. Please, sir, let me go. It's too late now, you bastard. Inside a dark room, a man sat silently in the center, the people sitting around him, mumbled with serious expressions. At Verdun Fenris, his expression darkened. Ghislain Perium's eyes were filled with killing intent as he raised his hand to give an order. Send a letter to Amelia. Tell her we're moving up the plan. At the Fenris domain, Fenris Castle, Belinda, Jillian, Vanessa, and Cloud stood in a neat line. Ghislain Perium stood before them, leaning on a cane. He asked in a stern voice, "Is everyone gathered?" Then Ghislain Perium smiled faintly. "Let's get to work." They replied in unison, "Yes, my lord, the state of the domain, after being liberated from the brutal rule of Jagan, is at its absolute worst. I have appointed Cloud to various administrative positions. To begin the process of bringing the domain back to a stable state, Ghislain Perium led the group on a survey. He used the cane in his hand to point the way. First, let's start with a census. Find all the survivors and bring them back to the village. He glanced at Cloud, who was taking notes behind him. After the survey is complete, you are to use that data to purchase a large quantity of food, enough for at least 6 months. The food situation is the most pressing issue. It must be prioritized. He nodded. Yes, of course. The two continued to walk forward. We will also be starting agriculture soon, so distribute healthy cattle to the farming households in the domain. I said, distribute healthy cattle to the farming households in the domain, equipped with plows so they can handle tilling the land. Also, check if we can log the nearby forest to expand the farmland. Cloud asked in surprise, Sir, are you really planning to grow crops on this dry, cracked land? That's right. The two of them surveyed every corner of the domain. We will grind the bones of the Glubia dragons for fertilizer. Furthermore, the old facilities, all the old equipment, anything that's no longer usable must be replaced. Build warehouses, a drainage system, this, that, and that thing over there too. Cloud forced a smile, sir. You're joking, right? General manager of the Fenris domain. Director, administrator, secretary, financial officer, supervisor, civil affairs officer, supply officer, distribution chief, tax collector, enforcement officer, food officer, liquor officer, foreman, sanitation officer, and many other positions were assigned to Cloud. Ghislain Perium, holding a quill, frowned and asked, What is it? Cloud answered flusteredly, I'm handling way too many jobs by myself. Ghislain Perium looked down and continued writing in his ledger. You've never done any of this before, have you? But take this opportunity to give it a try. If you need to, you can just hire more people to help. Cloud turned and bolted from the study at top speed. Ghislain Perium calmly called out, Wendy. Wendy appeared from nowhere and threw a hidden weapon towards the fleeing Cloud. She spun, and Cloud was instantly wrapped in ropes. She bowed and introduced herself. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Wendy, acting under the orders of the head butler. Belinda has come to serve as Lord Cloud's guard. I look forward to being in your care. Cloud screams violently. Ah! Someone save me! Gazelle rests her chin on her hand. She thinks to herself, since we're in the middle of building up the territory, just try to endure it for a bit. Clow, you used to handle things like this like it was a piece of cake. The next morning, Giselle takes Clow and Wendy to continue the survey. As nobles, they have a responsibility and duty to protect the people living in their domain. The people's loss of faith in the nobility was caused by the exploitation and oppression of greedy nobles. The people lost all will to work simply due to poverty, and so the cycle of hunger repeated itself. The more these problems are ignored, the more the nobility will isolate themselves. These fundamental issues must be resolved as soon as possible to stabilize the territory's foundation. He closes his eyes, thinking to himself, but a piercing, astonished shriek echoes throughout the castle. You're saying we don't have enough money? Ghislain Perium sits at the table, looking at the account books. If we keep spending at this rate, in 3 months, we won't even be able to pay your salaries. Jillian stammers, This is a major problem. Claw asks blankly, What exactly is the problem? Can't we just go mine more Johnstone? Ghislain Perium replies, We can't sell it all. We have other uses for it, and we also need to let the mages study it. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking, The Johnstone vein isn't infinite. We can't keep relying on it forever. We need a sustainable source of capital. Suddenly, Cloud runs up and throws the door open aggressively. Ghislain Perium is writing with a quill. Seeing him, he calls out, "Oh, Cloud, perfect timing. I just so happen to have a job that needs doing." Cloud rushes over. "You don't need to think about any of that. You don't need to assign me tasks like that anymore." His voice carries absolute confidence. "Because I have already prepared the best possible plan to save this territory for you." Cloud flashes a wicked smile, proudly presenting his idea. It's building a casino. After that statement, Cloud is promptly kicked out of the castle. Belinda reminds Wendy, from now on, before he opens his mouth to spout nonsense, just go ahead and strike." She nods, carefully taking notes. "I understand." Cloud cries out loudly, "Are you serious? Then what do you people think I should do?" Cloud shows his determination. "Farming is out of the question. We can't use runestones carelessly either. Aren't I proposing the most realistic way to turn this useless land into an entertainment city?" Ghislain Perium approaches him from behind. "I completely agree with you." Ghislain Perium looks up at him. "I'll consider your proposal, but for now, just carry out the tasks I've already assigned." He objects. "No way. Do you really think we have enough food to last until then?" He carefully explains to Cloud. "If we build a casino while the territory lacks a solid foundation, we might make money in the short term, but we won't be able to prevent the formation of an underworld." His eyebrows furrow slightly. "In the long run, it's not a good option either, if I want to confront them." Cloud crosses his arms. "Right now, our food supply is so scarce that we have to constantly buy more. And you're talking about the future? What I mean is, we have to do something now, before we run out of money to buy food too." Ifan also speaks up. "The other lords don't farm either. It's not because they hate farming, you know. It seems right to build a grand entertainment district on this land." Ghislain Perium nods. "In that case, leave the food problem to me." Cloud replies, confused. "Yes, sir." Ghislain Perium instructs them. "If I can make crops grow on our land, then from now on, you will do as I say, without a single complaint." He sighs. "Honestly, I've already told you, this land is impossible to cultivate." He smirks. "Are you absolutely certain about that?" Cloud and Ifan appear confident. "No matter what happens, it's absolutely impossible to farm here." Ghislain Perium smiles gently at the two of them. 3 months later, Cloud and Ifan stare blankly at the field before them. "Sir Mage, am I dreaming? The once desolate field is now fertile, full of ripe grain. The people, holding sickles, eagerly harvest the grain. It's a success. How many years has it been since we've had a harvest on this land?" Cloud looks at Ghislain Perium in astonishment. How did you do it?" He explains calmly. "Rye is a grain that can grow well even in barren environments. Before sowing the seeds, I scattered the bone powder of a blue bear, which is full of nutrients, onto the plowed land. Then I had them plant rye that had been enhanced with magic. After that, all I had to do was water it with a mixture of purified mana. It was empowered by a growth acceleration magic circle. He bends down and lifts a stalk of grain. Seeds planted this way have a very fast growth rate. Therefore, we'll be able to harvest more frequently." Alphonse grinds his teeth in astonished frustration. "Damn it! So this is why you had our mages create a growth acceleration magic circle." Vanessa looks at him with admiration. "You're truly amazing, my lord. How did you ever think of using a growth acceleration magic circle? Something originally meant for people, on seeds." Ghislain Perium hesitates slightly. "About that." He closes his eyes, thinking, "It wasn't something I came up with." He recalls the past. Regarding the growth acceleration magic circle, it's a magic circle capable of drawing out the power contained in Junstones to help mana grow many times faster. There were opposing opinions, wondering why something so precious would be used on wheat seeds. But once they witnessed the results, they had no choice but to accept it. This was a method that had been verified by mages and scholars of the future. Ghislain Perium smiles. "As for the principle behind it, that's not something I need to worry about." The people standing before Ghislain Perium cheer excitedly. "My lord, from this day forward, we will trust and follow you unconditionally. Now we don't have to fear starvation anymore. Long live Ghislain Perium." While they are celebrating noisily, Claude and Alphonse try to sneak away quietly. A voice from behind makes them jump. "You two." Ghislain Perium was already standing behind them. "Where do you think you're going? You have to settle our bet first, don't you?" Cloud forces a fake innocent smile and asks, "What bet?" Ghislain Perium calmly reaches into his pouch. "If you had won, I would have given you 5 gold and your freedom." He pulls a small scroll from his pouch. "But if I win, you have to be my unpaid slaves for 15 years. Lau and Ivan are immediately surrounded. "We did make a bet, didn't we?" They look at each other and can only manage a strained laugh. "Haha, damn it." And so, the first harvest came to an end. Now that a stable food supply could be guaranteed, Junstone could also be used for purposes other than being sold. Herbert raises an eyebrow, confused. "Here? You want me to build a branch of the Red Magic Tower here?" Ghislain Perium nods in confirmation. "Yes, Tower Master. Herbert becomes even more puzzled. No, wait. I heard from my younger brother that you'd become a lord, so I just stopped by to say hello. Why are you suddenly bringing this up with me? Ghislain Perium replies calmly. It all started with the unilateral declaration of war from Lord Jagon. In that battle, we received help from the Red Magic Tower. But it was still a difficult victory, won only by detonating a Junstone, sweat beads on his forehead. Herbert looks at Ghislain Perium, thinking to himself, he just said he detonated that precious Junstone? That brat only told me he won the battle. I never heard anything about that. Ghislain Perium sighs. If a territory that has just begun to develop, like Fenris, is attacked again, my only option would be to detonate the Junstones that are supposed to be sent to the Red Magic Tower to stop them. Just like last time, he panicked and tried to stop me. Hey, don't! Don't! Why do you always have to think of such extreme things? I smiled, satisfied, and looked at him. All right then. In that case, please send more mages. Mages shine brightest when their talents are used to construct various buildings. Residential areas, waterways, a branch church of the Crimson Flame, the Fenris Magic Tower. Everyone, holding their staves, cheered enthusiastically. We are mages! Thanks to the mage workforce supported by the Red Magic Tower, Fenris was able to quickly complete large-scale construction projects. What kind of inhuman bastard makes mages do manual labor? That's so unfair. Although, there were occasional minor frictions with the newcomers who hadn't yet adapted to the territory. But soon after, both sides would reach a peaceful agreement. The group that was so enthusiastic earlier was now lying flat on the ground. Ghislain casually gave an order to Iphon. Go get those contracts and let me see them, he thought to himself. I can't be the only slave around here. The territory quickly restored its functions. However, Claude burst through the door in a panic. Asterisk, gasp, asterisk, something big has happened, my lord? He frantically reported the situation. I heard there's been a riot in Geron. Countess Amelia? Ghislain thought, frowning. That riot happened faster than expected. Is it because I interfered? Desmond and Amelia are just puppets acting on Duke Delphin's will. Since they failed to use Jagan to take Perdun, they have no choice but to act directly now. Desmond and Amelia are just puppets, acting on Duke Delphin's will. Since they failed to use Jagan to take Perdun, they have no choice but to act directly now. His eyes were filled with killing intent. My war is not over yet, Jillian asked. Do you have a plan, sir? Belinda was also worried. If Lady Amelia takes over our territory, Ghislain slowly opened his mouth. If you dare think of exploiting me, I won't sit back and do nothing. We will head to the kingdom of Lutania. In a room, furniture was strewn about messily. From a dark corner of the room, a hand silently reached out, but the moment that hand touched the light, it was instantly burned. The person looked at their trembling, scorched hand. After a long moment, they looked up at the sky. I just want to die. In a vast city, full of noise and excitement, the streets were bustling with people. Many carts traveled in long lines. The Black Knights stood guard, serious and solemn. They looked up at the magnificent city. Wow, this is unbelievable. Finally, Ghislain Perium's group set foot in Lutania. Seeing this, the fat guy's group couldn't help but say, the territories we've seen before really were just like toys. The fat guy stammered in awe. The thing built in our territory isn't even a real castle. He turned to glance at them. He sneered in response. If you've got the guts, go say that to the commander's face. Just try it. Inside the carriage, Vanessa glanced outside, her eyes sparkling. Look, Sir Ivan. They're even selling materials we've never seen at the Red Magic Tower. Ivan clicked his tongue and scratched his cheek, forced to admit she was right. It seems this place was built on a much more meticulous scale than our Red Magic Tower. Just a little. Over with Ghislain. He quietly muttered something, clearly displeased. It was so quiet that Cloud, who was next to him, couldn't hear it clearly. Yes? Ghislain looked up at the magnificent castle before him, his voice filled with coldness. Disgusting, this castle. It's so arrogant, I just want to smash it to pieces. Seeing this, Cloud felt completely bewildered. But he whispered to Wendy, Why? Why is he suddenly throwing a fit like that? She slowly closed her eyes and replied coldly, If the Lord said it, then that's just how it is. Frustrated, Cloud rolled his eyes and said, There seems to be a side to him. That isn't quite normal, huh? He looked toward Ghislain, who was still showing clear hostility towards this place. I'll venture a guess. Could it be that this place held some grudge against him in a past life? Meanwhile, he just sat silently on his horse, glancing at the solid fortress, the impregnable, undefeated fortress of Lutania, the place known as the city, that received the goddess's protection. This made Ghislain, unable to stop himself from remembering those days, engulfed in a sea of fire. In my past life, I was the one who brought it down. And this is also the place where I died. I attacked the capital to kill Duke Delphim, the one who plotted to usurp the throne, but that bastard wasn't here, blinded by my desire for revenge. I made a mistake. I turned everyone into my enemy, but I couldn't do anything alone. A few days earlier, at Perdian Castle, Walter's eyes widened in astonishment. You're saying you're going to the capital? Ghislain, mounted on his horse beside him, immediately replied, Yes, father. It's a very important matter. A very important matter. Walter couldn't help but ask worriedly, Then what will happen to your territory, Fenris? He placed a hand on his chest, showing the utmost respect. I will provide a year's worth of food for the Padian territory. Therefore, while I am away, I hope that Administrator Homjun and the captain of the Black Knights, Sir Randon, will be dispatched to the Fenris territory to assist me. Hearing this, Homjun and Randon's eyes lit up as they exclaimed in amazement. A year's worth of food? Walter frowned, feeling that still wasn't enough to put his mind at ease. The food isn't important. Didn't you yourself say before that Jafau is targeting us? For you to leave like this while a rebellion is breaking out in Jafau? Surely you know what that means, right? Ghislain Perium raised his bow towards a bird circling in the sky as he replied, I understand what you're saying, father. If Desmond and Delphine form an alliance and attack us while I'm away, we won't have the strength to fight back. However, as he finished speaking, his arrow shot forth. It easily pierced the body of the bird flying high above. Ghislain Perium frowned and spoke. Amelia has only just taken control of Jafau's internal affairs, so we still have time. Before she can stabilize her system in the Jafau territory, we must use that time to build up our strength to oppose the enemy, right? Hearing this, Walter couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Strength to oppose them? Yes, he replied in a very casual tone, as if it was all prearranged. That's right, I intend to pull the kingdom to our side. A merchant clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully. Yes, just as you requested. They had now stopped in front of a magnificent, yet incredibly gloomy and cold, castle. I have prepared a stately, splendid mansion for you, with a garden, spacious grounds, and a very reasonable price. Ghislain smiled smugly, glancing at Belinda, who was standing beside him. What do you think? She could only force a helpless smile and reply, Yes, it looks quite stately. Seeing this, Cloud and Epon reacted violently, shouting in unison at the merchant, Hey, mister, why is this place in such a shabby condition? He had no choice but to explain. It's because this place hasn't been managed for a long time. A flock of gloomy crows flew out from the woods, making the fat guy jump and cry out. Arg! The knight accompanying them looked on with disdain. With that cowardly disposition, how did you ever survive and return from the demon beast forest? The fat guy hugged himself, trembling. Well, it does seem a bit chilly here. Vanessa turned her head and rubbed her chin, confused. You just have to put on more clothes. The merchant cleared his throat a few times, then began his sales pitch. Anyway, the rumors about this mansion being haunted by ghosts or wandering spirits, they are all just baseless slander. I assure you, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this place. As soon as he finished, Ghislain Perium immediately agreed to buy it. Fine, let's go with this place. How much is it? Gao, beside him, hurriedly tried to stop him. Stop. He grabbed the merchant, pointing at his overjoyed face and said, Look closely at this guy's expression, sir. It's obvious he's thrilled to finally get this piece of junk off his hands. Don't you believe in things like feng shui? Is geography just for decoration? Ghislain replied calmly with a faint smile, leaving Cloud utterly speechless and helpless. It's fine. A ghost can't kill you anyway. Just beat the crap out of it and you'll be fine. What's there to be afraid of? The man rushed toward him, grabbing his hand excitedly, saying, A truly brilliant choice, Baron. Originally, if you include the land, this place is worth over 1,000 gold, but since it's our fault for not managing it well, I'll let you have it for 500 gold. Ghislain turned to him and countered with a price of 200 gold, leaving the merchant frozen in shock. He looked around the castle, feigning worry. I heard it's haunted. I'm terrified of ghosts. If you don't sell it for 200 gold, I'll just find another place. Hearing this, the man became deeply worried. You can't do that, sir. Selling a mansion this large for 500 gold is already a steal. You won't find anywhere cheaper in the capital. But Ghislain's sharp words just kept coming, relentlessly. An item this hard to sell. If you start managing it properly again to sell it, the management costs will be higher than its actual value, and you still won't be able to sell it. Meanwhile, you still have to pay property taxes every year. This left the man with nothing more to say. He smirked, both smug and very satisfied. Think about it. Who else besides me would even want to buy it? The noise outside was observed by a mysterious person from inside the castle. In the next second, that person vanished without a trace. Belinda stood with her hands on her hips, her powerful voice ringing out, All right, everyone, get to work, quick. Inside the castle, everyone was bustling about, cleaning, mopping floors, and dusting. Let's wipe away all the gloom from this mansion. A voice rang out, causing Ghislain to tilt his head and glance over. Glau, who had been sweeping with a broom, also stopped and asked him, My lord, you said you would build relationships in the kingdom to connect with the powers in the Ghislain Perium territory. How do you plan to do that? Would anyone here even want to meet a rustic noble from the frontier? Ghislain turned away and answered calmly, Just as you said, from the perspective of the kingdom's nobles, they have no reason to meet me. Hearing this, he stammered in confusion. Then what? Then, the corners of his mouth lifted into a knowing smile. Then I'll make them want to meet me. A while later, the room was filled with various ingredients and several pots. Glau was astonished to see so many things piled up in the room. What is all this stuff? Yvonne's voice was also filled with surprise. What is this? Don't tell me you're planning to use alchemy in here? Ghislain calmly walked around, observing the prepared ingredients. From a certain point of view, it could be considered alchemy. Then he continued, from now on, we will be making cosmetics. Yvonne's eyes widened at his words. Cosmetics? At this point, Ghislain began to explain. I will make sample products and send them as gifts to all the noble mansions in the capital. Glau was surprised. You're going to use that to build relationships in the kingdom? But the others felt a little worried. Will that really work? With just a gift like that? He turned to look at them and said with a slight smile, just try what I've made, and you'll know right away. Those people won't be able to stand it if they don't come looking for me. The nobility views an outstanding appearance as a sign of power and prestige. Nobles are the kind of people who would willingly jump into fire and boiling water just to become more handsome and beautiful. In the near future, the truth was revealed that the cosmetics of this era, which used popular colorants like lead, mercury, and white lead powder, would all harm the skin. In severe cases, it could even lead to death. And Duke Delphin's family made a massive profit by creating a cosmetic that fixed that very drawback. I obtained that cosmetic formula after seizing the Duke's power in my previous life. The formula for a dream cosmetic that solves every drawback of existing products. Genep. After that, everyone got to work together. First, use magic to oxidize zinc and turn it into a powder. In the meantime, put beeswax into a heated double boiler and let it melt. Mix in the evening primrose oil and extracts of avocado and shea butter. After removing it from the heat, add the zinc oxide powder that was prepared earlier. Ghislain held a small glass vial, the corner of his mouth lifting into a slight smile, and mixed it with a special essential oil extracted from the blessing of the spirits. Then he poured it directly into the freshly made pot. A rich fragrance immediately spread throughout the room. Vanessa leaned over to look inside the pot, her eyes shining as bright as stars. This fragrance is amazing! Yvonne was surprised. This is a cosmetic? Malau was stunned as he witnessed this scene. He thought to himself, a high-ranking noble like him. How could he possibly know how to make something like this? Then Ghislain held up his creation, shook it a few times, and said, it's not finished yet. You have to let it sit for a day for the solution to solidify. Once they use Genep just one time, all other cosmetics will seem like nothing but trash. It will become an essential item for the nobility. He looked at the liquid in the glass beaker, smiling with great satisfaction. The Delphim formula. I will make good use of this, Genep. Ghislain turned to give an order, but a dark figure was watching from outside the window. As soon as it solidifies, package it, then send them as gifts to the nobles. What? He exclaimed in shock. Aren't you going to test it first? The figure was still there, observing their conversation. He replied calmly, there won't be any problems, probably. A pair of blood-red eyes had witnessed everything up to this point. That night, the rain came. Thunder rumbled throughout the castle. Inside, everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. The central room of the castle was gloomy and cold. A flash of lightning blinked, revealing a strange, dark figure. The figure glanced all around, making sure no one else was present. Then it approached the table where all the cosmetic products they had just made were placed. The figure reached out and took a jar, gently twisting the lid open. A rich fragrance immediately wafted out. It reached in with its fingers, took out a soft, solid substance, and gently rubbed it. Without anyone noticing, Ghislain had appeared from behind and spoke. So, you're the ghost from the rumors, are you? The figure startled and immediately spun around. He spoke calmly. I can guarantee that stuff will be effective on you. The sound of thunder and rain outside the castle grew louder and louder. The two of them stood in the room. Silently, they faced each other. The mysterious person swung their sword, suddenly attacking Ghislain. He didn't hesitate, swiftly drawing his own sword to retaliate. Ghislain leaned, easily parrying the unexpected blow from his opponent. Then he turned the tables, becoming the one on the offensive. The two of them clashed in a flurry of rapid and fierce combat. Ghislain made a move to restrain his enemy. Unexpectedly, the figure managed to catch it. Then the mysterious person spun slightly, their swords slashing towards him from behind. But Ghislain had no difficulty, parrying the blow. Afterwards, they both separated, putting a few steps between them. He silently looked towards his opponent with an incredibly sharp gaze. The opponent was a complete mystery, covered from head to toe, holding their sword high, preparing to fight. Then, the figure charged forward to continue the duel once more. As he fought, Ghislain observed and felt each of his opponent's sword strokes, the gracefulness. Every sword swing had a special feeling to it that he could perceive. The mysterious person performed an artful rose pirouette to escape Ghislain's powerful sword strike, then raised their sword high, preparing for a decisive blow. Every movement drew an elegant arc, but he could still parry it with ease. Seizing the opportunity, Ghislain grabbed the hand that was holding the sword, his opponent's. If I remember correctly, model. Then he turned the tables, instantly holding his sword to the mysterious person's throat. Seeing this, the person couldn't help but be surprised. It was then that Ghislain finally spoke. A lady like you, playing the part of a ghost in a place like this. His blue eyes shone, sharp and cold. What is your relationship with the Renford family? A moment later, the rain outside the castle subsided. The surroundings immediately returned to their initial quiet state. Just then, Belinda and Jillian rushed over. She yelled out in a worried rush, "Young master!" Jillian looked just as frantic. What's with all the noise? But what stood before the two of them was the sight of Ghislain, standing pensively and looking out the window. He only replied softly, "Everyone, go back and rest." The bright moonlight shone through the window frame in the quiet night. Maybe everything will turn out for the best. In a magnificent and beautiful garden within the estate, a woman's fair and noble hand gently lifted a jar of cosmetics with extreme care. With her lips lightly made up in a bright red lipstick, she appeared before the mirror with such a dignified air that even the maid beside her had to exclaim, "You look as beautiful as ever, my lady countess, Lady Mayo of Ghislain Perium." She looked at herself in the mirror and frowned, her expression immediately turning to one of displeasure and contempt. That's not it. This heavy face is hidden under a thick layer of makeup. In my youth, I was the capital's trendsetter. Every noble lady imitated my style of makeup and dress, but as the years went by, my fame slowly faded into obscurity. Remembering her old, ugly face, she couldn't help but feel angry. Makeup is just a curtain to hide one's age. Is it really impossible to go back to those days? The maid beside her spoke up to remind her. "It is time for you to go to the salon, my lady." She sighed softly and replied, "All right. Let's go." A chillingly sharp glint flashed in Mayo's eyes. What she saw was the smooth, fair face of the maid beside her. Then, Mayo grabbed the girl's face and began to knead it with both hands. She squeezed it with all her might, her voice emerging. This moisture, this firmness. The maid, seeing this, couldn't help but be confused. Lady Mayo seemed on the verge of madness as she screamed at her. "What have you done to your face? Tell me everything. Don't leave out a single detail." Terrified, she quickly explained everything. The Baroness Fanris was given some cosmetics, but she said she didn't need them and gave them to the maids. Based on those words, a procession of dark knights in a carriage headed toward Ghislain's castle. They said it was a debut gift sent from a new noble who had just arrived in the capital. Cloud and Yvonne's group couldn't help but be surprised and shocked at the sight. They stared in amazement at the large retinue escorting the carriage toward the castle. "Hey, what is that? Could it be the queen herself?" Cloud frowned as he watched. Sweat poured down his forehead like a stream. He thought to himself, "This must be someone important." He watched as a beautiful woman stepped down from the carriage. So the cosmetics really do work. Wendy pushed Cloud hard from behind, causing him to stumble forward. "What are you standing there for? Go and greet her." Cloud's stuttering voice rang out. "Please, let's talk inside." He then led Mayo, followed by a protecting dark knight, into the castle grounds. Glau watched. Ghislain, who was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea, spoke cautiously. "My lord, Countess Mayo is here to see you." Although he heard, he calmly continued feeding the crow beside him. Mayo held a fan, gently covering her mouth as she let out a small, surprised sound. "You are Ghislain Perium?" Ghislain then stood up and gently took her smooth, fair hand. He spoke, "It is an honor to meet you, my lady." As a matter of courtesy, he gently placed a kiss on the back of her hand. "He is Ghislain, lord of the northern land of Ghislain Perium. It is a true honor that you have personally come to this remote place, my lady." Mayo was silent for a moment, then spoke with a hint of reproach. "Am I not to receive a gift? Only my husband receives one. I suppose my reputation hasn't reached where you live, has it?" Ghislain gave a faint smile and replied, "Not at all. I simply thought it would be disrespectful to bring something unworthy of a lady who leads the trends of the capital." Hearing this, she couldn't help but let a satisfied smile bloom from behind her fan. "So you do have some sense. In that case, let's skip the pleasantries." After the greetings, they both sat down at the tea table. It was then that Mayo made her offer. "Give me those cosmetics of yours," Ghislain asked with a very serious expression. "Have you tried them, my lady?" She nodded slightly, replying with a look of immense satisfaction. "I have. They're wonderful. So wonderful that I no longer need my old makeup." Mayo looked up, her eyes sharp and full of determination. "I will have exclusive rights to it. You just need to focus on developing and supplying the cosmetics." Seeing this, Ghislain maintained a very gentle smile. He replied, "If you're buying in large quantities, you are more than welcome." She narrowed her eyes and smiled. Then, Mio continued in a rather calm tone, yet one that carried a hint of a threat. "But surely, you know, doing business alone in the capital is extremely difficult. No matter how good the product is, it's hard to overcome the established powers. Besides, the fact that you are living in this old mansion shows that your finances are not very well off." Despite this, he maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing was wrong. Belinda, who was standing outside, couldn't help but feel annoyed watching this scene. How dare that woman threaten the young master? Lao just whispered quietly, "The Lord is only in this mansion because of his own stubbornness." Ghislain was silent for a moment, then asked, "The supply price will be a bit high. Can you handle it, my lady?" Mio waved her hand dismissively, her voice full of arrogance. "Are you joking?" The Brentford family is one of the richest families in the capital. He narrowed his eyes slightly and uttered softly, "The price is 100 gold per bottle." This managed to make her freeze on the spot, her eyes wide with astonishment. Mio couldn't believe it and had to exclaim, "Are you joking?" But Ghislain replied very calmly, "I am not joking." He smiled and tilted his head. Flattery dripped from Ghislain's words. "You are the queen of high society, my lady. If Countess Mayo has her eye on this product, then that price is completely reasonable." Hearing this, her eyes lit up brilliantly. His words had successfully convinced Mayo, but immediately, her expression changed, darkening with anger. "You sly fox! Jewelry or furniture, maybe. But 100 gold for a cosmetic? Impossible. To make a profit, I'd have to raise the price far above the supply cost. And that would mean giving up all kinds of exclusive rights with me, yes." Ghislain smiled, looking quite pleased with Mayo's reaction. Then he spoke again with another offer, pulling her out of her own train of thought. "Then how about this?" Ghislain extended his hand forward. At the same time, Belinda approached carrying a wooden chest. "I cannot give you exclusive distribution rights for the product, but I can give you honor." Hearing this, Mio couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Honor?" The 3 wooden chests opened. Inside were many cosmetic jars, carefully packaged. Her eyes lit up when she saw them. "This is?" Ghislain didn't hesitate and immediately introduced it to Mio. "This is a cosmetic I created myself called Genep. It is a gift to commemorate the connection between us." Then he picked up one of the jars and said, "There are still many nobles who do not know how effective Genep is. It is a product that can change the entire market." Ghislain flashed a formulaic smile, holding his hand out towards her. "And you, my lady, will be the one to change that market." Hearing this, she narrowed her eyes in silent thought. Then Mayo lowered her fan and smiled back in a very natural way. "My dear Baron, how is it that you always manage to say such beautiful things?" She reached out and closed the wooden chest. "Very well, let's do that." Then Mayo brought her fan forward, lightly touching Ghislain's chin. "You will handle the distribution of the cosmetics." She stood tall, looking down at him with a face full of satisfaction. "And I will lead the trend on this side." Ghislain smiled secretly to himself. "Wonderful." He escorted her outside the castle. Mayo was very pleased with her conversation with Ghislain. "I will leave immediately if you need anything. Just say the word, and if it's within my power, I will agree at once." As she was about to get into the carriage, he spoke. "May I ask a favor of you, my lady?" Hearing this, Mio paused. Ghislain stated his request seriously. "Please tell Marquess Renford, in that magnificent castle perched atop the high hill, that Baron Ghislain can solve his daughter's problem." Marquess Renford's estate, in his study. The man sat in deep thought at his desk. He pressed his lips together as if about to say something, his eyes darting to the side with calculation. Lao was excited. He tossed gold coins into the air and shouted, "We're rich!" The castle's drawing room was now overflowing with chests full of gold coins. "This is amazing! Absolutely incredible. The reputation of Countess Mio must be immense. Those expensive cosmetics sold out as soon as they were made." He joyfully rushed towards Ghislain and said, "With this much capital, we can bet it all." Belinda glanced at Lao with a look of disgust and thought to herself, "Is the Lord abandoning his territory to do business here?" Ivan beside them couldn't help but feel confused and said, "Why is this guy so excited when it's not even his money?" "As expected of you, my lord. You can easily make connections within the kingdom." But Ghislain just shook his head slightly and denied it. "No, it's still not enough." His blue eyes suddenly lit up with a sharp glint. "What I want lies under the cover of darkness." Ghislain strode into the grounds of his castle. His eyes narrowed slightly as if he saw something. Standing in the middle of the grounds was a mysterious person who was already waiting, clad in a suit of iron armor, extremely sturdy and solid. He sensed Ghislain Perium's presence and spoke up, "Are you Ghislain Perium?" Shortly after, he strode proudly towards the magnificent, grand castle before him. "You have been summoned by Marquess Brentford." Before the door to the room, 2 dark knights in armor stood guard, valiant and ready. When Ghislain Perium approached, they both reached out to open the door for him to enter. Inside the stately and elegant room, 3 people were already waiting. One of them was sitting solemnly at a desk. Flanking Ghislain Perium on either side were Belinda and Clow, who were allowed to accompany him. Facing them, his calm expression didn't change at all. Marquess Brentford looked seriously towards Ghislain Perium. Then, Ghislain Perium and Clow placed their hands on their chests, bowing to show respect and courtesy. "It's an honor to meet you, Marquess Brentford. I am Ghislain Perium." Ghislain Perium. Brentford's eyes, which held countless inscrutable things, narrowed slightly. Then the muscles in his face relaxed. Brentford's deep, powerful voice spoke up, clearly stating Ghislain Perium's current identity, the son of Marquess Walter Pardiun, the heir of Pardiun. His voice gradually carried a sense of pressure, aimed directly at him, the arrogant brat, who killed a count in the war with Dryfow, and seized the lordship of Pardiun. And finally, Brentford concluded with a cold sentence. You are nothing like your father. Hearing this, Ghislain Perium frowned slightly and thought to himself, so he even keeps an eye on the distant lands. Marquess Brentford, the Grand Chamberlain in charge of the royal court, the most powerful man among the nobility, the leader of the royalist faction against Duke Delphim. He bowed his head slightly, feeling extremely wary of the great figure before him. Everything in the kingdom passes through his hands. If it weren't for Countess Mio, another royal power, backing me, I couldn't have met him this quickly. A butler approached, pushed a chair forward and said, Please, have a seat. Very quickly, Ghislain glanced over and saw the cosmetic products he had made, already on the man's desk. He then slowly sat down, directly facing Marquess Brentford. The man spoke, his eyes half closed. So you say you can solve the problem of my daughter, Rosaline? Ghislain then smiled, full of confidence, and boldly replied, Yes, I can cure the lady's illness. Hearing that, Brentford let out a soft sigh. He placed his hand on the book on the table and said, You've never even met Rosaline. Then Brentford clasped his hands together, his expression very serious as he questioned with a powerful voice. You dare say you can cure an illness that no one has been able to treat for years? But Ghislain remained calm, maintaining the friendliest smile on his face. While gathering information in the capital, I heard rumors about it, and I have cured this disease before. Seeing his attitude, the Marquess couldn't help but praise him. Your confidence is quite impressive. Ghislain bowed his head slightly and replied, You flatter me, my lord. But then a statement from Marquess Brentford took him by surprise. Go home. At that moment, he thought of his child and slowly spoke bluntly. You are not the first to claim you can cure Rosaline's illness. They all failed, and they paid with their lives for not being able to deliver on their words. Then Brentford picked up Ghislain's product in his hand. He examined it and continued. I don't want to see a promising young man waste his life. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think to himself, what a cold attitude. The Marquess is right. He must have tried everything to cure Rosaline. Not stopping there, Ghislain Perium still tried again with a different approach. Do you truly not wish to treat your daughter? Even if I fail, it's not a big deal. A little skin irritation won't kill her. He frowned slightly, continuing to persuade Marquess Brentford, but the young lady wouldn't think so. The Marquess's expression immediately darkened. I only summoned you to see you for myself. Brentford raised his voice and asked again, Are you really that confident? Ghislain Perium placed his hand on his chest, expressing the utmost sincerity and confidence. I am different from the others before me. Seeing his determined posture, the man couldn't help but hesitate. Brentford spoke slowly. If you are indeed prepared to stake your life, then he agreed to Ghislain Perium's request, granting him a chance. Go ahead and try. The Marquess glanced down and reminded his butler. Spare no support for Baron Fanris's treatment. If you succeed, I will reward you handsomely. The butler standing beside him placed a hand on his chest and replied clearly. At that moment, Ghislain Perium suddenly spoke up, immediately catching his attention. A reward alone is not enough. His eyes were now filled with determination and depth. Please grant me something I truly desire. Hearing the words coming from Ghislain Perium, Brentford's face showed displeasure and gloom. He looked straight at the young man, pondered for a moment, and said, Say that again. He smiled. He gently raised a hand, speaking with great confidence. You are the pillar of the kingdom, Marquess. Surely you can grant at least one small wish of mine. Hearing that, Bradford's voice, full of pressure and tension, rang out. You dare demand a price just for treating my daughter? And Ghislain replied with a resolute and confident voice. Yes, I believe she is worth that much. He then continued speaking without a hint of hesitation. As the pillar of the kingdom, the most powerful noble, if you cannot even protect your own family. Ghislain sat in his chair, facing Marquess Bradford, and directly challenged him, firmly and powerfully. Then what good is that power? But Belinda, standing behind him, couldn't help but feel tense. And Cloud was trembling, biting his nails continuously while thinking to himself, this madman. How dare he say such things in front of the Marquess? The man's voice came out, seemingly without any trace of anger. The price for making demands of me is not cheap. Bradford faced Ghislain. Behind you are many lives, familiar people dragged into this bet. If you still want it, then bet everything you have. His voice was dark and unpredictable. Do you dare? Ghislain looked at the hand extended before him. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile, and he firmly grasped that hand, a gesture of absolute acceptance. Bradford's pupils constricted. He could hardly have anticipated this situation. Ghislain boldly faced him and replied, I dare. Their eyes met. And with that, a massive bet was placed. The Marquis Brentford then turned and commanded his attendant with absolute resolve. Inform the treasury. Prepare to cut all aid to Boudillon. He commanded, seal off Ghislain Perium's residence in the capital. From this moment on, no one gets in or out. Clasping his hands behind his back, he walked past him. An immense responsibility now weighed upon Ghislain's shoulders. I'm giving you 1 week. In that time, bring Rosaline before me, completely unscathed, he replied with a gentle smile. It will be done. He looked like he was about to go insane, running his hands through his hair and cursing. Damn it! I thought I was done worrying about money, and now this mess. Belinda watched him, unable to hide her worry and unease. If the Marquis's house makes a move, both Boudillon and Ghislain Perium are doomed. It was only a matter of time. What she saw was the back of a young man, carrying an immense burden, the lives of so many people. Young master. At that moment, Ghislain slowly rose from his chair. Marquis Brentford never tolerates anyone who dares to challenge his authority. And at the center of it all was Lady Rosaline's illness. He strode forward, lost in his thoughts. A problem that even the most powerful man in the kingdom was helpless to solve, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. That's why I have to succeed, no matter what. Marquis Brentford hadn't forgotten to leave him with a reminder. There's no turning back now. In a crypt deep beneath the castle, a mysterious figure stood in the middle of the room. Lost in thought, she recalled her former days. Is this it? Do you have to risk your life just to help someone? Help from the weak is nothing but a lie, if you truly want to be in a position to help others. Her father's advice was etched into her heart. She remembered it even now. First, you must obtain power worthy of your station. She looked at the sword resting on the table. I've done as you told me, father. I've trained to become strong. Then, she looked down, trembling, at her own blood-stained hands. But if this hideous result is all I have to show for it, then what was the point? Ghislain entered through the door behind her, his voice breaking the silence. I knew it was you. She glanced back over her shoulder. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes, threatening to fall. Lady Rosaline Brantford, daughter of the Marquis Brantford. He placed a hand on his chest in a gesture of minimal courtesy. I am the Lord of Fenris. Then Ghislain offered a friendly smile. Faced with his sudden appearance, she voiced her confusion. Why have you come here? He stepped closer and said, I've come to cure your illness, my lady. Did the cosmetic I gave you have any effect? The moment he finished speaking, a rock suddenly flew straight at his face with incredible speed. But with reflexes just as sharp, he tilted his head to the side, easily dodging the projectile. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Do you really think you're the first one to say you can cure me? It doesn't matter what medicine I take or what treatment I try. Just leave me alone. It's all useless. Her voice was filled with despair. She had slumped to the ground, her arms wrapped tightly around her trembling body. He continued, I'm different from them, because I've staked my very life on curing you, my lady. This was a line she'd heard before, and it made her whip around and scream in fury. The words of every greedy charlatan who comes here are always the same. Oh, I'm different. I'll save you. I'll risk my life with some miracle cosmetic or whatever. Just because things have gone well for you, you think you're some great special person, don't you? Seeing her on the verge of breaking down, he spoke to reassure her. I know you've endured a great deal of suffering and frustration during this time, my lady. Rosaline Brentford, heir to the bloodline of the Marquis's house. Her father is the leader of the pro-prince faction, and her mother was the daughter of the current prime minister. After her mother's death, she became the new star of the House of Brentford, skilled in both scholarship and combat. She was adept with both the sword and mana, and achieved great success as the #1 patron of Caden's various industrial sectors. But an unknown skin disease completely upended the life of that rising star. Even though the Marquis's house mobilized every resource available, Rosaline's condition did not improve. Marquis Brentford has tried to solve her problem through a political marriage. Though she could not reclaim her former life, the reputation of House Brentford would still protect her. The cause of her illness is an irreversible, spontaneous rash, brought on by practicing an incorrect method of circulating mana. This is a rare rejection reaction that occurs when the balance between yin and yang, one of the core principles of mana, is broken. In other words, the root of the problem lies in her mana circulation path. The problem is her mana circulation path. The more she overuses her mana, the more difficult it will be to cure her. Seeing Ghislain still standing there, her anger boiled over. Gripping her sword, she charged, screaming, Get out of my sight before I kill you! In stark contrast to her frantic state, he remained perfectly calm. He spoke slowly, My apologies, but I'm afraid I must proceed with a forced treatment. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his sword's hilt and lunged forward, catching her completely by surprise. Their swords clashed the moment she swung. With a deft move, he easily knocked her sword aside, then lunged in and seized her arm. He then twisted it behind her back, using his strength to force her to the ground. He then turned to the door and yelled, Wendy! Belinda! The two of them, who had been waiting outside, immediately rushed in and subdued Rosaline. Now bound tightly to a bed, she screamed in a rage, What is the meaning of this? Untie me this instant. But he paid her no mind, and as he began to remove his overcoat, he said, If you want that, I'll need you to remove your helmet first, my lady. His request startled her. What? He continued, "Before we can begin the official treatment, I must first examine your condition." As he said this, Belinda moved to remove the lady's mask, but she thrashed her head from side to side, resisting and screaming, "Don't! I said I don't need it!" The mask fell to the floor with a metallic clang. Her current condition left everyone in the room wide-eyed and speechless. He then took out a small vial, looked at it, and said, "Regardless, for the next week, I ask that you please endure it, my lady. If your will is strong enough, you can bear it." At this, she clenched her jaw. She growled, "You really are crazy enough to want to die. Do you honestly think you can cure me?" He moved closer to begin the treatment, speaking gently. "If I can't cure you, I'll die anyway. And so will you, my lady. You'll perish soon enough." His words made Rosaline's face contort with an anger that brought her to the verge of tears. Meanwhile, he looked at his own hands, which were now radiating with magical power, and thought to himself, "Don't worry, I will succeed, because this treatment method was created by the Rosaline of the future. You created it yourself, my lady." His thoughts concluded, he aimed his hands at her body and began to channel his mana. The space around them flashed with light. The moment the mana entered her body, an excruciating pain shot through her. It felt as if her entire body was shattering into 100 pieces. Wave after wave of tearing pain washed over her. It made her scream, "It hurts! It hurts so much! And you're telling me I have to endure this damned thing for an entire week? Why me? Out of all the people out there, why am I the only one who has to suffer this kind of pain?" She remembered what Ghislain had said. "If I can't cure you, then you'll perish soon enough." His words fueled her will to live. She clenched her teeth, forcing the pain down. She spoke with a cold voice. "Fine. If I'm going to die either way, then you'd better see this through to the very end. If you do a half-assed job, I will kill you myself." Outside, the rain began to pour. She spoke with a cold voice. "Fine. If I'm going to die anyway, then you had better see this through to the very end. If you do a half-assed job, I will kill you myself." Outside, the rain poured down in sheets as thunder and lightning suddenly began to crackle with unusual intensity. His mansion was surrounded by the kingdom's guards. This made Ivan yell out in anger, "Damn it! Who the hell are these people surrounding our mansion? We haven't even had a chance to go out and party in the capital, and we're already locked up like this. It's definitely that stupid lord's fault. He must have caused trouble again." The fat guy next to him spoke up as a reminder. "Hey, we can't just stay here like this forever. Should we go find the commander?" Inside, Kao and Gillian came down the stairs and spoke. "That won't be necessary," Kao continued. "Just relax and have a drink," because he would never act without thinking things through first. The scene changes to 1 week later. The palace was illuminated by the dazzling rays of the sun, as if something good was about to happen to its owner. Marquess Brentford headed down to the cellar to check on his daughter's condition. The moment he walked in, something made him jump. His eyes narrowed slightly. Inside the room, the scene was incredibly haunting, with blood splattered everywhere. It was all over Ghislain, and there was Rosaline, his daughter, lying unconscious on the medical bed. Her face was covered by a thin white cloth, which was a frightening sight. As soon as he saw the Marquess, Ghislain turned his head to look. Brentford wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his throat. As if understanding him, he walked over and pulled away the cloth covering Rosaline's face. The moment the cloth was removed, Brentford's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment in the kingdom, everyone was buzzing with gossip. "That won't be necessary," Kao continued. "Just relax and have a drink, because he never acts without thinking things through. The illness of Marquess Brentford's daughter has been cured?" "What? Didn't they say it was an incurable disease?" Someone else immediately replied, "The Marquess is about to host a banquet," but it said that Ghislain's group had already gone to Brentford's room. As soon as they entered, they bowed to him. Brentford said cheerfully, "So you're not just all talk." He replied just as cheerfully, "It's all thanks to the opportunity you gave me, Marquess." Then the Marquess spoke. "A promise is a promise. Now, tell me what you desire." The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, in a strange way. Ghislain thought for a moment, then spoke. "Please, become my backer." As soon as he said it, the whole room was shocked. A count in the back shouted, "What? What did you just say?" Seeing her master's boldness, Belinda also spoke up cheerfully. "That's our young master for you." Beside them, another person was sweating bullets out of fear, thinking to himself, "If the Marquess agrees to be his backer, then in the future, no matter what our lord does, the Marquess will have to share the responsibility. To build power in the kingdom, there's no better way than this." Faced with this proposal, Brentford thought for a moment and then spoke. "And you called that a small wish? It seems you must have a specific reason for coming to me, right? But I've already set my sights on someone else from the north." Before he could finish, Ghislain interrupted. "Do you mean Count Bribon?" As soon as the name was spoken, Brentford was startled and asked, "There are also great lords in the north like Greyfell and Desmond. How can you be so sure it's him?" Ghislain replied, "Regarding Desmond, he seems to be on the neutral side, but because of that, it's impossible to know what he's truly thinking. VF is in a state of chaos due to internal disputes. Other than them, the families are either blinded by greed or are led by incompetent lords. But Count Bribon is completely different. He has a close relationship with the Pro-King faction and is very wealthy. He even possesses a portion of the Red Flame Magic's military power. In the north, the only thing that could have possibly caught the Marquess's eye is his Bribon territory. Faced with this detailed analysis, Brentford sighed thoughtfully and then spoke. Are you saying that as a backer, you're more valuable to me than Bribon? He looked straight into the Marquess's eyes and said, Please be honest with me. You're not satisfied with Count Bribon, are you? This remark made Brentford ponder for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, just as you said. That man is a good person, but he's lazy, indecisive, and easily swayed, he continued. And because of that personality, he must have been heavily influenced by the enemies of the pro-king faction, the house of Duke Delphim. If you're going to grant me something anyway, why not just support me completely? Wouldn't that be better? Then he put a hand to his chest and declared decisively, Please allow me to become the representative noble of the North. Hearing this declaration, Brentford thought for a moment, then stood up and said, So this was why you risked your life, to challenge me like this? Very well. Then he looked at him and announced, Everyone here is a witness. I, Marquess Brentford, as Baron Ghislain Perium's backer. From this day forward, I will be the power behind him. The Baron's enemy is also my enemy. Anyone who confronts him must remember that I am standing behind him. But you must also swear that in all you do, you will consider my honor as well. At this declaration, Ghislain Perium immediately dropped to one knee, planted his sword firmly on the ground, and declared, I swear it. After the pact was made, someone entered from outside and said, Congratulations, Baron. I was so flustered earlier that I didn't have a chance to greet you properly. No matter what price my father agreed to pay you, I am the one who directly received your grace. I will become your patron, Baron. At a social gathering in the Duke's estate, the Marquises were gossiping. One person spoke up, Have you heard the rumor? Another replied, I have. They say some up-and-coming noble cured Lady Rosaline's illness with homemade cosmetics. Is that right? If it's homemade cosmetics, could it be that Dianette that Lady Mayo was promoting? Another person cut in. Don't be ridiculous. How could cosmetics possibly cure a disease that even doctors couldn't handle? Another person retorted. Then do you think Marquess Brentford would throw a banquet like this for no reason? There's a rumor that he has chosen the person he wants to sponsor. It's probably because of that, another said, annoyed. You all shouldn't just gossip about every absurd rumor you hear. I'm sick of listening to it. From the outside, a plainly dressed person entered, attracting the attention of the Marquesses. They said, Hey, look, is that Baron Paris? He and the young woman, Belinda, then entered the social gathering. One of his hands was still stuck in his pants pocket. This prompted Belinda, who was beside him, to remind him, Young master, please take your hand out of your pocket. And please, try to smile. Seeing her constantly nagging him, he turned and said, Hey Belinda, don't you think you're making a big deal out of this? Hearing this, she just replied cheerfully, It's not often we get to come to a place like this. This is a banquet hosted by one of the most powerful people in the kingdom. All for you, young master. So we can't let them look down on us. Ha! Hearing this, he let out a cold scoff, glancing towards the main door as he spoke. This banquet probably wasn't held for me. Just then, the room's doors suddenly swung open. Someone shouted, Marquess Brentford has arrived. As soon as the words were out, all eyes in the hall turned in that direction. He walked out with his daughter, Rosaline. Now, she was full of confidence after recovering from her illness. She looked at everyone and said, It's been a long time, everyone. Have you all been well? Seeing her appearance, the Marquises below shouted with joy. Lady Rosaline's face! I can't believe it! She's completely cured! Oh my, she's even more beautiful than before! Looking at Rosaline's beautiful face, Belinda exclaimed, She looks so different, doesn't she? Is this really the same person who used to lose her temper with us not too long ago? Just then, Rosaline, from her position above, scanned the room as if searching for something. A moment later, her eyes landed on Ghislain Perium. This made him flinch slightly. Once everyone had settled, Bradford spoke. Thank you all for attending. Today's banquet is held to celebrate my daughter, Rosaline's, full recovery, and also to announce that I have decided on whom I wish to take under my patronage. These words sent a wave of surprise through the marquises below. One spoke up. Someone he's taking under his patronage? So the rumors were true? Seeing everyone's constant murmuring, he explained, I'm sure some of you here already know, while others may not. Thanks to the help of a young man, we were able to cure the illness that has plagued Rosaline for all these years. That man is Baron Ghislain Perium Paris, he continued. The House of Marquis Brentford, as Baron Paris's patron, will do everything in its power to support him. From now on, when you deal with him, I ask that you treat him with the same respect you would show me. Having conveyed his intentions, he announced, And now, please enjoy the banquet. As soon as his words ended, all eyes fell on Ghislain Perium. Everyone's expression was incredibly intimidating. He paid them no mind, thinking to himself, Marquis Brentford is very cautious when making a decision. But once he acts, he's quite decisive, isn't he? He recalled the Marquis's words, "You must attend the banquet. I am now your patron. Therefore, you must go and greet the nobles of our faction. Only then will they be willing to help you in the future." Returning to the present, he scanned the room. He thought, it seems almost all of the kingdom's key nobles are in attendance here. It's a bit overwhelming, but securing this valuable position will definitely be useful to me later. Just then, the Marquises looking his way began to whisper, "Isn't he far too young? What a loss of face. Even if he did cure the young lady's illness, for the Marquis to become a patron to such an insignificant house?" Seeing the group continue to speak ill of him, Belinda grew angry. How dare they? They know nothing about the young master. Rosaline descended from above and approached him. She spoke, "Pardon the intrusion, Baron Paris." She reintroduced herself. "I am Rosaline. Please allow me to formally express my gratitude to you." As she spoke, she lowered herself into a curtsy before him. This left everyone in the room utterly stunned. She continued, "There's no need to pay any mind to that petty chatter. Famous people are always surrounded by gossip, after all." He replied with a smile, "This is a kind of fame I'd rather refuse. Their stares are so intense I feel like I'm about to be roasted alive." At that, she stepped closer, smiled, and said, "Well, today is a special day. Everyone just witnessed my return at an official event. On top of that, they heard my father declare he would become the Baron's patron. So I'm sure everyone is itching with curiosity." She extended her small hand and said, "Come, let's go greet them together. Everyone is waiting for you." At her offer, he froze for a few seconds, then glanced back at Belinda. But she was already wearing a warm expression, agreeing with the decision. Receiving her approval, he turned back and smiled faintly. The two of them then began to greet the guests. Rosaline explained, "The pro-prince faction can be divided into three major sects. The first is led by Lady Mayo, a great magnate who holds sway over the capital's culture and high society, from the house of Count Elsbach. Next is the eldest son of the kingdom's prime minister, who manages law and administration, the Lord Chief Justice, who is also related to my family by marriage, Lord Balog Northen. And then there is the one responsible for the kingdom's military forces, the commander-in-chief of the royal army, Marquis Macquarie. These are high-ranking nobles who hold immense power, dominating the administration, judiciary, and military of the Kingdom of Lutania. Depending on which one the Baron representing the North greets first, you will decide whether to grant or deny them face." At that moment, his expression grew tense as he recalled Brentford's words, "Do not forget, the world you are about to enter will be very different from before." Facing the kingdom's most powerful figures, Ghislain Perium let out a soft sigh, then let his gaze sweep over everyone. He then placed a hand on his chest and announced, "I am Baron Paris." The first person he approached to greet was Count Elsbach. He spoke, "I look forward to being in your care from now on." Seeing him greet Elsbach first, Macquarie's eyes filled with fury. Elizabeth came forward and placed a hand on his shoulder warmly. "Ah, that's right. It is I who should be asking for your favor. Lately, thanks to you, my wife has been able to hold her head high. If you ever need help, you can come to me anytime." Mayo, standing beside them, chimed in, "My dear little brother, you truly are a man of integrity." But at these overly friendly words, Ghislain Perium furrowed his brow in warning. "In such a public place, my lady, you probably shouldn't address me that way, should you?" She smiled and replied, "What does it matter between us? In any case, thank you for saving face for my family." Seeing them talk for quite a while, Macquarie, from his side, raised a hand and coughed dryly a few times. A man in green behind him spoke up. As the son of a border count, shouldn't he naturally come to greet Marquis Macquarie, the commander-in-chief of the royal army? The man next to him added, "It seems Marquis Bradford is getting on in years, to the point where his judgment of character has declined so much." Hearing the noise from behind, Ghislain Perium shot a quick glance at their group and then walked over. When he arrived before them, he walked right past the three of them, much to Macquarie's utter astonishment. He proceeded to greet Balog. Introducing himself, he said, "I am Baron Paris." Balog smiled and replied, "I truly thank you for treating Lady Rosaline. Thanks to you, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I've heard from the Marquis. You're planning to rescue the dwarven and elven slaves, are you not? Leave the legal matters concerning the slaves and taxes to me, so please, do not worry." At these words, he bowed his head and spoke, "Thank you, my lord." After greeting Balog, he finally approached Macquarie's position. The old man's entire body was now trembling with rage. He spoke up, "Don't you get arrogant just because Bradford has your back. Because a man like you, I can get rid of you anytime I please." Despite this threat, he replied calmly, "Yes, I am still lacking in many ways. I hope for your guidance in the future." Below, there were still other marquises who did not agree with Bradford's decision. They whispered amongst themselves, I can't believe he'd trust a country bumpkin like that. Don't tell me it's because of his relationship with Elizabeth? And isn't Lord Northam's family related to Marquis Brentford's by marriage as well? Amidst these whispers, Brentford maintained his composed demeanor. Returning to his spot after finishing his greetings, he approached Rosaline. Seeing him return, she asked curiously, "Was the order of your greetings intentional?" He replied calmly, "I was simply following my heart." As soon as he finished speaking, countless other nobles flocked to him like moths to a flame. They cried out, "Please, look this way, my lord. Please accept this gift. Is it true you personally defended your domain during the war? Please, spare a moment for my family." Watching the crowd swarm around Ghislain Perium, Elsbach spoke up. He has now incurred the hatred of Marquis Macquarie. Mio smiled in response. "My man can handle him with ease." Baylog, who was next to them, added, "Though he seems jealous inside. But because of Marquis Brentford, he won't be able to refuse to acknowledge him." And then Macquarie. Mio smiled and replied, "My man can handle him with ease." Baylog, who was next to them, added, "Even if he seems jealous inside, because of Marquis Brentford, he won't be able to refuse to acknowledge him." Just as the words were spoken, Brentford approached and spoke. "That's only natural, because he cured my daughter of her illness, the very illness that had every physician in this kingdom throwing up their hands." Looking toward Mr. Baylock, he exclaimed, "To think you could discover someone so incredible, someone worthy of such trust. As expected of you, your grace." He let out a soft sigh and spoke, "I didn't do anything particularly special. The fact that he was able to claw his way up from the very bottom to stand before me was entirely due to his own strength. Using military force to lead a losing battle to victory, possessing the ability to read the surrounding situation and grasp what's about to happen. That's why I thought he could be trusted. But when a light shines so suddenly and brightly, I can only hope that a shadow doesn't follow." Just then, from outside, a man tapped his cane on the ground, a single sound that made Ghislain Perium flinch. From the doorway, a figure entered, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing this person, Ghislain Perium's eyes widened in shock. The man walked in. Each tap of the cane was a low echo in the room. Looking at the man before him, Ghislain thought to himself, "So, you finally decided to crawl out. My enemy, my eternal nemesis, the ducal house of Delphim, and you are his right-hand man, as well as the Duke's strategist, Round Joseph." Then he shifted his gaze to the hulking figure behind him. His face was currently hidden behind a mask. He spoke, "And that one is." Seeing the two of them enter, his face was hidden behind a mask. He spoke, "And that one is." Seeing the two of them enter, his face was hidden behind a mask. He spoke, "And that one is." Seeing the two of them enter, the crowd began to murmur. "They're Duke Delphim's people. Nothing good comes from getting mixed up with them. Don't be a fool and cross their path." Just as the atmosphere was settling, ignoring the words of the nobodies, Joseph stepped forward to speak. "It's been a while, Marquis Brentford." Seeing them, Brentford replied coolly, "Duke Joseph, I was under the impression you had no interest in places like this." He wore an unfriendly expression. "I came here merely to see for myself. I heard a rumor that you've taken in a young lion." The person he referred to was none other than Ghislain Perium. At that, Brentford's gaze grew more serious. He spoke coldly. "Even so, that's hardly a matter a duke such as yourself should be concerned with." "Who is the person behind you?" he replied. "That is my guard knight, not something the Marquis needs to trouble himself with." A knight from behind stepped forward and spoke. Even if he is the Duke's guard knight, he must still clearly present his identity. Then he commanded, "You, show your face." The knight across from him didn't answer. This infuriated the knight on this side. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as he yelled, "Did you not hear what I said?" Seeing things grow tense, Brentford raised a hand to stop him. "That's enough." Brentford maintained a murderous gaze. Looking toward Joseph, he issued a warning. "You have traveled a long way. Please, conserve your strength. Don't do anything to bring a stain upon the name of Duke Delphim." Responding to the challenge, Joseph narrowed his eyes slightly. "Thank you for your concern." Watching them leave, Brentford was lost in thought. Even with Raoun, a key figure for the Duke, present in the capital, not a single report had come in. Somehow, they had managed to evade the eyes and ears of this Brentford. In the end, has the Duke's hand already reached every corner of the capital? The two of them now walked up to stand before Ghislain Perium. He watched them with a cold gaze. Their eyes met, as if sparks were flying. Then the man spoke coldly. "Do you know who I am?" Ghislain Perium's gaze remained serious. He replied flatly, "Yes, I heard a great deal about you when I was in the capital." The man continued, "I, too, have heard a great deal about you. Baron Ghislain Perium, Ghislain Perium. I hear you've accomplished quite a lot in the north." At these words, Ghislain Perium thought to himself, "Right. He would know better than anyone, because all the schemes to overthrow Walter were your creations." He remained silent, lost in thought. The man continued, "All right, Ghislain Perium, that's enough for greetings. Shall we talk somewhere else? I have a matter to discuss with you in private." After that, the two moved to a tea table in a quiet spot. He spoke coldly, "I will get straight to the point. We are interested in the cosmetic you've created. I heard that a product so effective it restored the vitality of Lady Rosaline's skin had appeared, so I came to the capital myself. In fact, we are also developing a similar product. Ghislain Perium wasn't focused on his story at all, his gaze constantly fixed on the guard behind him. Then he spoke up. If you're about to talk about an exclusive contract or technology sharing, first of all, allow me to refuse. The man cut him off. No, I have no intention of discussing such boring matters. What I want to talk about is a young man, as brilliant as yourself, having to rot away in a backwater place like the North, and yet, thanks to a certain incident, you suddenly shined, leading your troops to victory in the war, and established a firm foothold in the capital. Was that luck, or your own strength? His words carried a threatening undertone, but Ghislain Perium showed no fear, replying, I just bothered to study a little, that's all. To this sharp reply, the man said, Is that so? Then come to Duke Delphim. Talent and ability have an expiration date, you know. If you stay in a harsh place like the North, before you even have a chance to show your talent, you'll be tormented by the Manzi, or by wars, and that will be the end of you. Outstanding young people like you, getting buried like that. I've seen it happen more than once or twice. He extended a hand in invitation. If you take refuge with the Duke, you won't have to worry about things like that anymore, because we hold the power to make that a reality. To these tempting words, Ghislain Perium replied bluntly, I have already joined the prince's faction. The man continued to persuade him. But to say you've fully committed yourself is a bit of a stretch. You've only just dipped your toes in. I can grant the South a worthy domain, and your father too, of course. Even Count Perium struggles to protect the kingdom from the northern Manji. Am I wrong? You can't just be on the defensive forever. It's time to live a more comfortable life. These honeyed words were not outside of Ghislain Perium's expectations, he thought angrily. Of course he'd use that tone. Even though I've already sided with the prince's faction, which opposes the Duke, he's still trying to poach me. I heard that a product so effective it restored the vitality of Lady Rosaline's skin had appeared, so I came to the capital myself. In fact, we are also developing a similar product. Ghislain Perium wasn't focused on his story at all, his gaze constantly fixed on the guard behind him. Then he spoke up. If you're about to talk about an exclusive contract or technology sharing, first, allow me to refuse. He cut him off. No, I have no intention of discussing such boring matters. What I want to talk about is, why should a brilliant young man like yourself have to rot away in a backwater place like the Duke's house? Care to come over to my side? A simple proposition, but it made Joseph narrow his eyes slightly. After the negotiations were over, the two of them got into a carriage and left the ducal castle. In the carriage, a guard spoke up. What did you think, my lord? What was your impression of that Ghislain Perium fellow after meeting him in person? He was quiet for a moment before replying. He has a strange look in his eyes. It makes me want to gouge them out, the guard said. That bastard intended to kill you. I could feel his killing intent. He was constantly probing my strength, probably trying to figure out how to get past me and kill you. He and I were practically in an invisible duel, trading blows non-stop. I felt his killing intent. He was constantly probing my strength, probably trying to figure out how to get past me and kill you. It was like we were locked in an invisible battle, trading moves without end. One attacks, one takes a defensive stance. Their gazes were locked, not breaking for a single moment. After trading blows, Ghislain Perium spoke. Duke, would you consider joining my side? But Joseph contemplated the unexpected offer, a cryptic smile spreading across his face. He spoke, the man who tamed Marquis Brentford. Then, he stood up, turned to leave, and said, It was a pleasure meeting you. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Ghislain Perium replied coldly, Indeed. I look forward to our next meeting as well. The guard's eyes were still fixed on Ghislain Perium. He returned the cold stare, saying, The greatest swordsman in the kingdom. Cayenne snapped back to reality. He already knew who I was, Cayenne said. Upon hearing this unexpected answer, Joseph said thoughtfully, Hearing you say that, it seems the rumors of his accomplishments weren't exaggerated. In any case, his conquest of the North has merely slowed down. It hasn't evaporated into thin air. There are still other ways. I'll have to give Desmond a clear warning. Tell him that when he faces Ghislain Perium, he must treat him as if he were facing the knight commander of an entire fiefdom, and plan accordingly. Cayenne interjected from across the room. The North's greatest swordsman. Treat him as if you're facing the greatest swordsman of the North, not some mediocre knight commander. Back at his estate, everyone inside was busy moving goods with great urgency. Kai called out, Come on, get everything packed. Not a single item can be left behind. If you dare to pocket even a single coin, you'll have me to answer to. Haha, these are all the items that the Marquis has provided for us. What? Move all the military supplies over to this side. The scene shifts to Ghislain Perium, who was now speaking with Rosaline. He began. I'm preparing to head back to the north. This took her completely by surprise. So, soon? She asked. He nodded. Yes, there is still a lot of work to do. Then he glanced towards her and hesitated. So, as we discussed before, I will entrust the distribution of Dinette to you. Up to the 300,000 gold that you promised. He looked at her with hopeful eyes. She pondered for a moment before speaking. Do you have nothing else to say to me? Other than matters of money? He froze for a few seconds before replying. Because we are in a relationship. Between a sponsored individual and their patron, she pouted. You really are heartless. Then she sighed and said, as your patron, I must learn more about you, Baron. Only then can our mutual understanding become deeper. For instance, what goal are you aiming for that makes you live a life of nothing but work? He looked at her, then glanced away, replying, nothing special. My goal is simply to eat my fill and wear warm clothes. His glib answer displeased Rosaline. You're not being honest at all, she said. If that were truly your goal, you should have joined Duke Delphim's faction, as Viscount Joseph suggested, not the royal prince's. Faced with her question, he paused for a few seconds before answering. That is because I, as the heir to Walter and the Lord of Fenris, have set a goal for myself. To achieve it, I need your strength, my lady, but I will not share my burden and force you to carry it as well. His words left her momentarily stunned. But why? She asked. Burdens are meant to be shared. Before she could finish her sentence, he reached out and took her slender arm, startling her and causing her to drop her fan. Then he lowered his head and gently kissed her arm. The kiss made Rosaline's entire body freeze, her face flushing with an indescribable shyness. He continued, because I truly wish for you to be happy. Following his heartfelt wish, he turned and left, leaving Rosaline standing like a statue, captivated by his words. He walked away, his face deep in thought. The Marquis's banquet had come to an end. In a favorable atmosphere, I managed to refuse Raoul's offer while also preserving Marquis Brentford's dignity. At the same time, the aid supplies that were originally headed for the Brabant domain have been rerouted to Paris and Walter. Not only that, but under the name of Brentford, the people of our two domains will receive preferential treatment, such as exemptions from certain taxes and other special considerations. Thanks to that, I've managed to gather over 50,000 people from the royal territories to immigrate to our lands. The dwarven slaves, a precious source of labor, are also on their way to Paris. Because of all this, no one will dare to look down on our domain as a small and impoverished land anymore. However, the fact that those bastards went directly to the Marquis is probably a sign that they're hatching another plan to deal with us. If I hesitate for even a moment, we'll be crushed. Duke Delphim. I will kill you and erase every trace you have left on this world. The scene shifts to the Fenris domain. A man, shackled at both the hands and feet, was trudging heavily forward. Behind him, several others were similarly shackled. The man behind him spoke up. Hey, Ganvarik, looks like the Lord is here. Seeing this, Wolf 8 glanced forward. Inside the city walls, the people were cheering. The Lord has returned. Seeing the dense crowds lining both sides of the road, Belinda exclaimed, Good heavens, it seems like everyone has come out to see us. With everything he's done, a welcome like this isn't surprising at all. Following the cheers of the people came the attention of the prisoners. Everyone seems awfully excited, one of them muttered. To be honest, I've never seen a domain like this before. I heard the Lord here even builds new houses for his people. He declared that absolutely no one would go hungry. That's why the people here love their Lord so much. Hearing this, Ganvarik let out a soft sigh. Don't you all forget, this isn't the first or second time we've been fooled. A noble is a noble, after all. He's just another piece of trash who only knows how to fill his own stomach. Recognizing the intention behind his words, the two men behind him spoke up. So, Ganvarik, he said, does that mean you're going through with the plan? He replied grimly. That's right. We proceed as intended. Their forms came into Ghislain Perium's view, causing him to fall silent for a few moments. Seeing him standing like a statue, Belinda nudged him gently. What are you doing, young lord? You should at least wave to your people. Heeding her words, he gave a perfunctory wave. Seeing the warm reception, Claw looked delighted. It's great to be home. There's nothing like it. Now that we're rolling in money, we can finally take it easy. Before he could finish, Ghislain Perium cut in. Claw, tell Lowell to organize the documents I gave him and bring them to my office. His cold tone made Lowell jump. Pardon, my lord? You've only just returned, and you're diving right into work? Shouldn't you let everyone rest for a bit? He answered flatly. What rest does a slave like you need? The break you had in the capital was more than enough. He ordered a meeting to be convened immediately. Afterwards, he and the others gathered in his office. They began the discussion. He turned to Lowell, who was beside him. Is everything all right with Steward Homerun? Lowell nodded. Yes, my lord. Ghislain Perium continued. Relay a message to him. Tell him I'll pay his domain a visit later. Then, he returned to the main topic. Report on the situation while I was away. Lowell looked down at the ledger in his hands. Regarding the domain's operations, I have carried out your instructions exactly as you ordered before you left for the capital. Ghislain Perium then asked, And what of the construction of the domain's primary infrastructure? I caught a glimpse of it on the way here. It seems that while Vanessa and I were away, the repairs to the roads and canals have all been completed, correct? Vanessa, who was standing beside him, tapped her staff with a thud, reminding him, "You need to use formal language, my lord," Lowell continued. "In addition, the workshops and the granary are also nearly finished. If we put the new slaves from Homerun that we brought back from the capital to work, the remaining construction will be completed quickly. Notably, the agricultural yield has been enormous. Perhaps we no longer need to purchase grain from the merchant guilds," Belinda asked. "Just how enormous is it?" Gao replied confidently, "If we're talking purely about crop yield, we're now on par with Brentford. As for productivity per unit of area, we are leading the kingdom." Wendy, standing behind, frowned slightly, thinking to herself, asterisk, "Didn't he say just the other day that we absolutely could not farm here?" Asterisk. Hearing these words, Belinda was thrilled. "At this rate, our young master will soon become a great lord. And we're even backed by the pro-prince faction," Gillian added. "Just as you said before, my lord, our goal of revitalizing the fiefdom is slowly becoming a reality." But despite everyone's excitement, Ghislain Perium remained lost in thought. Asterisk. "Although this place has the basic appearance of a fiefdom, this alone is not enough." Asterisk. He spoke, "Continue purchasing provisions until I say to stop. I also need to expand the residential area, so prepare the land in advance." His words startled Cloud, who asked, "What do you mean by that, my lord?" He continued, "From now on, we will prepare for war." His words shocked the entire room, and they shouted in unison, "War!" Gao yelled. "Wait a minute! What do you mean by that? Who would dare attack the fiefdom of a lord who has joined the pro-prince faction and received the protection of Marquis Brentford?" His voice turned cold. "Desmond or Jiff, read that document first." Looking at the stack of papers, Cloud stammered, "This is... The Desmond fiefdom is mobilizing troops and training knights on a large scale. They're even recruiting freelance knights. Trade records show they are buying large quantities of weapons and iron ore." He added, "That's the investigation report on the Count's movements before we left for the capital. The key point is that they are also acquiring a massive amount of iron ore, good quality stuff from Kabandi's territory." Gillian stroked his chin. "The most important supplies for war preparations are food, soldiers, and weapons. Iron ore is an essential resource for forging and repairing weapons. But you're saying the quantity they're buying is disproportionate, far too much for peacetime. Is that right?" Cloud continued. "In short, a war could really break out, couldn't it?" Someone clutched their head and swore, "God damn it, we have to fight in that godforsaken way again." "Is that so?" Vanessa mused, her expression worried after reading the report. Cloud spoke up. "If Desmond monopolizes the iron ore like that, confronting them will be extremely difficult. To improve the overall level of our fiefdom, iron ore is indispensable. But as you know, Kabandi would never sell to us, right?" He nodded. "Correct. At this point, we can assume Kabandi has already sided with Duke Delphin's faction. But if we go looking for iron ore now, they might have already finished their preparations for the Fief War." He continued, "All in all, our current situation is a bit awkward." His words made everyone fall into a contemplative silence. Then he spoke up. "All right, I will now tell you the plan." Everyone's eyes turned to him, full of anticipation. He smiled. "We will attack Kabandi's fiefdom." As soon as the words left his lips, a shockwave seemed to ripple through the room. He smiled. "We will attack Kabandi's fiefdom." The moment he finished speaking, it was as if an earthquake had struck the room. All eyes were fixed on him. The scene shifts to Kabandi's fiefdom. Kabandi Castle. He popped a grape into his mouth, bit down hard, and then spat the seeds out onto the floor under the table, catching the attention of the person opposite him. He spoke up. "What did you just say? The North's #1 sword?" Harold, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "A report has come from the ducal house regarding the investigation of the Ghislain Perium fiefdom. The Lord of Ghislain Perium, Ghislain Perium, Ghislain Perium. They said we must face him as if we were facing the North's #1 sword. So, he is a figure whose next move we cannot predict. It would be best for you to prepare for war, my lord." These words made Kabandi ponder for a few seconds. Then he smiled and said, "Why are you telling me this? You're the one who has to go out and fight, Harold." He repeated himself. "You're the one who has to go out and fight, Harold." Kabandi then broke into a very sinister smile. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Did you lose your edge after taking such a nasty hit? What? Who would dare attack this place that you're telling me to prepare for war? Not to mention the deep moat surrounding the castle. I had 2 layers of walls built, more fortified than any ordinary castle, you know, and all the defensive siege weapons I had forged, based on the finest metallurgy techniques of the North. This place is the most impregnable fortress, passed down through my family for generations. You see all this, and you still say I need to reinforce it and prepare? I'm sorry, but in the history of my family, this castle has never once been breached, not even a single time. Instead of worrying about me, Desmond, you should be more worried about yourself. Didn't we just lose a very precious secret weapon? This remark made Harold furious. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. The scene shifts back to the Ghislain Perium fiefdom. At this moment, Cloud and Gillian placed their hands over their chests in a salute. Along with them, Belinda also bowed her head slightly as Ghislain Perium's figure walked past. He was now clad in a suit of jet black armor, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes filled with determination as he strode forward. Before him now stood a formidable army. He looked at them and praised, "Your spirit is impressive. I know it's not easy to trust and follow someone without any promise of monetary gain. And yet, you all have trusted and followed me this far. As I declared before, I will turn all 200 of you into true knights. From this day forward, the Ghislain Perium Knight Order is officially established." As soon as his words ended, he slammed the sword in his hand forcefully into the ground. It was followed by the determined cheers of the soldiers below. Inside a nearby tent, Lau exclaimed, "This is insane. No matter how I look at it, I have no idea if this is even possible." Then he turned and said, "What do you think, Wendy?" She was also lost in thought and did not reply. Not long before, back in his meeting room, he had spoken, "We will attack Kabandi's fiefdom first." These words left everyone stunned. Cloud shouted angrily, "Why are you suddenly changing direction like that?" Count Desmond and Kabandi are pretending to be neutral nobles, but in reality, they've already fallen in with the ducal house. They are nothing but sacrificial pawns. Through them, the ducal house can operate freely in the north with ease. To put it simply, Kabandi is also our enemy. Moreover, if we win this war, all of their iron ore will become ours. This is a perfect opportunity to slow our enemy's growth and accelerate our own. His words silenced the room once more. After thinking for a moment, Cloud asked, "So then, how do you intend to attack them, my lord?" Gillian added, "The armed forces of the Kabandi fiefdom are known to be at the highest level in the north." Cloud nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Besides, leaving everything else aside, our military strength is already insufficient for a fief war, both in terms of numbers and quality." Aware of everyone's concerns, he spoke. "That is why I will turn all 200 mercenaries we currently have into knights who can use mana. They say that one properly trained knight can exert the combat power of 100 regular soldiers. If we create a knight order of 200 men, it means we will possess a fighting force equivalent to 20,000 soldiers." This made Belinda, who was standing beside him, extremely curious. "But how is that possible, sir? To master mana, doesn't it normally take years?" He didn't answer, instead turning to Vanessa. "Could you bring that here for me?" She nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord." Soon after, 3 large barrels filled with magic scrolls were placed before everyone. Looking at them, Number 5 spoke up. "Are you planning to use a mana-boosting circle? Did you use all of our runestones to create this?" He picked up one of the magic scrolls and nodded in confirmation. "If we use this, the training method is a bit different from the orthodox path, but you can still cultivate mana quickly. Moreover, I've modified the Perium family's mana cultivation technique to make it easier to practice. So, 1 month should be enough." Looking on, Belinda narrowed her eyes and spoke. "To arbitrarily change the family's cultivation technique, young master." The Lord said nothing, only replying, "It's better to be forgiven for teaching them than to let them die in ignorance." This action made Gillian extremely curious. However, if we're just training soldiers, it'll be very difficult to take Kabani Castle. Based on my memories of entering Count Kabani's castle back when I was a mercenary, it has reinforced double-layered walls built on high ground, a deep moat surrounding it, and all sorts of defensive weapons packed tightly together, and so on and so forth. In short, thanks to so many factors favoring its defense, Kabani Castle has never once fallen in the family's entire history. So if those guys are determined to defend, it'll be very difficult for us to use our specialty, mercenary tactics. Cloud, did you hear what he said? We should give up on the idea of a preemptive strike. Let's just focus on stopping Desmond, okay? Even if it takes a bit more effort, we should try to find iron ore in another area. Seeing them trying to back out, he spoke up. "Want to bet on whether we'll win or lose?" Hearing him bring up his gambling habits, Cloud yelled angrily, "No, you're always trying to gamble with the fate of our territory. Is that so?" In response to his worry, Ghislain spoke confidently. "You don't need to worry so much. I've already planned everything." From below, Gordon voiced his doubts. "But to become a knight, you have to know how to use mana. And I've heard that even the fastest learners take several years. So how are we supposed to learn to use mana?" He replied, "As you all know, to learn mana and practice the cultivation methods properly, it takes at least a few years of training. But I will help you learn to use mana in just 1 month." This made Gordon extremely puzzled. 1 month later, he explained, "I will teach you in a way that's extremely easy to understand." Then, he and the group of knights began the training process. Now, countless knights were lying scattered on the ground, panting from exhaustion. He explained, I will teach you in a way that's extremely easy to understand. Then, he and the group of knights began the training process. Now, countless knights were lying scattered on the ground, panting from exhaustion in the center. Ghislain Perium was now circulating mana through Gordon's body, causing him to cry out in pain. He shouted, "Endure it! When you compress years of training into 1 month, the burden you have to bear will be proportionally massive. Through the mana boosting circle, you will temporarily be able to feel mana. You must then gather the mana particles from the air into your core to form a mana nucleus. Imagine its flow, like a spool of thread being wound." Following his words, a small point of light from the gathered mana appeared between Gordon's palms. This made him incredibly excited, and he laughed so loudly it shook the entire territory. After finishing his work, the Lord went back outside. Just then, Belinda approached to check on him. "You've worked hard, young master," he replied. "It's fine. Take all of our people back to the dormitory. You'll have to keep an eye on them for a while, Lowell. From now on, we will craft our own battle armor for the Night Order. How are those malformed slaves doing?" "Yes, sir. The elves aren't here yet, but the homunculi are already waiting at the dormitory in the territory." He narrowed his eyes and asked, "The dormitory times the territory?" He looked up at the distant sky, lost in thought, and murmured, "Looks like the moon won't be rising tonight." Outside the territory, in a clearing, the ground began to shake violently. Then, a hand reached up from beneath the earth. Following it was Gonvarik and a few others. He looked down and said to the group, "Everyone, hurry up." One of them asked doubtfully, "Gonvarik, are you sure? If we just escape this kingdom, we'll be free?" He replied, "I heard that in another kingdom, there's a secret autonomous zone where the malformed slaves live together. So we'll definitely be free. Let's go, the border is right ahead." But after he spoke, the group didn't move. They just trembled uncontrollably, as if they'd seen something terrifying. Seeing this, he shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? Let's go!" After coming this far, are you guys still attached to your lives as slaves? If you're scared, then get lost. I can't live my whole life like this, being a dog for the noble's entertainment. But he had no idea that a figure had already appeared behind him. One of them pointed behind him. "No, it's not that. Look behind you." Following the direction he pointed, Gonvarik looked back and discovered Ghislain Perium had appeared there at some point without him realizing. He spoke coolly. "You all know that running is pointless." The group gasped in shock. "Our escape plan. Did he know about it all along?" Gonvarik ground his teeth in anger. "How did you find us so quickly?" Then, as if realizing something, he said, "Wait, did you come here alone?" He nodded. "Just me." The group of demi-humans turned to each other, whispering amongst themselves. Then they all turned to look at him with murderous intent, speaking threateningly. "In that case, if you disappear, we'll be free." Realizing their intentions, he let out a soft sigh. "Let's see then. Do whatever you can." After he was done teaching the demi-humans a lesson, Gonvarik's body was covered in wounds. He struggled to get to his feet, breathing heavily. He walked over and praised him, as expected of a dwarf. "Your endurance really is impressive. If rumors of your escape spread, the demi-human slave traders will hunt you down with fire in their eyes. Wouldn't it be much better to just stay here and work diligently for me?" But his words didn't get through to him at all. He laughed loudly. "Haha, that's hilarious. We'd rather die pursuing freedom than be locked up here, slowly crafting boring toys for you nobles. If you think we're going to obediently work for you, you'd better give up now." This resistance was exactly what he wanted, causing the corners of his mouth to curve into an amused smile. He thought to himself, "This stubbornness suits me just fine, worthy of the man who will be known as the legendary blacksmith of the future." He then made an offer. "If you agree to cooperate with me obediently for 15 years, I will create a separate autonomous zone for the dwarves within this territory, and, at the same time, free you from your status as slaves." This offer startled the men behind him. They exclaimed, "What did he say? Give us freedom? Is that for real?" Gonvarik gritted his teeth and said, "Absurd! That's completely absurd. The laws of this kingdom state that we are slaves. Do you think a lord from a poor-ass place like this has the right? You think you can change the laws of this kingdom? Stop spouting such nonsense. You might as well kill us instead of trying to deceive us." "To grant freedom to the slaves," he replied, "laws are also things created by people. If you want to, you can just amend them." A man from behind stepped forward and spoke. "Gonvarik, don't you forget that those rules are backed by the royal faction. He might actually be able to do it." These words made Gonvarik ponder for a moment. He clenched his fist so tightly it trembled. Realizing his intention, he spoke up. "I have no interest in tasteless toys, technological products, or luxury goods. What I want you to create is far more interesting than all of that." Gonvarik asked, puzzled. "Interesting?" He directed his gaze up to the sky above and said, "I want to fly in the sky." Scene changed to 1 month later at Kabandi Castle. He sat in his room, holding the letter Ghislain Perium had sent. The letter read, "To Kabandi. I am writing to inform you that you are disrupting the fairness of the entire northern iron ore market by exclusively and unfairly trading iron with a specific family. If you do not open the iron market to Fanris and the neighboring territories, you will regret it. Signed, Baron Ghislain Perium. After reading the letter, he exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" One of the men explained, "The letter was sent by Baron Fanris, sir. That insolent, disrespectful punk who doesn't know his place. It seems his head isn't screwed on right." Kabandi stared at the letter and spoke. This method of sending threatening letters is only effective when it's done by those with power. The Fanris clan. What kind of position do they think they're in? Sending me a blunt little note like this. The man in yellow spoke up. As far as I know, they are still purchasing large quantities of food from other domains. They're even willing to pay a higher price to trade for food. With our merchant guild, another man added. It seems they have taken in a large number of migrated subjects, sent by the royal faction. That's why their food supply has become so severely depleted. The man in blue spoke up. That's why I can't understand it. Why do they keep taking actions that harm themselves like this? Why can't they just endure it for a little while? The harvest season is coming. The prices will drop soon enough. The brown-haired man added, "Why are you even trying to understand? That's a common trait among brats. They only believe in their youthful passion and act blindly." Kabandi held the letter up to a candle. Then he burned it, speaking coldly. A new domain that is still struggling to survive suddenly wants to expand its scale. It's only natural that this would happen, and it's truly a pity that I won't be able to witness your end with my own eyes. The scene changes to the Marquis of Brentford's family. He entered his study at that moment and took off his cloak. Then, his eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he had discovered something. A letter had appeared on his desk. This made him pause in thought for a few seconds. He walked over and picked up the letter. He opened it and read, it was a letter from Ghislain Perium. It read, "Marquis, please advise the nobles of the royal faction to stockpile food, enough for 15 days, because soon a great famine will arrive, so severe it will shake the entire kingdom." Those words startled him. Those words startled him. Those words startled him. He then looked pensively towards the window. Very quickly, dawn broke. Rosaline entered, her eyes half open, and said, "Father, did you call for me? I heard you didn't return to your room to rest yesterday." He was still standing with his back to her, looking at the family crest. He didn't answer, then turned around and said, "Rosaline, relay a message to my vassals and the nobles. Cool of the royal faction. I want to convene an emergency meeting immediately. After I sent that letter to Marquis Brentford, it surely wouldn't be long after that. An unprecedented famine would spread across the kingdom. The climate turned harsh and arid. Rivers ran dry, and crops withered and died. The starving died in droves, and naturally, a great chaos erupted. To fight over food. It was a great disaster. A calamity that was recorded in history. In his study, he mulled it over for a moment, then muttered to himself, "It's time. Over with Duke Kabandi," he yelled. "The signs of instability are appearing everywhere. It's definitely a drought. Food prices are still skyrocketing. How could the climate become so abnormal like this, without any prior warning? Those nobles from the royal faction, they already stockpiled food? There are also rumors that the harvest in the Ghislain Perium territory is still bountiful, despite facing the drought." He slammed the table in anger. Damn it! In the end, what is that Desmond fellow dawdling for? He should have attacked Ghislain Perium sooner, to plunder their food and land. A man replied, "Regarding that," Desmond's side asks for our patience for a little while longer. It seems Desmond's side is also busy dealing with their own problems, so they've missed the opportunity to attack. This made Kabandi grind his teeth in anger, cursing, "That stupid, damn fool. Just when in the hell are those people going to send us food?" The brown-haired man spoke up. "My lord, there is still one way for us to quickly acquire more food. That is to trade the amount of iron Ghislain Perium wants in exchange for their food." This immediately enraged the other barons. The man in yellow spoke up. "Hey, what did you just say? Ghislain Perium is part of the royal faction. If we give him iron, wouldn't that displease the Duke's family?" Another man added. "Besides, the aid is only a little late. The Duke's family and Desmond have promised to send aid, so let's just wait a bit longer. We have to be able to hold out to wait. But requisitioning food from our own lands has already reached its limit. We're having to use the knightly order to forcefully suppress the people. But he's not wrong. Whether it's the Duke's family or whatever else, at this rate, who knows if we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Not to mention, if the food runs out and the soldiers begin to starve, this fortress, which has never once been breached in the entire history of the Kabandi family, will be destroyed by a riot erupting from within." These words were also what Kabandi wanted to say. What Kabandi wanted to say. He looked down and spoke. It's come to this, and you're telling me I have to bow down to that brat? He bit his lip gently, sweat pouring down his face. Then he spoke, "Send someone to Ghislain Perium. Give them the iron and bring the food back here." This left the counts completely stunned. The brown-haired man nodded and said, "Yes, my lord." He clenched his fist in anger. Anyway, Ghislain Perium's fate is to die at the Duke's hands. Giving him a little iron ore now won't change a thing. Besides, whether it's the Duke's family or Count Desmond, if they dare to make trouble over this, then just tell them to try surviving without this place. There is no one who can shake my fortress. Then he pointed at the soldiers. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and send someone before we all starve to death. The knight stammered. That might not be necessary, sir, because Ghislain Perium has already led his army to the castle gates. His words left Kabandi's eyes completely stunned. Sweat poured down his face like rain. He stammered, What? Outside the domain. Ghislain's army was already there. Gordon sighed and complained, "This armor is so heavy. It's so restrictive and uncomfortable everywhere." A man replied, "You're being too loud. The Wolf clan had to use double the materials. Precious black python. All just to make a suit of armor that could fit that hulk of a body you've got." Gordon puffed out his chest and thumped it soundly. "I can finally channel my mana now. Even without a piece of junk like armor, these perfect muscles of mine won't get a single scratch." Kia approached and swung his fist hard at the suit of armor, but it didn't do any damage. He stepped forward, muttering, "Damn, this thing's tough. Dwarven armor really is something else." He, now leading the cavalry, moved forward and shouted, "All troops, charge!" Following him were Kao and Gillian, both ready for battle. He smiled and said, "Ghislain Perium Knight Order, let's move out." Seeing the army advance on their castle, Kabandi and the other nobles looked down from above with absolute terror in their eyes. One of them said, "The Fenris forces has us surrounded. Because of the drought, the water surrounding the castle has completely dried up, and it had to be at a time like this. What in the world is that army? Is that a force that a poor barony can even mobilize? Could the royalist faction have sent them reinforcements?" Kabandi yelled angrily. "Stop making such a fuss. What can they possibly do against our impenetrable fortress? If we use our powerful siege weapons to defend the castle, they won't even be able to touch its shadow." From below, he looked up and called out, "I trust Kabandi has read the letter I sent?" The count shouted from above, "Ghislain Perium! Ghislain Perium! What is the meaning of this?" "How dare you lead an army here without any warning, huh?" he replied coldly. "I made my intentions perfectly clear in the letter. I warned you that if you didn't open up the iron supply, you would regret it." The brown-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat, you think that's a justifiable reason to do this?" The silver-haired man was furious. "You think you can just make up some random reason and march your army into another noble's territory like this?" Kabandi threatened. "If you want a proper territorial war, then prepare a proper reason and issue a formal declaration of war. I will not engage with someone like you who disregards the etiquette of nobles." From below, he muttered, "A declaration of war?" Then he gestured behind him, calling for Gillian. He came forward and handed him a bow. He drew the bow, preparing to shoot at the castle wall. Seeing this, Kabandi immediately called for his soldiers to stand in front of him as shields. He screamed, "That madman! All of you, raise your shields and protect the count!" Gillian exclaimed. "That castle wall is very high." He seemed to have a plan already. He held the arrow tightly, had his horse lower its center of gravity, and then released, firing the arrow straight ahead. The arrow soared towards Kabandi. It pierced through a shield, then through a soldier's head, and then took off one of Kabandi's ears. This caused him to freeze completely, his face turning pale. From below, he declared, "This is my declaration of war." The scene shifts to the capital, Cadenia. In Brentford's room, an emergency meeting was taking place. Someone spoke up. "Baron Fenris has initiated a territorial war." The man in the hat said, "Thanks to his advice, we were able to survive the famine with our stored food." But the man in black replied, "So why would he start a war at a time like this?" Brentford rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Under what pretext is he waging war?" Number 2 replied, "It is because Kabandi did not open the iron market to Fenris and the neighboring regions. Through this incident, we have discovered that Kabandi has been conducting nearly exclusive iron trade with Count Desmond." The man in the hat replied, "Tsk. If he wanted to, he could have created some pretext to declare war anyway." The man in red added, "What is there to hesitate about? Before this incident gets any more serious, we must kick him out of the royalist faction." The man in blue nodded in agreement. "We must do it immediately." Another man added, "While we must devote all our efforts to recovering from the damage caused by the drought, that guy is just busy getting himself into pointless wars." The white-haired man said sarcastically, "It seems to me that you have a strong prejudice against him. Am I wrong?" This statement made the brown-haired man shout in anger, "What did you say?" Seeing things were about to get out of hand, Rosaline stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please calm down. What we need to do now is find a solution to resolve this tense situation in the north. What's done is done, and a meaningless war of words will only waste more of our time," the brown-haired man snorted coldly. "I am so calm right now, words can't even describe it. Anyone can see that what he's doing is just giving the ducal family the perfect excuse to criticize us, isn't it?" A person entered from outside, speaking in agreement. "I agree with that statement. My dear nobles of the royalist faction." Seeing this person appear, the nobles were startled and yelled, "You're from the ducal family!" Brentford looked coldly at the newcomer and said, "Count Bawood." Bawood replied, "As you all know, Ghislain Perium has attacked Kabandi, a neutral noble. While everyone here is suffering from natural disasters, something like this has happened. May I take this as the will of the entire royalist faction, Marquis Brentford?" His words carried a threatening undertone, making Brentford narrow his eyes in thought. Asterisk, hump. Asterisk, the white-haired man thought to himself. Asterisk, the Duke's intelligence network is no joke, huh? Asterisk. The man in the hat also thought, is this hardline approach because they're confident they have us in a corner? Rosaline also swallowed nervously and thought, this incident could turn all the neutral nobles into enemies of the royalist faction. This is a golden opportunity for the ducal faction to gain the upper hand. To put it bluntly, depending on what my father says now, the fate of the entire faction will be decided. On the other hand, considering only the royalist faction, if Lord Ghislain fails, we will lose our influence in the north, and even if he withdraws from the faction, the result will be the same. However, if Ghislain Perium wins and manages to capture the largest iron mine in the north that Kabandi possesses, the benefits we could gain would far outweigh the risks. After a moment of contemplation, Brentford clasped his hands together and slammed them on the table. He spoke. The pretext Ghislain Perium used to launch this territorial war is completely justified. These words made Bawood on the other side frown slightly. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" He replied, "Because I consider this a personal dispute between Ghislain Perium and Kabandi. It is not the will of the royalist faction, and the ducal family has no standing to intervene in this matter." Bawood challenged him, "But even if you want a war, you must choose the right time. To remain indifferent to this is no different from you abandoning your duty as a noble of the royalist faction. The duty to maintain order in the kingdom." Hearing this, he sighed softly and replied, "I have a question of my own. Why is the ducal family reacting so sensitively to this matter? It's as if Kabandi has officially become a vassal noble of the ducal family." The scene shifts back to the count's castle. A loud scream echoed from the castle wall, drawing everyone's attention. He spoke up. "Your assessment of the wall earlier was certainly not to be taken lightly," Gillian added loudly, referring to that pot-bellied noble. "Looks like he won't be wearing earrings anymore." A soldier ran up and shouted, "My lord, you must stop the bleeding." He then raised his hand, clutching his ear. He roared, "All troops, to your positions! Those bastards! Make those insects pay! Show them the might of Castle Kabani, a place that has never once fallen in history! What are you waiting for?" The soldiers responded in unison, "Sir! Archers, to your positions! Prepare to fire!" The words had barely left his mouth when the soldiers immediately assumed attack formations. But from below, Gillian spoke up. "Sir, they're preparing to attack." He nodded. "Just as you'd expect from a place where defending the castle is a daily routine, their response is fast." Once preparations were complete, a soldier yelled out, "All crossbows are loaded!" A Kabandi roared, "Attack!" The moment the word was spoken, a rain of arrows shot toward him. He and everyone with him remained perfectly calm. He reached a hand back, tightening his grip on his sword, ready to parry the blow. The shields they had prepared were serving their purpose well, blocking numerous arrows. He swung his sword, effortlessly shattering the bolts aimed at him. The others also drew their blades to deflect the volley. This attack, one wave just ended. Now, after the smoke and dust cleared, Ghislain Perium and his army were still safe and sound, without any damage whatsoever. This made Kabandi, who was watching from above, grit his teeth in anger. He glanced behind him and spoke with scorn. "Is that all you've got?" Then he turned his horse and said, "All troops, withdraw to the main camp. Prepare for the next operation." He slumped his head onto the table, lamenting. If that's how it's going to be, then why did he even bother bringing a bunch of mages like us along? Durlau chimed in. "So what? Either way. Slaves like us. Cass. No. Either way, mages have to contribute to building the garrison. You've had a tough day, too. Just get some rest. It's been a while since we've had it this easy, just sitting around doing nothing in the rear. This is the life, really." Then he looked over at Ivan and made a suggestion. "If you've got nothing to do, how about a round? Running into a gambling addict." Ivan immediately agreed. "So, how much do you want to bet?" Just as they were about to start, Ghislain Perium walked in from outside, saying, "Cloud, get out here." Seeing him appear, the man jumped to his feet in surprise and asked, You've returned, my lord? Ghislain Perium didn't answer, turning to speak to Ivan instead. You. Gather the mages here as well. Just when things were getting good, the interruption made Ivan grit his teeth in anger. Damn it. Ghislain Perium continued. From now on, I want you all to dig a tunnel towards that fortress for me. Hearing this, Ivan yelped in shock. What? A tunnel? This is a battle we can win just by defending this position. Are you really going to waste our efforts on something like that? Ghislain Perium turned to leave as he answered. I want to end this war before the Duke's faction can send reinforcements to Kabandi, so we can't afford to just defend this place. He stepped outside, looking towards the fortress ahead. This war will be over sooner than you think. The scene changes to Kabandi's fortress. He was shouting in a rage. Ghislain Perium, that arrogant bastard. How dare he put a hole in this noble body of mine and then just run away? One man spoke up. With our strong defenses, there's not much they can do. Another added. But it's obvious they know we're short on food, so they've switched to a stalling tactic. Kabandi gritted his teeth in fury, growling. He's planning to wait until we surrender, but I still have the ducal family backing me. They can't abandon the largest iron mine in the north, which we possess. So they will definitely send reinforcements. We just need to hold out until then. But then a soldier, noticing something, turned to report. My lord Count, it looks like they're digging a tunnel. This news made Kabandi shout in shock. What? He stood up, grabbed a spyglass to observe, and scoffed. How utterly ridiculous. How dare they act so blatantly? The man in purple spoke up. It seems they intend to breach the fortress through an underground tunnel, because a frontal assault is a nearly impossible option. The man in yellow continued. Considering the ground our fortress is built on, they can only create an exit near the south gate. After thinking for a few seconds, Kabandi gave an order. Draymond, concentrate our garrisoned forces at the south gate. Draymond placed a hand on his chest and bowed. Yes, understood. They began to lay out their plan. The moment the enemy pokes their heads out of the ground, you will all attack simultaneously. Then, open the castle gates and let our cavalry charge out. We'll wipe out those chaotic Fenris forces in one fell swoop. A man asked, What about the fortress walls? Kabandi replied, What can a bunch of fools who don't even have the most basic siege weapons do? Most of them are just infantry or cavalry, so we only need to station a minimal force on the walls to stop them. He chuckled to himself. Ghislain Perium, even though this body was struck by your treacherous sneak attack, I will be the one left standing in the end. The scene changes to nightfall. A group of men were moving carts loaded with something up to the peak of the mountain next to the fortress. They were straining every muscle, pushing like mad bulls. Ganvarik was panting from exhaustion, cursing angrily. That damn lord, why is he making us drag something this heavy to a place so high up? The man next to him added. And on top of that, he forbade us from lighting torches. We can't even see the path ahead. Another man turned back and said, Ganvarik, we've built it exactly as the Lord instructed, but can it really be used in actual combat right away? Ganvarik's face was a mask of determination. He always had faith in his own skills. He said, Don't waste your breath, as if anything I make wouldn't work, right? Back to a few days earlier. After hearing Ghislain Perium's intention to fly into the sky, it left him utterly perplexed. What? Don't tell me you've obtained the blueprints for the legendary airship, a lost technology from the ancient empire. Hearing about an ancient airship also piqued Ghislain Perium's interest. He asked, What the hell is that? Then he explained, In any case, with your skills, after seeing this, you'll understand what I'm trying to build. He took out a large sheet of cloth, then draped it over a rope stretched across a fire below. Immediately, the heat from the fire caused the cloth to shoot high into the air. It was like a sky lantern. Looking at it, Ganvarik still didn't understand anything. He stood up and walked over, puzzled. And, what are you telling us to look at? Ghislain Perium then patted the cloth, explaining, This. Look at this thing inflating. The hot air generated inside. When you light a fire, it will rise. And in the process, the air inside the cloth. At that moment, a large gust of air blew out, startling Ganvarik. But he seemed to realize something. The bald man next to him still didn't get it and spoke up. So what? That's no different from the wind blowing. But Ganvarik immediately cut him off. It's not. If it were like the wind, it would be fluttering sideways. Why would it inflate upwards like that? Seeing that Ganvarik understood his point, Ghislain Perium smiled faintly and picked up a stick and began to draw on the ground, explaining, If we create an airbag, with a size even larger than that, 100 times larger. But before he could finish his sentence, the man stepped forward, snatched the stick from his hand and explained, Then, hang a basket for people to sit in. Under that giant cloth, it will generate hot air, and then it will. I get it now. But he still turned and asked, But why does this phenomenon happen? Why does heated air rise? Ghislain Perium didn't know how to explain it either, so he just gave a simple answer. I don't know either. I just happened to discover it while lighting a fire to dry my clothes. This ridiculous reason made Ganvarik grit his teeth in excitement. This is insane. How could you think of something like this from something so simple? He then turned and said, Lead the way, my lord, Ghislain Perium asked, puzzled. To where? Ganvarik said excitedly. To your workshop, of course. Where else? We have to build this thing and test it right away. Back to the present. Ghislain Perium was standing on the mountain peak. Looking down, he saw the group of Ganvarik's men had arrived with the carts. Seeing them, he smiled and said, You're right on time, aren't you? Ganvarik let out a breath and snorted softly. For the governor's men, transporting this thing is a piece of cake. He said that, but in his head, he was cursing. I'm so damn tired. Belinda then approached and handed him a hat. Engineer then spoke, Young master, the mages and engineers have also finished their preparations. The mages and engineers have also finished their preparations. He replied with satisfaction. Very good. Belinda, you should go get ready as well. Over on this side, someone shouted in anger. This son of a bitch! If you were going to do it like this, then what the hell did you have us dig a tunnel for? Gordon immediately moved in to hold him down, threatening him. You'd better watch your mouth, or I'll cut your tongue out. At this point, everything was ready. He confidently stepped forward, walking past everyone, then looked down at Kabandi's base. He announced, From now on, we will proceed with a raid on the center of the enemy's formation, just as we've trained. After infiltrating the fortress and capturing the inner city, we must quickly open the main gate of the outer city, so the Gillian Knight Order can enter smoothly. That is the core of this operation. You must remember, the Kabandi army, that is the best equipped in the north. Even if you've mastered how to use mana, you won't be able to deal with them easily. Furthermore, the enemies we must face in the future will be so much stronger that Kabandi is nothing in comparison. So, if we can't even dominate a battle of this level, then we have no future. But then he smiled and offered encouragement. But don't worry too much. We have crossed the forest filled with demonic beasts, which no one before could ever explore. We have led a territorial war with less than half a chance of winning to a triumphant end. Now, tell me, are our preparations still lacking? The soldiers shouted in unison. Not at all, he continued to shout. Are you afraid? The soldiers replied. We are not afraid. After boosting the soldiers' morale, he put on his mask. That's right. You have all grown at a speed no one could have imagined. Now, fly. Vanessa, who was now in one of the hot air balloons, used her magic to create fire to fuel them. Inside the fortress, the soldiers remained extremely calm. One, looking through a pair of binoculars, said, Those weirdos were digging like crazy during the day, but why aren't they doing anything now? The man next to him clicked his tongue. They have to sleep at night, too. Then two soldiers approached from a distance and spoke. It's time for the shift change. Anything unusual? The soldier here replied, Nah. I wonder how many days it's been already. Are they even really planning to attack? An artillery soldier said, Finally, I can get some shut-eye. It's because of those bastards that we have to live like this. But as he was yawning, looking up at the sky, he noticed countless hot air balloons floating in the air. This made the soldier extremely curious. What are those things? In the sky, there are some round objects heading towards us. Could they be monsters? But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from nowhere, shooting towards them. As soon as she landed, Ghislain swung her sword and struck each man once, sending one to the next world. In a flash, he saw his comrade get cut in half. The remaining soldier was terrified. His sword then continued its charge, splitting him into two pieces. After finishing them off, Belinda's group began to descend the city walls. I'll take the lead again this time. Kill them all, spare no one. Inside the fortress, down a hallway, 3 knights were walking in a great hurry. The one in the lead was the captain of the Knight Order, Leslie. He and 2 others were heading to the Lord's chambers. When he saw him arrive, a guard said, Greetings, Captain, he asked hurriedly. Where is the Lord? The soldier replied. The Lord is still asleep. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open with great force and stepped inside the room. This startled Kabandi, who shot up and looked at him, asking, Leslie, what are you doing? He immediately explained. This is an emergency. My lord, they have infiltrated the city. These words were like a lightning strike, making Kabandi jump in shock. Outside, countless hot air balloons were floating in the sky, heading towards the fortress. The soldiers could only look up helplessly. In another corner, Ghislain's group was still fighting fiercely with the fortress soldiers. Gao shouted in excitement, Let's go, everyone! Go rip off that cleft-chinned lord's only remaining ear and bring it back to our lord. Inside, Kabandi cried out in fear. What? How did those Fanris bastards get past our walls? Did they use the tunnels? Leslie explained. According to the soldiers' reports, they rode on some kind of unidentified spherical objects and flew in from the sky. This left Kabandi utterly astonished. Flew from the sky? What the hell are you talking about, Leslie? He continued. How they got in here doesn't matter anymore. The enemy's momentum is too strong, and they are capturing the fortress at an incredible speed. My lord, we must act immediately. He then laid out a plan. I will go directly to the underground tunnel that leads to the outer city and defend the gate to the death. By doing that, I can also summon the main forces stationed at the south gate to surround them. After considering for a moment, Kabandi said, I was targeting their tunnels, and on the contrary, I had even set traps waiting for them to enter. But it turns out I was tricked by their diversion tactic. He trembled as he spoke. This fortress of mine, a place that has never once fallen. Can it be that the Kabandi bloodline will end with my generation? Seeing his lord gradually losing his composure, Leslie came forward and placed his hands on the lord's shoulders, encouraging him, please, my lord, go with your retainers and escape through the secret passage first. Then, send a message for reinforcements. I will stay here to protect this fortress. His voice lowered. But if the situation still doesn't stabilize, then you must bring him out. In another corner of the fortress, the soldiers cried out in shock. Enemy attack. But how did they get in? Not giving them a chance to defend, Ghislain Perium tightened his grip on his sword, dashed forward like the wind, and unleashed clean slashes, quickly sending 2 soldiers to their graves. The remaining soldier wanted to take the initiative and charged forward, swinging his sword straight at him. But the difference in skill was too great. He easily countered the attack. He then lowered his body and unleashed a slash at the waist, cutting the man's body in half. 3 more men ran up from somewhere, shouting, What are you all just standing there for? Snap out of it. If you have time to panic, then start shooting arrows. There are only a few of them. Then one soldier pointed to the sky and yelled, Squad leader, up there! At that moment in the sky, a hot air balloon was wobbling, about to fall. It immediately crashed hard onto the fortress wall. This somewhat accidental collision managed to take out a few soldiers. 2 people crawled out from the hot air balloon. It was none other than Gordon's group, he exclaimed angrily. You idiotic muscle-bound pig. I told you not to get on because you're too heavy. Gordon replied wearily, Please, sir, don't yell at me anymore. While the 2 of them were talking, 2 soldiers ran up from behind and attacked with their weapons. Die! Just as they finished speaking, 2 blades flew from nowhere, piercing straight through their throats, killing the 2 soldiers instantly. It was Ghislain Perium's group. He walked over and asked, Are you hurt? Gao, beside him, added to Gordon. You're a knight now, but you still act the same as you always did. Hearing these sarcastic remarks, Gordon awkwardly scratched his head and just laughed. Haha. Then, a loud noise erupted from inside the fortress, catching both of their attention. The soldiers inside the fortress yelled, Defend the gate! The enemy has infiltrated. The soldiers immediately got into position, ready for battle. Watching their frantic movements, Kao exclaimed, What's this? They're already on the defensive? He continued. They're reacting faster than I thought. Looks like there's still someone formidable inside this fortress. Sharp, he thought to himself. The enemy's forces were scattered by my earlier tunneling tactic. They're probably regrouping as we speak. We have to move fast. He then turned to his men. Is everyone down? The soldiers responded in unison. Yes. He began to assign tasks. Cao, you'll hold off the soldiers on the walls and destroy all the siege weapons. Belinda, you go find 3 cubits Kabandi. They both nodded in acknowledgement. As for himself, he looked straight ahead and declared, I will clear a path to the main gate. Is everyone ready? The soldiers raised their swords and roared in unison, Ready. He put his mask back on and commanded, Knights of Fanris, engage. Then, everyone moved into their assigned positions. At the main gate, the defenders saw Ghislain's group charging at them. A soldier turned to his captain. They're coming! The captain remained calm and said, Just as expected, they're targeting the main gate. He pointed his sword forward and yelled, All troops, spears up, stop them, hold them off until the main force from the south gate arrives. On his command, the 2 sides clashed in a fiercely brutal battle. But with Ghislain leading the charge, the disparity in strength between the 2 forces became painfully obvious. This made Leslie's eyes widen in utter disbelief. His soldiers were clearly outmatched by Ghislain's group. Anyone who charged forward was cut down with a single strike. 2 soldiers witnessing this felt their morale waver. How can this be? We can't stop them at all. But the most shocked of all was Leslie. He thought to himself, Every single one of their weapons is enveloped in mana. Are all of these invaders knights? But even if they are knights, they shouldn't be able to push back our heavy infantry holding the front line. Not this quickly. His gaze then fell upon Ghislain, the one leading the vanguard. I have to stop him. His soldiers were steadily losing ground. A soldier fell back and shouted, Captain Leslie, they're too strong. The forces on the outer wall can't hold them any longer. At this rate, the main gate will be breached before Squad 6 arrives. Leslie replied coldly. Break it. Destroy the entire mechanism used to open and close the gate. I will buy you time. As he said this, Leslie's entire body began to radiate a pale purple mana. Ghislain's group was cutting through the defense with unstoppable momentum. He gripped his sword firmly and charged straight ahead. His eyes locked onto Leslie. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, unleashing a powerful strike directly at him. He reacted quickly, raising his sword to block the attack. Their eyes met for an instant. Then, they began to exchange blows relentlessly. When one attacked, the other defended. When one defended, the other attacked. The two fought fiercely for some time. As soon as he spotted an opening, Leslie thrust his sword straight forward. But with his extensive experience, he easily sidestepped, dodging the direct thrust. After countless exchanges with no clear winner, the two pulled back into a defensive stance, staring each other down. Their gazes locked. Leslie introduced himself. "I am Leslie, captain of the Kabandi Knight Order," he declared resolutely. "You will not advance a single step further." Meanwhile, somewhere else in the fortress, Kabandi approached a large cage in a secluded area. Inside, someone was imprisoned, their entire body cruelly bound by chains. Standing outside, Kabandi pleaded urgently, "Lucas, you must go out there and buy me some time." The person inside slowly opened his eyes, not answering immediately. Then, the corners of his mouth twisted into a cryptic smile as he spoke in a cold voice. "If you want me to do that, why don't you take this off from me first?" he said, grabbing the massive chain hanging around his neck. In another corner of the battle, Kao roared with excitement. "Let's go! Weapons or people, leave nothing standing." He went berserk, throwing himself into the fight like a moth to a flame. Belinda, on her side, was just as deadly. She effortlessly dispatched 2 soldiers with a single slice. In stark contrast to the ferocity of the other fronts, back where Ghislain was, the two once again stood facing each other. Leslie spoke resolutely. "I am Leslie, captain of the Kabandi Knight Order. You will not pass." This opponent was no pushover. His eyes narrowed, his hands tightened around the hilt of his sword. He moved forward. In the next instant, he exploded with force. He closed the distance in a flash. To Leslie's complete astonishment, he unleashed a continuous barrage of strikes. The two exchanged blows once more, but this time, it seemed Leslie was on the back foot. All he could do was parry as he was relentlessly assaulted. Both men were now completely focused, their eyes filled with killing intent. They exchanged 300 more blows. The moment he found an opening, he swung his sword across his opponent's face, splitting his mask in 2. But before Leslie could even register what happened, he charged in again. He landed several more blows to his face, but Leslie quickly brought his shield up to defend. Each of his attacks felt like a sledgehammer, smashing into him and forcing him back several steps. Seeing him at a disadvantage, the soldiers behind him cried out, "Captain Leslie!" Another soldier snapped at them, "You idiot! If you've got the energy to worry about him, then focus on stopping the enemy in front of you." After that last assault, Leslie glanced down at his dented shield. He thought to himself, his power is monstrous. At this rate, my arm is going to give out. But it's still not enough to get past me. He must know that the longer this drags on, the sooner he'll be surrounded by our main force. He's not blocking head-on, but deflecting my attacks to maintain distance, aiming for the gaps between my strikes to seize the advantage. The moment he loses his composure and makes a reckless move, he's dead. So, he's just going to stay on the defensive. He charged forward, taunting. "Is this all you can do?" Before Leslie could answer, he thrust his sword straight at his face. Leslie leaned his head back, narrowly dodging the direct blow. He had already figured out his opponent's fighting style, so this time, without hesitation, he swung his elbow, striking him hard in the face. Leslie cried out in pain. Refusing to yield, he swung his sword, thrusting it straight at him, but it was too slow. He pushed off the ground forcefully, flipping over to evade. While still in midair, he swung his sword in a clean arc, decisively severing Leslie's left arm. He landed lightly on his feet and praised, "Not bad." While Leslie was still stunned, he rushed in one more time. This time, he delivered a final slash across his waist, causing Leslie's eyes to go blank. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. "That's right," Count Desmond once said. "It's like facing the greatest swordsman in the north." As his body collapsed to the ground, the knights on both sides stopped fighting. His men stammered, "See, Commander!" On our side, your soldiers seemed to gain a new surge of energy. His comrades exclaimed, "It really is him!" He turned to address everyone. "All troops, press the advantage. Open the castle gates on my command." The soldiers, full of fighting spirit, charged forward, shouting, "Kill! Over here!" Leslie slowly forced himself to sit up. He spoke with difficulty. "Ghislain Perium. I hate to say it, but things aren't going to go the way you think." Just as he finished speaking, a soldier turned back to report, "Sir, the gate won't open. The mechanism has been completely destroyed. There's no way to open it like this." He turned and praised the man. So, he does know how to use his brain. That guy explained, "Look over there. The main Kabandi army is approaching. No matter how strong you are, if you're surrounded by overwhelming numbers, you're finished. As long as we protect this final gate, victory will belong to us. Kabandi." Just as he finished his sentence, The Kabandi reinforcements arrived from outside. Their numbers were massive. Gordon asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" Another man added, "We're knights. If you've got the guts, then bring it on." He paused and thought for a few seconds, then gave everyone a wink. He observed that their mana was depleted, and everyone was exhausted. In this condition, they couldn't possibly fight the enemy forces swarming toward them. With that, he walked toward the gate alone. To Gordon's surprise, he placed his hand on the castle gate. His other hand tightened its grip on his sword. He thought to himself, asterisk, if it's just for a moment, I should be able to use it. Asterisk, all of you, get away from me, now. In this era, the title of master was no longer a word to describe a level of skill. It was more like an honorific. So, he does know how to use his brain, that guy explained. Look over there, the main Kabandi army is approaching. No matter how strong you are, if you're surrounded by overwhelming numbers, you're finished. As long as we protect this final gate, victory will belong to us, Kabandi. Just as he finished speaking, from outside, the Kabandi reinforcements had arrived in massive numbers. Gordon asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" Another man added, "We're knights. If you've got the guts, bring it on." He paused and thought for a few seconds, then gave everyone a wink. He observed that their mana was depleted, and everyone was exhausted, because there was no real standard for the level of a master of mana sword skills to be considered the benchmark for a knight. He began to channel the mana in his body, focusing the energy that was trying to radiate out in all directions into his sword, compressing it to its very limit. The moment the mana was compressed, an intensely powerful aura erupted from around him, knocking the soldiers back. Gordon shielded his eyes and exclaimed, "The light is blinding." Lying on the ground and watching, Leslie thought to himself, asterisk, a legend of the ancient empire passed down to the knights. Even among those who have tempered their mana to the extreme, the one crucial condition to be recognized as a master, asterisk. The light on his sword now shone with ever-increasing intensity. His eyes revealed his fierce determination. A moment later, he swung his sword straight at the castle gate with absolute resolve. A soldier from behind yelled, "Surround those Fenris bastards! Punish the intruders who dare enter Kabandi without permission!" Just as they were about to attack him, the army led by Ghislain broke through the castle gate, charging in to confront them. Leading the charge was an incredibly valiant horse. It lunged forward, kicking the enemy captain hard in the face. And then, it let out a triumphant neigh. He, now slightly out of breath, turned to Ghislain and said, "Why did you bring him along?" He smiled and replied, "He insisted on following." Over on the other side, Leslie's men exclaimed, "The castle gate was split in two? What in the world just happened?" A soldier yelled, "Commander Raymond, the gate has been split in two? What the hell just happened?" A soldier screamed to Commander Raymond, "Retreat! Retreat back into the city!" At that moment, he walked over to his warhorse and mounted it. He roared, "All forces, charge! Don't leave a single one of them standing!" In another area, Belinda was now facing a monster. Her breathing grew ragged as she stared intently at her opponent. He advanced on her slowly, step by step, his gaze remaining cold. He spoke, "What is your relationship with the Dark Knights?" Ghislain's army charged, attacking like a hurricane. This terrified the Kabandi soldiers, who cried out, "Retreat! Retreat! Now! We're all dead!" Sao, leading the troops, shouted excitedly, "You have nowhere to run! We've already taken the inner city!" Ghislain turned back to his men and ordered, "No prisoners! Kill every last one of them for me." Then suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly as a sharp pain shot through his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He thought to himself, asterisk, at my current level, using Aura Blade is still a bit too much for me. I'm already this exhausted after just one mana potion. I probably can't fight for much longer. Asterisk. Seeing him suddenly stop, Kao came over and asked, "What's wrong? You're already gassed after using just a little bit of power, Commander." Ghislain approached to report, "We have finished suppressing the enemy's main force, my lord." Hearing nothing but good news, he praised them. "You've both worked hard." He turned to the others and asked, "What's the situation with Belinda?" Ephorn let out a weary breath and answered, "After she entered the city, we still haven't heard anything." Cao chimed in with a smile. "That girl is taking her sweet time." In contrast to their confidence, he felt a flicker of worry, but didn't voice it. He then gave an order. "Ghislain, there must be a secret escape route somewhere in this city, and I don't think Baroness Kabandi could have gotten far. Take the cavalry and thoroughly search the outskirts for any tunnel exits." He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, my lord," he continued. "As for Belinda, I'll go find her myself." As soon as the words left his mouth, he darted deep into the castle. The scene shifts to Belinda. She was currently at a disadvantage against Lucas. He questioned her, "What is your connection to the Dark Knight's order?" She was completely taken aback by this question. "I repeat, how do you know that name?" He pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly, a sword flew from a distance, heading straight for him. but with his lightning-fast reflexes, he easily raised his spear and deflected the sneak attack. Seizing the moment while her opponent was distracted, Belinda leaped high into the air. Then, she spun and delivered a devastating kick downwards. He immediately raised both arms to block it. Belinda shouted, "Answer me!" But Lucas remained silent. The two continued to clash for what felt like another 300 rounds. One on offense, one on defense. And so, they threw themselves into an endless battle. As soon as she found an opening, Belinda leaped backward, landing safely. Giving her no time to rest, Lucas immediately reset his stance, tightened his grip on his spear, and charged at her once more. Belinda didn't dodge right away, her eyes narrowing slightly. Just as the spear was about to hit, she instantly spun and jumped high, evading the direct thrust. In a flash, seizing the opportunity while her opponent was off guard, she used her momentum to swing her leg for another kick. But Lucas was already prepared for this. He quickly pulled his spear back, raising it above his head to block the attack. Then he asked, "How do I know that name, you ask?" He spun the spear to knock her leg away, then used his own leg to lock Belinda's movements. He immediately swung the spear up, pressing it against her neck. In the blink of an eye, Belinda had lost the upper hand. He leaned in close and whispered, "The reason isn't anything special. It's just that you look like my ex-lover." His mocking words made Belinda grit her teeth and curse. "What the hell are you talking about?" he continued. "The outcome of this battle really has nothing to do with me. But I can't just abandon my duty either. So if you keep coming at me, don't blame me for whatever happens." Just as he finished speaking, the spearhead pressed against her neck. Then suddenly, from a distance, something shot toward them, stopping right in front of them. Lucas's eyes narrowed in surprise. The one who had arrived was Ghislain Perium. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, swinging his sword to knock the spear away and rescue Belinda. Seeing him suddenly appear, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master?" He reminded her coldly, "Get out of here, Belinda. Leave this guy to me." Lucas's gaze turned towards him, becoming incredibly cold. Then, a slight smirk played on his lips as he spoke. "Young master?" Without offering any explanation, he immediately lunged forward to attack him again, but every one of his attacks was blocked, effortlessly. The two of them clashed for a while. He clicked his tongue. "Shh, looks like it'll be hard to go after that woman now. Are you the noble who started this war?" The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward to attack, seizing the initiative. Just as his spear was about to lock Ghislain Perium's sword in place, he immediately pivoted his blade, unleashing a slash aimed at his hip. Sensing the danger, Lucas leaped into the air to dodge the slash. But this was exactly what Ghislain Perium had predicted. The moment he jumped, Ghislain Perium spun around and unleashed a kick aimed straight for his face. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Lucas quickly retreated to regain his composure. He stepped forward with a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha. It's good to see you again, Lucas." Seeing that the man before him knew his name, Lucas was startled. "You know my name?" he replied. "I know it very well." He thought to himself, "Lucas, my subordinate and my old comrade. I was wondering where you'd gone. Turns out you were holed up in a dump like this, huh?" Lucas wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, annoyed. "You're really getting on my nerves. That fighting style of yours. It's not like any noble I've ever known. It's completely unorthodox." He then pointed his spear at him. "Who are you?" Without hesitation, he answered immediately. "I was a mercenary for a time." This took Lucas by surprise, causing him to let out a small gasp. A nobleman becoming a mercenary? He ignored the question and immediately countered with his own. "Let me make you an offer. If you beat me, I promise I'll pull my forces out of this city, and I'll restore everything to how it was. But if I win, you'll serve under me." The proposal made Lucas freeze for a few seconds. Then he asked, "What's with this sudden nonsense? This is a war you already have in the bag, and now you want to decide everything with this pathetic little bet? Besides, it's not like I have any attachment to this city in the first place." This intrigued him even more. "Is that right? Well then, you might as well just come serve under me now." He smirked. "I can't do that. I don't come cheap." His eyes narrowed as he said coldly, "That's why I proposed a bet. I'm staking this city against your value. In my eyes, Lucas, you're worth more than this entire city." He looked at him thoughtfully. Then he said, "You're betting the entire spoils of this damn war on my worth? So many offers. Yet I still have no idea who you are." This left Lucas extremely curious. "What is your name, anyway?" At that moment, he slowly removed his helmet and said, "The Lord of Ghislain Perium, Ghislain Perium, Ghislain Perium." As soon as the words were out, he removed the iron helmet from his head. He said with confidence, "I am the man you will serve as master from now on." His confident expression amused Lucas. "You look awful. Looks like you're running on fumes." His breathing was slightly labored now, but he still tried to act nonchalant. "Just consider it a minor handicap to level the playing field between us." At these words, the corner of Lucas's mouth curled up. "Feeling cocky, are we? Fine, I'll be happy to play along." True to his word, he then sprang forward, launching himself at him to attack. Amidst the snow-covered mountains, we see someone packing their belongings and stepping out of a tent. It's Lucas, dressed in thick clothes and snow boots, with a spear tied to his back. A close-up shows a scar over his left eye. As he leaves, he runs into Ghislain and says, "From this day on, I am no longer your subordinate. Do you understand? 15 years have passed since the Moriana was acknowledged. The contract has expired. This is a memory from Ghislain's previous life." Ghislain let out a sigh and replied, "Time flies. Is it that time already? You're not going to renew?" Lucas responded sharply and walked past him. "Spare me." Ghislain sighed, smiled faintly, and asked, "Is it because of her?" Lucas replied, "Please don't misunderstand me, sir. I can't let my life be consumed by your battles." Ghislain accepted it. "Very well. Go find your precious woman. Just as I have my revenge, you have your own path to follow." Lucas stopped, then turned to Ghislain with a smile and said, "But I will promise you one thing. If you're ever in danger, Captain, I will come and help you no matter what." Back in the present, the two are still fighting fiercely. Ghislain wields a greatsword, while Lucas fights with a spear. Ghislain slashes, and Lucas parries. They stare at each other, their eyes holding no hesitation. Then they break apart as Lucas unleashes a series of lightning-fast thrusts with his spear. Ghislain parries them all before countering with a strike aimed at Lucas's head. Lucas raises his spear and deflects the blow upward. Lucas counters with an overhead strike, but Ghislain ducks to avoid it. Ghislain then aims for Lucas's torso. Lucas dodges, vaulting into the air using his spear as a pivot. They lock eyes once more, and at the same time, they each strike the other's weapon. Still in midair, Lucas rolls and lands in a ready stance. Lucas remarks, "Impressive. Just a moment ago, you were as pale as a ghost and looked like you were about to pass out." Ghislain replies, his breath heavy, "I can't lose a bet that I'm so close to winning." Hearing this, Lucas laughs loudly. "Ha ha ha. Sorry, but I have to win this one. There's no way I'm letting you win. Serving under you would definitely be nothing but trouble." He prepares for a final blow. A blue aura envelops his arm and mana covers his weapon. Observing him, Ghislain is surprised. "This amount of mana. It's just as I thought. You were already quite strong even before you met me." Ghislain explained that in his past life, Lucas had lost the Moriana ritual, a mercenary tradition, and had to serve under him for 15 years. As the right-hand man of the Mercenary King, he was a problem solver who always got things done brilliantly. And yet, even Lucas could not find the lover he had spent his whole life searching for. On the day Ghislain fell into Aiden's trap, Lucas kept his promise. "He rushed in to save me and died doing so." Ghislain sighs, a faint smile on his face. He tosses his sword to the ground with confidence. Lucas is stunned to see the blade fall. He charges at Ghislain with everything he has left. Ghislain says with determination, "I won't let that happen again this time." Lucas thrusts forward with his spear. Ghislain ducks low, but a piece of his clothing is still torn away. Lucas steps back to attack again, but Ghislain dodges and leaps into the air, hooking Lucas's neck with his leg, performing a Rey Mysterio-style takedown and slamming him to the ground with his own momentum and weight. Lucas's entire body slams into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lucas cries out in pain as a mouthful of blood spills from his lips. Ghislain immediately lands on top of Lucas, a dagger to his throat, and says, "This is my victory." Lucas gasps, "Damn it, this just got a lot more complicated." A winner has finally been decided. Ghislain's attack kills many of Kabandi's soldiers. The scene shifts from a standing Ghislain to Kabandi, who is on his knees with his hands bound. Kabandi Castle is burning behind him. Jillian and Belinda stand with Ghislain. Kabandi gasps, "Leslie, my knights, my fortress, which had never fallen even once in the past. It's all collapsed. It's all gone." Ghislain's eyes narrow as he says his full name, Armstrong Duran Kabandi. The Count flinches immediately. A glint appears in Ghislain's eye as he says, "There is no fortress in this world." The Count was instantly startled. Ghislain's eyes gleamed as he said, "There is no fortress in this world that is impenetrable." Kabandi stared in a daze for a moment, then shouted, "So it was you. You didn't attack this place out of simple greed. What is your purpose, really?" Ghislain replied, "I have many goals. One of them is to kill you." Kabandi retorted, trying to threaten him, "You want to kill me? Do you think you and your father will be safe? Even if you have the royal faction behind you, they will never protect you. If you kill me, an uncontrollable disaster will occur. Maybe this isn't widely known out there, but behind me." Before he could finish, Ghislain cut him off. "You're talking about the ducal house of Delphim, aren't you?" Kabandi was in shock. Ghislain continued, "I am well aware that the ducal house is recruiting neutral nobles, like you, and annexing the northern territories. They are backing Count Desmond and Jay Fowl, the ones who will be the heart of the northern conquest, supplying iron ore to strengthen their weapons, and even the Red Magic Tower, to attack the royal faction at just the right moment. It's all for the purpose of igniting a civil war in the kingdom of Luthania." Kabandi was stunned. You already knew? This man knows everything. Who in the world are you? How do you know all of this?" Then he continued to speak. "If you already know everything, then this will be much quicker. I'll give you one last chance. I promise to cede half of our iron ore output for the next 25, and I will personally tell the Duke Delphim about your talents. Join the ducal house. Then you and your father will enjoy eternal peace under the Duke's protection. Without much effort, the rage was visible in the veins bulging on Ghislain's face. Kabandi continued to press him. So wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to save me, right? But he would never know that those were his last words. Something pierced through Kabandi in a flash. Ghislain spoke as he sheathed his sword. I have no intention of joining you. Kabandi's body was split in two. As Ghislain walked away, he declared, all of you will die by my hand. The Count's blood pooled on the ground. A corpse fell with a thud onto the cold floor. The scene shifts to Desmond. He was sitting with a carrier pigeon in his hand. He read the report from the battlefield and trembled at what was written inside. He crumpled the paper and slammed his fist on the chair's armrest. In a fit of rage. You're saying he took advantage of that brief opening to break in? Just as the ducal house said, they follow a method of meticulous preparation and planning, even if it takes time. And what's the result? Several people were sitting around a round table as Desmond implied that all the attacks against Ghislain had failed. Every plan he had painstakingly prepared had met with the same result. All had failed miserably. And now, he even has the royalist faction behind him. Fuming with anger, he declared clearly, we must crush these seeds before they can grow. I don't need any more orders or reports from anyone. From now on, everything will be decided by my will. From now on, the top priority is the destruction of Fenris and Walter. In the capital, Cadenia, Marquis Maurice McQueen asked in astonishment, Baron Fenris really defeated Kabandi, the man called the Master of the Ironstone Fortress? What the hell happened? He laughed and added, I never expected Baron Fenris to possess such outstanding military skill. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Rosaline, beaming with joy, added, furthermore, they say he captured the fortress in an all-out battle and that Kabandi did not surrender. Lord Ghislain Perium already showed great strength in the siege of Walter, so his military power cannot be doubted. Marquis Maurice, barely believing his ears, objected. That's impossible. He just got lucky. If it weren't for the Great Famine, he wouldn't have won so easily. Cerbal Northland replied sharply, Are you acting as if that's a problem? What matters in the end is that he won. Marquis Bradford was silent for a moment. Then he asked his guard about Desmond's side. Is there any movement? Tolio replied. They are still remaining silent. Marquis Maurice McQueen relaxed and admitted, I went to great lengths to position the kingdom's army on the road to Kabandi's fortress, but Count Anson remarked, well, we've already benefited enough from this season's harvest. Bill Norton added, and now it's clear that Kabandi was receiving support from the ducal house, so it would be difficult for them to intervene at this time. But Rosaline thought to herself, if Count Desmond had acted because of this, we could have confirmed that he is not a neutral noble, but is allied with the ducal house. Marquis Brentford warned, it's still too early to jump to conclusions. But of course, with Ghislain Perium's victory, the royalist faction's influence will expand to the north. He continued, that's right. We have gained great military strength now, but the ducal house will not stand idly by. Therefore, none of you must ever let your guard down. He rose from his chair and concluded, then we will end today's meeting here. Count Anson said after a moment, the Marquis never changes. It's a huge victory after a long wait. He should at least crack a smile. That coldness is what has allowed him to lead the royalist faction until now, isn't it? Marquis Bradford ignored them and, as he left the room, said to Rosaline, let's go, she replied. Yes, father. But her eyes widened as she looked at him. Then she blushed. She must have noticed that her father was pleased. Meanwhile, in the north of the kingdom of Luthania, near Kabandi's fortress, 3 knights in armor galloped towards Ghislain Perium at full speed. A girl rode behind one of the soldiers. A soldier called out, Captain Mark, and the girl was startled. He asked, doesn't this place seem too quiet for a war zone? Captain Mark replied, well, maybe the Ghislain Perium army has already been defeated. The girl was worried. Then what about our mission? Lady Marie and Marquis Brentford asked us to rescue someone named Ghislain Perium. If we return empty-handed, I won't be able to face the 2 ladies. Mark waved his hand dismissively. Our royal allies, sure, but why worry for nothing? What can we do if the fault lies with Ghislain Perium? He started a reckless war and couldn't hold out. The girl didn't like his tone, but Mark continued, we're mercenaries. We work for money, so don't worry so much. Another soldier spotted something up ahead and told them to look. They were amazed to see that all the houses were still intact. As they approached the fortress, they saw Gordon telling the townspeople to line up. There's enough food being distributed, so don't push. The new lord will make sure you don't go hungry for a while, so everyone come and get your share. Lowell waited at a table with contracts and handed them out. This is the contract all miners must sign. The townspeople were surprised, bursting with joy as they received the packages. Some cried with relief and exclaimed, a new lord showing such mercy. Are the hellish days when everything was taken from us finally over? Maybe there will be no more unpaid labor. The scene shifts to Ganvarik and the dwarves hauling lumber, where Ganvarik was teasing Alphonse. Hey kid, you're too weak. Can you even carry a log properly? The exhausted Alphonse struggled and grumbled. Damn dwarves! I'm not a laborer. I'm supposed to be a mage. Meanwhile, the three soldiers and the nun saw that all the mercenaries in Ghislain Perium's camp were busy. Move all the materials needed for the temporary shelters over here. If you don't hurry up, the Lord will get angry. Captain Mark asked in surprise. What's going on here? Hey kid, you're too weak. Can you even carry a single log properly? Alphonse struggled, exhausted and snapping. Damn dwarves. I'm not a laborer. I'm supposed to be a mage. Meanwhile, the three soldiers and the nun saw all the mercenaries in Ghislain's camp. They were all busy moving the necessary materials for the temporary shelter. If you don't hurry up, the Lord will be angry. Captain Mac asked in surprise, What's going on here? If you guys don't hurry up, the Lord will be furious. Captain Mac asked in surprise, What's going on here? Is the war really over? The priestess was just as astonished. Suddenly, someone shouted, Kabandi, how much loot did you hide? The priestess turned and saw Cloud. Cloud and three others were boasting. Even inside the fortress, there was nothing but gold coins, art artifacts, and valuable items. Cloud, obsessed with money, was ecstatic and singing. Moreover, in the armory, there were high-grade weapons and a stockpile of iron ore. The shocked priestess asked, Are they saying that's Kabandi's loot? What? Mark was also stunned and thought to himself. Then, could it be? A guy suddenly appeared and startled them. Faces I've never seen before. He growled and demanded, State your identities and your purpose. The scene changes to inside Kabandi's fortress, to the main hall, where two guards stood watch. They stood at attention and opened the gates to reveal Ghislain, standing by the window looking out. Gillian had brought the priestess and Captain Mark to him. The priestess trembled at the sight before her. Gillian said to Ghislain, My lord, they are guests from the capital. Ghislain stood with his back to them for a few seconds, then turned to look at them. Mark sized him up, thinking that his long life as a mercenary had taught him how to read a person's worth through their posture and the scent of blood not yet dry from war. From his disciplined movements, he concluded, This man is Ghislain Perium. Ghislain studied them expressionlessly and asked, And who are you? The priestess and Mark bowed respectfully. Mark replied, It is an honor to meet you for the first time, Ghislain Perium. My name is Mark, and I was sent by Marquis Brentford. I came on a mission to rescue you by any means necessary. I came on a mission to rescue you by any means necessary. I came on a mission to rescue you by any means necessary. If you were in danger, Ghislain looked at him and smiled. You're late. Mark tried to explain. We rushed on our way as fast as we could. The mission was the priority, but we didn't expect the war to end so quickly. As expected of the rising star of the royalist faction, Ghislain interrupted. So, where do you plan on going now? Mark began to tremble, wanting to leave. Ghislain explained. The war has just ended, and we're short-handed, so you'll have to work a little. Mark protested. But this has nothing to do with our mission, Ghislain replied. I was in danger, and you weren't planning on helping me? Mark had no retort, started sweating, and thought, the war was already over when we arrived. What are we supposed to do? Ghislain placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Later, if your client sends you to ask me about your performance, I won't know what to say. Wouldn't it be better for both sides if we helped each other out? Backed into a corner, Mark had to concede. Yes, I understand. Ghislain took notice and asked, Are you a priestess? She replied, Yes, my name is Piot, and I serve Saint Juana, the goddess of beauty and fertility. I was sent on a special mission because Countess Marie L. is a patron of our sect. Ghislain mumbled, The goddess Juana. I remember, that's a sect that shuns battlefields and impurity. There are almost no priests in the northern region. The most are in Dafao. For that reason, Gillian had to stay in Dafao to take care of his daughter. The holy power of priests is a precious thing. He smiled. This comes at the perfect time. Then Ghislain bowed slightly and said, Priestess, you must have suffered greatly traveling this rough road. She replied, Oh no, there's no need for such formalities. Ghislain ordered Belinda to take the priestess to the site, immediately. Belinda and Wendy took the priestess's hands and led her away. As she protested, I didn't come here to work. Belinda replied, There are many miserable people who need your holy power. This way, if you please, priestess. Gillian approached Ghislain and remarked, A priestess, what an unexpected advantage. Ghislain replied, Indeed. I didn't expect the royalist faction to mobilize the church as well. With this, I can act more freely. Then he ordered, And now, bring that man here. The scene shifts to Sao, who is being beaten by someone. It's Lucas. The mercenaries couldn't believe their eyes, and cried out, Captain Sao has been defeated. Lucas stepped forward and provoked him. You're the master's right-hand man? Doesn't look like it to me. Unable to bear the taunts, and Lucas's arrogant smile, Sao charged again like a cornered beast. He gritted his teeth, casting all reason aside, letting only his indignation guide him. Seeing Cao charge so recklessly, the corners of Lucas's lips curled into a malicious grin. Finally, the stupid fish took the bait. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing to punish that foolish outburst. But just as the two were a breath away from each other, A large shadow suddenly moved between them. Ghislain was like an iron wall, standing tall, stopping them both. The sudden halt seemed to freeze the entire training ground. The knights, who had been cheering excitedly, waiting to see more bloodshed, all fell silent at once. He gasped in frustration, his voice hoarse with both anger and the disappointment of his blocked attack. "Why did you stop me?" But Ghislain remained there, as calm as a mountain, unmoved by the young knight's fury. "That's enough, Lucas." He immediately relaxed, stepping back with a leisurely air, not missing the chance to taunt him. He glanced at him and said with a sarcastic tone, "So it turns out you're the one with the real power around here." The mockery was like lighting a fuse. Helplessness made his anger boil like a caged beast. "Let me go! The match isn't over yet!" But Gillian's patience had reached its limit. In one swift move, he broke his grip and landed a punch straight to his chest. The blow landed like a sledgehammer, sending him flying and tumbling across the dusty ground. A stream of blood shot from his mouth as he tried to sit up. His chest ached as if a boulder was crushing it. Ghislain walked over, looking down at him with ice-cold eyes. "No matter who you're facing, you must maintain your dignity." Ghislain then turned and called, "Lucas, let's go. The Lord is looking for you." Lucas shrugged and followed, a faint smile still on his lips. He watched their retreating figures with eyes burning with despair. He dug his fingers into the ground, clenching them tightly, his face twisted in helplessness. Before disappearing completely, Ghislain glanced back and clearly saw that bitterness. As they entered the quiet corridor, Lucas suddenly burst out laughing. Ghislain glanced at him and asked, "What's so funny?" Lucas was still chuckling. "It's just my first impression of the Lord. I mean, the first time we meet, he has me deal with one of his own men. Typical lords care about land and money. But him? He even manages the knight's hierarchy. How strange." Night fell, and the deserted training ground was filled only with the sound of the wind blowing through the banners and a lone figure. Cao was training, as if haunted by the ghost of today's events. Every swing was filled with the humiliation of Lucas laughing in his face, the helplessness against Ghislain, and the hot blood still choking his throat. Everything replayed in his mind, gnawing at him relentlessly. A slight movement behind him made Cao instinctively turn, swinging his sword directly at the newcomer. A harsh clang rang out. The blade was neatly blocked by Ghislain's jet-black scabbard. He hadn't even drawn his sword. His sharp gaze seemed to see through every thought. "I heard you lost to the new guy, huh?" Cao bit his lip and turned away. "If you came to mock me, then please leave. You're a busy man, after all. You don't have time to bother with someone like me." But Ghislain paid no mind to his attitude, and his face even showed a clear satisfaction. Ghislain reached into his cloak, took out a small object, and threw it towards Cao. His reflexes were still good enough to catch it instantly. It was a leather-bound notebook, the writing inside entirely handwritten. "A mana cultivation method and swordsmanship style I've modified to suit you. Study it carefully." Cao was about to show more attitude, but when he opened the notebook and skimmed through the pages, the moonlight shining on the meticulously written notes left him stunned. The intricate diagrams, the pathways for mana circulation, the profound theories, it was all far beyond anything he had ever learned. Cao's eyes widened, his skepticism vanishing without a trace. A wave of shame immediately washed over him, leaving him flustered. He said quietly, You should have given it to that new captain." "Why me?" Ghislain replied nonchalantly, "If you don't need it, then give it back." No, I'll keep it." Ghislain lowered her hands, sighed softly, and then said bluntly, "The reason you lost is simple. It's only because your fundamentals are too weak. Experience and instinct have their limits." After those words, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. Cao called out after him, his once arrogant pride suddenly shattered. "Captain!" He bowed his head deeply. His voice trembled. "Thank you. Sincerely." Ghislain simply smiled. "Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow." Time passes quickly in the north. 1 month after the war ended, the entire land felt as if it had been reborn. After annexing the Kabandi territory, we underwent a period of expansion and stabilized quickly. They confiscated the assets of Kabandi and its vassals to replenish the depleted treasury. Food was distributed to appease the populace, who had just endured the flames of war. The largest iron mine in the north was seized to boost production and equip the French army. From an impoverished land, it was transforming into a power that no one dared to underestimate. In the meeting room, Ghislain and his close aides sat around a table. The atmosphere was thick with victory. Thanks to everyone, French will no longer be underestimated. Strategist Lau, as usual, slammed his hand on the table. "Of course, we even took Walter. That means 1/3 of the north belongs to us. In terms of population and military strength, we're second to none. If Desmond or Almond want to fight, let them come." He put his feet up, sighed, and immediately glanced at Johanna. Johanna tugged an invisible thread on her finger. "Gok, gok." His throat tightened. He could only gasp for air like a fish out of water. Berinda shook her head in exasperation. This guy never knows when to shut up. But Gilbert ignored the commotion, focusing on a more important matter. It's too soon to celebrate. The danger is still present. When Johanna let go, he coughed violently, clutching his bright red neck. Can't I have even one season of peace? Vanessa then stood up timidly. My lord, our mages. They're exhausted. They say they can't take it anymore. Ghislain Perium blinked. But they're slaves. His ice-cold words made Vanessa choke up, her face turning pale. But Ghislain Perium smiled lightly. Don't worry. We have priests. In the makeshift infirmary, the sound of chanted prayers echoed like a judgment. Bios placed her hand on iPhone, and a sacred light spread in the name of the goddess Joanna. Arise. Don't heal me anymore. iPhone shot up and grabbed her clothes, his face a mess of tears and snot. Please, don't heal me anymore. I don't want to work anymore. But the knights held him down like a goat. Lie still and accept the treatment. Bios panicked. Oh goddess. Using sacred power to restore the exhausted, just so they can continue to labor. Can this be right? When will the Lord let me go home? Suddenly, Ghislain Perium's voice sounded from behind her, making her jump. Priestess. Ghislain Perium observed for a moment before speaking. Your sacred power has increased. Bios's eyes widened as she looked at her hands. Really? Ghislain Perium mused. Unlike mana, sacred power cannot be trained. Only those who are blessed can possess it. And Bios was clearly no ordinary priestess. You don't find it unpleasant here, do you? But Bios stammered. Not exactly. It's just, when will I be able to return to the church? Ghislain gave a gentle smile that stunned her. You can go back now. She almost wanted to kneel in gratitude. My domain, Fenris, has received immense help from you, so I wish to offer a small token in return. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Cadena, news of Fenris's victory spread everywhere. The street-side taverns were rife with rumors. Some said Ghislain flew in and destroyed the castle gate. Others said he split the gate in two with his sword aura. Some scoffed, while others believed wholeheartedly. But the name Fenris was appearing everywhere. The day Ghislain arrived at the Brentford estate, Lady Rosaline greeted him in the middle of the luxurious grand hall. Upon seeing her, Ghislain's face, usually as cold as ice, suddenly softened. My lady, have you been well? Rosaline blushed and replied, as long as you've returned safely, that's all that matters. Ghislain bowed his head in thanks. The people you sent were a great help to us. Rosaline smiled in return. I'm very happy to hear you say that. She then turned to Piot. Priest, you may return to the church starting today. Piot cried with joy. Thank you, my lady Marquess. My first dispatch is over. The Fenris domain is truly a good place to live. But mentally, it was truly exhausting. From behind, someone stepped forward and announced, Baron, Marquess Brentford is waiting for you. He turned to Rosaline, standing closer than necessary. May I see you alone later? Rosaline blinked, her face flushing red to her ears. Of course. In the royal faction's meeting room, the atmosphere was completely different, tense and heavy. Marquess Brentford sat at the head of the table and said coldly, You're late. Ghislain bowed just enough. I was delayed because stabilizing the domain took longer than calculated. The Marquess frowned in annoyance. To dare to be late in a situation like this. A magistrate chuckled and gently reminded him, Maintain your composure. The Marquess signaled for silence, then looked at Ghislain with eyes as sharp as daggers. I have told you before, every action you take reflects on my honor. If you had failed against Kabandi, the royal faction and I would have been humiliated. The ducal house would have seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand. He leaned toward Ghislain. Do not think I will tolerate your unauthorized actions just because I am your patron, he ordered. Give me a full report on that battle. Try and convince me. The meeting room fell deathly silent, as if time had stopped. Ghislain said calmly, I never fight a battle I cannot win. I saw an opportunity, and I acted. He paused, his gaze unwavering. I did not come here to recount the past. I came to discuss the next step for the future. Marquess Brantford was slightly taken aback by his directness. Ghislain sat down, his voice low and steady, as if he had prepared his whole life for this moment. I ask you, my lord, to appoint me as the commander of the Northern Army. The moment Ghislain finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy and suffocating. Count Ansbury and a high-ranking official standing nearby felt their throats tighten. Their eyes were wide with shock. Even the Supreme Commander, a man seasoned in discipline and experience, couldn't control his surprise and emotion. His composure cracked, his mouth agape. What? Because of Ghislain's sudden and near-impossible request, the Marquess's gaze hardened, turning into shards of cold ice. He stared intently at the young man before him, searching for any trace of a jest, but found none. Then, their intense gazes met, locking in a silent battle of wills. Breaking the silence, the Marquess rose from his lavish chair and called his name Ghislain Perium Walter. He paced slowly, his hands clasped behind his back, and said, Ever since you arrived, the royal faction has changed. The Marquess could also feel a new wind blowing within the royal faction, a wind of disruption, of a power shift. With unwavering pride, Ghislain Perium said to the Marquess, I will become the wind at your back. The Marquess continued, his voice lowering. Commander of the Northern Army is a meaningless title in peacetime, a sword in its sheath, but it is a position of immense power in times of war. Gravely, Marquess Brentford stopped pacing and asked Ghislain Perium, "Are you asking me to place such great power in the hands of someone as unpredictable as you?" With a confident tone and not a moment's hesitation, Ghislain Perium replied, "Yes. The Lutanian army is organized into 4 corps, and regional commanders are pre-selected to strategize for various situations. As Marquis Brentford said, the position is merely symbolic in times of peace, but in war, it becomes a completely different matter, for it grants the authority to summon all the lords in the region." Ghislain Perium then gave a slight, respectful bow. "I know that the seat of the commander of the Northern Army is still vacant. If someone has to fill it anyway, then please, let it be me." After hearing Ghislain Perium's declaration, the Marquis thought for a moment. The room fell into silence. The Marquis studied the young man, calculating the risks and rewards. Then he sat down, leaning back in his chair. "Why is that seat vacant? If it were simply about filling a position, anyone could take it. It is not a seat that can be given just because someone asks for it." Ghislain Perium was prepared for this. He asked a question, cutting to the heart of the current political crisis. "The ducal family has gained influence over the southern and western commanders, have they not?" This took the Marquis by surprise. His eyebrow twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Ghislain Perium to be so aware of the board. As Ghislain Perium continued to press his advantage, the East and the North still remain within the royal faction's sphere of influence. But Count Desmond, who cannot be trusted, is aiming for that position. As the Marquis knows, once the balance collapses, it is much harder to restore it. The royal faction has the advantage now. This is the time to consolidate power by any means necessary. Power strong enough to suppress even a civil war started by the ducal family. Hearing the words civil war from Ghislain Perium's lips, the atmosphere in the room shattered. The nobles present at the meeting grew anxious and shocked. The mention of civil war agitated all of them. It was the nightmare they had all silently feared but refused to speak of. It was as if they all knew where the kingdom was headed. Because of the ducal family's ambition, now, thanks to Ghislain's mention of it, it had become more real. Though the nobles present were shocked and trembling, the Marquis remained calm, with a subtle smile lingering on his lips. The Marquis asked Ghislain, "How dare you jest with me?" The Marquis then leaned back. His decision was made. He stated that he would soon present the proposal for Ghislain's promotion to the royal court. Ghislain felt a surge of joy and relief upon hearing the Marquis. However, politics were never simple. The Marquis continued to explain, "To become a commander, you must be a count. That is the law of the kingdom. And to grant you a title of greater rank and authority would be to shame your father. So, the promotion of Count Bodium will also be carried out." The Marquis immediately pulled out a piece of paper and wrote an order. The sound of the quill scratching filled the silent room. "But there is one condition." Hearing of a condition surprised the entire room. "A condition?" Marquis Brentford said, "A request for support has arrived from the Shadow Mountains of the Turian Kingdom." He looked at Ghislain with anticipation. "You will go there." Hearing about the Turian Kingdom, a flood of memories returned to Ghislain. His mind drifted to a time of war. The Turian Kingdom, the land of knights, a nation whose territory was mostly the Shadow Mountains, an unimaginably harsh place with powerful monsters constantly pouring down from the peaks. Because of that constant threat, its people valued strength and combat skill above all else. All of their culture was forged in battle, and their knights were among the strongest. On 6 continents, Ghislain Perium had hunted and trained there in the past. He knew the brutality of the place. If the problem required outside hunters to deal with monsters, then something serious had happened, something catastrophic. The Marquis interrupted Ghislain Perium's thoughts and said, "It seems they're having difficulty preparing for this year's monster wave. For someone like you, who flew over castle walls and split a fortress gate with sword aura, this should be nothing." Ghislain Perium was taken aback, realizing, the Marquis knows every detail of my recent exploits. The Marquis's information network was terrifying. Ghislain Perium then regained his composure and said, "I understand, but Ben is a seasoned strategist. While we are away, I would like the Marquis to deploy troops near the Fanris domain as a precaution. Although the ducal family may seem weakened, we don't know what they are capable of." Ghislain Perium then left the room with Berinda and the priestess. As Ghislain Perium left, he walked down the grand corridors of the palace. He looked at the city stretching out below, a place that had been peaceful until now. Ghislain Perium thought of his past life, remembering the tragedy that had befallen this land. But in that past timeline, Duke Delphim had the commanders under his thumb. He manipulated the pieces in the shadows. He then started a civil war and ultimately usurped the throne, plunging the kingdom into a sea of blood. The northern commander at that time was Harrow, a man who paved the way for the Duke's victory. With a new determination burning in his chest, he decided that this time he would strike first. He decided he would seize the north, plunging the kingdom into a sea of blood. The northern commander at that time was Harrow, a man who paved the way for the Duke's victory. With new determination burning in his chest, He decided that this time, he would strike first. He decided he would seize the north, in the same way the Delphim family did in his past life, but he would use it to save the kingdom, not destroy it. A sudden scene change, leaving the opulent halls of the capital for a desolate, windswept wasteland. In the middle of this field, a helmet was placed on a sword stuck in the ground. It was a makeshift grave, a monument to failure. An unnamed knight, an old man with weathered skin and tired eyes, touched the blood-stained helmet with emotion. His fingers trembled as he traced the dents and dried blood. As the wind blew, messing up his gray hair, a wave of sorrow washed over him completely. It was a pain so deep it felt like death itself. Count Desmond approached the unnamed knight from behind. His heavy footsteps crunched on the dry ground. He stopped a few steps away and asked, "How is it going?" The unnamed knight slowly looked back and saw it was Count Desmond. There was no surprise in his eyes, only emptiness. But the old man then looked toward the horizon, where the sun was trying to break through the clouds, and said in a heavy voice, "Victor." He had such a promising future. "This world is cruel." The old man didn't wait for a reply and continued, "The one who killed Victor was Ghislain Perium. "Yes," Count Desmond replied. "Ghislain Perium is now Baron Bodium." The unnamed knight remained silent for a then he began to walk away, turning his back on the sword and helmet. There's no reason to mourn in this world. Those who run are always overtaken by those who learn to fly. It was a bitter philosophy, an admission of defeat. Thank you for the information, Count. But Count Desmond didn't stop. We were the ones who put pressure on the Podians, and as a result, we paid the price. Hearing this made the old man stop. His shoulders trembled. Desmond continued, stepping closer. "Victor is dead." Only after it was all over did the Viscount ask for reinstatement, to make Ghislain the greatest swordsman in the north. Behind Ghislain is the royal faction, and now they're even using the army to watch us. The position of a neutral noble, with is now just an empty shell. The old man turned back and asked the Count, "Do you doubt the power of the ducal family?" With a firm tone and a look full of resolve, Count Desmond clearly declared, "From now on, I will no longer follow anyone's orders. I will start the war myself and destroy them all, Podion and Fenrir. And finally, I will have a showdown, op with the ducal family." He was ready to burn the world down to get what he wanted. The old man remained silent after hearing the Count. Then he said, "If that happens, the royal faction will not sit idly by. You will be the one to ignite the civil war. You will have to face them. But without the Duke's power, hurtin' before me, you don't need to suffer, to hide your feelings. Do you really think giving up like that is enough?" This question shattered all the emotional barriers he had built up. The old man's tough warrior facade crumbled. The old man spoke, his voice trembling with rage. "I can never forget that night." Memories flooded back to a time when Victor was still just a child, an undefeated child. He had never suffered a single defeat, and yet, this time, he returned with his helmet split in two. Tears streamed down the old man's face, hot and angry. That precious child. My only disciple. I should have forged him to be stronger. He blamed himself. How could that ever have been enough? The old man then completely lost his composure. The nameless knight knelt before Count Harold Desmond. He bowed his head and said, "Ghislain Walter, please, allow me to take that beast's head with my own hands." In a voice thick with rage, Count Desmond said, "That moment will come soon enough." Harold Desmond looked down at Victor's master and spoke to him. "When that time comes, tear everything apart with your order. Ghislain Walter will die then." Before Ghislain departed for the Turian kingdom, the atmosphere hanging over this place was heavy. Rosaline stood before him. Her delicate eyebrows were knitted into a deep line. With unconcealed worry in her eyes, she asked softly, "Are you really going to the Turian kingdom?" Ghislain calmly adjusted the strap of his iron gauntlet. His expression was serene. "Yes, it's an order from the Marquis. I am bound to obey." Rosaline's anxiety only grew upon hearing his confirmation. She stepped closer, her voice trembling slightly. "To go to such a dangerous place. The last war hasn't even been over that long." But before she could finish, Ghislain interrupted. "It seems they still don't fully trust what I've achieved. Perhaps they want me to prove myself with this mission." With a warm gaze that melted the icy tension of his departure, Ghislain looked deep into her eyes and told her, "Don't worry. I've hunted monsters to the point of being sick of it." Rosaline fell silent, feeling embarrassed as she realized she couldn't hide her anxiety. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Trying to regain her composure, she then cleared her throat and changed the subject to something more practical. "Anyway, the negotiations with the Church of Joanna that you requested went well. You can keep the nun, P.S., by your side for a while without any worries." Ghislain straightened up, correcting his posture, and spoke with surprise. "Even with you as her patron, bringing a nun from such a strict church along can't have been easy. I know the Church of Joanna is famous for its stubbornness and rigid rules." With a hint of gentle triumph, a mischievous spark returned to Rosaline's eyes. "No, it was nothing special. The leader of the Church of Joanna may be a priest, but he has a serious weakness for money. A look of understanding passed between them. Ghislain then bowed his head slightly, a gesture of elegant respect. My lady, I am once again in your debt. Rosaline blushed at his gesture. The mix of formality and sincere gratitude flustered her. She was about to say something, her lips parting but no words came out. But then, Ghislain extended his hand. It was an invitation, a classic knightly custom. Rosaline placed her hand in his. In a truly romantic scene, under the morning light, Ghislain placed a kiss upon Rosaline's hand. He lingered there for a second before looking up, meeting her gaze directly. My lady, I will always pray for your happiness. Time passed, the scenery changing rapidly. They were now far from the comforts of home. At the foot of the Turian kingdom's shadowy mountains, the air was thin and bone-chillingly cold. Ghislain and his companions pressed forward. The terrain was rugged, the sky a grim shade of gray. Suddenly, Berinda pointed ahead. Her sharp voice cut through the wind. Here they come! A terrifying horde of monsters charged down at them, screeching and clawing. The air exploded into chaos. Ghislain's group began to slaughter the monsters. Quite easily. It was a massacre, not a battle. Ghislain cut through the monsters as if they were made of tofu. His blade moved so fast it was a blur. It met no resistance at all. As it sliced through beastly bone and hide, his horse seemed even more excited than its rider. It reared up and tore at them with its teeth, charging into the fray with a frenzy. Lucas eliminated monsters with his lightning-fast spear. His weapon shot out like a cobra, piercing hearts and throats with deadly precision. Cao, with the new martial arts gifted to him by the Lord, was also ecstatic. He moved with a newfound power, his body flowing through the forms he had painstakingly. The exhilaration of battle consumed him. Cao began to laugh loudly, a manic sound that echoed off the cliff walls. He roared a challenge, sent at the monsters, drunk on his own power. Suddenly, Berinda, clearly annoyed by the noise, threw out a chained hook. It flew with absolute precision and lodged itself right in Cao's mouth. She yanked the chain hard, pulling him backward onto his horse. Cao fell onto his saddle with a thud. Clutching his aching cheek, he asked angrily, Hey, why'd you hook my mouth? Berinda, meanwhile, casually retracted her chain. She looked at him with soulless eyes. Next time, you want me to hook it somewhere else? Cao was speechless. He looked at her cold expression and realized he shouldn't argue. Women, especially times this, times one. He rubbed his cheek, muttering to himself. Have we been running into monsters this whole way? Is this some kind of wasteland filled with powerful beasts? Just then, Lucas seized the opportunity for a sarcastic jab. You knew that and still tagged along. I can't tell if you're brave or just plain stupid. Cao's face turned red, and he tried to ignore Lucas's taunt. Say whatever you want. In a stern tone, Ghislain told them, Stop it. Get ready. We're almost there. Ghislain's mind drifted back a few days ago, during the preparation phase in the Paris territory. The room then was warm, a stark contrast to their current frigid journey. Ghislain stood before his vassals and outlined the plan. He explained the reason. He had to go to the Turian kingdom personally, and reassured them, I won't be gone for long. Hearing Ghislain was about to leave, Cloud was overjoyed internally. Their minds were screaming at the thought of it. They thought it was finally time to slack off, without the Lord's terrifying gaze upon them. On the outside, however, they maintained an air of composure, hiding their glee with a bit of feigned concern. Cloud could barely hold back his laughter. His shoulders trembled slightly. He had to press a hand to his face to hide his excitement and began to put on a show. If the Lord isn't here, what are we supposed to do? Ivan played along. Well, if that's the case, we have no choice but to take a break. Endure. Ghislain ignored their act. He turned to the most reliable person in the room. Giselle, manage the domain in my absence. He pointed a sharp finger at Cloud and Ivan. Make sure these two don't get lazy. The joy instantly evaporated from their faces. Giselle nodded miserably. I understand, my lord, Ghislain continued, his expression darkening. I have stationed troops near the territory, from the kingdom's forces. But the truth is, we don't know how Desmond will act. Since we've cornered them, they might launch an all-out attack. In a commanding voice, Ghislain said, If Desmond attacks, do not fight. Retreat immediately. It was a shocking order for a warrior, but Ghislain understood his master's intent. Preserving lives is more important than honor. He bowed deeply to accept the order. Then Ghislain stood up. The meeting was over. He told Berinda and Lucas, Let's go. As they were preparing to leave, Cao ran up to stop them in desperation. He begged to go with them. Hearing Cao's words, Lucas was stunned. Why would anyone volunteer for this kind of suffering? Lucas asked, Why is that punk refusing? The easy life this time? Lucas was back to his sarcastic habits. It's a hard place to survive with only mediocre skills. The Lord was being considerate of you. Just stay safe in the territory. Cao immediately threw a punch at Lucas in anger, but Ghislain caught the fist in time, easily. Despite his punch being blocked, Cao glared past Ghislain toward Lucas. Our last match isn't over, and this time, the result will be different. Lucas raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh, really? Ghislain looked into Cao's eyes, which were burning with determination. He was then asked for his assessment. Ghislain answered with certainty. I alone am more than enough. With a faint smile, he acknowledged his subordinate's growth. Ghislain said, Good. Cao, you're coming with me. Back in the present, the memory fades as reality hits. Ghislain's group has arrived at their destination. A massive structure of stone and iron emerges a fortress. Iron Cliff, part of the Shadow Mountain range. The atmosphere inside was suffocating, thick with the stench of sweat, rust, and old blood. As they stepped inside, the other hunters glanced over, sizing up the newcomers with gazes like predators, judging their gear and confidence. Berinda scanned the grim faces and the colossal architecture. She scoffed. Lucas looked around with a hint of nostalgia. This place hasn't changed at all. Cao sensed the hostility, noticing one guy staring like he wanted to eat them alive. Why the hell are they all staring like that? Ghislain quickly stopped Cao. Don't be the one to start trouble. Berinda asked, Are we unloading and going straight to hunt monsters? Ghislain shook his head. No. To hunt here, you have to register as a hunter at the guild over there first. Berinda frowned. Weren't we sent here on a royal relief request? We should have some kind of special privileges. Why do we have to deal with this bureaucratic crap? With a smile, Ghislain said, Don't get your hopes up. Those are the rules here. They walked into the guild hall. The inside was dim and full of the low muttering of ruffians. Ghislain addressed the sleepy receptionist. I am Baron Fanris from the Kingdom of Lutania. We are here in response to an aid request from the Turian royal family. The receptionist was completely unfazed. He slowly opened his unimpressed eyes. Here to register as hunters? Noble titles mean nothing here. Inside this fortress, everyone's the same. Berinda flared up. What did you just say? The receptionist completely ignored her and began writing in a ledger. The scratching of the quill was the only sound he made. Don't try to pull rank here, or you'll just make enemies for no reason. The knights of the Turian kingdom only manage this fortress enough to keep it running. As for trouble between hunters, you handle that yourselves. He looked up, adding, just as long as you don't kill each other. After all, you came here to hunt monsters, right? Cao scoffed. How ridiculous. You mean you're so lazy you're telling us to just deal with it ourselves? The receptionist answered bluntly, Yes. Then he threw 4 badges onto the wooden table, where they clattered. With these, you can hunt anywhere in the Shadow Mountain range. Make sure you keep them on you at all times. He looked at them with an almost mocking gaze. Have fun, you hunters from afar. Ghislain picked up the badges, his expression unchanging. Let's go. As Berinda kicked a stone in frustration. Seriously, they beg for help, and this is how they treat us. If we were in Lutania, but before she could finish, a voice called out from behind. Well, hello there, new friends. 3 hunters were blocking their path. They were crude, scarred, and reeked of arrogance. The one in the middle stepped forward, his tone falsely polite. Welcome to Iron Cliff. You far-off nobles just finished registering? Ghislain responded indifferently. Who knows? He turned to walk away. No time for empty words. Cao glared at them. Piss off. We're busy. The man quickly blocked them again, flicking his cloak aside to reveal a special insignia. The King of Iron Cliff. Under his patronage, I'm a member of the Hunters' Rights Protection Council. Cao sighed. Seems like no matter where you go, there's always some idiot playing king. He looked the man up and down. So, what if we're new? The man pointed back at the guild hall. The kingdom's knights don't get involved, so we hunters have to work together to keep the peace. That's why we help newcomers get settled in. He lowered his voice to a whisper. Just pay a small association fee, and you can focus on your hunting without being bothered by anyone. Lucas looked to his lord, awaiting an order. Berinda narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to shake us down? Ghislain stood still for a moment, then turned to Cao. Listen up. When you come to a new place, there's one thing you always have to do first. Especially in a lawless shithole like this. The hunter who was shaking them down smirked, thinking Ghislain was about to yield. Seems you're a sharp one. You know how to read the situation. He nodded approvingly. Whether you like it or not, we'll be seeing plenty of each other around here. It's best we avoid any friction. He held out his hand, waiting for the money. In a blur of motion too fast to follow, Ghislain slammed his fist right into the hunter's face. There was a horrifyingly sharp crack. The force of the punch sent the man flying backward, collapsing in a heap of dust, out cold before he even hit the ground. The other 2 goons were frozen in shock. Ghislain casually shook his hand as he looked at Cao. And that's the end of the lesson. Fists come before words. Here, the strong are the law. The 2 remaining hunters, whose triumphant expressions had vanished, immediately drew their weapons. Ha, you absolute moron. I gave you a chance to get on Lord Doncat's good side, and instead you dug your own grave. But Ghislain's response was instant. He instantly whipped out 2 daggers from hidden sheaths strapped to his thighs. The blades sliced through the air, aimed directly at his enemy's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. Barinda and Cao attacked in unison before the enemies could even touch Ghislain. The brawl was chaotic and wild. Tables were flipped over. The sound of shattering wood filled the room. Watching the furniture get completely destroyed, the Turian knight at the reception desk could no longer stay quiet. He stood up, his armor clanking as he spoke. "That's enough. Are you going to pay for all this damage?" Barinda looked at the knight with contempt. "Oh, I thought you weren't supposed to get involved." Meanwhile, Cao was starting to understand the team's dynamic. A fierce smile spread across his lips as he glanced at the wreckage, then back at Ghislain. "Now I understand what you meant, Captain. You meant we should stop messing around with petty tricks and just prove our worth here with pure strength, right?" Upon hearing Cao's words, a faint smile touched Ghislain's lips. As the dust began to settle, Lucas looked at Ghislain searchingly. "You seem quite familiar with this place, my lord. Have you been here before?" Ghislain answered in a low, brief tone. "Yeah, something like that." His answer stunned Barinda. She had known the young master since he was a little boy, had watched him grow up with her own eyes. In all those years, she had never once seen Ghislain leave the Walter domain. After Lucas's question, Ghislain's mind wandered back to the memories of his past life. He remembered that the most unique of the 7 strongest people, one of the 6 greats, had once lived in this very kingdom of Turia. A legendary figure. It was a landmark moment in his past life's experience. So, naturally, he understood this place better than anyone else in the room. The tension returned as the hunter Ghislain had punched began to stir. He staggered to his feet, every movement shaky and pained. His face was unrecognizable, its former arrogance now a swollen, bloody mess. "You bastards, do you still not get what you've done? By laying a hand on me, you've made an enemy of His Majesty, Don Cat, the king of this place." Before the hunter could even finish his threat, he casually landed another punch right on his face. He sneered. "What the hell are you rambling about, Captain? What's our next move? Don't waste any more time on this garbage. In any case, once they figure out who's really in charge, they'll come crawling to us." Ghislain turned to address the other hunters in the room. "Pass this message on to your so-called king. If he's got a problem, tell him to come and find me himself." The scene shifts away from the bustling streets of Turia, moving toward the harsh, windswept northern border of the Lutania kingdom. The air was thick with smoke from burning thatched roofs and the screams of the dying. Bahram, chief of the Sari tribe, gave an order. "Let the harvest of enemy heads begin. My warriors, savor this glorious moment." They swept through the village like a plague, burning homes and slaughtering civilians, burning homes and slaughtering civilians, burning homes and slaughtering civilians. There was no hope of defense. Later, at the Soli Bahram tribe's camp, the air was thick with monstrous celebration. The brutes were lost in their feasting and drinking. The strong smell of fermented grain alcohol hung in the air, mixed with the stench of sweat and steel. They laughed loudly, sharing stories of their conquests. One of them asked another, "Did you see that guy over there?" He got on his knees and begged for his life, all because he lost an arm. The story was met with roaring laughter. Another barbarian said, "That's because your skills are still lacking. If you idiots just made a clean cut, you wouldn't have to witness such a pathetic sight. Let's see if you can still spew those words when your head hits the ground." Meanwhile, the chief of the Soli Bahram tribe was drinking in silence amidst the crowd. He was a massive man, built of muscle and scars, a veteran of thousands of battles, big and small. Another barbarian approached, holding a letter and asking him to look at it. Hearing the word letter, Kutsu was a little surprised. News rarely reached them in such a formal way. He took the letter, his eyes scanning the characters. Suddenly, Kutsu ground his teeth in anger. The paper felt foreign in his hands, and the ink lines looked like nothing more than chicken scratches. He couldn't understand a single word, and his frustration exploded. He threw his cup of alcohol straight into the face of the barbarian who had brought the letter. He roared, "If there's writing on the paper, you should have brought the village elder here too. Are you an idiot?" The messenger was terrified, his eyes wide with horror as he immediately apologized to Kutsu. He stammered that he would bring the village elder right away and scrambled back into the camp. After a while, the village elder arrived. He took the letter with trembling hands and began to read the contents aloud. The message was short, but carried immense weight. "The north is empty, I declare, that your warriors are permitted to take Walter." Those words hung in the air, cold and heavy. Upon hearing about taking Walter, all the barbarians present were stunned. Walter was a land of wealth and history, a place they had looked upon with desire for generations. One barbarian couldn't contain his excitement. He yelled, "Finally, the chance has come to plunder the rich lands that the Wolf of the North has always cherished." Another one began to laugh loudly. "The time has finally come. We will take the settlement that our warriors have craved for so long." Amidst the rising whispers and calls for war, Kutsu remained silent. He sat there like a statue, deep in thought. "Telling me to take Walter, huh?" Then suddenly, Kutsu burst out laughing. The sound was resounding and wild. "Ha ha ha! Those treacherous bastards from the Lutania kingdom. What kind of scheme are they cooking up this time? To personally send a decree to me. I'm happy as long as I get a fight. Besides, we've always intended to invade Walter anyway, so there's no reason to refuse this offer." In a fit of excitement and laughter, Kutsu stood up and ordered his subordinate, "Send word to the other chieftains. Tell them to gather their warriors. The time to take the land of Walter has come." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the high mountain peaks. In the Shadow Mountains, Cao was utterly stunned when Ghislain told him he had to hunt at least 100,000 monsters if he wanted to get stronger. "Don't you have to hunt at least that many to get stronger? What's the point of us dying just to kill a bunch of dumb monsters? There are plenty of people stronger than monsters all over this place." Suddenly, Belinda motioned for Ghislain to look ahead. "Young master, up ahead." In the distance, a few monsters were tearing apart another monster in the snow. The bright red blood contrasted sharply with the white landscape. Just then, the monsters noticed Ghislain's group. They turned their necks backward like owls, staring at the group. Guttural growls rumbled from their throats as they charged straight towards them. Ghislain looked at the approaching monsters and told the group, "They are the apex predators of the Shadow Mountains, the Olbers." Arrogance took hold of Cao. All he saw were beasts, not a threat. "Whenever you make a fuss, these monsters show up. I'll handle them. It doesn't matter if there are 10,000 or 100,000 of them." But before he could finish his sentence, Ghislain punched him off his horse. In that very moment, before he could even hit the ground, an Olber crushed his horse. The massive monster had closed the distance with horrifying speed. Ghislain spoke calmly. "Never take your eyes off these Olbers. They make no sound when they move." Cao quickly got to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. "You should have told me about them sooner." Cao approached the first Olber and swung his sword. He realized he had only cut through empty air. The owlbear easily dodged Cao's attack with an agility that defied its massive size. It countered immediately, kicking Cao with its huge legs. Cao was forced onto the defensive, struggling to block its powerful kicks. Just then, the other owlbears attacked him from behind. One clamped its jaws on his arm and twisted its neck, flinging him backward into a snowdrift. Before he could recover, the beast lunged on top of him with its massive feet and razor-sharp claws. While pinned to the ground with the owlbear on top of him, he just barely managed to block its claws with his sword. The metal groaned under the immense pressure of these monsters. "Captain, are you just going to stand there and watch?" With a playful tone, Ghislain replied, "You said you'd handle it yourself. See it through to the end." Lucas didn't miss the chance to join in the teasing. "I told you so. It's hard to survive in a place like this with that clumsy bit of skill." Cao glared at Lucas, gritting his teeth in anger. "What did you say?" Lucas sighed. "If you're having trouble with just a few bird brains, then I don't know what to tell you." Lucas's continuous taunts only fueled Cao's anger. The two owlbears continued to attack him with relentless aggression. Unable to find an opening to counterattack, Cao could only defend. His strength began to wane. Seeing this, Belinda grew worried. She looked at her young master and asked, "He's not going to die, is he?" Ghislain reassured her with a calm voice. "He's not the type to die from something like this. Olbers are very smart. He's not the type to die from something like this. Olbers are very smart. If someone charges at them without thinking, they'll fall right into their trap. It's not by chance that Olbers became the apex predators of the Shadow Mountains. Because of that, they would never, ever think that they themselves could become the prey." Ghislain observed Cao closely. "Just like when you managed to hit Victor. I taught you how to become stronger, and you've done it before. The problem is, you never use your full potential unless your life is on the line. You need the mindset of a predator, not prey. Don't charge in blindly. Wait for the moment when a fatal blow is certain to land, and make that instinct your own." In a sudden, explosive movement, Cao severed one of the Olber's legs. As the beast staggered, he followed up with a series of slashes, severing its neck and finishing it instantly. Witnessing this, Belinda, Lucas, and even the remaining Olber were stunned. The other Olber saw its companion fall. It immediately lunged at Cao. He dodged its claws almost effortlessly, and with a single downward slash, he finished off the second beast as well, exhausted but victorious. Cao's voice was arrogant. "You worthless scum dare to face me?" Seeing Cao push past his limits and apply his lessons, a satisfied smile appeared on Ghislain's lips. The fame of the group's exploits began to spread far and wide. At the nearby fortress, the local hunters were restless, worrying and murmuring amongst themselves. They were professional hunters who made their living in the mountains, but they had never seen anything like this. They ask each other, "Did you see them?" Just 4 people massacred that many monsters, to the point where this area is almost completely wiped clean, and not a single one of them died. At this rate, there won't even be any monster parts left for us to sell. I heard they even dared to mess with Don Cat's men. They're done for this time. Oh, really? Then they'll all be dead within 10 days, because he himself will make a move. Not long after, Don Cat arrived at the hunting grounds with his subordinates. He looked out at the landscape before him, but instead of the usual sight of beasts roaming around, all he saw were monster corpses scattered across the snow. Not a single living monster was left in the vicinity. Don Cat took a deep breath, the cold air filling his chest. I was going to let them off for that little scuffle with my men, but now they dare to poach from my plate? As he held his giant weapon, the metal glinted faintly in the light. Don Cat spoke in a chillingly cold voice. Get ready, hunters. It's time to hunt. After the battle, Ghislain's group stood in the middle of the battlefield, littered with monster corpses piled up like small hills. Gao casually observed and remarked, well, we caught quite a haul, didn't we? He turned to remind the cleanup crew, hey, old-timers, hurry up and clean this mess so we can get going before more monsters show up. If you dare lose even a single piece of material, I won't let it slide. The men hurriedly replied in fear. Ah, yes, of course, sir. Haha. Ah, yes, of course, sir. Haha. Seeing this, Lucas spoke up. Stop pressuring them all the time. Watch out, you don't get stabbed in the back. Gao just snorted in reply. If they've got the guts, let them try. He continued with a contemptuous tone. Is there any need to be so polite to a bunch of losers who just throw around some guy's name, Don Ka or whatever, to act tough? No one's dared to mess with us these past few days anyway. Even if that what's-his-name wanted to show his face, he'd feel the pressure. Ghislain silently surveyed the scene, his eyes glinting with a contemplative look. Gao turned to ask his lord, what are you going to do with this mountain of stuff? The amount of monster materials piled up in the warehouse is already huge, and now we have all this. Ghislain made his decision. We'll have to split it up and send some back to the territory, to Ghislain Perium, and to Kabandi's side. These are materials you can't find in Lutania, so the wolf tribe will be thrilled to see them, he continued. I've already sent a letter telling Cloud to form a transport team, so it should be soon. He had barely finished speaking when Belinda rushed over, out of breath. Ghislain took the letter and quickly read through it. His expression immediately turned serious. A letter from my father says Perium is under attack? At the fortress, a rain of arrows poured down relentlessly, mixed with the ferocious war cries of the enemy. Castillo commanded loudly, Fire! Do not let the filthy heels of those Manji trample our land. On the opposing side, Chieftain Cut Shu, leading on horseback, roared, Warriors, scale the walls. The land we have always coveted is right before our eyes. Drag those wolves down from there. The barbarians swarmed, frantically setting up ladders. The general gnashed his teeth and swore, Damn it. What the hell is with these insane numbers? Are they really trying to raze Perium to the ground? These damn barbarians. They attack us regularly, but an assault of this scale is unprecedented. Randall advised his lord with concern. This attack of theirs, it's truly not normal. Perhaps you should request aid from the young master? Send a letter asking him for reinforcements. Castillo immediately cut him off, his voice firm. Absolutely not. This is not Lord Ghislain Perium's battle. It is a matter for the Lord of Perium, the Wolf of the North. We must handle this ourselves, he emphasized. No reinforcements are needed. Back with Ghislain's group. They stood in the middle of the snowy field, discussing the matter urgently. Ghislain analyzed in a low voice. According to the war dispatch, 6 barbarian tribes have formed an alliance and are attacking the northern fortress of Perium. Barbarian attacks on Perium are a dime a dozen, but them forming an alliance, that never happened, not even in my past life. He frowned, thinking, moreover, Father is asking me to dispatch half of Ghislain Perium's military strength to Perium. What? Ghislain continued to reason. Father isn't the type to send a war dispatch over trivial matters like this, although, if 6 barbarian tribes truly have allied, it wouldn't be entirely unreasonable. But, his eyes sharpened. Something's not right, Belinda asked worriedly. Young master, what will you do? Gao just grumbled, Tch, and I was just starting to relax a little. Ghislain gave a decisive order. For now, we retreat for the day. The truth behind this dispatch is still unclear. Let's return to the inn and figure it out. Suddenly, he sensed danger. Scatter. The group immediately leaped into the air, dodging a volley of arrows and ranged attacks. A group of assassins wielding hammers and axes appeared unexpectedly. They quickly surrounded them. Ghislain drew his sword, blocking a heavy hammer blow. The battle erupted violently against the white snow. He ducked to avoid a treacherous strike from behind. Belinda, Gao, and Lucas counterattacked in unison, swiftly taking down the surrounding enemies. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared, gripping a massive stone pillar. Don Ka materialized, slamming the pillar into the ground, creating a tremendous shockwave. Snow and debris exploded, obscuring their vision. Gao exclaimed in shock. An avalanche? Belinda called out in alarm. Young master! Ghislain stood firm, his sword radiating a cold aura. Everyone, get behind me! The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion. As the snow dust settled, Don Ka's colossal figure was revealed, his eyes filled with contempt. It seems you came here very well prepared, didn't you? Gao yelled. Who the hell are you bastards? Don K replied coldly. That was a good opportunity just now. For you to die peacefully. A shame you missed it. I suppose I don't need to explain why I came here myself, do I? Ghislain's reply was calm but sharp. That's right. Because I sent a message with that lackey of yours. Told you to come find me yourself. I didn't think you'd actually come when called. Just like a dog, Donka sneered. Ah, so you're the idiot playing king and acting like a general around here? Gao chimed in. But I heard the rule here is to limit killing. You're hailed as the king. So you think you're above the law? He replied with false sincerity. Of course, the rules are very important. Besides, I never said I was going to kill you. His smile turned sinister. However, we are in the Shadow Mountain Arena. This is a place where it's not strange for 1 or 2 people to die every day. You all know that well enough, Gao muttered. What a pretentious bastard, Donka asked. Who's the leader here? Gao was about to speak when Ghislain lightly tapped his shoulder. This guy. He's also the one who'll become the king of Iron Cliff in the future, Donka snorted. And not you? Ghislain replied nonchalantly. Unfortunately, something urgent has come up for me. Gao understood and smiled faintly. He brandished his weapon. Go take care of your business, my lord. I'll take good care of that bastard lord myself. Ghislain called out. Let's go. Lucas, Belinda. Before leaving, he added, Don't you die on me. The assassins roared and charged forward to stop them. How dare those bastards? Who gave you permission to retreat? Gao tightened his grip on his weapon. With a single clean slash, 2 assassins fell into a pool of their own blood. Don't look away. Your opponent is me, you bastards. Donka gave a faint smile. Quite confident, aren't we? Fine, let's humor him. The assassins charged forward in unison. Gao calmly observed them. He spun to block a sneak attack, then countered decisively. He was like a savage beast, surrounded. One by one, they fell. Donka suddenly leaped down, swinging the stone pillar to attack. Gao continuously dodged. Using all that agility just to deal with me? Ha ha ha, redhead. You're not bad for a guy fighting all alone. Why don't you come work for me? I'll treat you well. If it were us, we'd definitely make a great team. Cao stands tall. His gaze is unwavering. A wolf. How could it ever work? Under a pig? With a defiant smirk, he declares, From this day forward, I will become the king of this place. The scene opens on a mountain forest, submerged in a blanket of white snow, so silent it's suffocating, as if all of nature is holding its breath, waiting for the coming storm. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions rings out in the snowy woods. Blinding flashes of light tear through the cold mist. On that pure white snow, warriors clash in a brutal, fierce battle. Every blow carries a killing intent, as cold as the blizzard itself. Cao appears in a combat-ready stance, facing off against a colossal enemy who exudes a dangerous aura. Donka swings a giant stone pillar, like a true weapon. Every swing creates a violent impact, making the ground tremble. Cao grits his teeth, bearing the heavy pressure. Damn it, he's totally blocking my view. Who the hell uses a pillar as a shield like that? He leaps nimbly to dodge a powerful sweeping attack. Immediately after, the pillar slams down onto the ground, creating a massive shockwave that sends snow flying everywhere. Donka gives Cao no room to breathe, relentlessly pursuing and cornering him with heavy attacks, as if trying to crush his opponent. A powerful collision sends Cao flying. His body slides across the freezing snow. Despite the pain, Cao forces himself up, quickly regaining his balance, to prepare for his next counterattack. Panting, Cao quietly assesses the situation. Built like a pig. So how is he so damn fast? Lugging that heavy pillar around, fighting like a complete brute, and he's not showing a single opening. If I take just one of those hits, it's lights out for me. But how can I do anything if I can't counter? Donka spins. The pillar swings violently, creating a fierce gust of wind. With just one blow, a nearby ancient tree shatters. Splinters of wood fly across the chaotic battlefield. Observing closely, Cao is shocked to realize his opponent's true intention. The tree! He knew I'd dodge, so he did it on purpose. Taking advantage of the debris, Donka continues to corner Cao, leaving him with no escape. He lets out a contemptuous smile. I've met plenty of guys like you, as many as the monsters I've hunted, he continues in a mocking tone. A bunch of little grunts, acting like they're some big shot. Cao is pinned between the tree trunk and Donka's pillar. A heavy blow lands, and blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. Cao's body collapses, pinned by the large tree, motionless in the white snow. Donka casually sits down to rest on his own weapon, leisurely taking out a lighter to light a cigar. Gray smoke rises, mingling with the cold air. He turns his back on Cao with an air of complete disdain. He says, It's been a while since someone dared to challenge my position, so I guess I got a little carried away. A big reputation isn't always a good thing. Everyone's already shaking in their boots before we even fight. It's so boring. He chuckles dryly. You're the same. You got scared at some point and just kept running away. You bored me, so I had to end it early. Too bad for that blondie who trusted you and left. Believing the fight is over, Donka hefts the pillar onto his shoulder and turns to leave. What a letdown. Just then, a furious voice rings out from behind. Hey, you bastard. Who are you calling scared? Suddenly, Donka freezes. Cao struggles to his feet amidst the wreckage, his body covered in blood, but his eyes are still blazing. Surprised, he mutters. Oh, his tone changes, now mixed with interest, just as I thought. How about you reconsider my earlier offer? Come and serve under me. It's not too late. You can't eat your pride, can you? Isn't it better to be a well-fed pig than a starving wolf? Cow's face is stained with blood, his eyes colder than ever. Though his hand trembles from the pain, he tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword. One of us is going to die today, and it won't be me. Donka smirks contemptuously. A green killing aura begins to radiate from his body. Fool, once you're dead, it'll be too late for regrets. Cow can clearly feel his body is practically shattered. Damn it. It feels like my whole body has been crushed to pieces. It's always like this. I think I understand everything I've been taught, but the moment I'm in a real situation, I forget it all. It's just like that pig said. I was so scared I couldn't do a damn thing. His armored hands tremble violently. He tries to suppress it, forcing himself to face reality, to face his fear. So this is fear? Memories flood back. An image of a castle and a stern voice shouting. Who said I was scared? You were afraid that your position might be taken by Lucas. And when you actually fought, he turned out to be better than you. You were trembling before you even started to fight. So what's the point of even determining a winner? Why are you bringing that up now, my lord? Even in the demon beast forest, or when I fought that tin can with wings, I wasn't scared. In the memory, Ghislain suddenly thrusts his sword forward. Cow barely manages to dodge. The sparring match is breathtakingly tense. My lord, why are you suddenly doing this? In just an instant, Ghislain has completely subdued Cao. The blade is pressed against his neck. The moment you're at a disadvantage, you just run for your life. That's only natural, I suppose, because everyone acts on instinct like that. But if you dare to charge in, you'll find you have a chance. The one thing you absolutely must overcome if you want to pursue your current ideals is fear. Returning to the present, Cow stands firm against the massive attack, no longer trembling. Death is something you must absolutely avoid, but at the same time, it is also the greatest teacher. Blood splatters onto the white snow. In the decisive moment, Cao's sword pierces straight through Donka's guardian spirit. The two continue to charge at each other. Cao uses his opponent's own weapon, launching himself off it to leap high into the air and slash straight down onto the enemy's shoulder. Donka thinks to himself, he dodged it twice? That wasn't a fluke. This redhead, he's growing in the middle of the fight. How can I, the king of Iron Clip, lose to a little brat like this? You bastard! Cao dodges like a dancer on the snow. Donka swings wildly while roaring. What kind of trick did you pull? Cao replies calmly. It's nothing special. I'm just not afraid anymore. Before losing consciousness completely, Donka only has time to cry out. Impossible! Donka's head is severed from his neck. The battle ends in silence. As the scene changes, the distant snowy mountains come into view. Ghislain's group of 3 is galloping through the forest. They are being watched through binoculars by strangers. One reports, Intelligence officer, sir. It looks like they're on the move over there. That's definitely the Baron's group. They're down 1 man, but that probably won't be a big problem. Send a message to Count Desmond immediately. Tell him that Ghislain Perium is acting exactly according to our plan. Ghislain's sharp gaze closes out the story, signaling that more violent events are yet to come. The battlefield at the northern fortress of Artium is shaking in a sea of fire. A thick, gloomy atmosphere hangs in the air, a shroud of death. The enemy's encirclement tightens by the second. Amidst heart-wrenching screams and the thick smell of fresh blood, the enemy swarms forward like a flood, not giving the defenders a single moment's rest. Blood is shed and heads roll. The northern warriors are fighting back desperately. Their breaths are ragged under the suffocating pressure. In the midst of this dire situation, Lord Castillo appears, his face tense with fury. Though his body is exhausted, his eyes are still sharp, burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. Give it everything you've got and wipe out as many of these damn enemies as you can. They're just flesh and blood scarecrows. Don't be afraid. However, reality is harsher than his encouragement. Exhaustion is etched on every muscle fiber. Our troops have reached their limit, while the enemy seems endless. A soldier screams in agony. Don't these damn dogs know how to rest? Just piss off already. After fighting this long, you should have retreated by now, right? Across the battlefield, Chieftain Gutsu appeared with a contemptuous smirk. His eyes were filled with the bloodlust and triumph of a predator cornering its prey. Heh. Looks like that pack of wolves is finally getting exhausted, huh? Just as the kingdom fools said, a few more waves of attacks and they'll collapse. He savored the enemy's fear like a favorite pastime. With a calculated command meant to drain the last dregs of the defender's strength, he roared, Shadow Wind Tribe, fall back, go rest. Reinforcement unit, take their place. The Manzi soldiers, still in a frenzy and craving fresh blood, looked disappointed that the brutal fun was over. We have to retreat already? That wasn't nearly enough. Tisk! I was just starting to have some fun. Just listen, you pups. These are orders from Chieftain Gutsu. On the fortress walls, faces numb with exhaustion, looked down at the enemy's troop rotation in absolute horror. Damn it, they're swapping troops again? How many times has it been? Randon rushed to report to Castillo, his voice filled with extreme anxiety. My lord, the 6 Manzi tribes are rotating their forces to maintain a relentless assault. Our forces are too few. There's no way we can withstand their continuous attacks. Scoven gritted his teeth in anger. Since when did those stupid, moronic bastards know how to use strategy? They're not giving us a single moment to rest. Are they trying to work us to death? A sliver of doubt flashed through Randall's mind. From the alliance of the tribes to their attack strategy, everything was incredibly strange. It was as if someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, Castillo remained silent. In his heart, he had already forged a decision so bold it was insane. He commanded decisively, "If those bastards come back, open the gate." The Lord declared proudly, "This northern wolf will personally take their leader's head." The entire fortress was stunned by this suicidal decision. But just then, Randall suddenly pointed towards the horizon, his voice cracking in alarm. "My lord, look over there!" From the distance, a massive cloud of dust billowed up, tearing through the northern fog. A unit of unknown cavalry was charging forward at a terrifying speed. Castillo squinted, observing the army. Leading them was a mysterious knight in white armor, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. With him were Belinda and Lucas. They calmly surveyed the battlefield. "So those filthy Manji are swarming here like ants. Looks like the rumors about the 6 Manji tribes forming an alliance were true, huh?" The white-armored knight gave a cold command. "Belinda, Lucas, each of you lead your troops to the flanks. Deploy an encirclement formation." Then, the knight raised his weapon, his voice ringing out like a death sentence. "I will end these bastards right here. As you command." The entire unit roared in unison, then charged straight into the enemy mass like an arrow splitting the wind. The Manji army, far from being afraid, grew ecstatic at the sight of new prey. "What the hell are those dogs? Are they with Walter too? But why are they attacking us from the rear? Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter which side they attack from. I was getting sick of those cowards who just attack and run away. Things turning out this way is a great advantage for us, isn't it?" But his smile quickly vanished as the white-armored knight shot into the middle of their encirclement. The Manji roared, "Kill them all! Today is our festival of blood!" But they were not the ones hosting the festival. The knight began a terrifying slaughter. The great axe swung, carving arcs of death, reaping enemy lives like wheat. Each blow carried destructive power, sending enemies flying. The killing intent he emitted made anyone who met his gaze tremble. The mighty warhorse, moving as one with its master, charged like a tornado. Wherever the horse and rider went, enemy soldiers fell in heaps. Not a single barbarian could even touch the hem of the warrior's clothes. The white armor was now stained crimson with fresh blood, a truly gruesome sight. The Manji soldiers began to panic. "He was right in front of us in a flash. I can't believe a warrior like this exists in Bodium. Drag that bastard off his horse. Stop him. Run." Chieftain Gutsu sensed a bad omen. He roared to calm his soldiers. "What the hell are you all doing? Are the great warriors of the Shadow Wind tribe really afraid of some little punk?" Just then, a soldier ran over, breathless. "Chieftain, we're in big trouble. Belinda is attacking from above, coordinating seamlessly with her comrades. The enemy is pressing our warriors from both sides." Lucas also thrust his spear through trembling chests, and behind them, the northern wolf has already led his soldiers out of the fortress gates. Castillo had led his men out, forming a perfect pincer attack. Gutsu gritted his teeth in fury. The northern wolf. He's never opened the gates before, not even once. And yet he chooses this very moment. Even so, he still trusted in his superior numbers. No matter how they struggle, our warriors still outnumber them. "Warriors, just sweep through them for me!" But his soldiers no longer obeyed his command. One soldier looked at the blood-drenched knight, his lips trembling. That thing is a blood-soaked demon straight out of a myth. A terrifying legend resurfaced in their minds. It was said that on the day the demonic beasts invaded, and the forests were engulfed in a sea of fire, a demon bathed in fresh red blood appeared. It snatched away the souls of everyone. Beneath blood-red eyes full of killing intent and hooves that trampled through pools of dark red blood, the name echoed like a curse, the blood-red demon. Even Gutsu shuddered for a moment. But then his ferocious nature made him laugh manically. "The blood-red demon, you say? Ha ha, how interesting. I never thought I'd find someone this strong in the north." He spurred his horse forward, gripping his twin axes. "I am the great warrior of the north, Gutsu. I will be the one to cut off this demon's head," the knight only replied, in an icy tone. "Truly disgusting. All for this barbaric game of yours. You people have been gnawing away at the north for so long." Gutsu roared, putting every ounce of his being into his strike, but all his efforts were in vain. The blood-red demon easily parried the attack and countered with a powerful kick, knocking Gutsu off his horse. He tumbled to the ground, groaning in disbelief. "Ugh." He staggered to his feet, his face full of hatred. Gutsu cursed. Damn it, can't you fight properly? You demon! I, Gutsu, will definitely be the one to end you. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous stomp from the White Knight's warhorse came crashing down. Gutsu lay crumpled in a pool of blood, his eyes slowly turning lifeless. The knight declared loudly, "From this day forward, a new myth will spread among you, barbarians. That the northern wolf has snuffed out the breath of every warrior who dared to trespass on this land." Castillo advanced from behind, thrusting his sword decisively through the enemy's chest to extinguish any last hope of resistance. The chieftain managed to utter one final word, "Wolf." "Wolf!" A deafening cheer erupted. The enemy leader is dead. Castillo didn't give the enemy a moment to recover. "Wipe out the remnants of these barbarians. Make them never dare to eye Walter again." As the dust settled, the blood-red demon dismounted and approached the Lord. Under the twilight sky, the blood-soaked armor looked even more majestic and terrifying. Castillo said softly, "It's been a long time, my son." The helmet was slowly removed, revealing Ghislain's face. He replied calmly, "Yes, I'm a little late." Randon joyfully embraced him. "You were incredible, young master." "No, Ghislain Perium. Thanks to you, we can finally breathe a little easier." Castillo looked at his son, his eyes full of contemplation. "How did you know to come here? And you even brought troops with you." Ghislain produced a letter with a seal. "I received a call for aid. It was stamped with the Walter seal, so I came." The letter said that everyone was under attack by barbarians. It said to dispatch a portion of the Paris forces as reinforcements immediately. "Father, wasn't this call to arms sent by you?" Castillo looked at Randon in shock. He quickly denied it. "It wasn't me, my lord. You gave specific orders not to send anything out." "Then, who sent this summons?" Castillo mumbled. Ghislain was silent for a moment. His gaze became more resolute than ever. "Father, please listen carefully to what I am about to say." The strategic map lit up with key strongholds: Paris, Stonehaven Fortress, Walter, and Count Desmond. An aerial view captured the entire encampment of the Royal Army's Second Corps in the dead of night. The camp was especially bright, illuminated by thousands of torches and storm lanterns. Tents were pitched close together, forming a labyrinth of light. Inside one, soldiers were killing time with a game of cards. One soldier slammed his cards on the table in frustration, sighing, "Damn it, there goes my week's pay again." They turned to their commander with weary voices. "This is so boring, Commander. When are we ever going home? I'm sick and tired of this place." Another soldier chimed in. "I'm starting to miss Cadenia, too." Doran, the calm commander of the Second Corps, just smiled faintly at his subordinates' complaints. He replied nonchalantly, "We'll go home when the higher-ups order a withdrawal. I heard we're stationed here to guard against an attack on Paris from Count Desmond, right?" he said, smirking. There hasn't been any major movement this whole time, and with the Royal Army standing guard, who would dare attack? Doran reassured his soldiers with his sharp analysis. He stated firmly, "Don't worry, Count Desmond is by no means a reckless man. If he were to mobilize his army now, wouldn't that make him an enemy of the kingdom? Even if he is the most powerful great lord of the north, unless he's gone mad, he'd never dare make such a move." But just as Doran finished speaking, a horrifying sight appeared on the distant hilltop. A mass of dark figures emerged, blotting out the starry night sky. It was a vast, silent army, exuding an aura of death, staring down at the camp like a pack of predators. The peace was shattered in an instant. A guard burst into the tent, screaming in absolute panic. "Commander, we're in big trouble!" He stammered out the news. "Count Desmond's army is launching a surprise attack on us." Desmond's cavalry charged forward like a flash flood, crushing everything in its path. Doran yelled orders to his men. "Form a line at the front! Prepare for battle!" On the Royal Army's side, commanders shouted amidst the chaos. "Spearmen to the front! Use a dense formation to stop them!" The thundering of hooves shook the ground. The royal soldiers tightened their grip on their spears, bracing themselves for death as they prepared to meet the charge. But the power of the northern cavalry was too immense. The lead rider swung a glowing sword, shattering the defensive line and sending the unfortunate soldiers flying into the air. The battlefield turned into a slaughterhouse, blood-staining armor as Desmond's forces mercilessly cut down anyone in their way. The Second Corps' formation crumbled. The camp was trampled under the enemy's hooves, all order lost. Panic spread like a plague. Screams echoed everywhere. "Damn it, we can't hold on, Commander. We can't maintain the formation anymore." The Royal Army, composed of the kingdom's elite, had collapsed in the blink of an eye. Like this, realizing the situation was hopeless, Doran screamed the order to retreat, to abandon the fight. Retreat towards Paris, send a messenger to Cadenia. But just as they were about to turn, a ferocious attack rained down from behind, cutting off their only path to survival. Another group of Desmond's cavalry had appeared out of nowhere, closing the encirclement. The royal soldiers were in despair. "Desmond's cavalry is behind us too? Our escape route is cut off." Doran realized with a shock that he had fallen into a trap. He mumbled in horror, his face pale. "Draw our attention to the front, then time it perfectly to block our retreat from the rear. We've been trapped." A large horse approached, casting a deadly shadow over Doran. Harold Desmond. He looked down on the defeated commander with a contemptuous gaze and offered a mocking greeting. A pleasure to meet you, Viscount Doran. He sat on his horse, his sword still dripping with blood, radiating the aura of a brutal conqueror. Desmond! Doran screamed through gritted teeth, filled with helplessness and rage. Are you insane, Harold Desmond? Meanwhile, at Ghislain Perium Castle, the news of the attack had arrived like a storm. Bewilderment was clear on their faces. Everyone present exclaimed in shock. Count Desmond has wiped out the Royal Army's 2nd Corps? The messenger trembled as he continued his report, spreading even more fear. Yes, and what's more, he hasn't stopped. He's heading straight for this location. Everyone in the meeting hall was stunned into silence. iPhone clutched his head and shouted, "Damn it, not another war." Beside him, the young priestess was also trembling. A war? An official turned to Cloud, the chief steward. What are you going to do now? The Lord instructed that if Count Desmond attacks, we are to destroy critical facilities and move supplies and troops into Inner Paris. Gillian's face was grim as he pondered. Now is the time to act on his lordship's orders, iPhone shouted, urging everyone to run. What are you all still doing here? Hurry up and pack your things and get out of here. This place is done for. Golden and Genvarik looked at iPhone's cowardly display with disdain. Vanessa remained standing. Her hand gripped her staff tightly. Her expression was calm, but held an underlying resolve. iPhone screamed, "You people! The most powerful Great Lord of the North is marching here to kill us! Why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and pack. Yes, sir. Right away." Suddenly, a voice cut through iPhone's clamor. No. Vanessa opened her eyes, her gaze sharp. I will use magic. I will find a way to stop the enemy at all costs. Her declaration stunned iPhone and the others. The merchant stammered in protest. What kind of foolishness are you talking about? Staying here is a death sentence. Vanessa retorted immediately. If we leave, won't everything we've built just be taken by the enemy? Who said anything about abandoning this place? Gillian tried to explain. I'm saying we need to survive first. Knowing the Lord's personality, he will surely find a way to take this place back later. But Vanessa's voice rang out with conviction. We have accomplished impossible things time and time again. So, if we fight with all our might, we can stop them. Gonvarik stepped forward, his deep voice supportive. From the forges and critical facilities built by the dwarves and the mage corps, to the peace established through the efforts of the knights, to the citizens who have found new lives here, this place holds the Lord's dream. Before the image of the magnificent castle, Vanessa walked, her skirt fluttering. She affirmed once more, that is why I will protect it. The priestess Phi watched her, her eyes filled with emotion and admiration. Cloud approached Vanessa, his expression serious. Lady Vanessa, if you truly intend to stay, I will provide you with vital intelligence. The reported size of Desmond's army alone is 30,000 men, with 8 siege towers and 12 catapults. In addition, Count Desmond has his own personal mage, and from what I know, that mage is a 6th class. The information about a 6th class mage made Gillian's jaw drop in horror. A 6th class? Even Vanessa's face showed a flicker of concern. Gillian continued his pessimistic analysis of the situation. Our forces are currently spread thin in Walter, so if the siege begins, forget 1 week, I fear we won't even last 3 days. Our city will fall before the Lord can even return. Vanessa hesitated, but Gillian's iron gauntleted hand clenched, trembling with restrained emotion. He stood up and turned his back to everyone. A deep, muffled voice rang out. The Lord's command is absolute. Everyone, take your supplies and evacuate. Pausing for a moment, he added, I will remain. Vanessa's eyes widened in surprise. Ivan frowned at Gillian as if he were insane. Did you not hear what I just said? Gillian calmly explained. I did. But if we're at Stonehaven Fortress, the gateway to the Kabandi region, we can slow the advance of Desmond's army. It seems that while he was alive, Kabandi was quite wary of Desmond. He clenched his fist. His voice was filled with conviction. The Lord will definitely make it in time. I will stay here and buy time until then. The Goth blacksmiths also stepped forward, a hearty smile on their faces. We'll take this chance to forge as much better equipment as we can. Looks like there won't be any time to rest from now on. Seeing this, Golden couldn't just sit still either. He stepped forward. I will stay as well. Ivan frantically called out Golden's name. The other soldiers also clenched their fists, full of fighting spirit. If we tuck tail and run now, what would Commander Cao say? It's better to fight and die than to be mocked by him as a coward for the rest of our lives. The spirit spread throughout the room. A sea of arms raised their weapons high. I'll stay too. We worked so hard to get here. Those bastards. Tell them to bring it on! Witnessing this scene, Ivan couldn't contain his anger. He broke out in a cold sweat, cursing silently. These people barely got a chance to escape. What is wrong with all of you? How can I possibly leave now? Vanessa placed a hand on her chest, smiling happily as she looked at her comrades. The northern fortress of Walter, a place shrouded in white smoke. Ghislain sat alone in his room. In his hand was a letter that had just arrived. Every line in the letter was like a heartfelt confession from his loyal subordinates. My lord, ever since I began following you, I have seen you accomplish things that everyone thought were impossible. I also know that this land is necessary for you to fight against even tougher enemies. We will absolutely protect your dream. Ghislain lowered the letter. His eyes were filled with a mixture of sadness and pride. Jillian, Vanessa, and everyone. He clutched the letter, contemplating the war situation. He possesses a grand army of 30,000, with enough military might to crush the kingdom's second legion in the blink of an eye. Desmond cleverly disrupted the information network to scatter Paris's forces, then used the chance to pin me down here to launch his attack. Ghislain's eyes sharpened. Desmond. I had considered the possibility of him acting independently, but I never expected this. Randon and Castillo both advised him anxiously. Count Desmond is on the march. You can't stay here forever, Ghislain. You must return to your domain at once. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open. A panicked soldier rushed in. My lord, we're in grave danger. The barbarians' rear guard is turning back and launching a surprise attack on us. Randon and Castillo stood on the fortress wall, looking down, stunned by the sea of people surging towards them. What is that? What are those numbers? Is this an all-out assault? I thought they would rest after the last attack just ended. Ghislain Perium understood the dire situation. Even if it's my father, with only Walter's forces, he won't be enough to stop them. If I leave my post now, Walter will surely be overrun by the barbarians. Everything clicked into place, and he knew who was behind it all. This was all your scheme. The arrogant image of Harold Desmond's back appeared in Ghislain Perium's mind. His eyes burned with rage. It seems you've bet everything on this war, haven't you, Harold Desmond? Suddenly, a hand rested on Ghislain Perium's shoulder. His father, with a stern but understanding expression, asked, What is it you're hesitating about? He looked directly into his son's eyes. Stopping the barbarians and protecting the domain of Walter is the duty of us, the wolves of the north. It is not your duty. Ghislain Perium was stunned. His father smiled. His eyes were full of pride and trust. You are also the lord of a territory now. Aren't the people you need to protect waiting for you? You just need to fulfill your own duty. Hearing his father's words, the hesitation in Ghislain Perium's eyes vanished, replaced by an iron will. Outside, the soldiers of Walter were ready to fight to the death. The commander's voice roared, All troops, prepare to fire! If we don't stop them here, our homeland will be trampled underfoot. That will never happen, you damned barbarians. Let's see who the real winner is. Ghislain Perium's father turned his back and walked towards the battlefield, leaving one last message. Go and do your part, Ghislain Perium. Ghislain Perium stood silently, watching his father's departing figure. He thought to himself, You're right, father. They are the people I must protect. But at the same time, Ghislain Perium suddenly stepped forward to stand beside his father. His hand tightened on the hilt of the weapon on his back. He then continued his unfinished thought. They are also the people I trust the most. Ghislain Perium swung his battle axe forcefully. The weapon radiated a brilliant blue energy. He gave an order to his two most trusted subordinates, Belinda and Lucas. We will resolve this situation as quickly as possible and return to our domain today. Ghislain Perium's eyes gleamed with a cold, killing intent. He declared a death sentence on the enemy at Stonehaven Fortress, where a fierce battle was about to unfold. Inside the fortress walls, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Shouts echoed everywhere as soldiers hastily transported equipment. Load the supplies! Bring more stones! Place the arrows here! Jillian was commanding and urging the soldiers on. Move it! Once you're ready, assemble. As he was directing them, a voice called out from behind, making him pause. It was Genvarik, the dwarf blacksmith. Holding a helmet in his hand, he walked over and asked, Have all the soldiers been equipped with that armor? Jillian looked down at the soldiers being armed to the teeth and nodded. Yes, the quality is truly excellent. So, who made it? Not even an arrow could possibly pierce it. And most importantly, it's light, so it's less draining. Genvarik explained further. The knight's armor has also had magic circles inscribed on it, thanks to the mage's support, and the enhancements are complete. Just by pumping mana into it, they can temporarily boost the power of the magic circles. The suits of knight armor were now glowing, with magical circles. Hearing this, Jillian turned to look at his old friend. His voice lowered. Genvarik, you are a precious talent. Are you sure it's all right for you to stay here? Genvarik was silent for a moment, then smirked. At the very least, I won't die. This kingdom is full of nobles who want our people. He tilted his head back to look at the sky, his gaze resolute. If I have to live as a slave anyway, I might as well bet my life on the freedom the Lord promised after 15 days. Genvarik turned and handed the helmet to Jillian. What's the point if the Lord isn't here by then? Receiving the helmet from Genvarik, a faint smile crossed the old man's bearded face. Regaining his solemn demeanor, Jillian stood high on the wall and shouted, Is everyone assembled? Below, thousands of spears stood erect like a forest of blades. The soldiers roared in unison. Sir, Jillian began the roll call of the priest forces. One priest stood there. His face was dotted with sweat from the tension. Mages, 10! Vanessa stood proudly, holding her staff. Beside her was Ivan, who was tremblingly adjusting his glasses. Knights, 100, the most elite warriors, their sharp eyes at the ready. Soldiers, 1,000. And finally, the core force of the fortress. Ghislain turned his back. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, where dust was beginning to swirl. From afar, an army, as numerous as ants, was marching forward thunderously, surrounding the small fortress. A vast expanse of land was covered by the enemy's shadow. The sound of their footsteps shook the very ground. Ghislain squinted, estimating 30,000. The enemy was armed to the teeth, with enormous siege engines. Leading the charge were the knights. Their armor gleamed, but the most striking was Hurton, with his cold blue hair, mounted on his horse. Towering siege towers were slowly advancing, signaling an uneven fight. From above, the sea of people below looked as if it wanted to swallow the fortress whole. A soldier's face went pale, drained of all blood. He stammered, "We're outnumbered 31 to 1. A soldier beside him forced a laugh. This is really insane." A panicked soldier started to turn and run. "It's better to just run. Knowing the Lord's personality, there's no way he'd want us to die, right? Damn it, it's too late." But Vanessa had already grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. Although the ranks held, the trembling of the soldiers facing imminent death could not be hidden. Ghislain turned around. His voice was deep and warm, yet it boomed. "Are you scared?" he declared loudly. "Our purpose is not to defeat them. It's to hold out until the Lord arrives. If this place falls, the enemy will seize the territory in the blink of an eye." He reminded them of what lay behind them. The businesses, families, the homes you've built. It's the same for me. Thanks to the Lord giving me a new life, I was able to hold on to my dream. Dude. With that, Ghislain slowly put on his lion-headed helmet. His eyes blazed from behind the iron visor. This time, it's our turn to protect the Lord's dream. His words were like a flame, igniting their will to fight. Fear vanished, replaced by a resolve to fight to the death. Vanessa also clenched her fists. Her eyes became more determined than ever. From the other side of the battlefield, Hurton coolly observed the fortress. A knight reported to Hurton, "Count, all catapults are loaded." But Hurton didn't turn his head, merely calling softly, "Willow." Immediately, a magic staff was slammed into the ground with a dry thud. Willow, Count Desmond's personal mage, a master of the 6 circles, answered respectfully. "You called for me, my lord?" Hurton asked. "Have you found the wormstone traps they used in the last siege?" Willow replied, "I have confirmed that there is absolutely no trace of wormstone energy in this area. This was a surprise attack, so they certainly wouldn't have had time to prepare." "Excellent." He drew the sword at his side, pointed it straight at the fortress, and commanded, "Fire." The moment the order was given, the cry to fire rang out, followed by massive boulders soaring into the sky. A volley of catapults operated at full capacity, raining a storm of boulders down on Stonehaven Fortress. The dark stones plummeted with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Ghislain and his soldiers. He didn't flinch, raising his shield and shouting, "Everyone brace for impact!" Loud explosions echoed as the stones crashed against the walls. Dust filled the air, giving the enemy no time to breathe. Hurton immediately ordered the cavalry and infantry to advance. On the wall, Ghislain dusted off his shoulder while a soldier reported, "Ghislain, they're coming." He calmly commanded, "Clear away the damaged artillery. Ballista squads, to your positions." On his command, the archers took their places. After the signal, a rain of giant bolts was fired, whistling towards the enemy army. The enemy infantry advanced, shouting, "Shields up! Don't stop advancing. Try to get to the base of the wall." Hurton observed the wall, still standing after the bombardment, and thought to himself, "Those walls are sturdy. Even after mobilizing all 12 catapults, they don't seem to be significantly damaged. They reacted faster than expected. I heard the prince's faction acquired elf slaves. Did they use their techniques to fortify the walls?" Below the wall, the enemy commander ordered, "Archer squads 1 and 4, begin firing." Arrows tore through the wind, flying upwards. The enemy below screamed furiously, "Sweep the walls clean for me!" However, something strange happened. The arrows that hit the soldiers all bounced off, unable to penetrate their armor. Hurton watched the scene with a look of complete surprise. The soldiers on the wall were also incredibly shocked. "This armor just deflects every arrow, doesn't it? What in the world did those VKP guys make?" Hearing the praise, Ganvarik smiled smugly. The firing orders were given. Arrows like this won't do a thing. The bolts continued to rain down. Hurton grit his teeth and gave his next order, "Willow." A murderous glint shone in his eyes. "Make it rain fire." Willow raised his staff high, and magical energy began to flow. The mages behind him also began to chant in unison. He gave a sinister smile. "As you wish." On the wall, Ganvarik pointed in panic. Hey, Ghislain's over there." Ghislain looked up, noticing something was wrong. Something was not right with the sky. Pitch black clouds were swirling together. A massive, swirling vortex of purple and red magic was forming right above the fortress. Ghislain's eyes widened in horror. The enemy mage stood on the ramparts, arms outstretched as if embracing the sky. "Oh, that's right." He looked up at his masterpiece, his voice dripping with mockery. "Watch your heads." His face twisted in a manic excitement for the coming rain that would incinerate everything. Instantly, a barrage of giant, meteor-like fireballs poured down from the magical storm onto the fortress. The soldiers were in absolute panic. "Damn it! Our armor can stop arrows!" But this kind of wide-area magic, it can't be blocked. "Everyone get under cover!" Amidst the chaos, Ghislain stood firm, shouting, "Everyone, stay calm and hold your positions." The soldiers stared at him, bewildered. Ghislain spoke with a confident voice. "There's nothing to worry about." Just as the fireballs were about to hit the ground, he declared, "Because we have magic on our side, too." A sudden blue light enveloped the fortress. It was Vanessa. She stood there, her staff held high. She focused all her mental energy to cast a protective spell. She shouted, "Windshield!" A massive, green protective barrier. It erupted from the fortress, forming a solid dome of protection, stopping the blazing red rain of fire. The ferocious flames were blocked by the shield, unable to touch the ground. Vanessa gritted her teeth, pouring all of her mana into this defensive spell. Her eyes blazed with determination. In just a moment, the firestorm was dispersed. The sky became clear and blue again, as if nothing had happened. Ghislain looked up at the clear sky, smiling with satisfaction beneath his helmet. The soldiers were all stunned, not believing their eyes at the power they had just witnessed. On the ground, Willow was sweating profusely, his face pale. That magic. Willow recognized the caster as the mage who had wiped out the forces sent to Galatas. On the wall, Vanessa panted, clutching her chest from exhaustion. Ivan sighed. "Damn it. I have to rely on the mana pouch again." Vanessa reminded Ivan, "Don't lose focus. We have to prepare for the next attack." Seeing the attack fail, the commanding knight turned to Count Hurton. "Please give your next command." But Hurton remained silent. "My lord," the knight called again, seeing his master lost in thought. In Hurton's mind, he was piecing everything together. The catapult attack was blocked by reinforced walls. Arrows were blocked by armor. Magic was countered with magic. He realized it. His opponent had prepared thoroughly for every scenario. He blamed himself, even after crushing Fergus's forces, even when Fergus was gone. They still don't have a single opening to exploit. A battle waged without time to arrange orders from the Duke, nor time to sort out relations with the Prince's faction. "I haven't been thinking clearly this whole time. This isn't like me." Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his lips. "This must be fate," he thought. Hurton tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "If I don't act now, I fear we will never be able to break their position. This is actually a stroke of luck." He turned and gave an order to his commanding knight. "No more probing attacks." The man was surprised. "What do you mean, my lord?" Hurton enunciated each word. "Gather the entire army." His eyes blazed with a vicious light. "We're wiping that fortress off the map right now." The real battle was just beginning. Hurton spurred his warhorse, leading the Legion of Swords. He unsheathed his blade, pointing it straight at the bleak gray sky. His roar thundered across the heavens. The entire army charge. A ground-shaking roar answered their commander. Thousands of warriors surged forward as one. Their sole objective was the fortified castle, standing imposingly over the fortress. At that very moment, a dense rain of black arrows began to fall. Just then, a dense rain of black arrows began to pour down, as if to blot out the very sky above the castle walls. The defenders frantically loaded the giant ballistae. The commander's urgent shouts echoed fiercely amidst the twang of heavy bowstrings. "Fire! Fire!" At the foot of the wall, the attacking army huddled behind steel shields, trying to withstand the storm of metal sweeping over them. "We have to hold the enemy back for as long as we can." Suddenly, a soldier pointed frantically at the sky, his voice cracking with terror. "Hey, look up!" From a distance, flaming boulders launched from catapults tore through the air, hurtling toward them. Amidst the rubble and smoke, a trembling soldier asked, "The catapults are firing flaming rocks. Dwarf, you think armor can stop that?" Ganveric roared in anger. "You idiots, move!" Without a moment's hesitation, Ghislain appeared like a guardian spirit. He swung his massive battle axe in a wind-cleaving arc, batting away the flaming boulder that was hurtling straight for them. Seeing their commanders in action, the soldiers' morale surged. In another corner, Ivan was trembling, leaning on his staff in the midst of the arrow storm. Vanessa unleashed a magical blast, deflecting the incoming boulder to protect her cowardly comrade. "Try to be more careful, you useless chicken, truly worthy of the title of knights." But their relief was short-lived. Massive, mobile towers were already looming over the castle walls. "The siege towers are right on top of us. They're trying to overwhelm us with numbers." Ghislain, wearing a majestic helmet shaped like a white lion's head, spoke reassuringly. "All troops, do not fear. Trust in your comrades and hold your ground. Fenris forces, to your positions. He tightened his grip on his weapon. A fiery aura enveloped his powerful frame as he prepared for close-quarters combat. His gaze was steady, watching the enemy swarm upwards like a flood. The first wave will be brutal, and this first clash would decide the course of the war. Like a beast unleashed, Ghislain charged straight into the enemy ranks. Every swing of his axe cleaved enemies in two. He fought tirelessly, his breaths coming in ragged but powerful gasps. The overwhelming might of the White Lion kept the enemy at bay. Those unfortunate enough were sent flying from the walls. Witnessing the terrifying sight from below, the enemy forces began to panic. What? What in the world is happening up there? The only answer they received was the merciless downward swing of a giant axe. Ghislain stood like a titan amidst a sea of blood, a veritable god of war. His eyes blazed from beneath his helmet, making the enemy tremble, too terrified to take another step. Seizing the opportunity, he ordered an all-out counterattack. Kill them all! Don't let a single one of them set foot on this wall. From a distance, Hurton watched coolly, his gaze locked on the general who was wreaking havoc above. The white maned lion. He turned to his subordinate and remarked calmly, "These knights are quite skilled. If we just use regular foot soldiers, I'm afraid this will take quite some time." He immediately deployed his trump card. "The twin-winged knight order." "Sir!" the reply thundered back. Hurton issued a series of cold, sharp commands. "Dismount and join the infantry. Ascend the siege towers and drive the enemy knights back. One platoon will support the battering ram unit. While the towers pressure the walls, you will assault the main gate." He turned to a mage who was muttering an incantation. "Willow, continue gathering mana so you can deploy a wide area spell at a moment's notice." "As you command." Finally, he called to his right-hand man, Hurton. Hurton drew his razor-sharp sword, aiming it straight at the fortress. A deadly light flashed in his eyes. "That white-maned lion is getting on my nerves." "Kill him for me, Hurton!" The fierce, bearded warrior spurred his horse on, filled with excitement. "Your subordinate has been waiting for your orders, my lord." While the battlefield raged in the capital of Cadonia, the atmosphere in the meeting room was just as suffocatingly tense. Count Paulius was sweating profusely under the immense pressure from the pro-prince faction. Brentford sat with a solemn air, frowning at Paulius. "What's the reason for this?" Paulius stammered evasively. What? What do you mean, your grace?" Brentford slammed the report down on the table, his voice hardening. "Count Desmond has wiped out our 2nd Legion and attacked the Baron, a man who just recently joined the Crown Prince's faction. He acted unilaterally, without so much as a pretense. Is this the will of the ducal house of Delphim?" Paulius quickly denied it. "That's absurd. I understand your frustration, your highness, but what could a neutral count like Desmond possibly have to do with us?" Rosaline cut off his clumsy excuse with a sharp glare. "Stop playing dumb. Our investigation following the Cavandi War made it perfectly clear that Count Desmond was acting in concert with the ducal house. Did you think we mobilized the 2nd Legion for no reason?" Miles added with a cold warning. "Choose your next words carefully. The price for provoking the royal army is not a small one." And Paul Wood gritted his teeth in frustration. "I can't believe they're being this blatant with their discontent." He cursed inwardly. "That damn Viscount Raoul, he's the one who cornered me. How dare he push this mess onto me?" He lowered his voice, trying to be conciliatory. "Please, remain calm, my lords of the Crown Prince's faction. The one responsible for this is Count Desmond as an individual, not the ducal house. We promise that our house will not interfere in this matter. We would never carry out a pincer attack against Ghislain Perium." But Brentford was unmoved. "You're on the same side, yet you feign ignorance, and you refuse to take responsibility?" Paul Wood tried a veiled threat. "We also refrained from interfering in the matter with Count Cavandi last time, did we not? Just as we did then, it would be best for your highness to stay out of this conflict." Paul's face contorted with anger at their unyielding stance. "You are only complicating matters." Brentford rose to his feet, declaring forcefully, "The fall of Ghislain Perium is already a foregone conclusion. Are you using Desmond to provoke us? If the Crown Prince's faction attacks, the royal army will be weakened. But if we retreat, Ghislain Perium will fall into the hands of the ducal house without them lifting a finger. No, it's all a misunderstanding. We have no desire for war, and that's why you claim you won't interfere? I can no longer turn a blind eye to your scheming." Tolio gave a steely command. "Arrest this man at once, and round up every noble from the Duke's faction currently in the capital." Paulus's face went pale. "What?" Despite Paulus's shouts, he struggled as the guards restrained him. "Wait, what is the meaning of this? I am the envoy of the ducal house. By convention, my safety is guaranteed." Brentford turned to Morris. "Morris, of all the territories in the Duke's faction, which has the weakest military," Morris replied, "the ones we could strike the fastest would be Baron Harrington's to the north and Baron Collins. We could seize them by the end of the day." "Excellent. The moment Ghislain Perium falls, you are to occupy those 2 territories. Order the nearest royal army units in the north to mobilize immediately and support Ghislain Perium. As for Desmond, I will assemble a separate force to deal with him." Back in the Ghislain Perium territory, the final gate had been breached. A desperate scream rang out. The twin-winged knights! They've broken through the inner wall! But waiting for them right there was Gordon, with his enormous war scythe. Come on, you bastards! Since you brought those flat-topped helmets here, I'll be happy to flatten them for you. A harsh clang of steel rang out as Gordon clashed with the twin-winged knights. A devastating blow forced a grunt from Gordon. Ugh! Just as his opponent's blade was about to find its mark, Ghislain appeared in the nick of time, parrying the weapon and saving his comrade. That was a little too close, Gordon. You almost lost your head. Just then, another knight charged in like a tempest, only to be blocked and countered by Ghislain, who sent him flying. I heard Ghislain Perium's men were mostly mercenaries, but this guy is an absolute monster. Model. Who are you? He stood proudly, drew his sword, and declared his name. I am Herton, captain of the Twin-Wing Knights Brigade. State your name, you white-maned beast, Ghislain retorted with utter arrogance. My name is not worthy of being revealed to just anyone. I am merely a weapon of Lord Ghislain Perium. Come on, Desmond's hound! Herton burst out laughing, thrilled by the sheer arrogance. Ha, you really are just like a monster. The battlefield was a sea of fire and screams. The enemy army charged forward like a raging tide. They roared wildly. Annihilate those Ghislain Perium bastards. A colossal siege engine loomed, inching closer to the main gate. The creaking of wood was drowned out by the commander's bellow. Siege team, advance and break the gate. Looking up from below at the towering castle walls, now there was only thick smoke and fire obscuring the sky. The invading army's morale was boiling over, determined to level any obstacle and capture the fortress. A burst of purple energy exploded. The deafening clash of metal echoed as the battle axe and the greatsword collided. Ghislain swung his axe straight down at the enemy commander's head, but he managed to block it just in time. One wasted move. The eyes of the two powerful warriors locked onto each other, radiating killing intent. Power surged from the swirling purple aura as Ghislain poured his strength into the blow. While Herton was not one to be outdone, he held his sword firm, resisting the enormous weapon. One attacked, the other defended. Ghislain moved with the elusiveness of a wolf, his body cloaked in a purple aura. He constantly changed direction, delivering deadly, unpredictable strikes. Herton narrowed his eyes slightly. He let out a cold, disdainful snort. Again, brute strength and masterclass technique collided head-on, creating a shockwave that shook the very ground. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to give an inch. Using the momentum of his weapon, Ghislain leaped high and unleashed a sweeping kick that cut through the air. Herton dodged it by a hair's breadth. Ghislain moved with the elusiveness of an alpha wolf, his body shrouded in a purple aura. Instantly, the old general of House Ghislain Perium spun in midair, transforming into a whirlwind that shot straight toward his opponent. His agility was beyond what the enemy commander had expected, making him exclaim in surprise, "Oh ho, yes, a kind of freedom you knights could never have." He swung his sword in a powerful counterattack, a thrilled smile on his face. How interesting. Ghislain gritted his teeth, parrying the blow. The weight of the strike made his arms tremble violently. Determined not to be outmatched, he unleashed a devastating horizontal sweep, forcing his opponent to fall back. The two separated, creating distance to prepare for the next onslaught. The wound on Ghislain's abdomen began to bleed through, but his expression remained cold, not wavering in the slightest. The enemy charged forward again like a tempest, taunting as he attacked. You're pretty good, but you have way too many openings. A spray of blood shot out, a testament to the ferocity of the duel. The scene changes. Herton, with his distinctive blue hair, watched silently from a distance. He spoke in a cold voice. That's enough. He signaled for his soldiers to pull back the siege engine. Willow, break the gate! Having waited for the order for a long time, Willow immediately replied, Understood. On the fortress walls, the soldiers descended into chaos as they witnessed the horrifying scene. Look! A massive blazing fireball appeared, radiating a heat that scorched the very air. Sweat poured like rain down the mage's face as he channeled all of his magical power. Willow grinned triumphantly. It won't be as easy to stop as last time, he roared. Activate ultimate magic. Solaris! The destructive fireball descended directly on its target, under immense pressure. Under the immense pressure, Gordon and Yvonne were frozen solid, their eyes wide with horror. Meanwhile, Vanessa kept her eyes tightly shut, focusing her entire mind on chanting the spell, *boom. A world-shattering explosion rocked the area. Dust and rubble flew everywhere as the fortified gate was blasted to pieces. Herton curled his lip in a satisfied smirk. His eyes were sharp and cold. It's over. The gate collapsed. The enemy army flooded in like a torrent. The main gate is breached. Infantry, cavalry, advance and take the fortress. In another corner, Ghislain was still being held up by the enemy commander. Their duel was still undecided. Herton suddenly noticed his opponent's strange move. Oh, drawing a sword from your back? The two weapons locked together once more. Ghislain swung his sword in a relentless barrage of attacks. However, every single one of his strikes was effortlessly parried. He spoke of his former student as they fought. What a waste. If I had been the one to train him, he could have become a much greater warrior. Promising kids like Victor, they always die young. He glanced toward the broken gate and chuckled dryly. Looks like the fortress will fall before this fight is over. Do you still want to continue? Ghislain remained silent. His eyes were pensive but showed no sign of wavering. In his mind, he recalled Claw's instructions. Before the operation began, Claw sat majestically in his chair, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. If you truly wish to proceed, then you will obey the orders of the general manager of the Ghislain Perium family. Yvonne's eyes widened in surprise. What? Weren't you a slave? Claw replied with a provocative smile. I am the general manager, and I am also the Lord's representative. Unlike some people, they've mobilized national-level forces to launch an all-out assault. No matter how good our internal structure is, we cannot withstand this overwhelming difference in numbers. So, Klaus smiled confidently as he laid out the strategic map. From this moment on, I will brief you on the plan. The operation will begin the moment the outer wall is breached. The image of the battle shifts to a grayscale tone. Clow pointed to the escape route. Soldiers and mages, as soon as the enemy climbs the walls, retreat as quickly as possible through the rear gate. Fighting on would be a pointless death. The knights will draw their attention for a moment, then retreat on Ghislain's signal. Back in the present, Ghislain suddenly spoke, causing Hurton to pause. Was Victor your disciple? He offered a taunting smile. A mediocre fool who didn't know fear, who dared to challenge the Lord only to die young. As his master, you must not be much better. Hurton's eyes went wide as he roared in fury. You bastard! How dare you? Before he could finish, Ghislain lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar. Asterisk. Crack. Asterisk. A powerful headbutt sent Hurton reeling. Ghislain roughly shoved him away. Then, quick as a flash, snatched a giant crossbow from the ground. He aimed it straight at his opponent. Hurton froze. Clutching his pained face, he growled, Don't think you can pull any tricks on me with these petty games. But Ghislain's target wasn't him. He turned the crossbow, aimed at the bell tower, and fired. The arrow tore through the air. The tolling of the bell signaled a simultaneous retreat. Our forces immediately executed the plan. Ghislain glanced at his enemy one last time with a defiant look, then leaped from the fortress wall, disappearing into the smoke. He watched him go, fuming. Tucking your tail between your legs in front of the enemy. You are not worthy of being called knights. But then, a sense of unease washed over him. He looked down at the castle courtyard below, where a bloody battlefield should have been. There was no one there. The fortress was eerily empty. A panicked soldier ran up to report, Sir, they've all retreated mid-battle. Should we pursue? He frowned, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. He remembered their frenzied resistance just moments ago. Despite the disadvantage, they were clearly ready to fight to the death to protect this place. Yet, the moment the gate was breached, they gave up far too easily. A thought flashed in his mind, and he roared, Could it be a trap? The remnants of House Ghislain Perium are escaping through the rear gate. How dare they cause me so much trouble? The enemy army thundered in pursuit. Don't let a single one of them survive. At the end of the retreat path, Ghislain was covering the rear. Opposite them, facing the entire pursuing army alone, stood Vanessa in a pristine white dress. She gripped her dark scepter tightly as an eerie purple power radiated around her. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Vanessa tightened her grip on her scepter, focusing her mana. A colossal amount of magical power began to flow through her hands, making the space around her tremble. A giant, glowing magic circle materialized at her feet. A pillar of blue light shot straight up into the heavens. From the sky above, a barrage of lightning bolts rained down on the enemy formation like the wrath of the gods, giving them no time to react. Vanessa's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. She screamed the name of her ultimate spell, Inferno Lance. The devastating power of the attack left the enemy commanders, including Hurton, staring wide-eyed in absolute shock. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Crimson flames engulfed a massive area. From afar, a stunned Hurton watched the destruction unfold. His face, now twisted and covered in soot, was a mask of horror. He stood rooted to the spot, watching the fire incinerate his soldiers. The hooded commander broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in utter panic. No way. This amount of mana. Could it be a runestone? The sea of fire swallowed the unfortunate souls. Screams echoed everywhere. Ah! It's so hot! Amidst the chaos, Hurton tried to restore order, roaring, All troops, retreat from the castle, now! The Knight Division charged in to rescue the wounded and take a head count. Hurton spurred his horse through the curtain of fire. The Count called out, Hurton! He replied, My Lord Count. His eyes were bloodshot from rage and smoke. Hurton snarled, Situation report, immediately. On a distant hill, Ghislain's group calmly watched the castle sink into a sea of flames. A voice rang out, Well now, isn't that a lovely fire? Vanessa noticed the blood on the old general's hand and cried out in concern, "Gillian, you're bleeding." But Gillian simply replied, "I'm fine." Ivan grimaced, lamenting the waste. "These guys, they really have no concept of money, using an expensive runestone like that." Gordon chuckled beside him. "So what? Our captain's loaded. Besides, if we'd lost, they would have just stolen it all from us anyway." Gillian, clad in his majestic armor with its lion-headed helmet, nodded in approval. Cloud's strategy was indeed brilliant. He turned back to his soldiers and shouted, "Is everyone all right?" A resounding roar answered him. "Yes, sir!" Looking at the flames consuming the fortress, Gillian mused, "They'll be on our tail soon." Without hesitation, he gave a decisive order, "Fall back to rendezvous point number 2. Elsewhere, a weary Manji commander rode his horse through a field littered with corpses. The Manji warrior's face was stained crimson, his breath coming in ragged gasps after the constant fighting. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forward, a sharp axe cleaving straight down at his head. The sharp clang of metal rang out as the Manji commander raised his weapon to parry the fatal blow. He was immediately caught in a whirlwind of attacks from Ghislain, forced to fight desperately for his life. Ghislain swung his axe in a wide arc, man and horse moving as one. His mount also lashed out with a powerful kick, landing a fatal blow on the enemy's horse. The enemy crashed to the ground but scrambled back to his feet. The Manji warrior glared at Ghislain, weapon at the ready, his fury unconcealed. He roared, "Don't you know when to stop? Red Demon, you're more of a berserker than our own warriors." He tried to reason with Ghislain. "Red Demon, if you have any sense left, lower your weapon and listen to me. I am Waroka. In the name of the tribes, I propose a truce." Waroka pointed at the scattered bodies. "Look around you. Everywhere the eye can see, there are nothing but wretched souls crushed into grotesque piles of flesh. We were only acting on the orders of Chief Kutsu. He's dead now. There's no reason to continue this slaughter, is there?" In response to his plea came only a dreadful silence, and the cold glint of eyes from behind Ghislain's helm. Memories from his past life flooded Ghislain's mind. Waroka, general of the Manji. In my previous life, he helped the duchy in exchange for a piece of the barren land of Perium. Among those simple-minded Manji, he was the sharpest one. Waroka continued to plead desperately for peace. "Stop this senseless slaughter. Too many of my warriors and yours have already fallen. Don't you agree? I promise we will no longer attack the northern forts." But the response he received was cold and merciless. Ghislain charged forward, his axe slicing through the air. A lightning-fast strike descended, cleaving Waroka in two. A cold voice echoed from behind the steel. "Is there such a thing as a gentle war in this world?" Waroka collapsed, silently cursing the demon. Ghislain's eyes shone with a cold, piercing light. Meanwhile, Gillian was still leading his troops, retreating from the pursuit. Suddenly, a terrified shout erupted from the rear. "Captain Gillian, behind us!" In the distance, the enemy army had caught up. Hurton reported to the Count. "The cowardly rats have finally decided to show their faces." Hurton ordered the attack. "All forces, advance. If we don't do it now, we'll never get another chance to defeat House Ghislain Perium." Hurton glanced back, his shock palpable. "This fast? Even after taking such heavy losses, they still managed to catch up to us?" Gillian calculated. He knew exactly how precarious their situation was. "We're still a ways from the rendezvous point." After a moment's hesitation, he wrenched his horse around. Then he bellowed, "The rest of you, head to the rendezvous point. I and the knights will form a defensive line to buy time." Everyone was stunned. What? They turned their horses to face the surging sea of enemies. Tens of thousands of enemy soldiers were before them. One knight remarked, "Whoa. Are we sure that mob really got hit? Even if 30,000 troops are cut in half, that's still 15,000. The disparity in numbers was still too vast. Yet even facing death, they kept their spirits high, joking with one another. To be honest, those flat hats are no joke. It's not just their strength. Their technique is as solid as a fortress wall. Asterisk, cough cough asterisk, getting scared? Then you might as well give back those useless muscles of yours. We're going to tell Captain Gao on you." A cocky smile spread across Gordon's lips. "Damn it. Well, since it's come to this, we might as well take as many of them with us as we can. The captain will avenge us." Gillian tightened his grip on his weapon and growled in agreement. "That's right. Our lord would never forgive anyone who dared to attack him." He raised his battle axe high. His roar echoed across the land. "Knights of House Ghislain Perium, prepare for battle." The entire company answered with a unified battle cry, charging forward as two tides of steel crashed into each other. The Knights of Ghislain Perium smashed directly into the enemy formation without hesitation. Cries of, "For House Ghislain Perium," rang out amid the deafening clash of metal. The battlefield instantly became a giant meat grinder, where blood and steel mingled as one. Gillian swung his weapon, clearing a path. Every one of his strikes carried terrifying power, sending any foe in his path flying. The knights roared as they fought. "You bastards, we'll make sure you never dare look at Paris again." They fought like cornered beasts, determined to protect their family's honor to their very last breath. From his vantage point, Hurton looked down on their stubborn resistance with a contemptuous gaze. Humph, so you know you can't escape and have chosen to fight to the death? He pointed his sword toward Ghislain and commanded, Mage, Vanguard, advance. A volley of blazing fireballs launched, whistling through the air toward the knights. Spotting the danger, the knights yelled warnings to each other. Magic attack, bring it on. Our armor was forged with dwarven technology. A magic attack? Give us your best shot. Our armor was forged with dwarven technology. But just in the nick of time, magical lights flared from the tips of staffs. A wall of energy shot up, blocking the entire rain of fireballs and creating massive explosions in midair. Hurton and his second-in-command were startled. Magic? A woman's voice rang out. I cannot just stand by and watch the knights sacrifice themselves right in front of me. Vanessa hovered in the air, her black hair flowing in the swirling mana. I will join the battle as well. Her arrival, like that of a goddess, caused the entire battlefield to pause for a moment. Meanwhile, Hurton, the hooded enemy commander, had found his target. He rode his horse closer to Ghislain. He stared intently at Ghislain, speaking in a tone thick with disdain. So now I know your name, former captain of the Ratatos mercenaries, Ghislain. Ghislain did not reply. Only his eyes were cold and sharp, staring back at his enemy through the slit of a lion-headed helm. Hurton, as I recall, they were a band of mercenaries, one we did a lot of business with, thanks to their exceptional skills. But then they suddenly vanished, so I'd all but forgotten about them, he scoffed. Why would you throw your life away for Ghislain Perium? Do you think just by playing knight, you can wash away the stench of a mercenary? If you really believe that bastard Ghislain Perium can rule the north, then let me give you some advice. He snarled, word by word. It's all just a pipe dream. Ghislain remained calm in the face of his taunts. He replied slowly, his voice deep and steady. The mercenary I once was is dead. Gripping the axe in his hand, he declared, Lord Ghislain Perium gave me a new life. His eyes blazed with an unshakable fire of determination. His dream is my dream. On horseback, Ghislain charged valiantly, straight for Hurton's position in the middle of the battlefield. He raised his giant axe high, ready to crush any enemy in his path. A deafening crash echoed as Ghislain's weapon met Hurton's sword head-on. The horrifying power of Ghislain's strike. Sparks flew everywhere. The aftershock of the impact threw Hurton back, creating a deadly clearing amidst the chaotic battlefield. Ghislain gritted his teeth. His eyes blazed. His resolve didn't waver before his enemy's strength. Hurton had to brace himself with all his might. He growled in his throat. Damn it. Feeling the immense weight of the attack, giving his opponent no time to breathe, the two charged at each other again. Swords and axes tore through the air, creating a dance of death. The great sword swung down with terrifying speed, but Ghislain reacted in time. The piercing sound of metal on metal rang out once more. Ghislain stood firm against the stormy assault, exploiting an opening. Using his extraordinary strength, Ghislain knocked Hurton's weapon aside, leaving him defenseless. Ghislain's axe sliced through the air, landing a powerful blow on Hurton. Hurton took the hit, blood spurting out. He cried out in shock. Ugh, at this sudden, overwhelming power. The blow was so powerful it sent both Hurton and his horse tumbling to the ground in a cloud of dust. In agony, Hurton realized with a shock that this strength was completely different from before. If we're just talking sheer numbers, we're completely outmatched. He's already seriously wounded, so where is he getting this incredible strength from? He looked up at his opponent, his eyes filled with doubt. I don't get it. Why would someone like you? Hurton roared, full of indignation and confusion. Why would a lowly mercenary throw his life away just to follow that beast of a lord? Ghislain's silhouette was firm, his deep, powerful voice ringing out. No one is permitted to call Lord Ghislain Perium a beast. He gripped the handle of his weapon, stating it emphatically. And I will not allow anyone to insult his dream. That is my knightly spirit. Hurton was stunned into silence. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Never before has a mercenary shown such absolute loyalty to his master. They're just lowlifes who put money above all else. They only act on instinct and have no concept of honor. He thought of that proud figure, Ghislain Perium. They say that beast tamed a wild lion and made it his knight. No time to let the enemy think. Ghislain raised his weapon, preparing to bring down a thunderous blow. Hurton gritted his teeth, hurriedly raising his sword to block the fatal attack coming at him. Ghislain lunged like a fierce lion pouncing on its prey. His terrifying power seemed to tear the very air apart. But Hurton was no pushover. He twisted to dodge the blow and launched a powerful counterattack. The two warriors swept past each other by a hair's breadth, leaving streaks of blood on the cold ground. In the midst of battle, Hurton's voice rang out with solemnity. Please forgive the disrespect of my legion. Hurton called out seriously. White Lion. Ghislain gripped his sword with both hands, his unwavering gaze fixed on his opponent. As a knight, I formally challenge you to a duel. Elsewhere, Hurton was roaring commands for his troops to attack the enemy's flank. Looking down from above, the enemy forces, as numerous as ants, were tightening their circle, forming an encirclement. The situation was hanging by a thread. Ivan turned to Vanessa in a panic. With this difference in numbers, if we get surrounded, we're toast. Ganveric also asked, "Is there no other way, Vanessa?" Though her face was drenched in sweat, she still shouted her command. "Ivan, all mages, form a circular formation." She slammed her staff into the ground, activating a brilliant magic circle at her feet. Instantly, the two warriors swept past each other by a hair's breadth, leaving streaks of blood on the cold ground. In the midst of battle, Hurton's voice rang out with solemnity. "Please forgive the disrespect of my legion." Hurton called out seriously, "White Lion." Ghislain gripped his sword with both hands, his unwavering gaze fixed on his opponent. "As a knight, I formally challenge you to a duel." Giant pillars of ice erupted from the ground, forming a solid wall of protection around the army. The enemy forces were stunned by the towering ice wall. They've sealed themselves off? How are we supposed to surround them now? Hurton gritted his teeth, his sharp eyes glaring at the enemy. What an eyesore. So troublesome. He immediately ordered his subordinate, "Willow, deploy your magic." Willow replied, "Understood." The enemy's armored cavalry began to charge forward in mass. Second company of the Twin Wing Knights, break through the front, prioritize taking out those mages, go. Dawn and the other knights bravely rushed out to block the way. "Don't you dare, stop them." The battlefield descended into chaos with the clash of steel and the sound of screams echoing everywhere. Ghislain's knights fought tenaciously, repelling wave after wave of enemy attacks. But against overwhelming power, they gradually lost ground to the sheer number of enemy forces. Vanessa stood before the ranks, facing the stampede of mounts charging like a storm. She mustered all her strength, shouting to unleash her next spell. From her, a barrage of lightning bolts shot out, crashing into the enemy formation. Thunder Cauldron Lance. After the powerful attack, Vanessa collapsed in exhaustion, panting heavily. Ugh. Someone fighting turned and shouted, "Vanessa, if you keep using high-cost magic like that, you're going to die." "Hey, are you okay?" Vanessa trembled, clenching her fists, her gaze still resolute. "Forget about me. For now, worry about the knights." Suddenly, Vanessa's pupils constricted. She saw a terrifying amount of energy gathering on the other side. Ghislain also sensed something was wrong. In the midst of the tense battle, the mage, Willow, was channeling his power, creating a massive, blazing ball of energy. In the sky, a fireball with terrifying, destructive heat. It struck fear into everyone. That's the spell that shattered the gates of Sao Fortress. Damn it, if that thing hits, whether it's the ice wall or anything else, it'll all be vaporized. Even Ghislain broke out in a cold sweat. Faced with such destructive power, taking advantage of Ghislain's distraction, Hurton, tap, launched a powerful strike that forced him back. Asterisk, cough, asterisk, Hurton roared. Ghislain had to turn back to the fight. "Aren't you supposed to be dueling me?" The enemy mage smirked smugly under the brilliant light of his spell. "Ghislain Perium's mage, thanks to you, I've had an epiphany. No matter how brilliant you are, once you've chosen the wrong side, you'll just end up as a pile of ashes." His face twisted in madness. "It's over!" Ghislain let out a world-shaking roar, pouring all his strength into a decisive blow. He threw Hurton back with all his might. He drew a blade from his back and threw it. The blade tore through the air at an unbelievable speed. From the tip of Ghislain's sword, a sharp wave of sword energy shot straight towards the mage. Hovering in the air, the mage's eyes widened in terror as he saw the wave of sword energy rushing at him. Right in front of his face, the sword energy pierced through him, cutting off his flow of mana, making him fall helplessly to the ground. The energy sphere, now out of control, exploded. Across the sky, a deadly fireworks display bloomed, but it left the army below unharmed. The blinding light vanished, leaving behind a silent night sky. Hurton stared up, stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Gordon and the soldiers roared with joy. "We're alive!" Captain Ghislain just delivered a critical blow. Tears welled in Vanessa's eyes as she silently thanked Captain Ghislain. Even after unleashing that all-out attack, Ghislain didn't forget his duty. He roared to reassure his troops. "Hold the circle formation! Everyone, hold your positions!" But just then, a cold voice rang out from behind him. Such a futile act. A sharp blade pierced clean through Ghislain's chest. Blood sprayed violently from his back. Vanessa froze, her face deathly pale with horror. Hurton leaned close to his opponent's ear and whispered cruelly, "This is the price you pay for daring to let your guard down in a divine duel." Ghislain gritted his teeth. His eyes blazed one last time. Even as life drained from his body, he forced all his strength into pushing Hurton away, then swung his axe in a wide arc to create distance from his foe. Giving his opponent no chance, Hurton lunged forward again with a flurry of brutal slashes. Ghislain struggled to parry the blows, but his strength was failing him. He was completely overwhelmed. Another fatal blow tore through the old general's sturdy armor. Fresh blood dyed his armor red. Hurton looked down at his vanquished foe, a flicker of regret in his eyes. I didn't want it to end this way either, but the situation gave me no choice. It is what it is. The battlefield never plays out the way we imagine. The massive body of Ghislain, the White Lion, slowly collapsed onto the cold ground. Cries of agony erupted from his comrades. Vanessa screamed in despair, tears streaming down her face, while Hurton roared in triumph. Ghislain lay motionless. The battlefield raged around him. His breathing grew shallow. His vision blurred. He felt the chill of death creeping into his very flesh. Memories of glorious past battles came flooding back. He had been an invincible warrior who had struck down countless foes. He remembered his comrades who had faced life and death with him. Vanessa, Anfin, Scoven. A final thought formed in his mind. It ends here. A clear image of his young master formed in his mind. The day he had knelt to pledge his loyalty, Ghislain had smiled gently. Just keep moving forward and never look back. Gillian's eyes stirred. This new life I received from my master. The days we lived as a family. He had fought for a noble cause. Ghislain, Rosaline, and everyone else. All of it. It was the most precious treasure he possessed. In his delirium, he saw a familiar figure standing nearby. Memories of leading his comrades through hardship, the image of his young daughter. A warm hand rested on his shoulder, just as it had back then. Ghislain was looking at him with absolute trust. You are one of the people I trust the most. Lying on the ground, Ghislain managed a final, rasping whisper. I'm sorry. A voice called out in his mind. Master Ghislain. Suddenly, Gillian's eyes flew open. The light of life seemed to flare up again before his eyes. A familiar figure stood imposing, a shield between him and death itself. Ghislain gasped. Master. A familiar voice sounded before him. My vassal, uphold that noble dignity of yours. His sharp gaze bored into Ghislain. He commanded, Get up.